Chen Lingfeng, the war god of DaXia, never imagined that fate would be a cycle, forcing him to traverse the river of time and face the blood-prisoned demon god once again. The land of DaXia, once vibrant and magnificent, was now soaked in blood, reduced to ruins. Yet, the survivors held their heads high, their eyes flickering with faint hope, because above the heavens, their faith remained. Chen Lingfeng. Shout on, get out of here! Chen Lingfeng roared, his eyes blood-red, hair disheveled. Han Yudong, on the back of the ice-bird, took one last look at the familiar land and resolutely rushed toward the realm of death. Farewell, DaXia? Farewell, brother Feng. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth, the power of a quasi-divine self-detonation causing even the divine realm to tremble. Chen Lingfeng struggled. Yi Yujun, as the guardian of DaXia, I command you, let me go. Even the flame ancestral dragon won't obey you. Yi Yujun, as beautiful as a fairy, glanced back at him, her eyes full of reluctance and determination. I'm sorry, brother Feng. You are DaXia's last hope. If there's a next life, I'll fight by your side until the end. She turned to the figure glowing with a dreamlike light. Mokalins, is the energy enough? The power of time is immense, still a bit short, an ethereal voice replied. Instantly, the remaining warriors' eyes burned with fervor as they pounded their chests, igniting their life force and beast power. Damn it, time reversal. Mokalins, stop. Death hurricane. The blood-prisoned demon god roared in fury, its terrifying death force tearing through the space barrier. The flame ancestral dragon spread its wings like the sky, facing the death hurricane Hedon, unleashing unmatched power from within. Chen Lingfeng screamed hoarsely, no, don't, and finally vanished in a beam of white light. Time god Mokalins. The ethereal figure gazed at the vanishing hero, whispering softly, I hope you like the surprise I have for you. In the Leaf family manor, in a pink princess room, Yi Yujun awoke, drenched in sweat. Brother Feng, run. Surveying the familiar surroundings, she looked at her hands in disbelief. I'm back? No, this isn't right. Why is it me? Time god Mokalins, show yourself. There was no joy, only confusion and anxiety. As one of the 5 great kings, she quickly regained her composure. I must find brother Feng immediately. Only he can lead DaXia against the demon god. That day, in the Northern Army District, the Longting No. 1 fighter jet, accompanied by 5 escort jets, soared skyward, heading straight for Dragon City. Soldiers gazed in awe. Longting No. 1 is taking off. Is it war? Above the Leaf family manor, the fighter jet rapidly descended. The imposing General Leaf Song disembarked swiftly, 10 armed soldiers immediately securing the area. Yujun, is what you said on the phone true? In the living room, Yi Yujun rose at the sound. Father, spiritual power is about to awaken, secret realms will connect, and beasts will soon run rampant. Leaf Song's sharp gaze scrutinized his daughter, secretly astonished by the newfound aura she possessed. Evidence, he demanded, seeking only the truth. Yi Yujun exhaled in relief, fearing her father wouldn't believe her. She checked her watch. It's now 12:35 in Dragon City time. In 15 minutes, an 8.5 magnitude earthquake will occur in the western island nation of the South Sea Strait, resulting in 36 deaths and 103 missing. Captain Zhang, present, the guard quickly entered. Notify the Earthquake Bureau to immediately monitor the geological situation of the western island nation. Yes. As he was about to leave, Yi Yujun called out. Also, have the Astronomy Bureau monitor real-time images of the third island group north of the island nation. Captain Zhang hesitated, looking to Leaf Song. Do as she says. Yes. Though the staff of both bureaus were puzzled, they followed orders diligently. For 15 minutes, father and daughter remained silent, the atmosphere tense. The time arrived, and the Earthquake Bureau's alarm blared, staff exchanging bewildered looks. The Astronomy Bureau swiftly went into lockdown. Personnel only allowed entry, not exit. Report. Captain Zhang's voice trembled. Come in. Report, General, an 8.5 magnitude earthquake indeed struck the western island nation. Casualties are being tallied. The Astronomy Bureau sent an SS-level encrypted file. I understand, dismiss. Leaf Song stood abruptly, his usually steady gaze now shaken. Unlocking his phone, a clear image appeared. What is this? Father, this is a long-necked sea dragon, a bronze spirit beast, white-grade evolution. The island nation's earthquake was caused by their secret realm collapsing. Yujun, how do you know all this? Father, please allow me to reintroduce myself. Yi Yujun, DaXia Alliance 5-star general, one of the 5 beast kings, Wind King. I come from 10 years in the future. Leaf Song was thunderstruck, the impact akin to experiencing a world war firsthand. Father, time is of the essence. Request communication with the Purple Gold Pavilion. I will explain everything then. At this moment, the Purple Gold Pavilion's summoning order rang 9 times, shaking the entire DaXia Alliance to its core. The Longting No. 1 fighter jet group streaked across the sky, tracing a magnificent arc. The spirit beasts emerge. The world is astounded. Great Xia Alliance, Central Region of Dragon City, Zijin Pavilion. In the solemn Zijin Assembly Hall, 3 elders dressed in official attire were already seated at the head position. High-ranking officials from various departments entered one after another, each exuding an aura of authority. The sudden issuance of the Ninering Assembly Order made them appear grave and hurried. This order had been rarely used since the establishment of the Great Xia Alliance, and its sound always signified a turning point in national fortune. Among those present, only the highest officials from the Earthquake Department and the Astronomy Department seemed to have an inkling of understanding about this urgent assembly. The hall doors opened again, and Yizong led Yi Yujun in with brisk strides. The crowd's attention sharpened immediately. Zijin Assembly Hall was not a place just anyone could enter, not even the children of the Grand Elder. Yi Yujun remained unfazed. She stood tall, marched into the hall with precise military steps, and saluted. Respected elders, leaders of each department, I am Yi Yujun, 5-star general of the Great Xia Alliance and king of the wind element, reporting for duty. Her resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Her words caused a stir among those present. Such a young 5-star general? When was the title of king of the wind element conferred? Yet, in this hall, no one dared to question the truth of her statement. Take a seat, the Grand Elder commanded authoritatively. Yizong, please explain. Yizong stood, bowed to the assembly, and began to speak. At 12:35 today, Yi Yujun predicted to me. At 12:50, an 8.5 magnitude earthquake would strike the island nation, resulting in 36 deaths and 103 missing persons. His words were like a thunderclap, causing the head of the scientific research department to exclaim in disbelief. This is impossible. Yizong replied calmly. The earthquake department can verify this. The head of the earthquake department stood up tremblingly. Indeed, at 12:36, our department received a detection request from the Northern Army. At 12:50, the alarm sounded, and an 8.5 magnitude earthquake occurred in the island nation. According to the government statistics, there were 36 deaths and 103 missing persons. The hall was in an uproar. Even the 3 elders showed signs of shock. People speculated, foretelling the future? Could it be a man-made terrorist act? Impossible. An earthquake might be induced, but the exact casualty numbers cannot be controlled. Yi Yujun stood again, saluting once more. Allow me to further introduce myself. Besides the aforementioned identities, I have a unique attribute. I come from 10 years in the future. 5 years from now, secret realms will border our world, spiritual energy will revive, and magical beasts will invade, plunging the globe into crisis. On October 1st, in the 10th year of the Beastmaster era, the Battle of Extinction in Dragon City will erupt. The Alliance's war god, the god of Beastmasters, along with the 5 great Beastmaster kings, 10 Beastmaster generals, and 1,000,000 Beastmaster warriors, will engage in a decisive battle in the heavens against the 3 demon gods. On the same day, Longqing fell, and humanity's last sanctuary was destroyed. Fortunately, the god of time, Mokurinsu, awoke, and countless soldiers sacrificed themselves to reverse time and space, allowing the god of war to return. Yi Yujun stood in the center of the conference hall, his voice low and hoarse. Each word seemed to carry the smoke of the battlefield, causing the governors present to involuntarily straighten their backs. Before their eyes appeared the bloody battlefield, with countless soldiers charging forward one after another. Time and space power? That's impossible. Someone suddenly broke the silence. How can there be time and space power in the world? That's too fantastical. The 3 elders exchanged glances, clearly also skeptical of Yi Yujun's words. Chief of Astronomy, display the footage you recorded on the big screen, including what I just asked you to document, Yi Yujun said in a deep voice. The Chief of Astronomy nodded and quickly operated the tablet, unlocking classified files. Soon, the image of a massive creature appeared on the screen. What is this? A mutated sea beast? Or a mutant caused by nuclear radiation? The Chief of Biology exclaimed, rushing to the screen and pointing at the image with trembling fingers. This is a spirit beast, a companion of a beastmaster, Yi Yujun explained. This is just a long-necked sea dragon, 5 meters long, with a neck that makes up 3 meters of its length, covered in blue-purple scales, with a soft light purple belly. It is bronze level, capable of evolving from white grade to blue grade. The Chief of Astronomy switched the screen, showing a giant bird engulfed in flames sweeping over a volcano. Flame bird, Yi Yujun continued. Its feathers are made of pure fire, dwelling in magma. Also bronze level, capable of evolving from white grade to green grade. As the evidence kept appearing, the hall fell into silence. The chief elder took a deep breath and broke the silence. Since you come from 10 years in the future, why are spirit beasts appearing now? According to you, the secret realm should connect in 5 years. This is due to the spatial rifts before the secret realm connects, Yi Yujun explained. In the previous timeline, this information was all sealed by the authorities. Even if there are any demon gods, General Wang Kai of the Western Defense said roughly. Can our advanced weapons handle them? Yi Yujun smiled bitterly. General Wang, if they were effective, the world wouldn't have perished. This statement sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. King Yi, the second elder, suddenly spoke up. Why did the god of time choose you to return as the god of war? Yi Yujun shook his head, his face full of bitterness. I didn't want it either, but it was already decided when I woke up. So what do we do now? The chief elder asked urgently. Yi Yujun's voice suddenly rose, powerful and resolute. The urgent task is to find that person, our DaXia's guardian deity, the Alliance's god of war, the Beastmaster god, the savior of the entire world, Chen Lingfeng. When the powerful machinery of the DaXia Alliance is set in motion, everything else must make way. In the office of the Information Bureau Chief, 3 urgent tasks are issued with the highest priority. Find Chen Lingfeng at all costs. The staff at the Information Bureau exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the sudden task. Some whispered, who is this Chen Lingfeng to warrant such priority? An experienced employee immediately warned in a hushed tone, don't ask what you shouldn't. Focus on completing the task. In the purple gold pavilion, the atmosphere was tense. In front of a massive data screen, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the shifting numbers. Standing beside Yi Yujun, Yitsong asked in a low voice, Yujun, have you ever thought that maybe the Chen Lingfeng from 10 years later didn't come back with us? Yi Yujun's body trembled slightly, but her exquisite face was filled with determination. Even if the Chen Lingfeng from 10 years later didn't return, he is still the guardian of DaXia. The data analysis progressed rapidly. The numbers on the screen continued to change. Alliance-wide search results. Chen Lingfeng, total 583,671. Excluding those over 20, 13,561 remain. Excluding those under 15, 1,345 remain. The Information Bureau Chief turned to Yi Yujun. Any other useful information? Yi Yujun furrowed her brows, then suddenly had a revelation. Senior year, Quancheng. In the Quancheng area, 346 remain. Limiting to senior year, final target locked. Class 3, Quancheng number 1 High School, Chen Lingfeng. A collective sigh of relief swept through the purple gold pavilion. That day, 3 Longting 1 aircraft took off, followed closely by 15 escort planes, heading straight for Quancheng. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 3 at Quancheng number 1 High School, a piece of chalk sliced through the air, aimed at a sharp-eyed young man in the back row. With his eyes closed and brows furrowed, Chen Lingfeng appeared to be dozing. The math teacher was about to scold. Chen Lingfeng, pay attention in class, who said you could sleep? Before the words were finished, Chen Lingfeng's eyes snapped open. In an instant, a piercing light flashed, and an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped the classroom. With just 2 fingers, he deftly caught the flying chalk. The surrounding students shivered involuntarily. Why did it suddenly get so cold in here? Chen Lingfeng was terrifying just now. I thought I saw my late grandfather. My legs, they're shaking. Everyone instinctively stepped back. Chen Lingfeng glanced around the familiar surroundings, momentarily dazed, then reined in the intimidating aura. The classroom atmosphere gradually returned to normal, as if the previous scene had been a mere illusion. Sorry, teacher, I'll stand outside as punishment. Chen Lingfeng stood up and walked out, ignoring the math teacher, who was trembling with anger. Chen Lingfeng, who said you could leave? Stay and listen to the lesson. In the hallway, a complex expression flashed in Chen Lingfeng's eyes as he thought to himself, time God Mokarins. Blood prison demon. This time I'll make you pay? And DaXia, in this life, I won't let tragedy repeat. Old friend, are you still there? Chen Lingfeng called out softly in his mind. The system is here, host. Hearing the familiar response, Chen Lingfeng exhaled deeply. The reason he was able to become the great Xia war god and the Beastmaster god was largely due to the help of his old companion. This system, known as the Beastmaster god, not only enhances the affinity with spirit beasts and senses their qualities, but also foresees their evolution paths, identifies enemy weaknesses, and even analyzes secret realm maps. In his previous life, when the secret realms bordered and major alliances clashed with spirit beasts, it was the forewarning from the Eye of God that allowed Chen Lingfeng to contract spirit beasts and embark on the path of a Beastmaster. Blazing young dragon, wait for me. With a determined look, Chen Lingfeng dashed out of the academy, headed straight for the airport, and boarded a flight to Jemu City. His aim was singular. There lay the legendary Mount Kunlun. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion of Quancheng, Quan Yin, who was presiding over a meeting, was suddenly interrupted by the shrill ringing of his dedicated desk phone. His expression changed abruptly, and he quickly motioned for all senior officials to leave the room. This is Quancheng, came the stern command from the purple gold pavilion over the phone. Immediately lock down Quancheng, with a special focus on Quancheng number 1 High School. The entire city is to enter a state of war readiness. Cut off all satellite signals. You must find Chen Lingfeng and await our arrival. Kuan Yin's pupils contracted, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he straightened his posture. Received. The gates of all major roads in Quanqing slammed shut, forcing vehicles to pull over to the side. Citizens murmured among themselves. What's going on? Why the sudden lockdown? I have urgent matters. Never seen the expressways blocked. No mobile signal at all. A convoy from the guard department led the way, with over a dozen armored vehicles forming a long snake-like line heading straight for Quanqing No. 1 High School. Onlookers stopped in their tracks, stunned by the scene. Are they capturing terrorists? Such a big operation. Something serious must have happened. The armored vehicles roared into the playground of Quanqing No. 1 High School, and over 100 fully armed soldiers quickly disembarked, sealing off the entire teaching building with guns. Students and teachers were taken aback by the sudden display, causing chaos in the classrooms. This is a military exercise. Everyone remained calm. Teachers tried to maintain composure, attempting to reassure the students. The bald principal obsequiously led Kuan Yin straight to Class 3. Lord Mayor, this is Class 3, and this is Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang's legs trembled as he nervously greeted them. Where is Chen Lingfeng? Kuan Yin's authoritative voice echoed in the classroom. Chen Lingfeng was here this morning, but he left the academy later. Teacher Wang stammered in response. What? He left. A deafening roar of fighter jets suddenly echoed over Quanqing No. 1 High School. Teachers and students looked up in astonishment to see three sleek, technologically advanced Longting 1 fighter jets diving down to land, with 15 escort jets forming a protective circle over the entire campus. That's the Longting 1. Wasn't it supposed to be just a concept plane? Someone exclaimed. The bald principal was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he had to lean against the wall for support. The gust from the landing jets stirred up clouds of dust. Kuan Yin's heart skipped a beat as he shot a sharp glance at the principal before quickly stepping forward to greet them. As the cabin door slowly opened and a commanding figure stepped out, Kuan Yin's eyes widened in shock, almost causing him to collapse. General Zhen Nan. City Lord Kuan Yin of Quanqing. At your service, General Zhen Nan. Where is Chen Lingfeng? General Mo Qingtian asked urgently, his presence as sharp as a blade. He was at the academy this morning, but he had left by the time I arrived. What? Mo Qingtian's gaze was piercing. Lead the way to Chen Lingfeng's house. Who knows the location? The bald principal quickly pushed forward Teacher Wang, who walked with an outward gait. He's visited Chen Lingfeng's home before. Take him. In the Lianhua garden of Quanqing, Chen's father and mother were resting at home. Don't let our son bring his rowdy friends home. What rowdy friends? They're my beloved readers. The sudden roar made them rush to the window. A dozen armored vehicles had surrounded the neighborhood, with Mo Qingtian leading the charge towards their building. Old Chen, are they coming for us? Can't be, we're law-abiding citizens. When the knock on the door came, Chen's father opened it with trembling hands to find the imposing general standing outside. Is there something you need? Are you Chen's father? Is Chen Lingfeng home? Meanwhile, in the Zijin pavilion, everyone was waiting anxiously. Finally, news arrived from the Information Bureau. Chen Lingfeng had left Quanqing No. 1 High School and was heading to Jemyu City by plane. Jemyu City? Everyone looked puzzled at Yi Yujun. Yi Yujun frowned deeply, suddenly remembering something. No. Feng said the young fire dragon was contracted in the fire dragon cave of the Kunlun Mountain secret realm. Jemyu City. Kunlun Mountain. She suddenly looked up, her beautiful face filled with panic. Quick! Lock down Jemyu City. Lock down Kunlun Mountain. We must stop Feng. Search the entire Kunlun Mountain range. If we're late, it will be too late. No. Prepare the Dragon Soar No. 1 fighter jet. I need to get there immediately. The Wind Element King suddenly stood up, his voice filled with unprecedented urgency. This formidable figure, who usually remained calm even in the face of demonic gods, was now visibly flustered. Yi Tsung quickly followed, his stern face full of confusion. Yi Yujun's voice was already tinged with tears. Feng Gu is going to the Fire Dragon Cave to bond with a spirit beast. How is that possible? The senior officials present turned pale. On the surface, bonding with a spirit beast seemed beneficial, but Yi Yujun's next words sent a chill down everyone's spine. That's a dead end. During the second year of the Beast Mastery calendar, we lost a total of 58,630 soldiers there. Before Yi Yujun could finish speaking, everyone in the Purple Gold Hall had already stood up abruptly, shock evident on their faces. The Grand Elder immediately slammed the table. Execute immediately. Complete lockdown of Jemyu City. Kunlun Mountain Scenic Area is exit only. Wolf Fong King Squad, fully armed, head to Kunlun Mountain at once. As the elite of elites, the Wolf Fong Squad only carried out missions with high fatality rates, a nightmare for their enemies. And today, they were deployed to find one person. 3 Dragon Soar No. 1 fighter jets took off in succession, tracing a glaring path across the sky above Jemyu City. The townspeople looked up, uneasy. This is already the 3rd wave of jets. Are we going to war? Meanwhile, the Jemyu City Lord's mansion issued a series of emergency orders. All external routes, rail, air, and highways were completely closed. As night fell, Chen Lingfeng was climbing the cliffs of Kunlun Mountain, his red backpack strikingly conspicuous in the moonlight. He paused to rest in a cave halfway up, murmuring, "A body without cultivation is indeed too weak." He then began practicing the Beast Mastery Body Refining Technikia method created by the Dark Element King Imo Xiaochuan from his past life and modified by him, capable of enhancing the practitioner's physique to be comparable to that of a spirit beast. In the pitch-black cave, faint white threads could be seen converging above his head. At the mountain's base, scenic area staff had started evacuating tourists, the announcement echoing through the mountains. However, many tourists were unhappy with the sudden eviction. "Why are they kicking us out? I came specifically to see the sunrise. This ticket cost money. It's a rare holiday. I'm not leaving." As staff tried to explain that ticket refunds would be provided, an influencer raised their phone, live streaming the scene to focus on the staff. "Everyone, look, the scenic area is blatantly evicting tourists." At the sacred Mount Kunlun, the staff at the scenic area looked worriedly at the chaotic scene before them. A young influencer, known as Guihua Xiaoyan, stood arrogantly in the center of the crowd, holding a selfie stick. The comments on his phone screen scrolled rapidly like a waterfall, and his live stream had attracted over 200,000 viewers. "My dear brothers, do you see these bullies? If it weren't for your support, I would have been kicked out long ago," Guihua Xiaoyan exclaimed dramatically, waving his arms at the camera. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, a team leader hurriedly approached, reaching to seize his phone. Guihua Xiaoyan deftly dodged, while the surrounding tourists voiced their discontent, plunging the scene into chaos. "Brothers, let me tell you, as youths of the new era, the word surrender doesn't exist in our vocabulary. When faced with injustice, we must fight to the end," Guihua Xiaoyan said proudly, eyeing the screen with satisfaction at having caught another hot topic. Just then, the comments suddenly flooded the screen. "Streamer, look behind you. Oh my gosh. Behind you, streamer. Mount Kunlun, land of celestial spirits. The ancients did not deceive us." Guihua Xiaoyan turned stiffly, his pupils dilating. In the distance, a pillar of pure white light shot skyward, resembling a heavenly bridge connecting the heavens and Kunlun. Within the light, faint shadows of mythical creatures roamed, silent yet awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, aboard the Dragon 1 fighter jet, Yi Yujun focused intently ahead, her hands trembling slightly. A mystical phenomenon. Dragon soaring and tiger leaping. Feng must be cultivating the power to command beasts. He's back. She urged the speed of the flight. In a cave halfway up Mount Kunlun, Chen Lingfeng, seated like a meditative monk, suddenly opened his eyes, sharp beams shooting forth. Clenching his fist, his knuckles cracked audibly. "A black iron beast master? It's time to enter the fire dragon cave." At the mountain's base, Guihua Xiaoyan, snapping out of his shock, excitedly shouted to his live stream audience, "Brothers, this is my big break. This must be an immortal ascending. Let's go. I'll take you to see the immortals in the 9 heavens. Isn't this more thrilling than any story?" The scene quickly descended into chaos as tourists surged forward, the staff's attempts to stop them proving futile. At this critical moment, the Dragon 1 fighter jet roared as it landed, Yi Yujun leading the Wolf Fong 5 warriors off the jet, accompanied by the city lord of Jemyu and his security team. Yi Yujun immediately spotted the conspicuous Guihua Xiaoyan. "City Lord Jemyu, what about the information lockdown?" Wiping sweat from his forehead, City Lord Jemyu quickly responded, reporting, "Ma'am, the mountain roads are difficult, but the lockdown has begun. Arrest all the troublemakers. We're heading up the mountain," Yi Yujun ordered, leading the Wolf Fong warriors swiftly uphill. Guihua Xiaoyan finally panicked. "The security forces are here? I'm done for, brothers." He trembled as he raised his phone, only to see a blank screen. Information lockdown had commenced. Yi Yujun treaded the rugged and winding mountain path, striding quickly towards the depths of Kunlun. Sweat covered Yi Yujun's pale cheeks as she panted heavily, not yet having mastered her training. She gritted her teeth, her gaze firmly set on the mountain peak. "Fenggu, I'm coming, wait for me." Behind her, the Wolf Fong King silently watched. This seemingly delicate girl was climbing with astonishing speed, displaying an impressive willpower. They were only halfway to the summit of Kunlun Mountain. At the top, Chen Lingfeng stood proudly. The stars twinkled, the cold moon hung high, and the cool moonlight bathed his figure, his clothes flapping fiercely in the wind. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. "Dragon soars Kunlun. Let this era of beast mastery begin here." His hands quickly formed seals, gathering the power of beast mastery and thrusting it forward. With a resounding crack, a blinding red beam shot skyward from the peak, piercing the clouds and staining the night sky blood red. Within the beam, several mighty fire dragons roared and writhed, deafeningly loud. The violent energy swept around, rocks shattered, and the entire peak of Kunlun Mountain trembled. Chen Lingfeng remained unmoved, his expression resolute, like a god commanding it all. Not good. The mountain is collapsing. The Wolf Fang King on the mountainside was the first to notice the change, looking up to see the fiery light shooting skyward. Yi Yujun's face changed dramatically. The fire dragon cave has emerged. Feng Ge, ignoring the falling debris, she climbed upwards with all her strength. The Wolf Fang King immediately dispatched 2 men to protect her. This astonishing phenomenon shook not only the entire Kunlun mountain, but also alarmed all the residents of Jimyu City. They looked up at the sky, discussing in shock. Is that a dragon? On the sacred Kunlun mountain? Could the legends be true? Meanwhile, in the Zijin Pavilion Hall, the head of the astronomical department received the news, his face turning pale. An anomaly at Kunlun Mountain. He immediately projected the scene onto the big screen. Everyone present was stunned. It was exactly as Yi Yujun had described the emergence of the Fire Dragon Cave, the invasion of magical beasts, and the convergence of spiritual beasts. Chen Lingfeng is in danger. Although they had been skeptical of Yi Yujun's words, the scene before them left no room for doubt. The great elder slammed the table. Seal off the anomaly with satellites, quickly. The head of the astronomical department was momentarily stunned, then his face changed dramatically. At that moment, the emergence of the Fire Dragon Cave stunned the world. At the headquarters of the Western Alliance, the sudden blare of alarms filled the air in Eagle Nation's astronomical office. On the massive monitoring screens, a fiery blaze shot into the night sky within the Great Xia Alliance, prompting a wave of astonishment. OMG, what on earth is that? What is that mysterious ancient nation up to now? The staff hurriedly sent reports to the Supreme Leader. Meanwhile, the astronomical office in the island nation, a close neighbor of the Great Xia Alliance, also detected the anomaly immediately. By the heavens, what is this? Could it be some kind of new weapon test? 8G, what kind of weapon test would cast the shadow of a dragon? Report to the Prime Minister immediately. The news spread like ripples, from the Lion Nation to the Kangaroo Nation, and then to the Camel Nation, shaking the whole world. Leaders of various countries were sleepless, and countless spies swarmed into the Great Xia Alliance. The head of the security office rubbed his temples and ordered the entire department to accelerate operations to deal with the sudden situation. Meanwhile, Chen Lingfeng, the instigator of all this, remained completely oblivious, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After the fiery blaze dissipated, the space atop Kunlun Mountain rippled, revealing a portal shimmering with red light, like the gaping maw of a gigantic beast. Chen Lingfeng's figure flashed, disappearing into the portal. When he reappeared, he found himself in a world both familiar and strange. The intense heat forced him to quickly don the protective suit from his backpack. The sky here was a burning red, waves of heat rolling in. The cracked earth had rivers of magma snaking through it, occasionally bubbling and bursting into fiery sparks. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur, and the surrounding rocks glowed red-hot, as if they might melt at any moment, adorned with strange crystals that shimmered with faint light. In the distance, massive volcanoes erupted intermittently, sending magma skyward and volcanic ash swirling wildly in the fierce winds. Standing on the scorching rocks, Chen Lingfeng seemed to hear the shouts of soldiers from the past. Pile it up, even if it kills us. Protect the general, clear the path. No regrets in death, the great Xia shall endure. Shaking his head to dispel the memories, Chen Lingfeng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed on the volcano at the center of the Fire Dragon lair, spewing magma, the dwelling of the Fire Dragon clan and the domain of the Secret Realm's king. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and a fiery figure streaked across the sky. Chen Lingfeng looked up, his eyes gleaming as he swiftly analyzed the creature before him. Name, Fireflight Wyvern. Category, Spiritual Beast. Attributes, Wyvern type, Fire type. Rank, Silver. Potential, Gold, for X cultivation speed. Evolution, Green grade advanced. Evolution skills, Flame Impact Silver, Fire Shield Silver, Flame Dragon Roar Gold, Scorching Sea of Fire Gold. Evolution path, Blazing Wyvern Blue grade, Scorching Flame Dragon Blue grade. This Fireflight Wyvern, several tens of meters long, was covered in crimson scales with a golden sheen, resembling burning flames. Its tail was long and sharp, its limbs strong and powerful, with sharp claws, and a distinctive flame pattern running from its spine to its tail. 2 evolutionary lights circled around it. Chen Lingfeng was no stranger to the Fireflight Wyvern. This creature, evolved from a white-grade Fireflight hatchling, was not a pure dragon species, but boasted formidable combat strength and a massive size, once helping him form the renowned Fireflight Dragon Riders. Old friend, deploy the Fire Dragon lair map. Map scanning in progress, map deployed. Suddenly, a map appeared in Chen Lingfeng's mind, revealing the entire layout of the Fire Dragon cave from the distribution of monsters to the location of treasures. Nothing was left out. With a quick glance, he locked onto the path to the left. At this moment, since he hadn't yet formed a contract with a spirit beast, the marked treasures, no matter how tempting, were not his primary concern. Inside the Fire Dragon cave, the intense flames roared wildly. Just as Chen Lingfeng darted to the left, a pillar of fire surged behind him, consuming the boulder where he had just stood. His expression was focused, his gaze fixed on the mental map, and he moved like lightning through the fiery labyrinth. Any onlooker would be amazed. Every step seemed perfectly calculated to avoid all deadly traps. However, the path was not entirely smooth. Midway through, a low growl suddenly echoed, and a firehorned young dragon blocked his way. This was a juvenile one-horned dragon, its several-meter-long fiery red scales glinting like flowing flames in the cave. Its rounded head bore a prominent horn surrounded by flickering flames, and though its limbs were small, they were powerful. Its back was adorned with flame patterns that flickered intermittently. The system immediately displayed detailed information about this spirit beast. Name: one-horned young dragon. Category: spirit beast. Attribute: subdragon, fire element. Level: black iron. Quality: silver. 3x training speed. Evolution: white skills flame jet black iron, fire ring shield black iron, dragon rage black iron. Evolution path: flame armor dragon green. Quality: blazing flame dragon green. Quality. Didn't expect to run into this mischievous little guy. Chen Lingfeng chuckled as he looked at the young dragon baring its teeth at him. Known for its irritable nature, the one-horned young dragon feared nothing, not even the dragon god, if provoked. Let's see how tough my fists are. Chen Lingfeng smirked, launching himself like a shadow towards the young dragon. The young dragon clearly didn't expect the human to dare challenge it, and angrily roared, unleashing a flame jet. The terrifying fire energy condensed into a beam aimed directly at Chen Lingfeng. Still too slow, black iron skills aren't enough. Chen Lingfeng easily dodged, swiftly closing in on the young dragon. He raised his fist, channeling the power of beast mastery into it. Sensing danger, the young dragon shrieked, trying to form a fire ring shield. Too late. Chen Lingfeng's eyes gleamed, and he increased his speed. Bang! Before the fire ring shield could form, his fist struck the young dragon's jaw heavily. The young dragon whimpered, disoriented, and before it could recover, Chen Lingfeng's rapid blows rained down like a storm until it could no longer stand. Without pausing, Chen Lingfeng accelerated, quickly reaching the foot of the volcanic mountain. The intense heat caused slight cracks in his protective suit, and in the rolling lava, there was barely any foothold. Standing on a small rock like a lone boat in the lava, he gazed up at the volcanic peak, his brows furrowed. In a past life, countless warriors had paved a path of resilience through the lava with their lives for him. Clenching his fists, battle intent flared in Chen Lingfeng's eyes, and the power of beast mastery surged within him. As the commander, how can I forge my glory with the blood of my soldiers? In this life, it's my turn to protect you. Fire Dragon Clan. Chen Lingfeng pays his respects to the mountain. At the entrance of the Fire Dragon Cave, a ripple spread as Yi Yujun and 5 elite Wolf Fang soldiers appeared out of nowhere. The scene before them made these battle-hardened warriors turn pale. Outside, chaos erupted in the Zijin Hall. Yi Yujun's signal has been cut off. We've lost contact with the soldiers too. The staff frantically operated their equipment. This can't be. We're using the most advanced satellite signal system. Yet, the red dots on the screen had vanished without a trace. Inside the secret realm, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. Chen Lingfeng. The sound waves swept through the entire Fire Dragon Cave, shaking the mountain walls and sending rocks flying. Countless dragon-like creatures howled to the sky, and flames soared from the fiery mountain, painting the cave in a crimson glow. The sudden upheaval nearly knocked the newly arrived 6 off their feet. No, Feng, you must leave. This place will be your end. Yi Yujun screamed hysterically, her face ashen, but her voice was swallowed by the void, unable to reach its target. Miss Yi, what is this place? One of the soldiers asked, turning to Yi Yujun in shock. This is the Kunlun Mountain Fire Dragon Cave. Yi Yujun urgently replied. We can't let Feng handle this alone. We must act immediately. She prepared to rush forward. Danger! 2 soldiers quickly grabbed her. A cold glint flashed in Yi Yujun's eyes, and an aura of authority suddenly surged, momentarily dazing the 2 soldiers. Miss Yi, ensuring your safety is our top priority. Please cooperate with us, the Wolf Fang captain said sternly. Wolf Fang 1 and 2, scout ahead. Yes. 2 soldiers raised their assault rifles, cautiously advancing. The others formed a protective formation around Yi Yujun. After just a few steps, a low dragon growl sounded ahead. A young one-horned dragon was eyeing them menacingly. Enemy spotted. Wolf Fang 1 and 2 immediately pulled their triggers. The continuous gunfire echoed, but the bullets were ineffective against the young dragon. How is this possible? All the soldiers wore expressions of disbelief. They wielded Longting assault rifles capable of piercing steel plates with ease. The young dragon, enraged, began gathering flames in its mouth. Dodge! Yi Yujun shouted. It's about to breathe fire. The soldiers reacted swiftly, rolling away to narrowly avoid the deadly fire jet. What kind of creature is this? The Wolf Fang captain swallowed hard, eyes filled with caution. This is a black iron grade young one-horned dragon, aggressive and quick to attack humans. Yi Yujun explained quickly. Its weak points are the eyes and jaw. Use grenades to disorient it first. The 5 soldiers simultaneously hurled dark grenades. Amidst the booming explosions, the young dragon let out a piercing wail. Is it down? The soldiers gripped their weapons, approaching cautiously. Don't go near it. It's still alive. Yi Yujun, now seemingly at her peak, commanded with confidence. Fix bayonets, and seize the chance to pierce its jaw. The soldiers' eyes flashed with determination as they swiftly equipped their wolf fang blades. Sure enough, the blasted young dragon struggled back to its feet, roaring in anger. With a sharp sound, the battle truly began. As the young horned dragon flipped over, 5 wolf fang blades pierced precisely into its soft underjaw. Blood gushed out, but the wolf fang warriors didn't pause for a moment. They attacked with a mechanical frenzy, repeating their strikes until the massive creature finally ceased its struggle. Breathing heavily, the nameless warrior's arm felt numb, as if it wasn't his own. He looked at Yi Yujun, his voice trembling slightly. Miss Yi, is this the power of a spirit beast? Yi Yujun nodded slightly, continuing to run forward. The wolf fang captain followed behind, unable to resist asking. Miss Yi, you said this was a black iron level young horned dragon. What rank is that among spirit beasts? Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, king, quasi-god, god. Yi Yujun calmly listed. What do you think? What? This is the lowest level. The wolf fang captain's eyes widened, and the other warriors' faces were filled with shock. The creature that nearly wiped them out was merely the weakest among spirit beasts? They exchanged glances, bitterness spreading across their faces. Meanwhile, at the base of the flaming mountain, Chen Lingfeng's roar was mixed with the tremor of beast control power. The scorching magma slowly parted, revealing the fired crystal stones below. A massive fire dragon was descending from the mountaintop, its proud dragon eyes showing a mix of curiosity and disdain towards Chen Lingfeng. This was a blazing tyrant dragon, several tens of meters long, with scales ablaze. It had dragon and fire attributes, with a golden level aptitude granting it 5 times the cultivation speed. 3 evolution lights circled its sharp dragon horns, and each flap of its wings could unleash a sea of fire. It possessed golden level skills like Blazing Inferno, Flame Dragon Breath, Blazing Armor, and Tyrant Dragon Flame Wave, with the potential to evolve into a purple-ranked Inferno Tyrant Dragon or Inferno Wild Dragon. Flame Ascension Path? Interesting. Chen Lingfeng murmured, stepping onto the path of purgatory without hesitation. The moment he took a step, his protective suit and shoes melted instantly. The searing pain pierced through his soles like countless silver needles, forcing a muffled groan from him. He quickly channeled beast control power to protect his feet, but his black iron level strength was too feeble. The blazing tyrant dragon let out a contemptuous dragon roar, seemingly mocking his overestimation of himself. Chen Lingfeng ignored it, keeping his head down as he climbed step by step. His feet were already a bloody mess, the air filled with the scent of burning flesh. Sweat evaporated as soon as it appeared, and blood dried immediately upon contact with the air, yet his eyes remained bright and filled with fighting spirit. Once, he had walked this path over the bodies of fallen soldiers. Today, he would traverse the flaming ascension path with his own flesh and blood. In the mystical Mount Kunlun, within the fiery dragon cave. Wolf Fang number 1. Throw the grenade to the left. Number 2. Aim for the eyes. Number 3 and number 4. Cover the advance and avoid its attacks. The voice of the Wolf Fang captain echoed throughout the cave. His agile movements in front of the young horned dragon showcased the combat prowess of a top-tier soldier. Amidst the rumble, the young horned dragon let out a piercing wail as its massive body crashed into the lava. The captain's hand trembled slightly on his tactical rifle, finding it hard to believe this was merely a black iron-level spirit beast. His gaze hardened. If such a creature were to reach the city, the consequences would be dire. Even if it meant sacrificing himself here, he would not let them breach this line of defense. Keep moving forward. Yi Yujun was pale, drenched in sweat, showing clear signs of dehydration. The captain hesitated, knowing that attempting to dissuade her would be futile. Suddenly, the captain looked up, his pupils constricting. Find cover. 2 elite soldiers quickly pulled Yi Yujun back. A massive spirit beast was diving down from above. A winged subdragon, a white-grade spirit beast. No need to run. This type of beast is gentle by nature and rarely attacks. The enormous wings, spanning over 10 meters, slowly folded as the giant dragon's eyes glinted with curiosity, observing the humans before it. The presence of this colossal creature left the Wolf Fang squad frozen, their backs soaked with cold sweat. If it were to suddenly attack, they would have no chance to escape. Fortunately, the winged subdragon merely paused for a moment before spreading its wings and flying away. Only then did everyone take deep breaths, their pounding hearts echoing loudly. Let's go, Yi Yujun said, her expression unchanged as she continued onward. At the base of the flaming mountain, Yi Yujun was forced back several steps by the intense heat. Looking up, she saw a small black figure struggling along the mountain path. It was Chen Lingfeng. Tears welled up, but were quickly evaporated by the heat. Chen Lingfeng was unrecognizable, his body charred, crawling forward on all fours, flames occasionally flickering on his body. The Wolf Fong members watched this determined figure in shock, scarcely believing this was within human endurance. Brother Fong, why didn't you wait a little longer? Yi Yujun's voice trembled. On the fiery mountain path, Chen Lingfeng's vision blurred, his entire body feeling as if it were being devoured by ants, his flesh and blood in tatters. Yet he never stopped, using his hands when his legs failed him, crawling forward when his arms gave out. Step by step, those at the mountain's base were numbed by his sheer willpower. That crawling figure, though tiny like an ant, seemed capable of holding up the entire sky of the Xiao Alliance. Keep going. It was all they could say. When Chen Lingfeng finally reached the last step, Yi Yujun's tears had long since dried. Brother Feng, he did it. Without relying on anyone, he made it. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. The captain of the Wolf Fong squad's eyes widened, his face changing abruptly. This is bad. Get Miss Yi out of here quickly. Two team members immediately stepped forward, supporting Yi Yujun by her arms to evacuate her. No. Yi Yujun shook her head, struggling. Her voice was weak but firm. I just need a moment to rest. In this life or the last, I can't let Brother Feng fight alone. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to sit cross-legged, and began practicing the beast taming and body strengthening technique. Meanwhile, at the final step of the flame ascend path, Chen Lingfeng was covered in wounds, his expression fierce. His fingers clung tightly to the edge of the step, muscles trembling under extreme strain, yet he continued to drag himself inch by inch up the last step. The flame ascend path is nothing, he shouted to the sky. Brothers, I did it. Before the words finished echoing, a massive inferno dragon suddenly appeared before him. Its giant eyes flashed with surprise, as if scrutinizing this unexpected guest. Chen Lingfeng recognized the creature immediately, a golden-ranked inferno dragon with dual dragon and flame attributes, boasting a training speed 5 times that of a king. It wielded 3 golden-level skills: Inferno Impact, Flame Guard, and Rampant Dragon Blaze, with the potential to evolve into the Crimson Inferno Dragon King or the Flame God Ancestor Dragon. Long time no see, old friend. Chen Lingfeng grinned, showing his last remaining white tooth. The Inferno Dragon's eyes filled with deeper confusion as it picked him up and flew deeper into the flaming mountain. A red light shield formed around them, and as they moved further in, the temperature soared. Below, the magma roared and churned like a boiling ocean, smoke and fire intertwining. The ground was riddled with cracks, spewing hot gas and occasional flames. At the heart of this hellish environment stood a massive cave, the renowned Dragon's Nest. Inside, the fire dragons lifted their heads, letting out low growls. The Inferno Dragon charged into the cave and dropped Chen Lingfeng onto the ground. Across from him lay a much larger dragon, its wings drooping weakly, its ancient head slowly turning to Chen Lingfeng. This was the Flame God Ancestor Dragon, a Quasi-Divine King class with a 10-fold training speed, mastering an array of king-level skills such as the Wrath of the Flame God, Flame Realm Barrier, and Ancestor Dragon's Flame Burst. It had reached the peak of its evolution but appeared to be on the verge of death. Fire Dragon King? Chen Lingfeng struggled to his feet, staring in shock at the aged Flame God Ancestor Dragon. He remembered not seeing it in his previous life. Human, the Flame God Ancestor Dragon's raspy voice echoed. Why have you climbed the Flame Ascend path? Chen Lingfeng met its gaze. The Dragon Clan once battled the underworld demon dragons in the southern region of the Spirit Beasts. Defeated and wounded by the combined attack of the 2 Quasi-Divine underworld dragon gods, you suffered. Today, I retrace the Flame Ascend path to find my companions and join you in fighting the demon god. Who are you? The Flame God Ancestral Dragon suddenly raised its head, its eyes, as large as houses, gleaming brightly. Its aura swept out like a landslide and tsunami, causing the surrounding flames to roar wildly. Chen Lingfeng stood tall, his gaze unwavering. I am Chen Lingfeng. I will lead thousands of spirit beasts to fight the demon god. I come from the future, blessed by the god of time, Mokarins. Mokarins. The Flame God Ancestral Dragon's voice trembled slightly. You actually received its blessing. As it spoke, it suddenly closed its eyes, releasing a terrifying pressure directly at Chen Lingfeng. The immense pressure caused Chen Lingfeng to spit out a mouthful of blood, yet he stood firm, his gaze resolute. The scent of time. Mokarins has taken that step. The Flame God Ancestral Dragon rumbled. Kid, tell me, the final battle, did we? Chen Lingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. Did we lose? Damn beasts, damn demon god. The Flame God Ancestral Dragon roared to the sky, and endless flames instantly turned the sky crimson. Feeling their leader's fury, all the fire dragons raised their heads, letting out earth-shattering roars. At the foot of the flame mountain, Yi Yujun and the others around her, including Langia, were struck with fear by the terrifying aura. A pure white light flashed over Yi Yujun, and she suddenly opened her eyes. When the fire dragons are enraged, they scorch the land for miles. Foam, you must succeed. Chen Lingfeng calmly looked at the flame god ancestral dragon. Failure was in the past life. Now, your king has returned. At that moment, the flame god ancestral dragon was stunned. Although the boy before it was merely of black iron rank, his commanding presence reminded it of the shadow of a true deity. Ha ha ha, good. The flame god ancestral dragon laughed heartily. Since Mokarins has placed its bet on you, why shouldn't I, the fire dragon king, do the same? Catch this. Before the words finished, a pillar of flame shot out from the flame god ancestral dragon's back, within which levitated a spirit beast egg engraved with mysterious patterns. Chen Lingfeng eagerly extended his hands, and the spirit beast egg flew into his embrace, bringing not a sensation of burning, but warmth that eased his pain. Kid, you're too weak now. Hatch it right here. Chen Lingfeng gazed at the spirit beast egg in his arms, a smile breaking through his soot-covered face. Partner, we meet again. With that, he bit his finger and drew a contract rune on the egg. Contract complete. In an instant, the world changed color. Endless fiery power swirled into a vortex, madly pouring into the spirit beast egg. The spectacle alarmed the entire dragon lair, prompting all spirit beasts to howl to the heavens. The spirit beast egg slowly ascended, greedily absorbing the fiery power of the universe. Still not enough. The flame god ancestral dragon's eyes flickered with resolve as it raised its aura to the peak, spitting out a stream of golden essence blood that drenched the spirit beast egg. The surrounding fire dragons roared anxiously, but were silenced with a wave of the ancestral dragon's wings. The golden dragon blood flashed before Chen Lingfeng's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. The appearance of two divine treasures left everyone present holding their breath. The first was a crystal-clear drop of blood, slowly rotating in the air and emanating an awe-inspiring pressure. This was the heart's blood of a fallen true dragon, containing the essence of its entire Lithia treasure capable of elevating dragon lineage to a divine level. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the flame god ancestral dragon opened its mouth again. A fist-sized bead floated out, its fiery red glow illuminating the entire cave. This was the sacred fire dragon pearl of the fire dragon clan, capable of doubling cultivation speed. For those with a near-divine 10-fold cultivation speed, this meant an astounding 20-fold increase. However, the joy was fleeting, as Chen Lingfeng keenly sensed something amiss. Looking up, he noticed the flame god ancestral dragon's life force rapidly waning. The surrounding fire dragons let out mournful cries, shaking the entire fire dragon cave. It turned out these two divine treasures were the foundation of the fire dragon king's life. Handing them over meant a final farewell. Chen Lingfeng then understood why he hadn't encountered these divine items in his previous life. He had arrived too late, and the fire dragon king had already perished on the battlefield. Flame god ancestral dragon, you actually... Chen Lingfeng's voice was low, his eyes filled with complexity. Haha, boy, the flame god ancestral dragon's voice, though weak, remained bold. These are gifts for future generations, none of your concern. Go, fight in this perilous world, lead my fire dragon clan, defeat the demon gods, reclaim. As the final word homeland fell, the entire fire dragon cave was engulfed in sorrow. The wailing of fire dragons and drakes echoed, and scarlet raindrops fell from the cave's ceiling. Chen Lingfeng bowed deeply to the flame god ancestral dragon. Fire dragon king, I will ensure the fire dragon clan returns to the pinnacle of the heavens, sending you off with the blood of beasts. At that moment, the spirit beast egg in midair shone brightly, and cracks appeared on the shell. All the fire dragons snapped out of their sorrow, turning their gaze toward it. A tender yet commanding dragon roar resounded as a small fiery dragon hatched. The scattered flames coalesced into the flame god ancestral dragon's spectral image, overlooking the cave. The little creature lifted its round nose to sniff the air, then suddenly flapped its short wings and leapt into Chen Lingfeng's arms. Chen Lingfeng stroked its warm head, a smile forming on his lips. Flame god ancestral dragon, we meet again. To be honest, you were much cuter and more obedient when you were young. This fiery hatchling was covered in bright red scales, edged with golden hues, and its round eyes sparkled like burning jewels. It inherited a divine 40-fold cultivation speed and possessed skills like small fireball and flame shield, as well as divine skills like explosive inferno star. In the future, it had the potential to evolve into a lava fire dragon, a scorching sky dragon, or a fierce blaze dragon. Holding this small life, Chen Lingfeng was filled with boundless ambition. In this life, let's once again battle the beasts and flatten the demon realm. In the Grand Xia Alliance, as the first rays of dawn touched the earth, countless internet users rubbed their sleepy eyes, staring in disbelief at their phone screens. Kunlun's sacred mountain appears. A fire dragon soars. An immortal undergoes tribulation, a towering pillar of fire. Jimmu City under emergency lockdown. These shocking headlines flooded in like a tide, challenging everyone's understanding. Spiritual energy resurgence. Is this not a dream? The fire dragon descends. A mythical beast appears. This is my chance, my chance. Yi Aoyan's opportunity has come. The Kunlun immortal mountain must have relics. No one can stop me. Speculation buzzed across the internet. The savvy ones had already taken action tickets to Jimmu City, whether by plane, high-speed train, or bus, were snapped up in an instant. On the horizon, the silver-white Dragon 1 streaked across the sky, followed by 5 escort jets in formation. Inside the cabin, Chen Lingfeng rested with his eyes closed, his charred combat suit unable to hide his imposing figure. Yi Yujun sat quietly beside him, her eyes filled with tender affection. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Lingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. I didn't expect to see you so youthful again. Yi Yujun gazed into his eyes, recalling the young man who had once shattered the head of a king-level magical beast with his bare hands. Instead of reminiscing, let's think about the plan ahead. The people of the Zijin Pavilion are waiting for us, Chen Lingfeng said seriously. At that moment, in the hall of the Zijin Pavilion, the high-level officials of various departments had been waiting all night. Grand Elder, should we control the information about Kunlun Mountain? The head of the information department stood up, his voice laced with anxiety. It's better to block it. Foreign forces are eager to act, suggested the head of security, frowning. No need. General Yitsong's voice resonated through the hall. Time is pressing, and it's better for the public to adapt early. The Grand Elder raised his hand to signal for silence, and then asked, Has Yi Yujun found Chen Lingfeng? On their way back, they can arrive at any moment. The head of the information department responded excitedly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the roar of Dragon 1 approached from afar. As the doors of the hall opened, a beam of light perfectly outlined a tall silhouette. Chen Lingfeng stepped in with measured strides, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the spacious hall. He stopped in the center and saluted the Grand Elder. Looking at the once white-haired, withered elder before him, Chen Lingfeng's eyes flickered slightly. The barrier to the secret realm has been broken, and magical beasts are about to invade the human world. A decade had passed like a knife carving deep lines of hardship on the Grand Elder, who eventually fell with the purple gold pavilion. Now reunited, Chen Lingfeng looked at the familiar old man before him, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Grand Elder, it's been a long time. The crowd finally saw Chen Lingfeng's true form-sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding resilience. Despite his tattered clothes, he carried an imposing presence like a towering mountain. Good, very good. The Grand Elder's eyes sparkled. Take a seat. Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly, and naturally sat beside the Grand Elder. This scene caused a few of the domain leaders to frown, unaware that in a past life, only Chen Lingfeng was worthy of that seat. Chen Lingfeng, may I ask, are you? He smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, I've returned from 10 years in the future too. This declaration sent a ripple through the room, and everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Chen Lingfeng, one of the domain leaders, spoke up. The incident at Kunlun Mountain yesterday has already spread online. Should we intercept it? There's no need. Chen Lingfeng firmly replied. In less than 5 years, the secret realm of spirit beasts will emerge. In our past life, our ignorance of spirit beasts led to a prolonged war. In the end, the demon beasts invaded, and both humans and spirit beasts faced catastrophe. This time, we must educate the public about spirit beasts in advance to achieve harmony between humans and beasts. But could there be unforeseen consequences? The security chief still had reservations. Chen Lingfeng suddenly exuded a powerful aura. Even if there are surprises, this is imperative. Below, Yi Yujun watched intently, thinking to herself, the god of beast taming has finally returned. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, agreeing with Chen Lingfeng's perspective. Then, how do we resist the demon beast invasion? This was the question on everyone's mind. Spread knowledge of spirit beasts, build ironclad defensive fortresses, and prepare for the worst. Chen Lingfeng declared firmly. Spread knowledge of spirit beasts. The information chief frowned. But isn't it still 5 years until they emerge? Have you all forgotten yesterday's Kunlun fire dragon? Chen Lingfeng countered, causing an uproar. If we truly wait 5 years, how do we explain yesterday's fire dragon? I have a way to open the secret realm ahead of time, and will compile a spirit beast compendium. As for the detailed education plan, it requires thorough discussion. Additionally, I will establish a beast taming academy to train strong individuals in advance. This was a well-considered decision after his rebirth. Beast Taming Academy? Training strong individuals. The domain leaders exchanged glances, and the Grand Elder's eyes shone brightly. This proposal is excellent. Instead of waiting for fate to come, we should take control of it. The Grand Elder stood up, his voice resonating. Chen Lingfeng, I hereby appoint you as the master of the Beast Taming Alliance, the guardian of DaXia, the god of beast taming, and the head of the Beast Taming Academy. The entire alliance will fully support the Beast Taming Academy and clear the path for all your actions. The appointment echoed with authority, and the scene erupted. Thus, the god of beast taming returned, and the Beast Taming Academy was officially established. In the purple gold pavilion, Chen Lingfeng sat confidently at the head of the table, his gaze calm and authoritative, as if this position was destined for him. Unlike in his past life, he now carried the title of Dean of the Beast Taming Academy, which added to his imposing presence. Information Department, he commanded with a firm voice. Block all external investigations and cut off all outside communication. Security Department. Repatriate all personnel from outside the alliance, and do it quickly. Foreign Affairs Department. Recall all personnel abroad within a month, no exceptions. These orders, akin to a policy of isolationism, caused a stir in the hall. Some murmured with doubt. Isn't Chen Lingfeng being too radical? Won't this affect our upcoming plans? Chen Lingfeng abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the skeptics. They felt an invisible pressure, as if facing a formidable deity, making it hard to breathe. Now my words are orders. His voice was icy. You call me radical? Do you know what those outside the alliance were doing while we fought on the front lines? They were trying to divert disaster, plotting to unleash beasts upon our great Xia. In that battle, we lost 380,000 soldiers. The number 380,000 pierced the hearts of everyone present like a sharp blade. The doubters trembled, their eyes filled with complexity. General Yi Tsang of the North slammed the table in anger, his voice shaking with fury. 380,000 soldiers. Those damn scoundrels. Grand Elder, I request to go to war. The Grand Elder's expression was grim as he looked at Chen Lingfeng. There's no need. Chen Lingfeng replied coldly. They're just clowns. When the beasts invade, they'll be the first to fall. He continued. Once these steps are completed, I will promote the foundational chapter of the beast taming body refinement technique, so that everyone in Xia can be as strong as dragons. The beast taming body refinement technique. The crowd was puzzled. Yi Yujun stood up to explain. This is a cultivation technique conceptualized by the Dark Element King Imo Shaochuan and perfected by Brother Feng. It not only strengthens the body and prolongs life, but also complements spiritual beasts. The revelation caused an uproar. Such a technique was a national treasure, more valuable than an aircraft carrier. General Imo Qingtian of the South twitched. Yi, you're talking about Imo Shaochuan. Yes, it's the general's troublesome son. Yi Yujun laughed. Well. Imo Qingtian was both surprised and delighted. When did that boy gain such skills? Yi Yujun covered her mouth, chuckling. Ahem, General Imo, your son awakened after witnessing you being torn apart by beasts. This comment prompted chuckles from several leaders, unable to contain their amusement. Are you trying to get that kid killed again? Imo Qingtian hadn't finished speaking when Chen Lingfeng gave him a slight glance, a faint smile playing on his lips as he slowly raised his hand. To the Education Department, I'll provide you with the basic edition of the beast training and body refining technique in advance. You can decide on the timing and scope of its rollout, Chen Lingfeng said as he turned to the representative of the Education Department. Then, shifting his gaze to the head of construction, he added, Construction Department, I have a task for you. Build a 200-kilometer-long steel coastal line from the Demon City to Wei City, 20 meters high and 10 meters wide. The head of construction turned pale at the words. 1,200 kilometers? At that scale, we don't have enough steel reserves in the country. It would take at least 10 years to complete. It must be completed within 2 years, Chen Lingfeng stated firmly. I'll provide you with the blueprints later. This is non-negotiable and requires the combined efforts of the entire nation. The head of construction looked to the Grand Elder for support. The Grand Elder hesitated before asking, Dean Chen, why is this necessary? In 5 years, magical beasts will launch their first wave of invasion from the southeastern coastline. At that time, we will be unprepared, resulting in the loss of tens of millions of lives. Chen Lingfeng's voice was grave, sending a chill through everyone present. We must build it, the Grand Elder decided immediately. All other infrastructure projects across the alliance will be halted to prioritize the construction of the steel coastal line. The head of construction said with a wry smile. Grand Elder, Dean Chen, even if we stop all other projects, our steel reserves are still far from sufficient. I will solve the steel problem, Chen Lingfeng said with a penetrating gaze, causing a stir among the attendees. Next, Chen Lingfeng continued. Each of the 4 major military districts east, south, west, and north will recruit 1 million soldiers. This command was like a bombshell, leaving everyone present in shock. Yi Tsang frowned and said, For million new recruits? Adding to the current 600,000 active soldiers, the total will reach 10 million. Isn't that too large? Yi Yujun said with a serious expression, Father, it's necessary. Do you know how many soldiers we'll actually have in 5 years? 36 million. This figure once again stunned everyone. The Grand Elder finally decided. We'll proceed according to Dean Chen's requirements. as Chen Lingfeng issued one astonishing order after another. Everyone present realized that from this day forward, the entire world would be irrevocably changed because of this man. The Grand Hall of the Purple Gold Pavilion was brightly lit, as the conference that would shape the future stretched on for an entire day and night. The expressions of the assembled leaders were grave. They clearly understood that the world was on the brink of monumental change. The final agenda of the meeting was to decide the location for the Beast Taming Academy, the sacred Mount Kunlun. Once the current round of college entrance exams concluded, the academy would begin its official enrollment. Chen Lingfeng pondered silently, knowing that since he had been favored by the Fire Dragon King, he must treat the Fire Dragon clan well. It was both a responsibility and a promise. After the meeting adjourned, the high-ranking officials left in haste. Chen Lingfeng wasted no time and headed straight to the Office of Construction, followed by Yi Yujun, who moved with the efficiency of a dedicated secretary. Old friend, export the blueprint for the steel coastline. Chen Lingfeng thought to himself as he opened his laptop. The system promptly responded. Steel coastline blueprint successfully exported. Director of Construction, please review this blueprint to see if we can shorten the construction period, Chen Lingfeng said, handing over the laptop. The Director of Construction sat at the desk, brows furrowed. Two massive projects loomed ahead. The Beast Taming Academy on Mount Kunlun had only 2 months left for its construction, and the 200-kilometer steel coastline required 2 years. It seemed like an impossible task. However, as he took the laptop and saw the intricate blueprints on the screen, his eyes lit up. Whose ingenious concept is this? The innovative application of kinetic systems and the breakthrough in steel hardness could at least have the construction time. May I ask, Director Chen, who is this genius designer? Could you introduce me? The Director of Construction asked excitedly. Yi Yujun couldn't help but laugh. Director, this genius is actually you. These are your concepts from 3 years into the future, including the proposal for the steel coastline. Me? The Director of Construction pointed to himself in disbelief. Indeed, Chen Lingfeng praised sincerely. Who else but you could come up with such groundbreaking ideas? Then, was the steel coastline eventually completed? The Director of Construction asked cautiously. Chen Lingfeng and Yi Yujun remained silent. The Director of Construction trembled slightly but quickly resolved. No matter, in this lifetime, I will ensure the steel coastline is successfully built. Thank you, Director, Chen Lingfeng said. Our immediate priority is to complete the Beast Taming Academy. I will look for a special medal that should further reduce construction time. With that, he turned and left. The Beast Taming Alliance office had already been established. Chen Lingfeng sat in a large office chair, with Yi Yujun standing by, ready for instructions. Brother Foam, what should I do next? Recall the 5 great kings and the 10 battle generals. You should be familiar with their profiles. Yes. Yi Yujun swiftly turned and left. On that day, the DaXia Alliance issued 3 groundbreaking announcements. The Department of Foreign Affairs ordered the evacuation of overseas citizens, requiring all personnel to return within a month. The Department of Defense began large-scale recruitment, enlisting 1 million people in each of the 4 military regions. The Department of Education announced that from the next semester, elementary and secondary schools would introduce comprehensive courses on spiritual beasts. These measures caused a stir within the alliance, and the public speculated. Recruitment, evacuation, are we on the brink of war? The call for 1 million troops. This explosive news caused a stir worldwide. The international community was in uproar. The United States immediately issued a diplomatic ultimatum, demanding to investigate the intentions of the DaXia Alliance. The United Kingdom's Foreign Office urgently dialed in to inquire. Even Japan was on edge, fearing this might be an action targeted at them. In no time, the communication lines of the DaXia Alliance's Ministry of Foreign Affairs were overwhelmed with diplomatic requests from various countries. In response to these inquiries, the Grand Elder issued a brief but powerful statement. Internal affairs, unrelated to external parties. This firm stance shocked the Western Alliance, leaving many countries in silence. Meanwhile, the introduction of the spiritual beast popularization course drew even more attention. Students were instantly thrilled, speculating whether it would be like in games where they could capture and train pets. The education department finally did something good. They eagerly awaited the next semester. On the streets of the southern region's Magic City, a car chase was unfolding. A McLaren sped ahead, with a spirited young man, Mo Xiaochuan, with blonde hair and earrings, leaning out the window, while 3 Ferraris followed closely behind. Huh, can't catch me, fools. Mo Xiaochuan taunted, gesturing arrogantly, unaware of the security blockade ahead. When his car's tires were punctured by the road spikes and crashed into sandbags, he was still shouting, "Who dare stop me? Do you know who my father is?" Before he could finish, a commanding figure stepped out of the security vehicle. Mo Xiaochuan's face turned pale. "Fa, father?" Slap. A loud slap landed on Mo Xiaochuan's face. Mo Qingtian said disdainfully, "Is this the level of a dark king? You're a disgrace to me. Come with me." Meanwhile, in an office of a tech company in Jiangxing, programmers were busily working. Suddenly, An employee sitting by the window exclaimed, "Look, there are security vehicles all over downstairs." Heavily armed security personnel quickly stormed into the office. Facing the trembling boss, the team leader got straight to the point. "Where's Han Yudong?" All eyes instantly turned to a dazed young man. "It's you? Come with us," the security personnel said sternly. In an office adjacent to the Zijin Hall, within the Beast Alliance office, Chen Lingfeng was diligently writing at his desk, surrounded by numerous plans concerning the popularization of spirit beasts. "Knock knock, come in." Yi Yujun, tall and poised, strode in confidently. "Brother Feng, the 5 kings and 10 generals are all in place and are currently waiting in the Zijin Hall." Inside the Zijin Hall, 14 individuals from various industries were exchanging glances. Among them were impeccably dressed professionals, shirtless workers, bespectacled programmers, refined teachers, and dusty construction foremen. "Is this really the Zijin Hall? It's my first time here," a worker exclaimed, looking around curiously. Next to him, Mo Xiaochuan, with a clear handprint on his face, snorted disdainfully. "Uncultured. What else could this be if not the Zijin Hall? Have you been here before? Can you tell me what I should be aware of?" the worker asked eagerly. Mo Xiaochuan's expression froze momentarily before he arrogantly turned his head away. "Humph, I won't waste my breath on a mere laborer." At that moment, footsteps approached. Chen Lingfeng entered with Yi Yujun, calmly taking the 4th seat. "Silence." Chen Lingfeng surveyed the group. "I know you have questions, and I will address them all." "Who do you think you are, kid?" Mo Xiaochuan sneered, seeing Chen Lingfeng's young age, and became increasingly arrogant. Chen Lingfeng smiled slightly without responding, merely waving his hand. A resonant dragon's roar echoed as a fiery red juvenile dragon soared into the air, circling above his head. The spectacle left everyone in the room astounded. "A dragon? Is there really a dragon in this world?" they exclaimed. Mo Xiaochuan stood frozen for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. "How much? I want to buy it." The juvenile dragon grinned and released a small fireball that exploded in front of Mo Xiaochuan, leaving him charred and blackened. "Can you listen quietly now?" Chen Lingfeng spoke calmly. "I am the guardian of DaXia, the leader of the Beast Alliance, and the head of the Beast Academy. This is a spirit beast, powerful enough to destroy worlds. You have been chosen as warriors to receive the first batch of spirit beast contracts." Everyone recalled the announcement from the DaXia Alliance. In 5 years, spirit beasts would descend globally, and a great battle was imminent. "I'm just a laborer, can I really do this?" the worker asked nervously. "Ha ha, I, Mo Xiaochuan, truly am favored by the heavens." Mo Xiaochuan laughed triumphantly. "Silence." Yi Yujun frowned, her cold voice resonating powerfully throughout the Zijin Hall. In an instant, an invisible pressure descended upon the room like a mountain, causing everyone to fall silent. The hall was utterly quiet, and the air seemed to freeze. Chen Lingfeng, with a grave expression, gestured for the system to play the footage. The large screen displayed a suffocating future battlefield. Atop blood-stained walls, countless soldiers shouted desperate vows like, "We can't let them advance, and we'll perish together with them." One warrior, eyes bloodshot, gripped his weapon tightly and yelled hoarsely, "Damn beasts! I won't let you take one more step. My wife is right behind me." Outside the walls, dense hordes of monsters roared wildly, their skills weaving a web of death in the air. Human warriors fought back valiantly with their weapons, yet they continued to fall in this lopsided battle, staining every inch of the walls with blood. The audience in the hall was stunned. Someone, voice trembling, asked, "Are these spirit beasts? How can they be so ferocious? This must be a movie, right?" Chen Lingfeng swept his gaze coldly across the crowd, his voice devoid of emotion. "These are not spirit beasts, but bloodthirsty monsters. This is not a movie, but a real image from 5 years in the future. Even more terrifying, in 10 years, humanity will face extinction. Do you still think this is something to be relieved about?" He articulated each word, his gaze resting on each face. "Now, it's time for you to make a choice: shed blood for DaXia, or continue being ordinary people, cherishing the last moments of peace." The 14 individuals exchanged glances, the brutal scenes of human demise on the screen plunging them into deep thought. The hall remained suffocatingly silent until... Scared? Huh. Mo Xiaochuan suddenly burst into laughter, standing proudly. "I don't know what fear is. These spirit beasts look so cool. Not forming a pact is just not my style. Din Shun, I'm willing to fight for DaXia. That's what truly rocks." With a leader stepping forward, others quickly followed suit. An old farmer said earnestly, "I'm willing to. Sacrificing for DaXia isn't something to leave to the young ones. Better to fight than wait for death in despair." "Sir, I'm not good with words, but I'm in. I'm in too." Looking at these future 5 great kings and 10 war generals, a trace of comfort flickered in Chen Lingfeng's eyes. He knew that without their sincere dedication to the alliance, they couldn't have achieved such great fame in the past life. "Man can conquer nature," Chen Lingfeng stated firmly, his eyes full of confidence in the future. In the Zijin Hall, Chen Lingfeng was leading a group in practicing the beast mastery body technique. 15 people were gathered in a circle. Even the usually solitary Yi Yujun had joined them. Chen Lingfeng took out his phone and called the chief instructor of Langya. Wolf King, send 5 instructors over immediately for combat skills training. Yes, came the crisp response from the other end. Chen Lingfeng put away his phone and looked around at the group. While the beast mastery body technique is excellent for strengthening the body, without solid combat skills, even the strongest physique is in vain. At the same time, the 4 major corps began a widespread promotion of the beast mastery body technique. Soldiers held the booklet, which resembled a martial arts manual, looking at each other in bewilderment. The officers immediately barked orders. What are you looking at, you brats? Train seriously. Whoever masters the beast power first will be heavily rewarded. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Driven by their inherent obedience, a training craze swept through the 4 military districts. 3 days later, under the hellish training of the Langya instructors, the 5 kings and 10 generals had begun to grasp the basics, faintly sensing the presence of beast power within them. Meanwhile, Chen Lingfeng had already progressed significantly at the black iron level. Haha, I can feel the beast power. Mo Xiaochuan exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist. This power is incredible. I feel like I could punch a bull to the ground. The nearby Langya instructor looked at him coldly. Mo Xiaochuan immediately backed down. Instructor, let's call it a day. At this moment, Chen Lingfeng gathered his aura and stood up. Wolf King, come spar with me. The resilient middle-aged man frowned upon hearing this. Director, it's not appropriate. No worries, it's a good chance to test my strength, Chen Lingfeng said, rolling up his sleeves and walking to the center of the hall. The other 14 were instantly energized, especially Mo Xiaochuan, who was already thinking about how to mock Chen Lingfeng afterward. Yes, the Wolf King no longer hesitated, standing firm and exuding a fierce killing intent. Chen Lingfeng, however, appeared calm and unguarded, making the Wolf King wary. Come. The Wolf King growled lowly, moving like lightning, closing in on Chen Lingfeng with a fierce uppercut aimed at his chin. So fast, everyone exclaimed, as this speed was beyond their reaction limits. Both speed and attack are still not fast enough, Chen Lingfeng said calmly, sidestepping the attack effortlessly and lightly tapping the Wolf King's back. Impossible. The Wolf King's pupils contracted as he quickly turned around. The ensuing exchange was seamless, their figures intertwining as fast as phantoms. The crowd watched, dazzled by the display of Chen Lingfeng's strength. Ultimately, the Wolf King was subdued on the ground, his face full of disbelief. That's enough. Chen Lingfeng clapped his hands. Assemble 500 people to move with me. Yes. The Wolf King gave Chen Lingfeng a deep look before turning to gather the personnel. You 15, come with me as well. Soon, 5 Longting 1 aircraft took off from Zijin Pavilion, heading straight for Luogang City in the northern region. Upon receiving the order, the Lord of Luogang City immediately sealed off the largest mine. On this day, the mine suddenly announced a full dismissal of its workers. The security personnel had surrounded the entire site, maintaining a tight watch. The workers were abuzz with speculation, some guessing that someone might have fallen into the mine, but such a large-scale security presence clearly indicated it was no minor incident. Lord Luogang stood in the center of the mine, his face anxious as he continually wiped the sweat from his forehead. The sky echoed with a whirring sound as 5 Longting 1 fighter jets descended slowly. As the doors opened, 500 uniformed soldiers from the Wolfang Legion emerged in a single file, their Longting assault rifles all pointed directly at the Lord. Luogang's knees buckled, barely able to remain standing. As the ruler of the city, he had never witnessed such a display, let alone faced the fearsome elite of the Wolfang. Sir, the mine has been cleared. One subordinate hurried forward to report. Excellent, a steady voice responded. Acquire the entire mine. This will become a military-controlled zone. Chen Lingfeng stepped forward, followed by the 5 great kings and 10 battle generals. Yi Yujun quickly caught up, looking concerned. Brother Feng, are you planning to open the Golden Armor City's secret realm? While the steel produced by the gold-devouring beasts is indeed valuable, there are silver-level spirit beasts there. Chen Lingfeng didn't reply directly. Instead, he approached a specific spot, his hands moving swiftly in a series of seals, channeling his beast-taming power like a tide. Golden Armor City's secret realm, open for me. With a low shout, a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire horizon. The security personnel outside and Lord Luogang stared in disbelief at the spectacle. Is this a celestial phenomenon? Could it be true that spirit beasts are invading? The 14 accompanying personnel were equally astounded, witnessing such a scene for the first time. Let's go, Chen Lingfeng reminded. Be cautious, though the spirit beasts here are generally docile, a cornered beast will fight back. With that, he entered the secret realm first, with Yi Yujun close behind. The other 14 exchanged glances and, steeling themselves, followed suit. The sight within the secret realm left everyone in awe. Under a golden sky lay a silver expanse of land, where iron trees bore strange flowers. In the distance, a giant golden porcupine ambled leisurely, its golden spines glittering in the sunlight. This was a pure metal element secret realm, where everything from the vegetation to the spirit beasts exuded a rich metallic essence. Various spirit beasts roamed freely across the vast land, the most striking being the golden porcupine, a black iron-level spirit beast with a cultivation speed twice that of bronze. Though small in stature, these creatures were covered in golden spines, moving slowly but curling into a ball when threatened, turning their metallic spines into a natural defense. These spirit beasts possessed two black iron quality skills, spine shooting and spine defense, with the potential to evolve into the bronze-tier golden armor battle spine. Chen Lingfeng's gaze lingered on the golden porcupine for just a second before he was completely captivated by a plump little golden creature in the corner. This spirit beast, known as the gold-eating beast, lay lazily on the ground. It was round and chubby, covered in a layer of shiny golden scales. Its short, thick limbs, large mouth, and pair of gem-like golden eyes gave it an adorably clumsy appearance. Although it only had black iron potential with a bronze-level training speed, its white-grade skills of gold bite and gold source conversion were quite practical. The most enticing feature was that once fed, it could effortlessly produce half a ton of high-quality metal daily. Wolf King, do you see that silly creature? Chen Lingfeng pointed at the gold-eating beast. I see it. Capture all the gold-eating beasts for me. We'll have the construction bureau contract them later. Yes. The Wolf King responded, charging forward with a punch aimed directly at the gold-eating beast munching on the ground. Clang! A loud noise echoed as the Wolf King's fist was met with a trembling shock. Although the gold-eating beast is only black iron grade, don't underestimate its defense, Yi Yujun cautioned, circling around to hit another gold-eating beast precisely on the chin. The struck gold-eating beast whimpered, its flailing and tooth-bearing antics only making it more endearing. But Yi Yujun showed no mercy, swiftly knocking it to the ground with a series of punches. Her clean and efficient fighting style impressed the Wolf King, who then quickened his attack pace. Other members of the Wolf Fang unit each found their targets, quickly subduing the dozen or so gold-eating beasts. The remaining 14 members looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. Come with me. These spirit beasts aren't suitable for you, Chen Lingfeng instructed, leading the remaining group onward. A blazing young dragon flitted joyfully by his side, firing small fireballs at any spirit beast it found disagreeable. Before long, a steel fortress appeared before them. This towering structure, rising several meters high, was more a nest for gold-armored beetles than a fortress. The walls were densely covered with these small, shiny-shelled beetles, their hard, golden exteriors gleaming in the sunlight as if made of pure gold. These black iron-grade spirit beasts not only possessed white-grade skills like gold flash impact and gold armor defense, but were also quick movers, curling into a ball when threatened. Brings back memories, Yi Yujun remarked nostalgically beside Chen Lingfeng. Back then, we bombarded this gold armor nest for 3 days and nights just to breach it. The gold-armored beetles have decent defense. If anyone's interested, you can contract them yourselves, Chen Lingfeng said, scanning the group. If you prefer other spirit beasts, search the area. Your only task today is to contract one spirit beast. With that, he headed straight for the gold armor nest, with Yi Yujun following closely. The group exchanged glances. Are we supposed to contract these beetles? 14 people exchanged glances, and someone broke the silence first. No way. Who wants a contract with a bug? I just saw a metal giant. Now that's what I call cool. A metal wolf. I have my eye on a metal wolf. It's like it was made just for me. Before anyone could say more, the group eagerly scattered, each searching for their ideal spirit beast. Only Yi Yujun remained in place, frowning as he looked at Chen Lingfeng. Foam, isn't it too dangerous to enter the armored nest now? We have to get the spirit stone. Chen Lingfeng replied firmly, as he directed the flame dragon hatchling to attack a hole in the nest where armored bugs were located. This spirit stone was a treasure accidentally discovered by the Research Academy 5 years later, unique in its ability to assess beast tamers' aptitude, and had become an essential tool for exams in the previous life. Boom. Even though the flame dragon hatchling was only at the black iron level, its god-level potential allowed it to easily kill an armored bug with a simple fireball spell. However, the attack also alerted the surrounding bugs, which angrily flapped their short wings and charged at the two. Flame shield. In an instant, the flame dragon hatchling was enveloped in dazzling flames, forming a massive fireball. The bugs that touched the shield let out piercing cries. The hatchling then launched a barrage of small fireballs, blasting a gap in the armored nest. Unexpectedly, the inside of the nest was not dark and damp as one might imagine. Instead, the metallic walls reflected a bright golden light. The armored spirit bugs inside were methodically transporting food. The flame dragon hatchling attacked again, but this time faced a tougher opponent. The bronze-level armored spirit bug was not something it could easily defeat. This enraged the little creature, and it let out a furious cry, frantically releasing small fireballs. Foam, there might be a silver-level queen bug ahead. Should we call for support from the Wolf Fang Legion? Yi Yujun asked worriedly. Chen Lingfeng shook his head. No need. The flame dragon hatchling is about to break through. Sure enough, the flame dragon hatchling fought fiercely with the armored spirit bug, even resorting to biting with its sharp teeth while wildly firing small fireballs. Eventually, after great effort, it managed to defeat its opponent. Suddenly, it was engulfed in intense flames, and a few minutes later, a more powerful aura spread out. It had successfully advanced to the bronze level. This was the terrifying potential of god-level aptitude. Simultaneously, a strong beast-taming force emanated from the flame dragon hatchling, boosting Chen Lingfeng's own presence. Yi Yujun stared in amazement at the noticeably larger flame dragon hatchling, feeling the powerful aura it emitted, and turned to Chen Lingfeng. Foam, you only formed a contract a few days ago, right? Could it be? Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly, calmly saying, you're right. The flame dragon hatchling, god-level aptitude. The largest mine in Luogang City is currently surrounded by the city's security forces. A perimeter has been established 1 kilometer away, with heavily armed members vigilantly monitoring every movement in the area. The Lord of Luogang City remains on site, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The orders from the Zijin Pavilion and the looming threat of the Wolf Fang Corps weigh heavily on him. Suddenly, the deafening roar of fighter jets tears through the sky, causing his heart to skip a beat. Looking up, he sees 3 more Longting 1 fighter jets descending. Oh my! The Lord of Luogang City mutters to himself, quickly stepping forward to respectfully await the landing of the jets. The chief of the construction bureau disembarks, escorted by an elite team of warriors, leaving the city lord wide-eyed in astonishment. Chief, you're here in person. Before he can finish, the chief briskly pushes past him, striding toward the dark portal in the center of the mine. Gazing at the entrance, which appears to lead to a secret realm, the chief's hands tremble slightly, eyes shimmering with disbelief. At that moment, the Wolf King emerges from the entrance, followed by members of the Wolf Fang Corps carrying the gold-devouring beast. Chief, this is a gift from Dean Shun, the Wolf King says, presenting a piece of special metal with a dark golden sheen. The chief of the construction bureau carefully examines the metal, repeatedly inspecting it. Neither gold nor iron. In his excitement, he disregards the setting and immediately begins testing it with equipment. After a brief explanation, the Wolf King leads his team back into the secret realm, leaving a group of researchers from the construction bureau eyeing the gold-devouring beast with envy. Chief, I've been loyal for years. This gold-devouring beast suits me best. The researchers clamor to express their claims, nearly coming to blows until the chief commands. Transport everything back to the construction bureau and distribute as needed. Order is restored as the chief turns, using his beast-controlling power to calm the gold-devouring beast. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of Gold Armor City, Chen Lingfeng contentedly strokes the head of a young blazing dragon. This dragon, with its god-level potential, not only boasts an astonishing 40-fold training speed, but also wields several bronze-level skills, such as small fireballs and a flame shield, and has mastered the formidable dragon flame claw. Its growth potential is promising, with the possibility of evolving into a lava dragon, a scorching sky flame dragon, or a fierce fire dragon. Let's go face the golden armor queen beetle. As Chen Lingfeng's voice echoed, the young flame dragon displayed astonishing combat prowess. The nearby golden armored spirit insects were no match for it. Each fireball spell sent them flying, followed by a lethal strike from its fiery claws, all executed with seamless fluidity. Chen Lingfeng leisurely followed behind, maintaining a gap of less than a meter from Yi Yujun. Are there any spirit beasts here that you fancy? He inquired, turning his head. Yi Yujun shot him a playful glance. Foam, have you forgotten my nickname? I prefer wind-based ones. After passing through an opening, they suddenly found themselves facing a massive pit. There, a colossal golden armor queen beetle lay quietly. Golden armor queen beetle. Type, spirit beast. Attribute, metal. Level, silver. Potential, golden, for X training speed. Evolution, blue grade supreme. Skills, golden light piercing silver, diamond shield wall silver, breeding gold nest silver. Evolution path, purple gold empress purple grade, holy gold queen purple grade. The golden armor queen beetle resembled a small fortress, its enormous body enveloped by 3 evolutionary light rings. Its thick golden shell gleamed coldly, while the antennae on its head deftly sensed the surroundings. Countless small golden beetles clung to it, continuously absorbing nutrients. The queen beetle's antennae twitched lightly as its bulky body slowly turned, its small eyes fixed intently on the young flame dragon. Despite appearing like a mere toy in front of the giant creature, the flame dragon fearlessly raised its head and let out a defiant roar. Simple, no fear. Continuous fireball spell. Chen Lingfeng calmly commanded. Instantly, The flame dragon erupted with intense flames, launching a series of fireballs like rockets at the queen beetle. However, after the barrage of bang 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 impacts, the scales on the queen beetle remained unscathed. Foam, this golden armor queen beetle's defense is formidable. The flame dragon can't break through it. Yi Yujun expressed her concern. Chen Lingfeng's expression remained composed. The enraged queen beetle unleashed golden light that transformed into swords, striking directly at the flame dragon. Dodge! Flame burst meteor. Chen Lingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. The flame dragon leaped into the air, evading the attack, and its entire body flared up with fire. With a roar imbued with dragon might, the surroundings trembled. Amid the rumbling noise, terrifying energy erupted from the flame dragon, causing the temperature in the pit to soar. Countless burning meteors appeared from nowhere, crashing down toward the queen beetle with earth-shattering force. The breathtaking scene left Yi Yujun wide-eyed and speechless. Flame burst meteor. A god-level fire skill. Huh? An earthquake? Outside the golden-armored nest, Imo Xiaochuan was chasing a golden retriever when the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently, almost knocking him over. He turned his head stiffly and saw dazzling sparks erupting from the center of the nest, resembling a volcano about to erupt. Even more shocking was the sudden frenzy of the golden-armored insect swarm originally scattered around the nest, now rushing madly towards the depths of the cave. The 5 great kings and the 10 battle generals stopped their contract ceremony, watching the scene in awe. Not good. The principal and Yi Yujun are still inside, someone exclaimed, causing panic among the 15 people present. What are you waiting for? Go save them. Imo Xiaochuan shouted as he dashed forward, but was pulled back after 2 steps. He turned around in anger, facing the scarred and stern face of the Wolf King. Stay on standby outside. Wolf Fang Legion, prepare for battle. Dragon soaring mortars, fire. At the Wolf King's command, 5 mortars were instantly in position. Boom. The artillery roared, smoke filled the air, and shells rained down on the insect swarm like a storm. The 5 great kings and 10 battle generals watched in shock at this display of modern warfare, but as the smoke cleared, everyone gasped. The dense swarm had only lost its outer layer, with the rest still surging towards the nest. The scar on the Wolf King's face twitched slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With a dragon soaring assault rifle in one hand and a Wolf Fang blade in the other, he dashed into the swarm like lightning. Wolf Fang Legion attack. The elite Wolf Fang Legion demonstrated incredible combat prowess, leaving trails of insect corpses in their wake. Imo Xiaochuan crouched on the ground, watching those agile figures with envy. This speed might still not be enough, the bespectacled man analyzed solemnly. These golden-armored insects have defenses comparable to special metals. The Wolf King's fierce expression carried a hint of urgency. Too slow. Keep bombing, don't stop. Just as the Wolf Fang soldiers were about to execute the order, the entire golden-armored nest shook violently. A pillar of fire shot up from the center of the nest, vaporizing the surrounding insects with its intense heat. Fall back. The Wolf King was forced to retreat by the terrifying heat, quickly halting his subordinates. The 5 great kings and 10 battle generals were already stunned by the horrifying scene, with a few girls almost unable to stand due to weak knees. Someone's coming out. A tall figure emerged from the flames, followed by the slender Yi Yujun. Chen Lingfeng held a gem in his hand that glowed with a faint blue light, the spirit control gem, used for detecting beast affinity and talent. Wolf King. Chen Lingfeng maintained his stern demeanor, expressionless. Yes. The Wolf King stood at attention and saluted. Inform General Yizong of the northern town that this area will become a controlled zone, codenamed Golden Armor. Understood. Yi Yujun looked at Chen Lingfeng's back, a hint of emotion flickering in her eyes. After completing his instructions, Chen Lingfeng turned to the 14 people in front of him, his gaze intense. As for you, have you formed a contract with a spirit beast? This simple question sent a wave of tension through everyone present. Even Imo Xiaochuan couldn't help but feel the pressure from Chen Lingfeng's youthful face. Yes, I have. I have too. No, I haven't. The replies came quickly. The situation soon became clear. The 5 great kings had all failed, hanging their heads in shame. In contrast, all 10 warlords had successfully formed contracts, with some obtaining golden beetles and others taming young golden wolves. Chen Lingfeng's eyes swept over them as he nodded slightly. Very well, he said coldly. Those of you with spirit beasts, you have 2 months to train here. If you don't reach bronze level in that time, you'll be out. The 10 warlords were visibly shaken but responded in unison. We will complete the mission. Those who hadn't contracted spirit beasts were thrown into a panic. Imo Xiaochuan, with a sense of urgency, asked, Dean Shun, what about us? Are we going to be kicked out of the team? Come with me. Chen Lingfeng said, turning to leave. When Chen Lingfeng appeared at the entrance of the Luogang City Mine's secret realm, the head of construction approached him excitedly, beaming with joy. Dean Shen, you're finally out. It's amazing. The metal produced by the gold-eating beast is perfect. Chen Lingfeng stepped aside slightly, calmly asking, "Is it possible to build the Beast Academy in 2 months and complete the Steel Coastline in 2 years?" Mission guaranteed. The head of construction, imitating the posture of the Wolf King, stood at attention with confidence in his voice. "Leave the Golden Armor secret realm under General Jinbei's control. Set up a branch here for research," Chen Lingfeng instructed simply. The news spread, causing a sensation throughout the Jinbei military district. That very day, a massive army of 50,000 soldiers marched into Luogang City, securing the mine. Only personnel from the Jinbei military district and the construction department were allowed entry. Everyone else was barred. Generals from other military districts were furious upon hearing the news. Internal chat groups erupted. "Why give the Golden Armor secret realm to that brute Yi Song? It should go to our Jinnan military district. We have the strongest combat power." "Nonsense. Our Jinshi military district specializes in high-difficulty tasks, making us the best choice." "Grand Elder, say something." Watching the army move into the Golden Armor secret realm, Yi Song held his phone, unable to hide his smugness as he replied in the group. "You're all right. But who told you not to have a good daughter?" The group chat exploded. "Jindong General. Jinshi General." Grand Elder retracted a message. "Jinbei General Mo Qingtian. Just wait. I'm going home to beat my kid and create a new account." In the DaXia Alliance, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. In front of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, the street was crowded with people and filled with various vehicles, as parents holding flowers waited expectantly. Above the school gate, the large red characters, "Good luck in the college entrance exam," were strikingly visible. Today was the last day of the college entrance exams, which should have been a normal conclusion, but an unexpected twist surprised all the students. The proctor brought in a mysterious transparent cylindrical device with a peculiar stone emitting a faint glow embedded in its center, accompanied by a small display screen. "All students need to touch this device." The proctor's words sparked a wave of whispers throughout the exam room. "What is this? I've never heard of it before. Will it affect our scores?" Under the teacher's guidance, the students approached one by one. As soon as the first student placed their hand on the device, the light inside the glass cylinder grew brighter, and the display showed a number: 60 points. Next, Feng Fei, 75 points. Lin Yu, dressed in a white shirt with neatly trimmed short hair, Lin Yu stepped forward. 90 points. The teacher's astonished tone caused a stir in the room, and other students cast envious glances. Although no one understood what the score represented, it was clear that higher numbers were better. In the subsequent tests, no one else achieved a score of 90. After the exam, students joyfully rushed towards the school gate, discussing their summer plans. Their conversations frequently mentioned a newly released extracurricular book, Spirit Beast Compendium. "Have you read the Spirit Beast Compendium? The little fox is so cute. I think the little spirit cat is better, with multiple attributes. Come on, the fire attribute flame monkey is the strongest." At the school entrance, eager reporters had been waiting for some time. A bespectacled student with a mushroom head haircut confidently accepted an interview. "The exam went well. Scoring over 700 shouldn't be a problem. It's just that the final test was a bit unusual." "Test?" This word immediately caught the attention of nearby parents. "Yeah, you just put your hand on it to get a score. I got 75 points. I got 63 points. I got 12 points," murmured the last student, barely audible. At that moment, the deafening roar of engines sounded from within the campus. Everyone turned to see the school gates slowly open, and 5 security motorcycles roared out, clearing a path through the crowd. "Students and parents, please make way, make way." With this shout, 3 fully armored vehicles roared past the school gates. Behind the windows, soldiers held their weapons with serious expressions. This scene instantly caused an uproar on campus. "Are they escorting exam papers?" A student murmured in disbelief. "Impossible. The papers haven't even been sorted yet. How can it be so soon?" Another voice chimed in. The news spread like wildfire across the internet. "Those armored vehicles on the main road are the real deal, fully armed. Even cash transport doesn't get this kind of treatment. I saw with my own eyes that they came from the academy. It must be for transporting exam papers." "Are you kidding? Even transporting gold doesn't need such a big show." Amidst the heated discussions, the convoy of armored vehicles sped off to the airport. At the same time, the Longting No. 1 fighter jets from all over the DaXia Alliance took to the skies in formation. This secret weapon unit, usually hidden in the shadows, had become a transport team. Inside the education department, soldiers delivered stacks of documents to the office. The first batch delivered was not exam papers, but the students' test data. In a large conference room, over 100 staff members were intently compiling data from candidates in Jiangxing, Quanxing, Jimyu City, Luogang City, and other places. This task lasted for a full 3 days. Knock, knock. The door of Chen Lingfeng's office at the Purple Gold Pavilion Beast Management Office was gently tapped. "Come in." The head of the education department entered briskly with a stack of documents, glancing at the curled-up flaming young dragon on the sofa and swallowing unconsciously. "Dean Shun, The results of the Beast Aptitude Test are out. A total of 18,785 students scored above 70. Chen Lingfeng looked up from his writing, a sharp glint of surprise in his eyes. This cohort has good aptitude. How many scored above 80? The head of the education department adjusted his glasses. There are 1,345 who scored above 80. Over 1,000. Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly. Send acceptance letters to the Beast Academy for those who scored above 80. Yes. The head of the education department stood before Chen Lingfeng, feeling an increased sense of authority from him compared to their first meeting. Are there any prodigies who scored above 90? Yes, I've paid special attention to them. There are 5. Lin Yu from Jiangcheng, Fang Qingxin from Jiangcheng, Zhao Yu from Sucheng, Feng Baiyu from Shacheng, and Zhang Qin from Longcheng. Chen Lingfeng took the documents, his eyes flickering. Jiangcheng truly is a place of outstanding talent, producing 2 prodigies. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Notify them that they must enroll in 15 days, or it will be considered a forfeiture. The head of the education department hesitated but ultimately just said, "Understood." After the head of the education department left, the head of the construction department walked into the office with a beaming smile. He excitedly reported to Chen Lingfeng, "Dean Chen, this gold devourer is truly amazing. The metal it produces daily not only meets our consumption needs, but is also incredibly hard. This will lead to major breakthroughs across our industries." Chen Lingfeng tapped his fingers on the table, getting straight to the point. How much longer until the Beast Academy is constructed? 1 month. The construction chief straightened up. I've already mobilized over 10,000 workers, implementing a 24-hour shift system. With the advantage of the beast metal, we've cut the construction time from 2 months down to 1 month. Upon hearing this, Chen Lingfeng frowned even more deeply. Not enough. What? The construction chief's eyes widened in disbelief. Is 1 month still not enough? Isn't the summer break 2 months? Chen Lingfeng's fingers tapped the table more heavily, his gaze intense. Since the secret realm opened, the spiritual energy revival has accelerated. We might not have 5 years. Kunlun Beast Academy must open in 15 days. 15 days? The construction chief was initially shocked, but then clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. Dean Chen, I'll show you what the speed of DaXia is all about. Chen Lingfeng stood up and saluted him solemnly. This period will be tough, but hard work will eventually pay off. The scene shifts to the training base at the Beast office. Yi Yujun was observing the battle between the 4 on the field with a cold eye. Han Yudong, your punches need to be decisive. Has all your training in the beast body technique been for nothing? Mo Xiaochuan, where's your ferocity? Li Shan won't show you any mercy. Even Bai Yenyun is fiercer than you. Li Shan's burly figure trembled and his attacks became even more aggressive, while Bai Yenyun nimbly dodged, moving effortlessly. At that moment, Chen Lingfeng appeared at the door, his gaze deep. Stop, everyone. Follow me. Dean Chen. Brother Feng. The 4 immediately stopped. Yi Yujun quickly approached, proudly reporting. Brother Feng. Look, they've all reached the black iron level. Chen Lingfeng merely nodded lightly. Not bad, but still far from enough. The 4's expressions dimmed. Brother Feng, where are we going? Yi Yujun asked. It's time to open the grassy secret realm. So soon? Yi Yujun exclaimed in surprise. In the previous life, this grassy secret realm was known as the Beast Breeding Park, an essential place for new beast tamers to form contracts with spirit beasts until the world ended. However, conquering the secret realm of fragrant grass was not so straightforward. Yi Yujun furrowed his brows, looking worriedly at Chen Lingfeng. Back then, it took the combined efforts of the 5 great kings to successfully establish cooperation with the secret realm. Although this realm is relatively gentle and doesn't cause fatalities, it frequently induces states such as paralysis, unconsciousness, and blindness. Feng, how will you handle this alone? I have to go. The Kunlun Beast Academy starts in 15 days. Chen Lingfeng's tone was resolute. Faced with his unwavering determination, Yi Yujun could only nod silently. Soon, a Longting One quietly took off from Zijin Pavilion. People had become accustomed to such sights and no longer found them unusual. Meanwhile, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the area had been cordoned off, yet it still attracted a steady stream of tourists eager to witness the miraculous appearance of the fire dragon. Oh my, look at the crowd on the mountaintop. There must be at least 10,000 people. Those transport trucks, they're everywhere. There must be hundreds. Could they be building a celestial palace? The tourists speculated amongst themselves. Some attempted to take photos with their phones, but were promptly stopped by the upright security personnel. Suddenly, the roar of engines came from the back of the crowd. Another massive convoy of transport trucks slowly rolled in, so long that the beginning and end were out of sight. Each truck was fully loaded, making for an impressive spectacle. Another 10,000 people? They'll dig out the whole mountain at this rate. Before long, photos taken by distant tourists began circulating online. The phrase, Sacred Mountain Kunlun, once again became a viral sensation. At least 450 transport trucks. No, it should be 500. With 20 people per truck, that's over 10,000 people. Construction in Jimyu City and Jua City has stopped. Workers have been relocated here. Various speculations connected these activities with the earlier fire dragon phenomenon. The news quickly spread worldwide, causing Western alliances to grow restless. The US urged its Department of State to investigate. Japan questioned its intelligence department's efficiency. The Lion Alliance demanded explanations about potential secret weapons development. The Camel Alliance emphasized that such phenomena belonged to all humanity. Suddenly, the diplomatic office of the DaXia Alliance was inundated with aggressive diplomatic inquiries from various countries, escalating the tension. Clearly, these nations could no longer remain patient. Zhang Yuxing, the head of the Foreign Affairs Office, was in his 50s, his gray hair meticulously combed, eyes serious behind silver-framed glasses. He stood in the purple-gold hall, his voice low as he reported the current diplomatic challenges. The Eagle Alliance, the Island Nation, and the Camel Alliance have raised concerns with us regarding the Kunlun Mountain issue. They claim the secrets of Kunlun Mountain should be made public. Bang! General Wang Kai of the Western Frontier slammed the table in anger. Nonsense. Let the Eagle Alliance disclose their latest research first. Zhang Yuxing adjusted his glasses and continued. Moreover, they are requesting to send an expedition team into Kunlun Mountain under the guise of ecological research. The Grand Elder, seated at the head, with piercing eyes, gestured for Zhang Yuxing to continue with the developments involving the Western Alliance. They are obstructing our evacuation efforts, using various excuses to prevent high-caliber talent from returning home. Even worse, they are starting to interfere with our steel coastline, demanding so-called transparency. These scoundrels. General Wang Kai clenched his fists, glaring ahead. Grand Elder, allow me to teach these arrogant fools a lesson. The Grand Elder raised his hand slightly, calming Wang Kai's fury. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. All plans proceed as usual. The Foreign Affairs Office will continue using the strategy of delay. Meanwhile, issue a stern condemnation concerning the talent issue. General Wang Kai, prepare for combat readiness. Though his words were understated, they filled the room with an unmistakable sense of resolve. The sleeping Eastern Lion was awakening. The entire DaXia Alliance sprang into action, with recruitment centers bustling with activity. A task initially expected to take a month to enlist 1 million troops was completed with surplus in just a week. From cities to villages, the enthusiasm to enlist was palpable. Old Zhang, weren't you working on a construction project? With such pressing matters, my co-workers and I have come to enlist. Business can wait. The Alliance needs us. Zhang Hao, get back home. Uncle, you're here. Why can't I be? I'm an adult now. Recruitment officers, overwhelmed by the surge of volunteers, had to temporarily halt and report the overflow. It was the first time they faced the problem of too many enlistees. Meanwhile, deep within the vast mountain ranges of the mountain city, a dragon Tung One was maneuvering through obstacles to land. This area, known as a paradise for mythical and magical creatures, with its famed secret grassland, attracted countless beast tamers and mercenaries for training. Ugh, Mo Xiaochuan, emerging from the dense foliage, was swatting away large mosquitoes. The mosquitoes here are unbearable. The other 4 kings accompanying Chen Lingfeng were equally tormented by these pesky insects. Sister Yi, why are there no mosquitoes around you and the dean? Han Yudong asked, watching the two walking leisurely ahead. Yi Yujun raised her hand, revealing a gentle glow in her palm. It's the power of beast mastery, she answered simply. Before the group could fully grasp the explanation, Chen Lingfeng's cold voice came from ahead. Knowing won't help you. The power of beast mastery at the black iron level isn't enough for you to use recklessly. Yi Yujun smiled and added, at the black iron beastmaster stage, you can only strengthen your body. You have to reach the bronze level to start using the power of beast mastery. According to the dean, you have a long way to go. The 4 awkwardly retracted their outstretched hands, looking embarrassed. Suddenly, Chen Lingfeng, who was walking in front, stopped abruptly and looked up at the lush hillside. This is the place, he said in a deep voice. Yi Yujun, take them back 100 meters. Yi Yujun quickly pulled Bai Yinyun back. Li Shan and Han Yudong followed suit, but Mo Xiaochuan stood confidently beside Chen Lingfeng. Dean, my strength isn't weak now. I can help you. Chen Lingfeng only gave him a brief glance without saying much. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, and a powerful burst of beast mastery shattered the stones on the ground. Mo Xiaochuan's smile froze, and his face turned pale. How can this be? He felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, struggling even to speak. Open the fragrant grass, secret realm. Chen Lingfeng shouted, pushing his hands forward before slowly parting them. The space tore open, revealing a vibrant, colorful entrance. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy burst from the opening, sending Mo Xiaochuan flying. He cried out, landing sprawled at Yi Yujun's feet. She couldn't help but laugh, while Han Yudong bit his lip, trying hard not to burst into laughter. The scene before them was like a vivid painting, with 5-colored divine mountains standing tall, and waterfalls of different colors cascading from their peaks. Spiritual beasts frolicked around, creating a harmonious picture. Everyone was amazed and eager to contract a spiritual beast. However, Chen Lingfeng had already summoned a blazing dragon hatchling and strode forward. Don't contract any spiritual beasts yet. Wait for me, his voice echoed. Why can't we contract them? Mo Xiaochuan asked, eyeing a dark element kitten with reluctance, turning to Yi Yujun. Yi Yujun replied meaningfully. On the colorful mountain path, 5 fierce guardians stand in your way. In someone else's home, if the host hasn't given permission, do you dare to take anything? In the vast mountains, a hidden realm of lush grasses lay beneath the 5-colored divine mountain. Chen Lingfeng stood tall and resolute, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the mountain peak. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon erupted. 5-colored waterfalls surged and roared, with energies of various elements dancing like dragons and serpents, weaving into a dazzling vortex in the sky. The mystical beasts within the secret realm roared in unison, shaking the mountains and forests. The beasts are going wild. Should we keep retreating? Mo Xiaochuan hurriedly hid behind Yi Yujun, his voice trembling. Yet Yi Yujun remained focused on the upright figure ahead, ignoring his companion's panic. The energies of metal, fire, water, and others raged and roared before Chen Lingfeng, creating an intimidating spectacle. Yet he stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, as if facing nothing more than a gentle breeze. Proceed. A cold voice echoed from the heavens. Instantly, the wild winds ceased, and the clouds solidified. The 5 elemental energies gathered before Chen Lingfeng, forming a colorful path that spiraled upward into the clouds. At the mountain's base, the beasts fell silent, and the eyes of the 5 great kings followed Chen Lingfeng's every step. Han Yudong and Mo Xiaochuan exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes full of confusion. Is he just climbing the mountain? Yi Yujun explained in a big sisterly tone. The colorful path is guarded by 5 fierce beasts. Defeating them allows you to reach the summit. As Chen Lingfeng took a few steps forward, a thunderous tiger's roar pierced the sky. A massive creature, nearly 10 meters long, appeared halfway up the mountain, a burning heaven sacred tiger, its body shrouded in golden flames. 4 evolutionary halos surrounded it, with fiery patterns on its back forming a mysterious design, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Burning heaven sacred tiger. Level, King. Attribute, Fire. Potential, 5x King training speed. Evolution, Red grade perfect. Skills, Burning Heaven King Flame. Chaos Fire Armor King, Sacred Tiger Pounce King. Facing this king-level mystical beast, Chen Lingfeng remained unperturbed, casually waving his arm to summon a fiery young dragon. The young dragon appeared with an excited roar, but was quickly intimidated by the king-level pressure, struggling to maintain its flight. What kind of mystical beast is this fiery tiger? Its presence is terrifying. Could it be a golden mystical beast? Mo Xiaochuan swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The Burning Heaven Sacred Tiger, a red-grade king, is the ultimate form of the fiery tiger, Yi Yujun calmly explained. Don't worry, this is a test, not a dead end. The beasts they send out are only 1 level higher than the climber. Before she finished speaking, the Burning Heaven Sacred Tiger had turned away. In its place was a slightly smaller explosive flame tiger, baring its teeth at the fiery young dragon, ready to attack. Explosive Flame Tiger. Level, Silver. Attribute, Fire. Potential, 4x Gold training speed. Evolution, Blue grade perfect. Skills, Flame Burst Silver, Flame Armor Silver, Flame Tiger Pounce Silver. Evolution route, Infernal Flame Tiger Emperor Purple grade. Fiery Young Dragon, continuous small fireball attack. Chen Lingfeng ordered sternly. The young dragon soared high, its flames blazing, unleashing a barrage of fireballs like a machine gun. The explosive Flame Tiger nimbly dodged, letting out a roar as it launched the Flame Tiger Pounce skill, leaping fiercely at the airborne fiery young dragon. Don't take it, Hedon. Use the Flame Shield. Facing the massive blazing tiger, the young fire dragon immediately followed the command, quickly gathering surging flames around itself to form a protective barrier. However, the blazing tiger's speed advantage was clear, and with a single strike, it sent the young fire dragon flying like a ball. On the sidelines, Mo Xiaochuan and the others watched with concern, but Chen Lingfeng remained calm, giving a composed order. Try your strength, Dragon Flame Claw. The young fire dragon quickly regained its composure, its powerful wings beating as its entire body transformed into a blazing fireball, charging straight at the blazing tiger. The tiger's eyes were sharp, and a terrifying power of flames gathered in its gaping mouth, unleashing a roaring blast. The intense heat distorted the air, and the 2 streams of fire collided with explosive sounds. For the young fire dragon, born at the bottom of magma, such temperatures were not even as hot as its usual bathwater. Its claws struck the blazing tiger accurately, leaving deep, bone-revealing scars. Maintain the flame shield, and keep using Dragon Flame Claw. The ensuing battle perfectly showcased the power of Dragon's unbeatable defense combined with incredible offensive might. The four heavenly kings watching from below were stupefied, and one couldn't help but ask, Sister Yi, are you sure this tiger is a level above the dean? It seems like the young fire dragon is stronger. Yi Yujun smiled gently and explained, level is just one factor in determining combat strength. You also have to consider aptitude and evolution strength. The four heavenly kings suddenly understood, looking at Chen Lingfeng with even more admiration. Enough playing, let's go. With Chen Lingfeng's command, the young fire dragon delivered a final blow, completely defeating the blazing tiger. The second opponent was the silver blue-grade Xianling turtle. The water attribute suppression caused the battle to become stalemated, but the young fire dragon ultimately chose to charge Hedon, enduring water cannons while continuously using dragon flame claw. Although it ended up looking like a drenched chicken, it secured victory. Chen Lingfeng promptly infused it with bronze-level beast mastery, reigniting its dying flames. The rejuvenated young fire dragon affectionately snuggled in its master's embrace. The third stage featured the silver blue-grade kapok flower, which had a troublesome paralyzing ability, but its lack of defense allowed the young fire dragon to seize an opportunity for a one-hit kill. The fourth stage's earth attribute armored dragon, despite being a sub-dragon species, stood no chance against a true dragon, being suppressed throughout the battle. It's the final challenge. I hope it offers some pressure. Chen Lingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the mountain peak. Suddenly, a long sword, gleaming with golden light, appeared out of thin air, with two chains tightly wrapped around its hilt, the legendary Gungjin Sword King. The sudden flash of sword light caught the four heavenly kings by surprise, causing them to widen their eyes. Sister Yi, could this be the legendary immortal sword? Has the dean gained its approval? They excitedly asked Yi Yujun, like curious children. Yi Yujun gazed in astonishment at the weapon known as the Gungjin Sword King, puzzled. How did I not know about the existence of artifact-type spirit beasts in the Fengchao secret realm in my past life? Artifact-type spirit beasts. The four heavenly kings looked at each other, even more confused. Yi Yujun explained, artifact-type spirit beasts are the dream of every beast master. They have both spirit beast and weapon forms. Once a beast master possesses an artifact-type spirit beast, they gain its skills. Possess skills, the four exclaimed. As seasoned beast masters, they understood that a beast master's strength depends on their level and skills, and acquiring skills is nearly impossible. Only spirit beasts with god-level skills can share them, which is almost unattainable for ordinary people. Chen Lingfeng carefully examined the attributes of the Gungjin Sword King. Name, Gungjin Sword King. Category, artifact type spirit beast. Attribute, metal. Level, silver. Qualification, golden, with 4 times the training speed. Evolution, blue grade perfect evolution. The skill list displayed. Gungjin Sword Chi Bronze, Sword Shadow Guard Silver, Sword Heartbreak Silver, Sword Shadow Clone Bronze. The evolution path leads to the Holy Gold Sword Emperor Purple Grade. Come on, subdue the Gungjin Sword King. Chen Lingfeng's voice was not loud, yet all 5 of them at the foot of the mountain heard it clearly. The other 4 looked at Yi Yujun with envy. So it turns out Sister Yi is the dean's favorite. He actually gave her the artifact-type spirit beast. Yi Yujun glared at them and silently made her way up the mountain. Her trust in Chen Lingfeng was heartfelt, never questioning his decisions. A fierce battle ensued on the mountainside. The Gungjin Sword King's attacks were cunning and unpredictable, and even the blazing flame young dragon, with its flame shield activated, struggled to defend itself. In the end, both were left wounded. The Gungjin Sword King's blade was covered in cracks, and the blazing flame young dragon was riddled with sword wounds. After the contract was completed, Chen Lingfeng continued toward the mountain summit. At the center of the summit, a 5-colored divine tree radiated dazzling light, with a charming 5-tailed fox lounging beneath it, while the blazed tiger stood like a guardian in front. Human, what is your purpose in climbing the 5-colored path? The 5-colored divine fox's voice was clear, its gaze seemingly able to captivate souls. Spare your allure. It won't work on me. I want you to open the Fengchao secret realm, Chen Lingfeng stated bluntly. Impossible. The 5-colored divine fox's eyes turned fierce, unleashing a pressure of kingly level. Humph. Chen Lingfeng snorted coldly, unwavering as he said. Your nature remains as timid as ever. Didn't you remain neutral during the Great War of the Spirit Beasts? And now? Without the World Tree's World Leaf, would you still have a place to survive? Chen Lingfeng's words were like sharp blades, piercing deep into the heart of the 5-colored divine fox. The fox sprang up, its multicolored tail lashing wildly in the air, as a violent energy surged around it. With the outburst of this energy, the pressure Chen Lingfeng felt grew increasingly intense. Ugh, the pressure of a king-level being was no small matter. Chen Lingfeng's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You? Shut up! The 5-colored divine fox roared in anger. What? Did I hit a nerve? Chen Lingfeng wiped the blood from his lips and sneered. Do you think staying neutral will make the magical beast spare you? Let me tell you, that's impossible. 5 years from now, when the magical beasts invade, your fragrant grass secret realm will be the first to suffer. These words left the five-colored divine fox stunned. No, that's impossible. The spiritual beast realm has shattered and is hidden in a temporal rift. How could the magical beasts find it? I come from the future. Chen Lingfeng straightened up, exuding a powerful aura reminiscent of the legendary beast master god. The five-colored divine fox's voice trembled. This aura. It's a divine aura. No, it's the aura of Mokarins. Its eyes were filled with complexity. So, do you believe me now? The five-colored divine fox lay back down lazily and asked, what do I get for opening the fragrant grass secret realm? The support of an alliance. Chen Lingfeng replied seriously. The fragrant grass secret realm will become the backyard of the Beastmaster Alliance, a haven for all spiritual beasts. The alliance will also help you nurture spiritual beasts. The five-colored divine fox gave him a disdainful glance, its tail flicking carelessly. I agree. Now leave, annoying fellow. Remember, you can't take more than 30% of the spiritual beasts. Also, as it spoke, a spiritual beast egg, glowing with multicolored light, floated over. Take this with you. This is the five-colored enigma fox. Chen Lingfeng caught the spiritual beast egg with delight and quickly checked its attributes. Name, five-colored enigma fox. Category, spiritual beast. Attributes, 5 elements. Level, black iron. Potential, quasi-divine, 10x training speed. Skills, none. Evolution path, 5-colored spirit fox green grade, 7-colored spirit fox green grade, chaos spirit fox green grade. A quasi-divine descendant. Chen Lingfeng nodded solemnly to the five-colored divine fox. Rest assured, with my guarantee, the fragrant grass secret realm will thrive even more. After Chen Lingfeng's figure disappeared, the five-colored divine fox opened its eyes and asked, Holy Tiger, did I do the right thing? I saw demonic flames and the world collapsing in that kid. This battle is inevitable. The blazing sky Holy Tiger's eyes gleamed with wisdom as it answered in a deep voice. Down the mountain, Yi Yujun, who was commanding the Gungjin Sword King, saw Chen Lingfeng approaching with the spiritual beast egg and asked with concern, Did it go well? Chen Lingfeng nodded, and the two made their way to the foot of the mountain. Dean, Chen Lingfeng said seriously, the secret realm training will last for 10 days. After 10 days, meet at the Purple Gold Hall. Inside the White City Hall of Eagle Nation, a heavy silence hung in the air. The leader frowned deeply, his icy gaze fixed on the head of the military department. I can understand losing the Special Forces competition to the Bear Nation, but losing to the skinny monkeys of DaXia? Do you know how the world is mocking us right now? The head of the military department abruptly stood up, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. Leader, the situation was unique this time. The Langya Legion displayed a strength beyond reason. Our Iron Eagle Legion has always been invincible, but this time, I suspect they used genetic drugs. Bang! The leader slammed his palm on the table, laughing in anger. Genetic drugs? Are you questioning our scientific capabilities? Something we haven't developed, yet DaXia managed to. At that moment, the head of the intelligence department hesitantly raised his hand. Chief, I've noticed some anomalies in DaXia. Our intelligence indicates that their education department is promoting spirit beast knowledge on a large scale, and there's a new training method in their military called beast control body training technique. What are the specifics? The leader's frown deepened. The head of the intelligence department immediately pulled up a combat video. The footage showed over 100 heavily armed soldiers from an Eagle Nation ally pursuing enemies, only to encounter 5 border patrol warriors from DaXia. These 5, armed only with standard assault rifles and short knives, effortlessly cut through the encirclement like slicing through tofu. The battle lasted only half an hour, leaving over 100 soldiers on the ground, the scene ending abruptly with the sound of screams. The hall was silent, everyone staring at the screen in disbelief. Is this the power of the Langya Legion? The leader murmured, then turned to the head of the military department. Can our Iron Eagle match this? The head of the military department shook his head with a bitter smile. The leader's face darkened, questioning the head of the intelligence department. What about the data on the beast control body training technique and spirit beast knowledge? The beast control body training technique is only circulated within the 4 major military regions and is currently inaccessible. However, we have brought information on the spirit beast knowledge. The head of the intelligence department projected a series of images. The screen displayed various animal pictures with detailed descriptions. Wood-type spirit beasts possess healing abilities. Fire-type spirit beasts can breathe fire. The descriptions seemed almost like children's books. The leader was furious. Head of intelligence, this is the White City Hall. It's no place for jokes. Leader, this is indeed the content being promoted by DaXia's education department. The head of the intelligence department replied, full of helplessness. In the tense atmosphere, the leader turned to the last silent official. Foreign Affairs Department, have we received any news from DaXia? The Eagle leader took a deep breath and turned his sharp gaze toward the head of the Foreign Affairs Office. At this moment, the head of the Foreign Affairs Office looked troubled, his hands slightly trembling. The Great Xia Alliance has consistently refused to explain the Kunlun phenomenon, and they evade questions about their unusual actions. We have no way to proceed. Damn Great Xia, damn monkeys. The Eagle leader slammed the table, his facial muscles twitching. Connect me immediately with the island nation, camel, and lion. I want to see what game Great Xia is playing. He turned to the financial officials, his voice icy. Block Great Xia immediately. Without a reasonable explanation, they can forget about trading with us. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Great Xia Alliance's financial hall was tense. The head of the Foreign Affairs Office was reporting the Eagle leader's series of actions, and everyone in the conference room was frowning. The hot-tempered General Wang Kai was about to slam the table, but was stopped by a glance from the Grand Elder. Conflict is inevitable. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, but not with the Eagle leader right now. Finance Office, initiate the isolation plan at once, sell all foreign currency, and focus on acquiring grain, steel, and essential materials. The Foreign Affairs Office should continue with delay tactics, dragging it out as long as possible. The Education Office must accelerate the integration of beast taming materials to ensure classes start on schedule next term. He paused for a moment, his voice steady. Our strategy is simple. Hold out for a few years and fully prepare for the monster invasion. He then turned his gaze to Chen Lingfeng. Dean Chen, I hear the Beast Taming Academy is opening on the 15th? Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly, looking serious. I've opened 3 secret realms in succession, and the spiritual energy invasion is accelerating. By my estimate, we have less than 5 years. We must race against time. Less than 5 years. The room erupted in whispers. Someone couldn't help but ask, Dean Chen, if we don't open these secret realms, can we buy more time? This question drew a disdainful chuckle from Chen Lingfeng. Avoidance is just a slow poison. Death will come eventually. You brat, what do you know? General Wang Kai glared. Without opening the secret realms, how will our soldiers increase their strength? The Grand Elder ignored this dispute and continued. I heard you recently opened a secret realm of fragrant grass. Can we enter? With this, the generals from the 4 major military districts and the Purple Gold Guards all looked up, their eyes burning as if they were wolves spotting prey. Well, Chen Nan rubbed his hands. Shouldn't it be our Eastern District's turn? We're the weakest. Rubbish. Mo Qingtian's face flushed. Who won the last military competition? It should go to our Southern District. We face the most pressure. Wang Kai was equally unwilling to back down, standing up and roaring. What do you know? Try carrying out guard duties as tough as ours. As the 5 generals argued fiercely, the Purple Gold Hall resembled a marketplace. Chen Lingfeng's fingers drummed rhythmically on the table until he finally raised his head, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Enough. Let's split it evenly, 1,000 slots for each military district. In the mountain city, a massive convoy of military vehicles kicked up clouds of dust. The entire region of the 10,000 mountains was tightly sealed off, drawing the attention of curious onlookers. Hundreds of military vehicles formed a long line, advancing towards the remote area of the 10,000 mountains. With so many troops, could something major have happened? The bystanders whispered among themselves. I heard a beam of light shot into the sky from over there a few days ago. Don't make a fuss, it was just a refraction of light. At the forefront of the convoy, the commander of the Southern Army Corps, Mo Qingtian, watched his well-prepared elite troops with a piercing gaze. He commanded in a deep voice, listen up. The secret realm is right ahead. If anyone fails to form a contract with a spirit beast, don't bother coming back. We will complete the mission. 1,000 soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. These warriors, who had been tirelessly practicing the art of beast mastery and contract techniques day and night, finally had the chance to become beast masters. Meanwhile, in the Beast Mastery Alliance office at the Purple Gold Pavilion, Chen Lingfeng sat in deep thought behind his desk. The sharp click of high heels broke the silence as Li Qin, dressed in professional attire with a fair complexion, entered the office. Greetings, Dean Chen. I am Li Qin, the secretary dispatched by the Grand Elder, here to report for duty. Chen Lingfeng glanced at her briefly and asked, what's your beast mastery aptitude? 86. Chen Lingfeng showed a hint of surprise, then stood up and said, let's go to the Kunlun secret realm. The vehicles and Longting No. 1 are ready outside. Moments later, at the construction site halfway up Kunlun Mountain, workers were busy with construction. In just 10 days, the once barren peak had transformed into a bustling site, with the outlines of pavilions and towers clearly visible. The head of construction, looking noticeably thinner, moved quickly through the site. The arena's foundation must be reinforced with beast mastery metal, 3 layers thick. We only have 5 days left. Everyone must hurry. Report. Dean Chen has arrived. The head of construction quickly approached Chen Lingfeng and Li Qin as they disembarked from Longting No. 1. Dean Chen, rest assured, We will complete the project within 15 days. Don't mind me, keep working. I'm heading to the Fire Dragon Cave. Chen Lingfeng led Li Qin straight to the secret realm building behind the teaching block. 10 guards saluted in unison as they watched the two enter the depths of the Fire Dragon Cave. Li Qin's eyes were filled with curiosity as she entered the mystical realm for the first time, peering through her black-framed glasses at the strange sights around her. Chen Lingfeng didn't linger. He left her with the advice, go make a contract, preferably with a flying-type spirit beast, before summoning his flame dragon hatchling and heading straight toward the volcano. His goal was clear to find the treasures needed for the hatchling's evolution. Inside the dragon's lair, the flame dragon hatchling was unusually excited, flapping its small wings and playfully interacting with other spirit beasts around it. Chen Lingfeng calculated that while the materials needed to upgrade from white grade to green grade weren't particularly rare, achieving a flawless evolution hinged on obtaining a dragon bloodstone. At that moment, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from above. A massive inferno dragon dived down, its gaze settling on the flame dragon hatchling with an unusual fondness. At the volcano's mouth, the inferno dragon generously offered a pile of celestial-level materials, including rare items like fire crystals and dragon claws. These are certainly valuable, but what we really need now is a bronze-grade dragon bloodstone. Chen Lingfeng said a bit sheepishly. The inferno dragon tilted its head in thought, then gently cut a small incision on its wing with its claw. Scalding dragon blood dripped onto the rocky ground, and amidst swirling smoke, a brand new bronze-grade dragon bloodstone was born. Calling the playful flame dragon hatchling back to his side, Chen Lingfeng began to seriously study the evolution paths. The lava fire dragon required 5 lava cores, 10 fire essence crystals, and 3 portions of dragon essence. The fiery tyrant dragon needed 10 tyrant dragon fangs, 20 fiery crystal shards, and 8 dragon spirit bones. But what Chen Lingfeng yearned for most was the blazing sky dragon. Not only was it enormous, but it also possessed the distinctive feature of blue high-temperature flames. This powerful creature had long-range flame projection abilities, and its dragon might could awe all beings. It required 8 blazing sky feathers, 15 sun gems, and 5 dragon bloodstones to complete its evolution. In a previous life, Chen Lingfeng's flame god ancestral dragon had stopped at the divine initial stage. In this life, he was determined to lead the flame dragon hatchling to greater heights. With unwavering resolve, Chen Lingfeng cast all the collected materials into the magma, and the flame dragon hatchling let out a long cry before leaping into it. In an instant, violent flames shot skyward, causing the entire volcano to tremble violently as magma erupted. The surrounding spirit beasts looked up, their eyes filled with both anticipation and reverence. The sacred Kunlun Mountain, Fire Dragon Cave. Li Qin stood midway up the mountain, her fair face filled with shock. She gazed upwards to see an endless cascade of fire energy pouring down like an inverted waterfall, all converging at the volcano's peak. This immense fire power left her in awe, but what worried her more was that this phenomenon was originating from the direction where the headmaster was. The celestial phenomenon lasted for half an hour, with the spirit beasts in the Fire Dragon Cave all looking up in wonder. Suddenly, the sound of a heartbeat, like a drum, echoed through the valley. Thump thump. Thump thump. The beasts erupted into a frenzy, letting out excited cries. Chen Lingfeng stood at the edge of the volcano's crater, his usually stern face showing a hint of excitement. A sphere enveloped in flames slowly rose into the sky, and the terrifying heartbeat sound emanated from it. Roar. A thunderous dragon roar, as if signaling a new birth. A terrifying dragon aura swept across the land, causing the weaker spirit beasts to crouch low, and even the mighty inferno dragon to tremble slightly. A massive fire dragon soared into the sky, its wings spread wide beneath the heavens. This fire dragon, stretching tens of meters long, was covered in scales resembling molten lava, each one radiating intense heat. Its deep eyes were like 2 eternal blue flames, and its expansive wings resembled a burning sky, with fire patterns flowing like lava. 5 evolution halos surrounded it, emitting dazzling light. Skyfire Flame Dragon. Category: Spirit Beast. Attributes: Dragon, Flame. Level: Silver. Aptitude: Divine 40x Cultivation Speed. Evolution: Fire Dragon Pearl 2, Green Quality Flawless. Skills: Skyfire Blaze Bronze, Flame Dragon Guard Bronze, Flame Dragon Claw Bronze, Dragon Might Impact Bronze, Explosive Flame Star Shatter Divine. Inherited Evolution Path: 9 Sun Flame Dragon Blue, Azure Flame Overlord Dragon Blue, Blazing Flame Frenzy Dragon Blue. Treasure: Fire Dragon Pearl Divine. This flawless evolution propelled the Skyfire Flame Dragon directly to the silver level. Not only did its Fireball and Flame Shield evolve, but it also learned the Dragon Might Impact skill, more than doubling its combat power. Chen Lingfeng looked up at it all, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The current Skyfire Flame Dragon, in terms of aura alone, was not inferior to the Inferno Dragon. After bidding farewell to the Inferno Dragon, Chen Lingfeng easily leaped onto the back of the Skyfire Flame Dragon. This majestic dragon, stretching over 10 meters, was a far cry from the mischievous young dragon it once was. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Li Qin was cautiously approaching a young flying fire dragon. She gathered her beast-taming power in her hands, silently chanting to herself, "Please don't run, please don't run." As she neared her target, she excitedly declared, "Flying fire dragon, I'm here to form a pact with you." But just as she was about to press her hands, imbued with contract runes, the young dragon sensed danger and flapped its little wings to escape. At that moment, a powerful dragon aura descended from the sky, frightening the young dragon into collapsing and curling up under its wings in fear. The sudden pressure left Li Qin momentarily stunned and at a loss. "What are you standing there for?" Chen Lingfeng's cold voice called down from the back of the Skyfire Flame Dragon. Li Qin snapped out of her daze, quickly pressing her hands down. A flash of white light signaled the successful contract. "Get up here, we're leaving." Li Qin, unable to celebrate, hurriedly picked up the young flying fire dragon and jumped onto the back of the Skyfire Flame Dragon. As the enormous body of the blazing Sky Flame Dragon appeared at the entrance of the Fire Dragon Cave, every soldier present instinctively took a half-step back in awe. The terrifying dragon's aura seemed to freeze the air itself, and the soldiers swallowed hard, trembling as they raised their weapons. "Enemy attack. This can't be. A spirit beast has broken through the secret realm," one soldier exclaimed, pressing a communicator. "Call for reinforcements, quickly." In this tense moment, Chen Lingfeng casually waved his hand and retracted the blazing Sky Flame Dragon. "It's me." His voice was filled with confidence, and his commanding presence instantly eased the soldiers, turning their shock into deep admiration. "What a powerful spirit beast," a young soldier whispered in awe. "Is this the Dean's strength? It's unbelievable that he was just a high school student before. The dragon's aura alone is suffocating, let alone in battle." "Indeed, it's enviable," another soldier agreed. "I wonder when I'll have my first spirit beast." As soon as Chen Lingfeng arrived at the Beast Mastery office, a master-level caretaker hurriedly reported, "Dean, the spirit beast egg you brought back has started to tremble and is expected to hatch within 3 hours. This little one is so quick." Chen Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he immediately turned and headed swiftly to the incubation room. Inside the specially controlled temperature metal incubation room, the staff of the biological department were busy at work. "Hatching signs confirmed. Adjust to optimal temperature. Activate spirit stone delivery. Maintain spirit energy concentration. Start recording. Capture all data." As per protocol, everyone withdrew from the direct line of sight of the spirit beast egg, awaiting the dean's arrival. When Chen Lingfeng's tall figure appeared at the door, the staff greeted him in unison. "Dean." The spirit beast egg of the 5-colored enchanted fox was now emitting a faint glow, with red, green, gold, and other colors flashing in succession. Li Qin and other staff members watched this historic moment through the control room monitors, each holding their breath in excitement. As time passed, the light on the spirit beast egg grew brighter, and the consumption of spirit energy in the incubation room accelerated rapidly. "Spirit energy is running low." A staff member quickly opened a safe, carefully retrieving spirit stones to replenish it. Suddenly, a crisp crack was heard. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb the life about to emerge. The crack widened, and a furry little head peeked out, letting out soft chirps, endearing everyone present. The little creature struggled to push aside the eggshell, finally emerging completely. A small fox, pure white, with a tail shimmering with 5-colored lights, appeared before the crowd. "Amazing. I've never seen such a beautiful creature. This is the legendary 5-colored enchanted fox." Excited exclamations echoed, witnessing this miraculous moment. The colorful fox tilted its little head, its big, watery eyes staring intently at Chen Lingfeng. It let out a soft, adorable chirp and then, with a light leap, landed steadily in Chen Lingfeng's arms. The little fox nuzzled against Chen Lingfeng's chest affectionately, making the female researchers present envious. Who wouldn't want such a lively and cute spirit beast? Meanwhile, in the Zijing Hall, the heads of various departments, generals, and the Grand Elder were all seated. Yi Yujun led Mo Xiaochuan and others into the venue with heads held high, their aura noticeably stronger than before, and their faces radiating confidence. "Where is Dean Chen?" the head of the biological department asked, looking around and noticing Chen Lingfeng's seat was the only one still empty. Quickly, they explained, "Dean Chen's second spirit beast has just hatched. He must still be in the incubation room." The Grand Elder nodded slightly, and the hall fell silent again. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." The doors swung open, and Chen Lingfeng strode in, tall and commanding, with a snow-white little fox perched on his shoulder. Li Qin followed closely behind, holding documents, her head held high. Suddenly, she felt a sharp gaze and turned to meet Yi Yujun's eyes. "Dean Chen is here. Is this your second spirit beast?" It's adorable. The generals from the military department seemed relieved to see Chen Lingfeng. Dean Shun, when will you open the secret realm again? Chen Lingfeng took his seat, casting a sharp glance at the five kings. They immediately straightened up, looking straight ahead. Have you all formed a contract with your spirit beasts? Yes, Dean. The five responded in unison. Chen Lingfeng nodded in approval, then turned his gaze to the department heads. You might be wondering why I've gathered everyone here today. It's simple. We want you to understand spirit beasts combat modes in advance to prepare for the future. Now, summon your spirit beasts. Mo Xiaochuan and the others acted immediately, and soon, a variety of spirit beasts appeared before the crowd, their roars echoing. Why is Miss Ye's spirit beast a sword? What kind of spirit beast is that bull? Why does that black cat give off such an eerie vibe? Chen Lingfeng glanced at Yi Yujun, who understood and stepped forward. Let me introduce these spirit beasts. Mo Xiaochuan's is a dark starry night spirit cat, black iron white grade. Han Yudong's is a black iron white grade little ice fox, evolved into an ice crystal spirit fox, with extraordinary combat power. Bai Yinyun's holy light fawn is a precious healing spirit beast, serving as the team's medic. Li Shan's thick earth calf is black iron white grade, with strong earth-type defense. As for my Gungjin Sword King, it's a metal-type weapon spirit beast at bronze blue grade strength. A weapon spirit beast? So it's a weapon. The leader's eyes shone with curiosity. Weapon spirit beasts are a special category. They can fight independently and also transform into a beast master's weapon. The two complement each other, significantly boosting the beast master's combat power. Yi Yujun explained. Can it really do that? Fight independently and enhance combat power? Can we form contracts with more of them? The leaders eagerly eyed the Gungjin Sword King. Chen Lingfeng rolled his eyes at the group without hesitation. The spirit beasts of this kind are extremely rare, and everything depends on fate, Chen Lingfeng said, his voice barely fading as he waved his hand. Suddenly, a massive flaming sky dragon appeared before everyone. The dragon's body coiled in the air, engulfed in blazing flames, radiating intense heat that instinctively made the gathered leaders step back half a step. Is that a blazing young dragon? The head of the biology department trembled with excitement, his eyes fixed on the colossal creature. It's evolved to such a level. It's simply incredible. Mo Xiaochuan and the others exchanged glances, awkward smiles on their faces. Dean, you're not suggesting we fight this behemoth, are you? That's just two. What? Chen Lingfeng's voice suddenly turned cold, a chilling aura enveloping the five great kings. If you encounter a ferocious beast in the wild, would you retreat as well? These words hit the four present like a heavy hammer. Apart from Yi Yujun, who remained calm, the others' pupils involuntarily contracted, as if witnessing a scene of devastation wrought by a beast. Fight it is then. Mo Xiaochuan was the first to step forward, followed closely by Han Yudong. I'm not afraid of death either. Li Shan and Bai Yinyun didn't speak, but their eyes were filled with determination. Very well, outside. In the square, the flaming sky dragon soared high above, while the earth bull stood firm at the front, and the starry night cat darted swiftly across the ground like a shadow. Yi Yujun fixed his gaze on the giant dragon in the sky, and quickly devised a strategy. Listen to my command. The Gungjin Sword King will take the lead. The starry night cat will seize the opportunity to strike. Li Shan will protect the holy light deer, and Han Yudong have the ice fox find a chance to unleash ice skills. The flaming sky dragon let out a disdainful roar, its massive claw descending with fierce momentum. Gungjin Sword King, Gungjin Sword Chi. Yi Yujun commanded calmly. The others, however, appeared somewhat flustered, issuing their own orders. Earth Bull, deploy the Earth Shield. Ice Fox, launch ice arrows. Starry Night Cat, Night Raid. The golden sword energy clashed with the dragon's claw but was instantly dispersed. The claw continued its momentum, targeting the Ice Fox. Han Yudong's face changed dramatically. Ice Fox, dodge quickly. Earth Bull, move up to cover. Li Shan shouted. Yet the nearly 2-meter tall Earth Bull seemed like a toy in front of the flaming sky dragon, sent flying with a single swipe. As the Ice Fox seemed doomed, Yi Yujun made a decisive call. Gungjin Sword King, distract and harass. He sternly reminded. Hesitation is the enemy in battle. Stay focused. Outside the purple gold hall, the battle between the blazing flame dragon and the 5 spirit beasts was in full swing. The massive dragon gracefully spiraled through the air, each attack executed with ease. Despite their seamless teamwork, the 5 spirit beasts couldn't break through the dragon's defenses. Yi Yujun stood aside, fully aware that Chen Lingfeng was holding back. If the blazing flame dragon unleashed its fiery wrath, those spirit beasts wouldn't even leave ashes behind. Half an hour later, the 5 spirit beasts were utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Is this all you've achieved in 10 days? Chen Lingfeng called back the blazing flame dragon with a wave, his voice biting cold. Mo Xiaochuan and the others hung their heads, their faces full of defeat. Yi Yujun sighed softly. Although Mo Xiaochuan and his team showed some promising tactics in the latter half of the battle, it was far from meeting Chen Lingfeng's standards. There's only 5 days left before the Beast Control Academy starts, Chen Lingfeng said coolly. Anyone who hasn't reached the bronze level by then will attend classes with the freshmen. With that, he turned and walked into the purple gold hall. That won't do, Mo Xiaochuan exclaimed, hopping anxiously. As a future king, if I have to attend school with those rookies, I'd be a laughingstock. Then you better improve quickly, Yi Yujun said, glancing at him before swiftly following Chen Lingfeng. Inside the hall, Chen Lingfeng took out a device the size of a phone and handed it to the Astral Mansion Master. This is a spirit power detector I've just developed. See if it can be mass-produced. A spirit power detector? The Astral Mansion Master carefully took it, examining it closely. It's a derivative of the spirit gem, capable of detecting the power of spirit beasts, Chen Lingfeng explained. The Astral Mansion Master's eyes lit up and immediately pointed the device at the multicolored fox. Beep beep, black iron. A crisp notification sounded, causing the eyes of the assembled leaders to shine with interest. This is great, Yitsong said excitedly. Now we can know the power of our enemies. The four generals immediately began arguing over who would get priority access, until Chen Lingfeng raised his hand to stop them. Have you considered, he said calmly, how many spirit gems the 5 military districts would need in total? His question brought a heavy silence over the room. Isn't there any other solution? Yitsong asked unwillingly. A slight smile appeared on Chen Lingfeng's face as he turned his gaze to the Astral Mansion Master. There is a way, but it depends on the Astral Mansion Master. Depends on me? The Astral Mansion Master looked puzzled. Dean Shun, this is my first time seeing this device. Amidst the expectant gazes of those present, Chen Lingfeng spoke. Actually, you all know the solution, like navigation? As Chen Lingfeng was speaking, the chief of the astronomical department suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had grasped a crucial piece of information. Navigation, mobile phones, satellites, he exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement. I understand now. If we amplify the technology of the spiritual power detector and install it on satellites, we could achieve global monitoring of spiritual power. This way, we could not only detect the intensity of spiritual power, but also capture the fluctuations of spiritual power in secret realms. He looked at Chen Lingfeng with admiration. As expected from President Chen, this is a brilliant idea. However, Chen Lingfeng gently shook his head. This idea actually comes from your future self. The real genius is you. Me? The chief of the astronomical department asked incredulously, pointing to himself with a hint of confusion in his eyes. That's right, Chen Lingfeng said with a hint of heaviness in his voice. You were the one who originally proposed this idea. We even started implementing it. Unfortunately, the world was destroyed before the spiritual beast network was completed. The chief was stunned. So it was never finished? Yi Yujun nodded in response. Strictly speaking, it was completed. But the first magical beast detected by the spiritual beast network also became the last one. That was the divine level beast, the blood prison demon god. The atmosphere immediately became tense. All right, Chen Lingfeng broke the silence, his voice quiet yet powerful. This is not like the past. I believe the chief of the astronomical department will complete this work quickly. I'll leave the spiritual power detector to you. Don't let the great Xia down. The chief stood up abruptly, his expression solemn. Rest assured, I will build the spiritual beast network and show those damned magical beasts the strength of the great Xia. His voice was resolute, filled with a determination to fight to the end. Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly and turned to the construction department. There are only 5 days until the school term begins. Can it be completed on time? Report. The head of the construction department immediately stood up, his eyes shining with confidence. We guarantee to complete the task. What about the education department? Have all the admission notices been sent out? All have been implemented. The last candidate will receive theirs on the day. The head of the education department responded loudly. Good. Proceed as planned. In 5 days, welcome all the candidates from the Beast Taming Academy. Chen Lingfeng finished speaking and turned to leave. The others continued discussing the details, while Mo Xiaochuan and others watched his back, gritting their teeth and returning to the Wolf Fang Legion training. You've got to be kidding me, Mo Xiaochuan thought to himself. I, the eldest young master of the Mo family, cannot lose to these new graduates. Meanwhile, in an 80-square-meter room in Jiangcheng, Lin Yu's family was anxiously waiting. Lin's father and mother were restless, looking at their son. It's been several days. Why hasn't the admission notice arrived? Lin's mother asked worriedly. Son, did you ask your teacher why you can't find the academy information? Brother, Lin Feng smirked mischievously. Could it be that you didn't do well on the exam? Lin Yu glared at his brother unceremoniously. You talk too much. In Shangqing Garden, a delivery man knocked urgently on the door. Is Lin Yu home? Your acceptance letter has arrived. Inside, Lin's father jumped up and quickly opened the door. A bright red envelope caught his eye, with a golden seal gleaming in the sunlight. Lin's mother and Lin Feng also gathered around quickly. This acceptance letter is so extravagant. Lingfeng stared at the golden seal on the envelope. Dad, is this real gold? Hurry up and open it. Lin Yu leaned in with anticipation. Lin's father, his hands calloused and slightly trembling, carefully tore open the envelope. A gilded acceptance letter was revealed, with the words Royal Beast Academy prominently displayed in large golden letters. What kind of school is this? Lin's father asked, frowning in confusion. Son, when did you apply to this academy? Lin Yu looked bewildered. Royal Beast Academy? I have no idea. Meanwhile, in the Jiang City mayor's residence, the mayor was leisurely sipping tea and watching his computer. Suddenly, his secretary, Jiang Yu, burst in, startling him into spilling tea all over his pants. Jiang Yu, don't you know how to knock? The mayor snapped, quickly covering his computer screen. Mayor, the Department of Education has arrived with the military. What? The mayor stood up abruptly and quickly grabbed his phone to contact the head of the Department of Education, Zhang. Upon learning it was a purple gold mandate, he slumped back in his chair, reminiscing about his childhood of stealing bird eggs. The Department of Education officials ignored the mayor's reaction and headed straight to Shanqing Garden. 3 military SUVs parked at the entrance of the residential area, and a team of fully armed soldiers escorted the officials to Lin Yu's doorstep. The sound of knocking echoed once again. Who is it now? Lin's father opened the door and was taken aback by the scene outside. Officer, is this Lin Yu's residence? The Department of Education official asked directly. Lin's mother hastily explained. Officer, our Lin Yu has always been a good kid. Don't worry, the official waved his hand. We're here to escort Lin Yu to school. Now, the family exchanged bewildered glances. It's urgent. Lin Yu, please pack your things immediately, instructed 2 soldiers standing at attention with rifles. While Lin Yu went to pack, the official retrieved a bright red box from his briefcase and handed it to Lin's father. The 5-point star emblem on the box was particularly striking. This is Lin Yu's scholarship, the official calmly stated. 1 million in cash, plus a flat apartment. What? The family exclaimed in shock. Father Lin and the other 2 widened their eyes, their gaze fixed on Lin Yu, who was packing his luggage. Lingfeng pointed a trembling finger at his brother, his voice shaking. Did my brother become the national top scorer? The education department staff member gave a slight smile, a hint of envy in their eyes. No. Your brother is even beyond the national top scorer. This scene was unfolding simultaneously in thousands of families across the country. The entire internet was instantly abuzz, with major social media platforms flooded with discussions. Oh my gosh, have you heard of the Beast Taming Academy? Yes. Just the other day, I saw a classmate being escorted by fully armed soldiers, saying they were going to enroll. Beast Taming Academy? What kind of new breeding program is this? Beast taming? Could it be those mystical creatures from the Spirit Beast Compendium? Come on. Who still thinks about taming dinosaurs these days? The online chatter was relentless, with more information spreading. Oh my god, my brother got accepted into the Beast Taming Academy. 1 million in scholarship and a free house. Dreaming in broad daylight. Must be some third-rate diploma mills gimmick. 1 million plus a house. Why not throw in lifetime boarding too? In his study, Lingfeng read these comments, grinding his teeth in frustration, wishing he could dive into the internet to argue with these people, but he knew he was outnumbered. Soon, a convoy of military off-road vehicles began moving, escorting this special group of students straight to the Kunlun Beast Taming Academy. Students were being delivered one by one to the most luxurious hotel at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Are you also new students at the Beast Taming Academy? Lin Yu asked, dragging his suitcase, unable to believe this opulent lobby was his temporary home. A round-faced, chubby fellow approached enthusiastically. Everyone here is. This is a 6-star hotel. We'll be staying here for 2 days before classes start. This is too unreliable, a bespectacled boy complained. With my grades, I was guaranteed a spot at Tsinghua or Peking University. My grades were good too, but somehow I ended up here. Haha, I'm a poor student. The academy must have spotted my talent. Over 1,000 students arrived, making the Kunlun Hotel lively and bustling. Groups of students gathered to chat, while Lin Yu sat alone in a corner, engrossed in studying the Beast Compendium. He had a feeling that this mysterious academy had some connection to the creatures in the compendium. Perhaps they could indeed tame these legendary beasts, even if the idea seemed a bit crazy. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed at the hotel entrance. Attention everyone, gather up. All the students immediately stood at attention. Follow me, prepare for the opening ceremony. Led by the instructor, the students looked up at the towering Kunlun Mountain. Someone couldn't help but ask, Instructor, are we supposed to climb up there? The instructor coldly surveyed the group. Anyone who doesn't reach the top by noon will be eliminated. The instructor's icy words hit the students like a sledgehammer, leaving them momentarily stunned. Climb to the top of Kunlun Mountain in half a day, someone muttered in disbelief. What kind of legitimate school is located in a place like this? A wave of panic spread among the crowd, especially among those with less physical prowess, who looked particularly desperate. The instructor curled his lips into a cold smile and scanned the crowd. Anyone who doesn't want to climb can choose to quit. However, he deliberately paused. All scholarships must be returned if you quit. This statement seemed to ignite the students' fighting spirit, and their previously listless eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. There's no way we're giving up. It's just a mountain climb. How hard can it be? The peak of Kunlun Mountain? That's nothing. With shouts echoing around, the students rushed towards the mountain in a frenzy. Above the summit, Chen Lingfeng stood atop the blazing sky dragon, overlooking the awe-inspiring Beast Academy. The entire academy was built along the mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, resembling a celestial realm. As per his instructions, the architecture followed traditional Chinese style. Vivid beast motifs were carved on the vermilion pillars, layered pavilions were covered with green tiles, and auspicious beasts on the roof ridges lifted their heads to the sky, gleaming mysteriously in the sunlight. The main entrance of the academy was a grand green stone archway, inscribed with the bold characters, Beast Academy. Upon entering, a winding stone-paved path led forward, flanked by spiritual plants transplanted from the secret realm of fragrant grasses, lush and vibrant. The chief architect looked up at Chen Lingfeng, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Dean Chen, are you satisfied with the academy? Beside him, representatives from the Education Bureau, Security Bureau, and the 4 major military districts had gathered. The Grand Elder intended to attend personally, but Chen Lingfeng politely declined given his status. It was indeed inconvenient for him to make an appearance. Yi Yujun and Mo Xiaochuan stood with their hands behind their backs, alongside the 5 kings and 10 generals, waiting to witness the dawn of a new era. Just past 11, Instructor Wolf Fong appeared right on time. Half an hour later, the first student finally staggered to the summit. It was Zhang Qin from Longqing, a renowned athlete in the academy. However, he was now flushed, drenched in sweat, and his eyes were somewhat blurred with fatigue. When he looked up and took in the scene before him, all his exhaustion seemed to vanish in an instant. The grand entrance and the palace-like complex made him wonder if he was hallucinating. Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly, and Li Qin beside him opened the file in her hand. Longqing, Zhang Qin, Beast Mastery Score, 91. Staff members immediately stepped forward to assist Zhang Qin, offering him tea. Soon, more and more students arrived one after another. Although they were exhausted, they were all deeply impressed by the academy, which resembled a fairyland. The intricate pavilions and elegant flying eaves exuded mystery and majesty, prompting exclamations. Is this really an academy? It feels like I've entered a celestial realm. Is this where we'll be going to school in the future? The weary students looked up at the grand academy buildings, a flicker of hope reigniting in their eyes. Time ticked by 11:30, 11:50 until the clock atop the teaching building struck noon. The solemn chimes announced the end of the assessment. Those candidates still struggling at the foot of the mountain could only watch helplessly as staff members led them away. At the academy's entrance, the once crowded gathering had thinned significantly, leaving just over 800 people. This round of assessments had ruthlessly eliminated more than 300 candidates, far exceeding everyone's expectations. The remaining candidates swallowed hard as they watched their last companion being escorted away, shaken by the academy's stringent standards. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from within the academy. All students, gather at the Beast Square. The voice seemed to bypass any loudspeaker, resonating directly in everyone's ears, leaving the students in awe and disbelief. As all the students gathered at the square, Lin Yu's attention was captured by the figures atop a high platform. To his amazement, he recognized the prominent figures: the head of the education department, the head of security, and even 4 generals all present in person. Such an impressive lineup was beyond what even the top institutions like Qingbei could muster. Silence. The Wolf King, clad in a suit, stood on the platform, his voice instantly quelling the murmurs below. A massive screen then lit up, displaying a breathtaking and harrowing scene. On the screen, dark flying beasts filled the sky, casting shadows over everything, as countless shadow balls rained down, each one capable of claiming a life. The city, under catastrophic siege, had warriors on the walls fighting valiantly, using every weapon at their disposal: rocket launchers, machine guns, Gatling guns firing desperately. Yet their efforts seemed minuscule against the overwhelming onslaught of beasts. One by one, the warriors fell, their blood staining every corner of the city. Initially, the students thought it was a well-crafted sci-fi movie, until Lin Yu cried out, "This isn't a sci-fi movie. This is Shun City. Those are black feather crows. I've seen them in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia." His outcry sent a chill through everyone, as they finally realized that the gruesome images before them were from a real event that had actually occurred. Lin Yu stared manically at the video screen, his eyes bloodshot, his nails digging deep into his palms. A few drops of blood dripped from his clenched fists, but he was oblivious. It might just be a special effects video made by the academy, a student murmured, trying to convince themselves. No. Lin Yu suddenly turned around. Look closely at the despair in those people's eyes. Listen to those gut-wrenching screams. See the splattering blood. Even Hollywood's top special effects couldn't achieve this level of realism. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke the silence. A young man stepped out from the shadows, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He's right. These images are real. The crowd looked curiously at this boy, who seemed their age, wondering why he dared to be so audacious in front of so many bigwigs. The head of the academy stepped forward at the right moment and announced loudly, "This is Chen Lingfeng, the leader of the DaXia Beast Alliance, and our guardian. He will be the headmaster of the Beast Academy." The room erupted in astonishment. "That's impossible. He looks just like us." "Wait, I remember him. Chen Lingfeng from Quanqing No. 1 High School." Chen Lingfeng raised his hand expressionlessly, and a wave of silver-level aura swept across the room. Over 800 students felt as if they were hit by a mountain, their legs trembling uncontrollably. I can't breathe. What kind of power is this? How can this be? This is the real world." 10 minutes later, everyone was on their knees. Only then did Chen Lingfeng withdraw his aura. "Now, do you believe?" The students nodded repeatedly, fear evident in their eyes. "I know this challenges your understanding," Chen Lingfeng continued, "but in 5 years, spirit beasts will descend, and monsters will invade. The scenes you just saw will unfold in your cities, in your homes." Everyone's hearts trembled. The words spirit beasts and monsters sent chills down their spines. The Beast Academy was founded to save the world. Chen Lingfeng's voice turned solemn. "Enrolling means embarking on a perilous path where life and death are uncertain. Are you willing?" The room fell into a dead silence. The bloody images still lingered in everyone's minds. Just then, Lin Yu raised his trembling hand. "I am. Rather than waiting for annihilation, I'd rather die fighting." His words seemed to ignite a fuse. "Yes, if we're going to die anyway, why not fight to the end? Haha, I never thought I'd have the chance to save the world." "Me too, let's kill those damn monsters." The passionate shouts echoed throughout the hall. The crowd erupted with cheers that sounded like the roar of mountains and seas. The students stood in neat rows, their eyes sparkling with determination. Chen Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. A massive figure burst through the sky, a giant dragon enveloped in flames, known as his spirit beast, the blazing skyfire dragon. "This is my spirit beast, the blazing skyfire dragon, embodying both dragon and fire elements," Chen Lingfeng announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon let out a long roar toward the sky, its fiery aura sweeping across the entire plaza. The students stared in awe at the majestic dragon above, their expressions filled with shock and admiration. "It's a real spirit beast. A dual-element beast and a dragon at that. The headmaster is incredible. I wish I could have a spirit beast like that someday." Their envious discussions rose and fell. At that moment, the icy voice of the Wolf King cut through the air. "Everyone, stand ready. The opening ceremony and academy inauguration officially begins." Suddenly, more dragon roars resonated through the clouds. 18 flame-winged drakes, their bodies ablaze, flew out in formation from the dragon cave, weaving dazzling patterns in the sky as a tribute to the Beast Academy. Following them, various drake species appeared in succession, leaving the students in awe. To everyone's surprise, a fiery cloud approached, carrying a massive tiger engulfed in golden flames, none other than the blazing heavenly tiger. Roar! The 10,000 mountains and verdant grasslands congratulate the founding of the Beast Academy. Its powerful roar echoed throughout, even impressing the dignitaries from the security and education departments. Yizong recognized this prominent figure from the verdant grasslands, recalling the overwhelming presence he felt when he glimpsed it from afar. The crowd marveled at the headmaster's influence to attract such a formidable being for the celebration. The blazing heavenly tiger continued. "This is a gift from the 5-colored divine fox, over 1,000 spirit beast eggs." No sooner had it spoken than countless spirit beast eggs flew toward Chen Lingfeng. Staff members hurriedly brought out incubation boxes to collect them, while the distinguished guests looked on with envy. The students were ecstatic. "Is this our starter gift? I can finally have my own spirit beast. I want to bond with a fire-type spirit beast. The headmaster's beast is so cool." Cheers erupted one after another. Chen Lingfeng gazed at the blazing heavenly tiger and, with a hint of surprise, said, "Tell the 5-colored divine fox that I will ensure the safety of the verdant grasslands for eternity." The appearance of the sacred flame tiger profoundly impacted every student present. Its golden body radiated a dazzling light, leaving the students in awe for a long while. Once they regained their composure, the simple opening ceremony began. The sound of scissors cutting through ribbons marked the official unveiling of the 4 golden characters, Beast Master Academy. Chen Lingfeng stepped forward, scanning the crowd. "My name is Chen Lingfeng, and I will be your dean. I have only one requirement for you: obedience." His voice was strong and commanding. "Beast Master Academy cultivates elite beast masters, and you will become the leaders of a new era. The ranks of beast masters, from lowest to highest, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, king, and demigod. Starting today, each of you will receive 100 credits as your initial allowance. Chen Lingfeng continued. These credits are the Academy's currency. This rule, established with the head of the education office, ensures equal opportunity for everyone. Now, staff will take you to your dorms, and classes will officially begin tomorrow. Dismissed. The students were momentarily stunned by the brevity of the opening speech. Under the staff's guidance, they were led to the dormitory area. Before them stood rows of standard four-person container dorms, but in the distance, there were neat little villas with courtyards. Why can't we stay in those villas? A student couldn't help but ask. The staff explained, those are dorms divided by strength. The nearest ones are black iron dorms, followed by silver and gold zones. As your strength increases, you'll naturally be able to move in. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes lit up with determination. I, Zhao Tian, will be the first to enter the black iron dorm. Dream on. The first will definitely be me, Ao Tian. Meanwhile, the rejected candidates at the foot of the mountain were filled with deep regret. Those flying dragons and the golden tiger beast were real. Fire dragon. Exactly like in the Beastmaster guide. If only I had trained my physical abilities more. One rejected candidate even vented online. I once stood at the gates of Beastmaster Academy, only to miss the chance to enroll. I thought getting into Qing Bay was enough, but after witnessing the fire dragon, the unicorn hatchling, and that giant golden tiger, I realized what I had missed. Beastmaster Academy, Beastmaster Guide, all the signs were there. I've decided to retake the exam. I must get into Beastmaster Academy. However, by evening, the post was met with skepticism. Another marketing gimmick for Beastmaster Academy? First the $1 million scholarship, now this. Which capitalist is behind this massive promotional stunt? A tiger glowing with golden light? Could you be any more ridiculous? The debate about the Beast Compendium was in full swing online. Why not just say it's a tiger that's gained sentience? How could the official promotion of the Beast Compendium be manipulated by capitalists? Various opinions surfaced one after another on the internet. However, these controversies didn't disrupt the normal operations of the Beast Academy. The next morning, over 800 students were divided into 10 classes, and the classrooms buzzed with chatter. Lin Yu sat quietly in the middle of class 1. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar, round figure squeezing in beside him. You're in class 1 too? Hee hee. The chubby boy puffed out his chest proudly. This means I have exceptional talent. I'm destined for greatness. Lin Yu. A clear female voice called from behind. Lin Yu turned to see Fang Qingxin standing there, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a gentle halo around her. Fang Qingxin. I never thought I'd run into you here. Lin Yu exclaimed, surprised to see the Academy's acknowledged goddess. Goddess, we'll be classmates. Please take care of me. Fang Qingxin nodded slightly and gracefully took a seat behind Lin Yu. At that moment, a middle-aged man with silver-rimmed glasses entered the classroom and wrote Zhang Yuan on the board. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Yuan, responsible for teaching you about beast knowledge. Since everyone is unfamiliar with spirit beasts, today I'll start with the legends of spirit beasts and demon beasts. Zhang Yuan adjusted his glasses, his voice resonant and engaging. Spirit beasts originate from the spirit realm, while demon beasts come from the demon domain. 100 years ago, the demon domain launched a surprise attack on the spirit realm. The fierce battle between divine beasts and demon gods caused the world to collapse and everything to wither. Zhang Yuan's vivid description seemed to transport the students to that war-torn era. They could almost see divine beasts soaring into the sky, battling the fierce demon gods. They could envision the heavens collapsing and the world shattering under the relentless energy blasts. How did the spirit beasts survive? How did they come to our world? A student eagerly raised a hand to ask. That's thanks to the world tree, Zhang Yuan explained with a smile. As the spirit realm was on the brink of collapse, the world tree, unwilling to see its inhabitants perish, shed its leaves, forming numerous secret realms. These realms drifted in the void, eventually drawn to our world and merging with it. As the morning class ended, the classroom buzzed with excitement. That was amazing. The battle between divine beasts and demon gods was so cool. Imagine being able to bond with a divine beast. Stop dreaming. Worry about bonding with an ordinary spirit beast first, someone countered. Yet, the students' enthusiasm remained undiminished. They even skipped lunch break, eagerly awaiting the afternoon class. For these students, the lunch break had never felt so long. In the classroom of Class 1 at the Beast Mastery Academy, students were anxiously awaiting the arrival of their new teacher. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a stern-faced man strode in, exuding a sharp and commanding aura. My name is Lang Wang, and I will be your practical beast mastery instructor, he announced, scanning the room with eyes as sharp as knives. Now, everyone, look at the beast mastery body technique in your hands. This afternoon's task is simple: cultivate your beast mastery power. As a teacher with a military background, Lang Wang's teaching method was unusually straightforward. Learn by yourself. In truth, he felt a bit uneasy about his role as a teacher, worried that his military style might lead the students astray. Wolf. Wolf teacher. Zhao Yu mustered the courage to raise his hand, his voice slightly trembling. When can we form contracts with spirit beasts? Lang Wang turned his head, his icy gaze landing on Zhao Yu, causing him to shrink back instinctively. Contracting a spirit beast requires beast mastery power. You need to reach the black iron level, he replied coolly. I want to see who will become the leader. Black iron level? The students exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fierce determination. I'll be the first to reach black iron. No, it will be me. I, Zhao Tian, won't accept defeat from anyone. I, Ao Tian, won't back down either. The classroom erupted with excitement, the students' enthusiasm soaring to new heights. To accelerate their training progress, Chen Lingfeng had arranged a large number of spirit stones around the classroom. As the students practiced, specks of white light flickered throughout the room. With all the students possessing talents above 80, their training speed was impressive. Meanwhile, in the Zijin Hall, the Grand Elder was listening to the construction chief's work report. The Steel Coastline project is on track, with ample steel supplies across the alliance, and the production from the gold-devouring beast ensures we have enough materials, the construction chief said, setting down his teacup with a worried expression. But we're facing a severe shortage of workers, which is a tricky issue. Thinking about the 2-year agreement with Chen Lingfeng, he felt a bit apprehensive. The manpower issue. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment. We could consider offering double wages to attract more migrant workers, and also consult with retired soldiers to see if they're willing to continue serving the Grand Xia Alliance. Such a massive project requires the full strength of the alliance. Just then, the public security chief stood up. Grand Elder, those capital forces have been causing a lot of trouble recently. Construction across the alliance has been halted, and many are resisting. The internet is full of voices opposing the project, claiming the Steel Coastline is a wasteful endeavor with no necessity. The Grand Elder, usually kind and gentle, now had a sharp glint in his eyes, his presence imposing. Any capital that dares to rebel, arrest them immediately. Have the information department release a statement. The Steel Coastline is crucial for the safety of the people and must be built. Anyone who obstructs it is courting disaster. Understood. The public security chief was about to sit down when the emergency satellite phone on the table suddenly vibrated violently, its buzzing alarming everyone present. Public security chief, what's happening? Emergency situation. The public security chief's face darkened. A suspected monster sighting in the outskirts of Luo City has resulted in significant casualties in a village, 30 dead, dozens injured. Monsters? The Grand Elder exclaimed in shock. Deploy the security forces immediately, seal off the entire area. Evacuate all villagers and await further instructions from me. Yes. After hanging up the phone, the public security chief reported gravely to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, monsters have appeared. Level S combat readiness. Evacuate all residents from the suburbs immediately. The urgent command resounded like a thunderclap. Notify Director Chun and Mo Qingtian, dispatch a regiment, clear the path with tanks, and secure the secret realm entrance at once. Astronomical Bureau, broadcast the footage of the outskirts of Luo City immediately. As soon as the order was given, the head of the Astronomical Bureau swiftly connected to the satellite signal. The giant screen behind the purple gold hall lit up, revealing a terrifying scene. The once peaceful countryside had turned into a living hell. Villagers fled in terror, rows of self-built houses collapsed with a crash, and the rubble was stained with alarming bloodstains. 3 tall, jet-black beasts rampaged through the village, destroying swathes of buildings with each charge. A villager who couldn't escape in time was impaled by sharp fangs, blood dripping from the pointed teeth. The beasts left a trail of corpses in their wake, resembling a scene from hell. Damn it! Yitsong slammed his fist on the conference table in fury, glaring coldly at the head of the Security Bureau. Is this what you call protecting the people? The head of the Security Bureau looked bitter and lowered his head in silence. Meanwhile, in the Southern Command, Commander Wang was pressing the Logistics Bureau. Director, where is the beast control body strengthening technique? Others have already started practicing it, but we haven't even seen a trace. Commander Wang, please calm down. It will be ready in no more than a day. Suddenly, the alarm blared through the air. Commander Wang immediately cut off the call and grabbed the satellite phone from the safe. Upon hearing the news of the beast's appearance, he promptly issued a mobilization order. In an instant, the camp was filled with the blaring of alarms, and soldiers quickly assembled as armored vehicles roared out of the base. At the Beast Control Academy, Chen Lingfeng was inspecting the students' training progress. With his hands behind his back, he observed their improvement with satisfaction, thinking that they could start forming contracts with spirit beasts in 2 days. Li Qin followed him expressionlessly, jotting notes in her notebook. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the calm. Li Qin swiftly answered the satellite phone, and the anxious voice of the Security Bureau head came through. This is the Beast Control Academy. Beasts have been sighted on the outskirts of Luo City, suspected secret realm invasion, requesting support. Chen Lingfeng's brows knitted tightly as he took the phone and gave a brief response. Instruct the warriors to hold the line and not engage rashly. Wait for my arrival. With that, he led the 5 heavenly kings onto the ready dragon Sor 1, heading straight for the outskirts of Luo City. In the outskirts of Luo City, the scene resembled a living hell. Amidst the chaotic ruins, an elderly man with white hair sat slumped on the ground, his eyes clouded with despair. He muttered to himself, "Oh my heavens, what on earth has happened?" Deep wrinkles on his face were furrowed with fear. Not far away, in a corner of the debris, a group of children huddled together, their small bodies trembling uncontrollably. They covered their mouths with dirty little hands, terrified of making a sound that might attract the attention of the beasts. Silent tears rolled down their dust-covered cheeks. A sturdy middle-aged man stood in front of the crowd, gripping a blood-stained hoe. He gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. "Damn beasts, don't come any closer," he shouted, despair in his eyes, yet he dared not retreat. "Where are the security forces?" Behind him, a young mother staggered as she fled, clutching a baby in her arms, one shoe lost somewhere along the way. The infant cried incessantly, and she soothed softly. "Don't be afraid, my love, mommy will protect you." This horrific scene was broadcasted to the purple gold hall, where the expressions of all the leaders were grim. Mo Qingtian was especially furious, his clenched fist drawing blood as he growled through gritted teeth. "Damn it! Why is Xiao Wang taking so long?" Finally, the security convoy roared into view, forming a barricade across the village road. Fully armed security officers quickly disembarked, warily eyeing the beasts as large as small mountains. "Don't be afraid. We're here to save you." The security captain shouted to the villagers, then turned to his team, ordering them to open fire. Gunshots rang out, bullets whistling towards the herd of boars. However, when the bullets struck the beasts, they only sparked harmlessly against their tough hides, unable to penetrate their defenses. This unexpected turn left all the security officers stunned. "These are iron-hide black boars. Their defense is incredibly strong," the security captain quickly realized. "Use grenades." Before he finished speaking, he had already thrown one. The other officers swiftly followed suit, and explosions erupted, smoke and dust enveloping the battlefield. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the 3 iron-hide black boars emerged unscathed, even more enraged. They roared thunderously and charged at the security officers with renewed ferocity. "Even that's ineffective? Get behind the cars," the security captain shouted, suddenly noticing a petrified officer standing frozen. "Xiaozhang, what are you doing standing there? Move it," he yelled urgently. The security chief gritted his teeth, holding a riot shield high in one hand and tightly gripping the terrified Xiao Zhang with the other as he charged forward. "Move! Keep moving," he shouted. Seeing the iron-skinned black boar charging towards them, he roared and used all his strength to fling Xiao Zhang out of the danger zone. Bang! It was as if he was hit head-on by an out-of-control heavy truck. The security chief was lifted into the air, blood spraying from his mouth. "Chief!" the team members shouted in unison from behind. Don't worry about me. Keep attacking." The security chief, who was lying on the ground, felt the excruciating pain of broken ribs. The rumbling sound of tank tracks rolling over the ground grew nearer. "All members of the security force, fall back immediately." Commander Wang's voice boomed from atop a tank. "The Southern Defense Army is here." Cheers erupted on the scene. For this mission, Commander Wang had mobilized his entire regiment and deployed 5 heavy tanks. Roar! The iron-skinned black boar charged at the nearest tank. Bang! In a deafening collision, the several-ton tank was pushed back a few steps. "Damn it, this beast is still so fierce." "Security force, evacuate the villagers immediately," Commander Wang shouted. "Artillery, give it everything you've got." Boom boom. The dark cannon barrels spat fire, and shells rained down around the 5 iron-skinned black boars. Explosions echoed, flames soared, and the ground trembled. "To hell with it, a few pigs dare to act up in front of me. Keep firing until there's nothing left." Commander Wang roared furiously, the entire scene filled with the relentless barrage of artillery fire. Everyone turned to look at Mo Qingtian. "Are your subordinates always this aggressive?" Mo Qingtian raised his chin proudly. "What are you looking at? If it were me on the scene, I wouldn't stop shelling for half an hour to quell my anger." Wang Kai nodded repeatedly. "That's right. Dealing with these damn beasts needs to be like this. If it were on my turf, I'd just send them to Kingdom Come with a missile." "Isn't the iron-skinned black boar finished now?" "It should be. After all, it's just a black iron level. How strong can it be?" The head of the education department stared intently at the battlefield. "No, look, there's still one alive." Amidst the smoke, a dark silhouette suddenly charged out. Its massive tusks pierced through a tank's armor, toppling Commander Wang from his perch. "Oh no, Commander Wang!" the soldiers exclaimed, pulling their triggers, but the storm of bullets couldn't halt the iron-skinned black boar's advance. "Damn it, I'll take you down with me." Commander Wang struggled to his feet, gripping a grenade and glaring menacingly at the approaching boar. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. "You damned kid, don't you dare die on me," Mo Qingtian shouted hoarsely. In this critical moment, a majestic voice echoed from the heavens. "Inferno dragon, flames of heaven." A deep dragon's roar shook the earth, and a terrifying draconic aura enveloped the scene. The iron-skinned black boar, about to take another step, instinctively trembled under this pressure. Then, a massive blaze descended from the sky. Where did that fire come from? Commander Wang was stunned as he gazed at the sudden blaze. The rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and the iron-skinned black boar that had been howling moments before was now engulfed in flames. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned skyward. A majestic dragon of flames was circling above, with a young figure standing boldly on its back. It's Dean Chun. Why does Dean Chun look so young? His attack power is more terrifying than our tanks. The fiery dragon let out a low roar and slowly descended. Chen Lingfeng approached Commander Wang and effortlessly took the grenade from his hand. Your life is not meant to be sacrificed with these beasts. There are more monsters waiting for you to fight in the future. With that, he mounted the dragon again and continued on his way. Commander Wang watched Chen Lingfeng's retreating figure with a complex expression. Then he shouted, "Everyone, follow me. Today we ride with Commander Chun and unleash a massacre." Along the way, whenever they encountered iron-skinned black boars above the black iron level, the flaming dragon would unleash a torrent of fire, instantly turning them to ash. Those bronze-level beasts, towering 3 meters high and weighing over 1,000 pounds, were as fragile as paper against the dragon's fearsome flames. The black iron-level boars were left for the Jinnan Legion to practice on, as their rocket launchers were still effective against beasts of this level. Eventually, they discovered something unusual at the foot of a low mountaina rift in space, revealing a pitch-black opening from which black gas slowly seeped out, accompanied by the roars of beasts. Fire the flames into the opening. At Chen Lingfeng's command, the flaming dragon intensified its fiery aura and unleashed a torrent of flames into the rift. The sounds of anguished cries echoed from within. "Everyone, follow me inside and notify the construction department." Chen Lingfeng paused briefly, then resolutely stepped into the rift. Although the others hesitated, they quickly steeled themselves and followed. The leaders at the funding hall were puzzled as to why a construction team was needed, but they promptly executed Dean Chen's orders. The soldiers who entered the secret realm were awestruck by what they saw: a blackened land, a sky riddled with cracks, and countless iron-skinned black boars. Meanwhile, Chen Lingfeng was already soaring towards the highest peak on his flaming dragon. In the central valley of the secret realm, piles of bones rose like mountains. A colossal berserk rock boar was feasting at the center, its heavy breaths echoing in the air. A peculiar scent permeated the atmosphere, causing Chen Lingfeng's eyes to gleam with realization. A micromonster secret realm, a space on the brink of shattering? This scent, could it be a rift stone? A silver-tier rampaging rock boar is fiercely battling the blazing skyfire dragon. This earth element beast possesses a training speed 3 times that of a typical silver-tier creature and has evolved skills such as Rampart Rock Shield Bronze, Rampaging Rock Charge Silver, and Rock Spike Blast Silver. Hurry up and take it down. The blazing skyfire dragon nodded in agreement, transforming into a blazing inferno and charging at its opponent. The surging flames coalesced into a scorching blaze in the air, directly targeting the rampaging rock boar. The boar's small eyes flashed with ferocity. As a silver-tier magical beast, it already possessed considerable intelligence. Yellowish energy quickly gathered around it, forming a solid rampart rock shield. Then, it stomped angrily, causing nearby rocks to rise and transform into a barrage of rock spikes. The blazing skyfire dragon glanced disdainfully, unleashing a tidal wave of dragon might. The rock spikes in midair instantly turned to dust, crushed by the overwhelming pressure directed at the rampaging rock boar. The boar let out a defiant roar, its sturdy legs flailing futilely on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Seizing the moment, the dragon swooped down, its claws striking precisely on the boar's head. With a sickening crack, the rampaging rock boar's eyes widened, and it collapsed lifelessly, blood and tears streaming down. At that moment, the air shimmered slightly as a white, multicolored fox gracefully leapt onto Chen Lingfeng's shoulder, gesturing anxiously towards the front. "Is there something you want up ahead?" Chen Lingfeng asked, stroking its soft fur. The multicolored fox nodded eagerly, its big eyes filled with anticipation. "Just wait, your big brother will bring it back for you." Sure enough, moments later, the blazing skyfire dragon returned, holding a black crystal in its classic golden quality void-cracking gem with the mystical ability to suppress space. The multicolored fox was overjoyed, impatiently reaching out to grab it. Observing its reaction, Chen Lingfeng understood. As a unique creature with 5 natural attributes, the fox was highly sensitive to various elements. If it could gather 9 attributes, it could evolve into the legendary Chaos Spirit Fox. "All right, I'll keep it safe for you until you evolve. Reluctantly, the fox watched as Chen Lingfeng stored the gem in the beast taming space. He mounted the blazing Skyfire dragon, looking for Commander Wang, who was directing the battle. By now, Commander Wang had regained his composure from the initial chaos and was locked in a fierce struggle with an iron-hide black boar. Dean Chun, Commander Wang greeted with a smile upon seeing the dragon. I've taken care of the silver-tier beast. Your team needs to establish a perimeter around the secret realm. Where are the Construction Bureau people? Here. Hello, Dean Chun. I'm Ma Chong from the Construction Bureau. I need you to build a stronghold here within 3 days. Can you do it? Mission guaranteed. Ma Chong replied confidently. Chen Lingfeng stood firmly inside the Zijin Pavilion, presenting his plan for the Ironhide Black Pig secret realm with determination. This place is ideal for setting up a pig farm. The powerful spiritual energy contained in the magical beast meat can not only serve as quality food for the Beast Academy, but also provide training supplies for the soldiers in the military district. As soon as he finished speaking, the influential figures who were about to leave suddenly perked up. This magical beast meat has such wonderful uses. They whispered among themselves, eyes sparkling with excitement. The appearance of the Ironhide Black Pig has turned out to be a pleasant surprise. However, their thoughts soon shifted to sympathy for the villagers of Luoqing. At that moment, General Mo Qingtian of the southern towns let a slight smile slip, a glint of insight flickering in his eyes. Yitsong noticed his expression and immediately understood his intentions. General Mo, don't think about claiming the Ironhide pig meat for yourself. It doesn't solely belong to the southern military district. Mo Qingtian's smile froze on his face as he turned to glare at Yitsong. This is our hard-won trophy. Trophies should be distributed fairly, Yitsong insisted, standing his ground. As the generals bickered like stubborn children, a cold, measured cough interrupted them. Instantly, these commanding figures shrank back, and the argument ceased. The Grand Elder began issuing a series of clear directives. The construction department must complete a fortress integrating defense and breeding functions within the Ironhide Pig secret realm in 3 days. The agriculture department must immediately dispatch an expert team to develop a breeding plan. The southern military district may retain 1 layer of the wild boar meat, while the rest must be frozen and transported, coordinated by the logistics department. The logistics department is also responsible for compensating villagers at city prices for relocation and providing relief funds. Suddenly, Luoqing became the focus of attention in the Great Xia. 3 regiments of troops marched in grandeur, with a mass of tanks advancing towards the suburbs, followed closely by personnel from the agriculture and logistics departments. On this day, the internet erupted. Magical beasts have appeared? Why is the military mobilizing so frequently? A terrifying beast slaughtered a village, rivers of blood. Various reports emerged. Videos and photos taken by surviving villagers and passers-by spread wildly online. Is this a movie? A 3-meter wild boar? How is that possible? Blood everywhere. It's horrifying. Why isn't the government explaining? Netizens debated fiercely, yet the authorities neither clarified nor blocked the information. These images quickly reached abroad. Chief Kess of the Eagles Security Department frowned as he reviewed the data. Such enormous wild boars. Could they be mutant species? What is happening in the Great Xia? Sir, all this information was gathered from the Great Xia's internet, his subordinate reported. Our moles are finding it increasingly difficult to gather more intelligence as the Great Xia is systematically dismantling our network. Bang! Kess slammed the documents onto the desk in frustration. What about the Foreign Affairs Department? Did we get a response from the DaXia group? No, the DaXia Foreign Affairs Office has consistently refused to respond. The international situation quickly grew tense. Very well, a senior official said with a cold smile in the high-level meeting room. It seems DaXia has considered itself the leader for many years. Contact Island Nation, Lion Nation, and Camel Nation immediately. We will conduct a military exercise as well. He turned to the head of the information department. Stir up trouble within DaXia. Let all the people know that it is due to their government's inaction that we have no choice but to impose a financial blockade on them. The world order shifted quietly at this moment. However, this international turmoil had no impact on the Beast Academy. In the classroom, dozens of students were immersed in the practice of the beast body strengthening technique. Linyu was sweating slightly on his forehead. He could feel the beast power flickering within him, yet it always vanished just as he was about to grasp it. Looking around, all his classmates wore expressions of grit and determination, clearly struggling with the elusive beast power. As the sunset's glow filled the classroom, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Instructor Wolf King stood up, surveying the exhausted students below. Stop for now. Haste makes waste. Gather on the field at 7 a.m. tomorrow. With that, he turned and left the classroom. This beast body strengthening technique is just too hard. I still can't sense the beast power. Yeah, what exactly is this beast power? Damn it. I'm going to practice all night tonight. I refuse to believe I can't master it. Voices of complaint echoed throughout the classroom. The chubby boy turned to Linyu. Linyu, how's your practice going? Lin Yu shook his head. I can kind of feel it, but I can't control it at all. At that moment, a faint pressure suddenly descended from above, causing the standing students to nearly lose their balance. Then someone exclaimed, "Look at Fong Qingxin. She's glowing." Everyone's attention immediately focused on the front row of the classroom. Fong Qingxin was enveloped in a soft glow, making her look ethereal. Sensing the attention, she slowly opened her gem-like eyes. "Why are you all staring at me? Fong, have you mastered the beast power? Is this reaching the black iron level? Can you teach us?" In response to her classmates' barrage of questions, Fong Qingxin nodded slightly, but then shook her head. "I have indeed mastered the beast power, but I'm not at the black iron level yet." Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Li Qin entered with a professor from the research department. The professor pointed to a white device being moved in by staff, saying excitedly, "Dean Chun, the beast power detector has been successfully developed. We've set the beast power as a numerical value, 100 for black iron, 1000 for bronze, up to 1,000,000 for the king level." Chen Lingfeng nodded, stood up, and placed his hand on the detector. A powerful energy surged from his hand. 98,000 beast power. The professor from the research institute widened his eyes in shock, his pupils enlarging behind his glasses. Having been responsible for testing for many years, he was accustomed to soldiers scoring in the 50s or 60s, with even the elite Wolf Fong Corps barely surpassing 100. Yet now, Chen Lingfeng's display of 98,000 beast power was more dazzling than a midday spotlight. The professor turned to Chen Lingfeng, eyes filled with awe. "Are you about to reach the golden level? 98,000? Still a bit short," Chen Lingfeng replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. "A bit short?" The professor nearly stumbled, while even Li Qin, known for her professional demeanor, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. She wanted to ask the Beast Alliance leader if he had ever heard of the term Versailles. "Dean Chun, what do you think of the testing device?" The professor looked at Chen Lingfeng expectantly, like a student awaiting praise. "It's good, but could be improved," Chen Lingfeng mused. "It should emit a black glow at the iron level, and so on. This would motivate beast tamers better than cold numbers." "Yes." The professor's eyes lit up. "Not just colors, we can add effects and sound too." He excitedly waved his hands and rushed back to refine the design. The next day, 10 improved testing devices arrived at the Beast Academy. As dawn broke, the field was filled with the sound of labored breathing. Students were completing a simple, yet daunting task, running 5 kilometers in half an hour, or risk missing breakfast. Groans echoed, especially from the chubby kid, whose face was ashen. "Huh? Why is it so easy today?" The chubby kid was surprised as he touched his body after finishing the run. Normally, this distance would leave him half dead, but today felt remarkably easy. "Line up," the Wolf King ordered, and the students snapped to attention as if electrocuted. Today's task: practice the beast taming body technique. Whoever reaches the iron level first can start contracting a spirit beast. This announcement seemed to flip a switch in the students. The field buzzed with focused training. For every aspiring beast tamer, this was a golden opportunity. Lin Yu noticed a significant change. The elusive beast power from yesterday now flowed smoothly along the path of the beast taming body technique. When he opened his eyes, the faint white glow in his palm filled him with joy. But he didn't stop, glancing at his still practicing classmates before closing his eyes to continue training. That day, nearly all the diligent students successfully sensed the beast power. They eagerly followed the technique's path, emitting a faint white glow. Most notably, the chubby kid's body was visibly slimming. In the arena, an intense battle was underway. The multicolored fox darted around like white lightning, while the small ice fox continuously launched ice spikes. "Attack speed is too slow, skill release too delayed." Chen Lingfeng's cold voice came from the high platform. "Multicolored fox, attack randomly." Han Yudong's expression changed dramatically. "Small ice fox, dodge quickly." The multicolored fox leapt onto a boulder, its tail glowing with an eerie red light, aiming directly at the small ice fox. Whoosh whoosh. A blazing fireball traced a bright arc through the sky, followed by a glittering golden sword, a whistling leaf blade from the wood element, a forceful surge of water, and sharp spikes that erupted from the ground. The 5-element magical attacks rained down like a storm, forcing the little ice fox to dodge frantically, its movements clumsy. However, the onslaught was too intense, and it was eventually grazed on the side by one of the spikes. With a piercing cry, the little ice fox tumbled heavily to the ground, its snowy fur stained with spots of blood. "There is progress, but both stamina and skills are indispensable," Chen Lingfeng remarked, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "Come over and test yourselves. This is the latest beast power detector from the Research Institute, capable of assessing your combat strength." "Is there really such a thing?" Mo Xiaochuan's eyes lit up as he quickly approached a sleek silver machine. Without hesitation, he placed his palm on it, releasing his beast power. A white light rose from his body, and the detector emitted a black glow as a dignified mechanical voice announced, "Black iron, 963. Not bad, almost at bronze." Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly, turning his attention to the others. A series of mechanical reports followed. Black Iron, 915. By Yanyun, 886. Li Shan, 935. The four of them were quite close in strength, nearing the bronze level. Everyone's eyes naturally fell on Yi Yujun. Sister Yi, let's see your strength. Sister Yi must be close to silver, right? Absolutely. I suspect Sister Yi is already a silver beast master. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Yi Yujun skillfully placed her palm on the detector. Instantly, a cyan light illuminated the entire arena. Bronze, 9,806. Oh my, 9,800. That's 10 times my score. Mo Xiaochuan exclaimed, wide-eyed. Heavens, why is this happening? I've tried so hard. Han Yudong lamented. Bai Yanyan tilted her head thoughtfully. Could it be that Sister Yi has the best relationship with the dean? The scene fell silent, and Yi Yujun's eyes reddened as she gave Bai Yanyan a fierce glare. At that moment, Li Qin rushed over in high heels. Dean, General Mo Qingtian has arrived. My dad, what's he doing here? Mo Xiaochuan asked in confusion. Chen Lingfeng smiled slightly and turned towards the helipad. This helipad was specifically built to receive frequent visits from important figures. Mo Qingtian had just disembarked from the Longting No. 1 fighter jet, followed by 3 transport planes. General Mo, there's no need for you to come in person for such a small matter, is there? Dad, Mo Xiaochuan called out excitedly. Mo Qingtian was in high spirits, laughing as he walked past his son and approached Chen Lingfeng. Dean Chen, I'm here to thank you for looking after my wayward son. Have you gained control over the Ironhide Black Pig's secret realm? We've got about 60% control. The inner areas have too many bronze-level beasts, so we're using kite tactics. The construction of the secret realm fortress is about 70 to 80% complete. Mo Qingtian indicated behind him, where soldiers were unloading large crates. This time, we've brought enough Ironhide pig meat to supply the Beast Academy for half a month. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, the students, who had been absorbed in their cultivation exercises, snapped back to reality. A sudden and intense hunger overwhelmed them, leaving them feeling drained and their stomachs growling in protest, a common occurrence for beginners in the art of cultivation, where the physical demands are great. The Wolf King, having already received a message from Chen Lingfeng, stood up with a slight smile on his face. Let's go, he said. I'll take you to the cafeteria, there's something special today. With those words, not only did the 80 students of his class, but also those from other classes, rush towards the cafeteria, clutching their rumbling stomachs and eyes wide with anticipation. As they stepped through the cafeteria doors, they were greeted by an enticing aroma that filled the air. The students paused, exchanging puzzled looks. This smell, it wasn't here yesterday. The Wolf King and other teachers were already at the serving counter. Turning to the students, he announced, today's special dish, Ironhide pork. Ironhide pork. The students were puzzled. Isn't that just regular pork? Why does it smell so irresistible? The Wolf King grinned slightly. The Ironhide Black Pig is a black iron beast. Its meat can enhance your cultivation speed. Without another word, he picked up a tray and gave a nod to the cafeteria staff. The other teachers followed suit, quickly lining up to get their meals. Beast meat, and it boosts cultivation. The students were instantly excited. Save some for us, teachers. They rushed forward, eager not to miss this rare opportunity. Fortunately, Chen Lingfeng had prepared well, and there was enough in the cafeteria for every student to receive a full plate of Ironhide pork. Just then, Lin Yu noticed something unusual at the cafeteria entrance. 8 staff members were maneuvering an electric cart carrying an enormous creature standing 3 meters tall, covered in black fur with tusks as sharp as blades. Is that the Ironhide Black Pig? Fang Qingxin put down her chopsticks, her eyes wide with astonishment. This completely changes what I thought I knew about pigs. As he chewed on the meat, the Wolf King casually remarked, this is a bronze-level Ironhide Black Pig, and it's the kind of opponent you'll face in the future. The students watched the massive creature being taken into the kitchen, initially silent before bursting with excitement. The delicious taste of the beast's meat filled them with anticipation for what lay ahead. They silently vowed to form a bond with a spirit beast soon and to hunt magical beasts themselves. Me too, exclaimed a student excitedly. The magical black bear's spirit beast guide says it's legal to eat it. Just imagine the bear paw. Before they could finish, students around were already swallowing hard. It was an amusing sight, newcomers at the Beastmaster Academy, and everyone seemed to be a foodie. As the cafeteria buzzed with a cheerful atmosphere, the Wolf King looked around and announced, after lunch break, everyone gather at the arena. We'll be testing the results of your training over the past 2 days. With that, he was the first to leave. The students exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. How are they going to test our beast mastery? Are we supposed to fight each other? But we haven't even bonded with our spirit beasts yet. Yeah, and I can't stop thinking about my little fire fox. Lin Yu suddenly stood up, his eyes sweeping over everyone with determination. If we want to bond with our spirit beasts quickly, we need to work twice as hard. Let's see who can come out on top. He quickly cleared his tray and hurried back to the dormitory to continue training, not bothering to rest. By 2 p.m., the arena was packed. Over 800 students stood in neat rows, with 9 teachers and the Wolf King waiting. To everyone's surprise, even Dean Shin was present. Are those the legendary 5 kings? They look about our age. Dean Shun is so handsome. Just as a bold girl was sighing, a sharp gaze made her shrink back. Yujun was glaring at her. Chen Lingfeng spoke in a deep voice. Over the past 2 days, you should have familiarized yourselves with the Beast Master Body technique. Do you see that testing machine? 100 Beast Mastery points is the black iron level, 1,000 is bronze, and so on. He paused briefly before continuing. You might be wondering why, as future Beast Masters, you need to train yourselves so rigorously. The answer is mutual enhancement. Whether it's your advancement or your beasts, they can promote each other. Remember, your beast can't always protect you. True strength comes from self-reliance. His words resonated with everyone, and the students straightened up, responding with determination. Rest assured, Dean, I want to be a man who can crush magical beasts. Call me the human spirit beast. For the top 10 in today's test, Chen Lingfeng changed the topic. The reward is bronze ironhide pork. This announcement instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit, and they gave it their all, desperately drawing out their beast mastery power. The test began. Chen Qingfeng, 53 beast mastery points. Su Qinghua, 58 beast mastery points. Most students scored between 50 and 70. When Lin Yu took the stage, he was enveloped in a white glow. Lin Yu, 83 beast mastery points. The crowd was in an uproar. 83? Isn't that close to black iron level? How did he improve so quickly? If you think that's impressive, someone remarked, then you haven't met the even more amazing one in our class. Fang Qingxin, it's your turn. Fang Qingxin, step up for the test. The Wolf King's gaze was fixed on Fang Qingxin, who was dressed in a sharp, sleek outfit. The students below immediately started whispering among themselves. It's Fang Qingxin. Her beast mastery power must be at 90 by now, right? After all, she's the first to cultivate it. 90? You're underestimating her. I bet it's at least 95. Why not just say 100? She could already be an iron-level beast master. As the acknowledged goddess of her class, all eyes were on Fang Qingxin. She took a deep breath and confidently approached the testing device. As she slowly extended her hand, her entire body erupted with beast mastery power, its formidable aura causing the nearby students to instinctively step back. This aura, someone gasped. Is this the strength of an iron-level beast master? The numbers on the testing device flickered and finally settled. Fang Qingxin, 105, iron-level beast master. The authoritative voice echoed throughout the venue, with the iron-level designation glowing in the air. The entire audience erupted, with students staring at Fang Qingxin in shock. Iron-level Beastmaster, 105? And in just a few days. She's incredible, truly deserving of being the first to cultivate beast mastery power. Chen Lingfeng looked at Fang Qingxin in surprise. He had initially thought Lin Yu would be the first to ascend to Iron-level Beastmaster, but it turned out to be this graceful young woman. Impressive, truly a woman who stands equal to men. The Wolf King praised, handing her a token. This is your Iron-level badge. This specially crafted badge by Chen Lingfeng featured the emblem of the flame god ancestral dragon on the front and the rivers and lakes of DaXia on the back. Fang Qingxin accepted it with both hands, her eyes shining with excitement. Standing in the crowd, Lin Yu clenched his fists, feeling both admiration and a sense of challenge. The testing continued. Zhao Yu scored 95, Feng Baiyu 89, Zhang Qin 91. In the end, only Fang Qingxin reached iron level, with a dozen scoring in the 90s, over 400 in the 80s, and most others in the 70s. Fang Qingxin. After the test concluded, Chen Lingfeng called out. Everyone looked at her with envy, knowing that the crucial moment of contracting a spirit beast was next. Here, Fang Qingxin stepped forward eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Let's go, it's time to contract your first spirit beast. The other students can watch and learn, Chen Lingfeng said, leading the way. Mo Xiaochuan couldn't help but taunt. You guys really are failures, getting beaten by a girl. What? Can't a girl surpass you? Yi Yujun retorted coldly, glaring at him. Mo Xiaochuan quickly backtracked. No, I was just trying to motivate them. Under Chen Lingfeng's guidance, the students made their way to the breeding building, the largest structure aside from the teaching building. Along the way, staff members respectfully greeted Chen Lingfeng. Hello, Dean. These were elite breeding professors sent by the agricultural department. The sight of the numerous spirit beasts, hatched from the thousands of eggs delivered by the sacred tiger of burning heaven, left the students in awe, as if they had stepped into another world. Oh my, look at all these spirit beasts. It's like another universe. Is this a zoo? Zoo, my foot. This is a spirit beast breeding center. If you must call it something, call it a spirit beast park. In front of them, inside the glass display area, a small, fiery red colt strutted proudly, its elegant posture evoking the majestic image of its evolved form, the flame horse. Not far away, a golden sun grass swayed gently with the light, absorbing the surrounding sunlight. If you make a pact with this sun grass, would you not need electric lights anymore? My friend, we're here to make a pact with spirit beasts, not to buy light bulbs. Lin Yu, Fong Qingxin, Feng Baiyu, and the others couldn't hide their excitement. Especially Fong Qingxin, who was gripping a black iron token so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Chen Lingfeng stood in front of the enormous glass wall, watching the playful spirit beasts inside, a smile naturally forming on his lips. He recalled memories from his past life. It wasn't until the third year of the beast taming era that such a large spirit beast breeding center appeared. Fong Qingxin, go ahead, make a pact with your first spirit beast. Yes, yes. Fong Qingxin nodded vigorously and, guided by the staff, passed through 3 layers of security to enter the breeding center. As soon as she entered, she was surrounded by a group of curious little spirit beasts. They stared wide-eyed, chirping and jumping around her. The cacophony of squeaks, croaks, and grunts left Fong Qingxin flustered. Outside the glass, spectators chatted animatedly. I'm so jealous. I wish I could play with spirit beasts too. Look, the little colt is wagging its tail at Fong Qingxin. That little water frog, obviously an aquatic creature, is jumping so high to please her. If you ask me, making a pact with a sword grass is best. I heard it can cut the sun, moon, and stars once it evolves. Buddy, you've read too many novels. Facing so many spirit beasts, Fong Qingxin found herself in a dilemma. Fire type, water type, or earth type? Don't rush me. Let me take a good look. She calmed the lively spirit beasts around her while carefully observing them. At that moment, her gaze was drawn to a figure on a distant rock. It was a small golden monkey, sitting alone, out of place in the lively atmosphere. Unlike the other spirit beasts, it wasn't enthusiastic but rather cast disdainful glances from time to time. Is that a monkey? Fong Qingxin couldn't help but walk towards it. The little monkey, noticing her approach, showed a hint of panic on its golden face and turned to flee. Wait, don't run. Fong Qingxin quickened her pace, releasing the aura of a black iron beast tamer. The young monkey paused, compelled to stop. It turned to face Fong Qingxin, baring its teeth and claws in a show of defiance, emitting sharp chirps. Its golden fur stood on end, sharp teeth gleaming, a faint aura emanating from its body, and its claws glowing with a golden light. I mean you no harm. Don't be agitated. Fong Qingxin quickly reassured. Outside the glass, Chen Lingfeng observed this scene, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, a meaningful smile curving his lips. I didn't expect it to be this little golden fur. Not bad. Chen Lingfeng looked at the golden silk ape in front of him, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. He remembered a former formidable warrior who had also formed a bond with a golden silk ape, which later evolved into a red-grade scarlet gold ancestor ape. The majestic sight of that ape wielding a golden staff was unforgettable, but unfortunately, it was eventually torn to pieces in a monstrous battle to protect him. The staff member beside Chen Lingfeng looked anxious. Why does this child want to form a bond with this mischievous creature? Don't get too close, it can attack people. Clearly, they had suffered at the hands of this little creature during their daily care. Fong Qingxin slowly extended her hands, her gaze firmly fixed on the golden silk ape. I know you are proud and yearn for battle. Let's grow stronger together, and I'll lead you to greater heights. The golden silk ape let out a soft chirp, its hostility slightly reduced, but its wary stance unchanged, claws still raised high. Fong Qingxin gritted her teeth and suddenly took a step forward, embracing the golden silk ape. Chirp chirp. The startled golden silk ape instinctively swung its claws. The staff, alarmed, exclaimed, "Oh no, the girl will get hurt." They were about to rush forward to intervene when they saw Chen Lingfeng gently shaking his head. Sure enough, the ape's claws tore Fong Qingxin's sleeve, leaving a bloody scratch on her arm. Blood dripped from the golden claws, and the surrounding students were anxious. She's hurt. Choose another one. Don't bond with this golden-haired one. But Fong Qingxin didn't let go. Instead, she held on tighter. Under the concerned gazes of those around her, she and the golden silk ape remained in a standoff. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, until half an hour passed, and the hostility in the ape's eyes finally dissipated. It stared intently at Fong Qingxin and gently nodded. Great. From now on, we're partners. Fong Qingxin, ignoring her pain, quickly performed the contract seal. A flash of white light signaled the successful establishment of the bond, and she could feel a subtle, mysterious connection with the golden silk ape. I'm going back to train too. Wait for me. Seeing Fong Qingxin's success, the other students left with determination, resolved to work even harder. Inside the purple gold pavilion, in the purple gold hall, Chen Lingfeng pushed the door open and found the foreign affairs head and the grand elder engaged in a quiet conversation. They fell silent upon his entrance. What happened? Chen Lingfeng asked curiously as he took his seat. The foreign affairs head spoke angrily. Those wretched eagle guys, along with the island nation, lion, and camel, are planning exercises in our waters. They've even sent the eagle's 5th-generation carrier from the island nation. Exercises? It's clearly a provocation. Grand Elder, give the order. Let me wipe out those damned guys. Mo Qingtian couldn't contain himself and clamored to go to battle. The Grand Elder glanced at him calmly. Engage them in a fight, and then start another world war? Do we have the time to waste on them? Grand Chancellor wasn't afraid of war. He feared wasting time. Mo Qingtian gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with the spirit of battle. He pressed his hands onto the conference table and said in a deep voice, "If we don't fight, they'll walk all over us." The head of information rose from his seat, looking grave. The situation is worse than we imagined. Foreign forces are stirring up the public online, accusing us of isolationism and predicting economic regression. Protests have already broken out on the streets, causing significant social impact. The financial sector is also under immense pressure, added the head of finance. The economic blockade by the West has deeply affected our investors, and they are losing patience. The Grand Chancellor frowned, turning to the diplomatic department's representative. Can't the diplomatic department hold them off anymore? No, we can't. The diplomat replied seriously, nodding. The West has caught wind of something and is pressuring us to explain about Mount Kunlun and the special forces. The DaXia alliance is now at odds with the entire Western alliance. At this critical moment, the Grand Chancellor's gaze involuntarily shifted to Chen Lingfeng. Everyone in the room followed his gaze. Dean Chen, do you have any suggestions? Chen Lingfeng tapped rhythmically on the smooth surface of the conference table, then looked up at the Grand Chancellor. In my opinion, there's no point in talking. Let's just fight. Our troops have contracted a significant number of aquatic spirit beasts, ensuring we'll defeat them soundly. After a pause, he asked, Grand Chancellor, how is the distribution of the Spirit Beast Compendium? How is the basic education on beast mastering progressing? The head of education immediately stood to report. The Spirit Beast Compendium has been distributed to all campuses, and the beast mastering techniques are being promoted simultaneously. While not everyone has fully mastered them, the basic knowledge has been widely disseminated. Chen Lingfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. In that case, why not let the world witness the true power of spirit beasts? Grand Chancellor, since the enemy has brought their aircraft carriers to our doorstep, why not give them a drill? That's the spirit. Mo Qingtian exclaimed, slapping the table excitedly. I knew Dean Chen was on the same page as me. That's a real man. The 4 generals also felt a surge of fighting spirit, eager not to miss this opportunity to achieve great deeds. The Grand Chancellor frowned slightly. Dean Chen, would revealing the existence of spirit beasts now be too shocking? The head of information nodded repeatedly. Yes, many preparations are still incomplete. Wouldn't such hasty action cause social unrest? Better to have chaos now than later. Chen Lingfeng's voice was cold and resolute. Time is tight. We can't afford to drag this out. If the island nation dares to overreach, then they shouldn't be surprised when we cut them down to size. I want to see if they dare reach out to us again after this. The conference room fell silent, the only sound being the participants' rapid heartbeats. After a long pause, the Grand Chancellor suddenly looked up, eyes sharp as a blade. Do you have confidence? Chen Lingfeng smiled and nodded slightly at the dignified face of the Grand Elder. The elderly man, seated in a position of power, showed a gentle side to the world, but when it came to the core interests of DaXia, his wrath was like a thunderstorm. All right, it's settled then. President Chen is waiting for me. I'll go organize the troops now. Chen Lingfeng said as he turned to leave. Move aside. Yitsong stepped forward. The Zhennan army is closest to the coastline. This battle should be ours. We have over 1,000 black iron beast masters who can compete with that. Chen Lingfeng slowly raised his hand, his gaze sharp and intense. I am enough alone. You all focus on assisting with the construction of the steel coastline. Someone was about to protest, but Chen Lingfeng's piercing look silenced them. The information office should immediately begin preparing for follow-up actions. The security office, notify all regions to be on alert. Expel all foreigners, and never allow them to re-enter. Meanwhile, on the Eagle's 5th-generation aircraft carrier, General Meituan Reek of the island nation sat in the cockpit, disdainfully eyeing the world map. DaXia is too arrogant this time. They'll never understand the power of Eagle Daddy. A nearby aide nodded obsequiously. Yes, they've just developed a 4th-generation carrier, unaware that we're already operating a 5th-generation one. Even if they have genetic warriors, they'd be nothing but ashes under our firepower. Meituan Reek sneered, grabbing a dart and driving it into the map at DaXia's location. Call DaXia's Foreign Affairs Office. If there's no satisfactory response within 3 days, the exercises will begin immediately. Online, the citizens of DaXia were in an uproar. Is the island nation tired of living? Daring to bring a carrier to our doorstep? What is the purple gold pavilion waiting for? It's time to deploy the troops. What do you know? That's the Eagle's 5th-generation carrier, invincible in combat. What's the purple gold pavilion thinking? Evacuating and closing off. Isn't this a step backward? What's this guy upstairs saying? Can anyone understand? Can't understand. Probably some Western dog. Xiao Wang, a manager at a foreign company earning $1 million annually, was lounging in his luxury villa, arguing with netizens. Calling me a foreign dog? Have you ever seen a million-earning foreign dog? So shallow. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Xiao Wang impatiently set down his keyboard. Your delivery, came the reply from outside. I didn't order any delivery. The address is correct tomahawk steak, Old West Ham. Oh, that makes sense. Xiao Wang's eyes lit up as he opened the door. The next moment, a mass of people surged in. This foreign dog finally opened the door. We've been waiting long enough. Before Xiao Wang could react, he was pinned to the ground. Damn it, who are you people? A furious shout shattered the morning's calm. Inside the house, several uniformed officers from the Public Security Bureau were restraining a struggling man. Breaking into my house, I'm going to sue you. Ow, 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 let go of me. We're from the Public Security Bureau, and you've been arrested for disturbing the peace, one officer sternly replied. On the internet forum, comments were scrolling rapidly. 1, 2. Someone was typing, then paused. Where are the foreign trolls? Come on, why so silent? Without your mocking, I don't even feel like going online. No way, really gone? The foreign troll on my end is missing too. Another user chimed in. Ignore them. It's best if they stay gone forever. The conversation quickly shifted to a more pressing topic. What do you think the Zijin Pavilion will do about the island nation this time? They'll definitely send them packing. I'm heading to the coast tomorrow. Count me in. I want to see how they act so arrogantly. The discussion was filled with fervor and excitement. Have you heard about the Steel Coastline project? They're supposedly building a steel fortress to fend off ocean attacks. I've heard of it. Construction sites around here have stopped because of it. Even then, there's still not enough manpower. People are flocking there every day. Haven't heard. Tell me more. The story's focus shifted to a more specific scene. On a highway leading to the coastline, an overloaded three-wheeler was pulled over. The vehicle was crammed with 10 eager migrant workers, their clothes humble and faces weathered. Do you not know that three-wheelers aren't allowed on the highway? And overloading? 10 people. A traffic officer frowned. Sir, please, sir, cut us some slack. One of the workers pleaded earnestly. We're all heading to the steel coastline. No matter where you're going, you can't be on the highway like this, especially overloaded. We can't afford cars, just this three-wheeler. We want to help build the steel coastline, sir. Please let us pass. Helping with construction? The officer, about to issue a ticket, paused and looked closely at their sun-darkened faces. In that moment, these rugged men seemed more dazzling than any celebrity. Why are you going to help? There hasn't been any notice from the Zijin Pavilion. Who needs a notice? The worker said passionately. We know it's a big project, and there's a shortage of people everywhere. If the Zijin Pavilion says there's danger at sea, then there's definitely danger. We may be simple folks, but we're strong. We believe in our country and want to contribute. It's not just us. There are many more brothers behind us. We don't need pay, just a meal. The officer was moved, his eyes reddening. He gritted his teeth and slapped some cash onto his notebook. Leave your three-wheeler here. I'll take you there. He quickly grabbed his radio, his voice booming. Get over here. We're heading to the steel coastline. I need 10 vehicles, and everything else can wait. Soon, a mighty convoy appeared on the highway. These people shared a common trait, a sincere heart for their country and a burning passion to achieve greatness. They sought neither fame nor reward. They only hoped that one day, they could proudly tell their grandchildren, see that magnificent steel coastline? Your grandpa had a hand in that. Kid, you've got a long way to go. In just 3 days, the DaXia Alliance launched a thunderous counterattack. On the sea, 12 Longting heavy battleships glistened under the sunlight, their gun barrels gleaming coldly. The naval fleet led by General Mo Qingtian stood ready, forming a standoff against the island nation's 5th-generation aircraft carrier, Yingjiang. On the deck, soldiers were busily transporting the last batch of ammunition, each movement reflecting their readiness for battle. Mo Qingtian stood on the command deck of the lead battleship, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on the distant enemy ships. His tall figure stood like a spear, with the badges on his uniform shining in the sunlight. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz. Is the fight on yet? I've already signed up for the military. Just wait, Island Nation. I'm working on the steel coastline, reporting live for everyone. Inside the Zijin Pavilion, the large screen in the Zijin Hall was broadcasting the sea scene in real time. The 12 battleships were lined up in a long snake formation, confronting the Yingjiang carrier from afar. The 3-day deadline is up. Let's see if they still dare to talk tough. Wang Kai shouted, shaking his fist with righteous anger. The Grand Elder turned to the Chief of Information, his gaze deep. How's the live broadcast preparation? All major platforms are ready, with connections to Penguin, Qi, and Tung Tung. The Chief of Information paused. However, there's no news from Dinshin yet. Isn't a nationwide live broadcast too risky? The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with wisdom. Because I trust that young man. He is the helmsman steering DaXia into a new era. Now, let everyone hear the dragon's roar. With a command, The live broadcast signal spread like ripples. Connecting to TV channel. Connecting to news channel. Connecting to world channel. Connecting to internet channel. The renowned host Asa appeared on all screens, with the turbulent sea behind him and the silhouettes of the 12 Longting battleships faintly visible. The red flags on the ship bows fluttered fiercely in the sea breeze. Good morning, everyone. Today is the third day of the coastal military exercise. I'm Asa, bringing you the live report. At this moment, the whole of DaXia was electrified. In a subway car, Xiao Wang clutched the handrail tightly, staring at his phone screen and exclaiming, "Whoa." The previously sleepy passengers were startled awake, casting annoyed glances, but when they saw the screen, their eyes widened in surprise. The Island Nation exercise live broadcast has started. The Longting battleships are about to strike. Where can I watch the live broadcast? Meanwhile, in an ordinary household in Xiangqing, old Zhang was leisurely brewing tea and turned on the TV. His son was diligently working on his summer homework. Suddenly, old Zhang's exclamation, "Whoa," broke the silence, startling his son. "Old man, are you trying to scare someone to death, causing a scene so early in the morning?" His wife came rushing out of the kitchen, still holding unwashed dishes, her anger evident. "Honey, look quickly, the Island Nation is live streaming their exercise. Are they really going to start a fight?" In the living room, Xiao Zhang dashed out of his room, his eyes glued to the TV screen, which prominently displayed the latest Longting warship developed by DaXia. At that moment, the entire nation of DaXia was in an uproar. The phone screens kept flashing, with notification sounds going off incessantly. Messages flooded in from class groups, corporate groups, and friend groups. DaXia is standing strong this time. The Longting warship is going head-to-head with the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier. Guys, stop lurking and come watch the live stream. On the streets, pedestrians stopped in their tracks. In the malls, shoppers paused. Even drivers pulled over to the side of the road. Everyone's eyes were glued to their phone screens, with comments scrolling by like a snowstorm. Western alliances were buzzing with excitement. Netizens who jumped the firewall kept verifying the scene before them. OMG. Since when did DaXia become so assertive? That's the latest Longting warship. Finally, a real showdown I've been waiting for. Meanwhile, in the White House of Eagle Nation, the head of the military, Case, entered with a serious expression. Report, DaXia has deployed their battle lines. 12 Longting warships are in position, and they're live streaming it. Damn it. The leader slammed the documents on the table, his face flushed with anger. Order the Island Nation to sink them. With just this strength, they're still 10 years behind us. In the Kremlin of the Bear Nation, the leader with a crew cut folded his hands, his sharp gaze fixed on the live stream, muttering to himself, "My dear friends, what exactly are you planning this time?" On the fifth-generation aircraft carrier of the Eagle Nation, Meituan Raiku's eyes were bloodshot. Has DaXia responded? It's already the third day. Report, besides asking about the well-being of your mother, DaXia's foreign ministry has not provided any other response. However, General Zhen Nen has dispatched 12 Longting warships to confront us. What? Meituan Raiku's expression twisted. I want an answer about the Kunlun and Jean Warrior incidents. And they're playing mind games with me? Is it that legendary Liang causing trouble? No, this must be a diversion. He gritted his teeth and ordered. Continue to approach their coastline. I want to see if they really dare to fire. Aye. With the order given, the massive carrier fleet began to move slowly, with escort ships following closely behind. A world-shaking battle was about to erupt. On the dragon-soaring battleship, Mo Qingtian stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently at the sea chart. The chart showed the Island Nation's aircraft carrier steadily advancing and expected to reach the DaXia coastline's warning zone in 10 minutes. Report to the general, the Island Nation's aircraft carrier is 10 minutes away from the coastline. A glint of coldness flashed in Mo Qingtian's eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The lion has slept too long, and they think we're a sick cat, he ordered in a deep voice. As soon as the Island Nation's aircraft carrier crosses the coastline, open fire immediately. Copy that, came the synchronized response from all 12 dragon-soaring battleships. Dragon-soaring number 3 shells loaded. Adjusting position. The mechanized voice was broadcasted globally through live signals. In the live stream, viewers' comments poured in like rain. My heart's beating faster than last night. It's finally happening. Those damn islanders dare to provoke DaXia. Calm down. According to the Weapon Bureau's data, we're still behind the Yankees' fifth-generation carriers. They're already provoking us face-to-face, and we can't fight back? On the streets, people were eagerly following the situation. 10 minutes left, and the traffic bureau's about to ticket my car. What should I do? Bro, I'm from the traffic bureau. Don't worry, no tickets today. Borrow my hood to sit for a while. Do you need a light, mate? Meanwhile, Meituan Riku received the frontline report, his expression shifting. Damn it. Escort ships, activate weapon systems. Load doomsday model shells. In the purple gold pavilion, the head of the weapon bureau looked worried. Grand Elder, Director Chen hasn't arrived on site yet. If we engage Hedon, We're at a disadvantage. Wang Kai sneered dismissively. Old Jean, isn't it just that their weapons are more advanced? But we have the numbers. If Mo Qingtian can't hold out, I'll immediately dispatch the fleet for support. I refuse to believe the island nation's aircraft carrier can hold out for long. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, his gaze never leaving the surveillance screen. Time ticked away. 10 minutes, 9 minutes, down to the last 3 minutes. Mo Qingtian's eyes grew sharper, and the operator's palms were sweaty. On the other side, Meichuan Riku's eyes were nearly bulging out as he urgently said, 3 minutes left. Final ultimatum. As long as DaXia explains the Kunlun Mountain incident and the Jean Soldier incident, we will retreat immediately. 2 minutes, 1 minute. Damn it. Has DaXia not responded yet? Meichuan Riku roared. With a thunderous roar, the first shell from DaXia pierced the night sky like the brightest morning star before dawn. What was that sound? Meichuan Riku jerked his neck back, then erupted in rage. DaXia fired? Damn it, how dare they? They really dared to open fire. The Dragon Sword battleship's cannons roared to life, and in an instant, the deafening sound echoed through the skies. Counterattack, give me a counterattack, annihilation shells. With this command, the Dragon Source cannons spewed fiery tongues, and the shells tore through the air. Long live DaXia. DaXia will surely win. Enthusiastic chants from netizens reverberated across social media platforms. Suddenly, tickets for flights and trains heading to the coastline became scarce, and cars on the highway, hearing the dragons roar on the radio, turned towards the front lines. The centers of power around the world were thrown into turmoil. Leaders in the White House, the Kremlin, Downing Street, and Middle Eastern nations all stood up simultaneously, incredulously watching the arcs slicing through the sky. DaXia's fury shook the world. However, the island nation's aircraft carrier's missile defense system promptly activated, intercepting the incoming Dragon Source shell. The fireworks that burst midair, though dazzling, heralded an even fiercer clash to come. The island nation swiftly launched a counterattack, with annihilation shells soaring into the sky, targeting the Dragon Sword battleship. Dear viewers, dear compatriots of DaXia, reporter Asa reported tearfully. The fireworks blooming in the sky are the glory of the new DaXia. The thunderous roar is our dragon's roar. The fleet of 12 Dragon Sword battleships continued their barrage. The sea churned with towering waves from the cannon fire. Yet, the alarm in the command room was unsettling. Detected annihilation shell power at level. Defense net efficiency rapidly decreasing 60%, 40%. Report to General. Defense is dropping too fast. The battleship might not hold out. General Mo Qingtian remained unfazed, looking up at the sky illuminated by the cannon fire. As long as the battleship is afloat, keep firing. This is not the true dragon's roar. On the opposing island nation's carrier, Meichuan Riku stared at the battle data, a sinister smile on his face. Ha, DaXia. Oh DaXia, you dare challenge us with technology a decade behind? He turned to his adjutant. How much longer to break through their defense system? Report, sir, no more than 10 minutes. Good, don't spare the ammunition, bombard them to oblivion. The battle gradually tilted in favor of the Dragon Sword battleship, causing countless concerned netizens to watch anxiously. The leader of the White Castle Palace let out a disdainful laugh, while in the Purple Gold Hall, the head of the Weapons Bureau was restless. We can't keep fighting like this. Mo Qingtian is sure to lose. The annihilation shell's power is too terrifying. He must be ordered to retreat. Nonsense. Wang Kai abruptly stood up, his face contorted. Retreat under the watchful eyes of the world? I'd rather die in battle than suffer that humiliation. The tide of the coastal battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The terrifying power of the Doomsday missiles was fully revealed at this moment, with each incoming missile requiring 3 Longting missiles to barely intercept it. Inside the command room, the display screen showed the trajectories of the Doomsday missiles getting dangerously close to the Longting battleship, causing anxiety among everyone. The internet exploded with exclamations and doubts. How can they be this strong? Aren't Longting missiles our latest technology? Someone pessimistically shouted. It's not about new or old. It's a technological gap. General Mo, retreat quickly. We won't blame you. In the Longting command room, Mo Qingtian watched the screen filled with explosions with cold eyes. His presence was so intense that it seemed to suffocate the soldiers around him. At that moment, a fiery red light flashed, and a small fire Yalong, with its flaming tail swinging, appeared angrily beside him. Fire Yalong, do you want to fight too? Mo Qingtian stroked its smooth head, hope flashing in his eyes. Just wait. One day I'll let you soar across the sky. Meanwhile, in the island nation's aircraft carrier command room, Meichuan Reek wore a sinister smile. Ha! Damn DaXia monkeys, embrace the flames of Doomsday. In the final minute of the countdown, 10 Doomsday missiles roared through the sky, wrapped in fiery trails, heading straight for the Longting battleship. Alarms blared incessantly on the ship. Alert! Alert! The anti-missile system has collapsed. General Mo, it's not good. A soldier urgently summoned a golden beetle, forming a golden protective shield. Quick, retreat, with fire Yalong. But Mo Qingtian simply waved his hand calmly, looking up at the sky. That man has arrived. The internet erupted in chaos. The anti-missile system has collapsed. Retreat quickly. I don't believe it. We must have a way. People on the streets were in turmoil, their eyes following the path of the 10 doomsday missiles. Amid the smoke-filled sky, almost no one noticed a fiery red figure falling like a meteor. A commanding, icy voice echoed through the heavens. Sanyan, Overlord Dragon Guard. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, even drowning out the thunderous explosions of the doomsday missiles. Boom. In the midst of violent explosions, flames soared, and mushroom clouds danced in the high sky. All the screens in people's hands were filled with blinding white light, and their ears went deaf momentarily. People shouted in terror. I can't see. Is this the true power of the doomsday missiles? Please, let nothing happen to the Longting battleship. In the chaos, someone pondered, wait, did you hear a dragon's roar at the end? The roar tore through the sky. This was no dragon's call but the howl of an apocalyptic missile barrage. Inside the Zijin Pavilion, the leaders in the assembly hall stood up in unison, their eyes fixed on the live broadcast showing the barrage of artillery fire. Someone clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Damn it. How could the missile defense system be breached so easily? Weapons Bureau, this is all your responsibility. Panic spread among the crowd. Are we going to just watch the Longting battleships be completely wiped out? Sit down, all of you. The Grand Elder's voice remained calm, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips. Didn't you hear the true dragon's roar? Meanwhile, the leaders of various Western alliances couldn't wait to start celebrating. Mocking laughter echoed. Foolish DaXia, daring to show off in front of our 5th-generation carriers. Someone raised a glass of champagne. Now they'll understand who truly rules this world, and they'll hand over the truth about the Kunlun Mountain incident and the genetic warriors. Another gave an order with smug satisfaction. Tell Meituan Riku not to rush back. Continue flaunting power along the DaXia coastline. In front of the broadcast, two opposing emotions clashed. Some were teary-eyed, worried for their country, while others laughed openly, showing contempt. But everyone's eyes were glued to the smoke-shrouded sea. Suddenly, the smoke cleared, and a voice trembled as it shouted, "The Longting battleships, they're intact?" People began counting. 1, 2, 3, 12, not a single one missing. Yet the most astonishing scene had only just begun. In the sky, a massive figure slowly emerged. It was a real dragon. Its body stretched tens of meters long. Its expansive wings seemed to tear the sky apart. Its entire body was covered with fiery golden scales, each one appearing to be forged from the hottest magma, emitting a searing heat that distorted the surrounding air. On the back of this blazing dragon stood a solitary white figure. It was Chen Lingfeng, his white robes fluttering in the wind, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a heroic spirit. In just a few days, Chen Lingfeng had elevated the strength of this blazing dragon to a new level. This astonishing scene left foreign netizens speechless. Oh my god! A user from the Eagle Nation trembled. Is this an ancient beast returning to the world? Netizens from the Lion Alliance were terrified. Is this a sign of the apocalypse? How do we respond? Others exclaimed. Is this truly a dragon rider? Why is our Eagle Nation's warrior helping DaXia? In the Zijin Pavilion, the Hall of Funds, the tension among the gathered leaders eased as soon as they saw Chen Lingfeng appear at the doorway. However, the relief was short-lived as a massive figure descended from the sky, a colossal dragon with scales of red and gold, known as the Sanyan Overlord Dragon. Its presence left everyone speechless with shock. Grand Elder, is this the true dragon sound you mentioned? One leader asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. According to the Beast Taming Alliance's standards, has President Chen reached the level of a golden beast tamer? Another exclaimed in astonishment. 10 apocalyptic missiles tore through the sky, but were all blocked by the Sanyan Overlord Dragon. The Grand Elder's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced around the room, though no one noticed the cold sweat on his palms. Despite his faith in Chen Lingfeng's promise, the sheer force of the attack left him anxious. Yet, it seemed his trust was well placed, and a prosperous future for the Great Xia was within reach. Meanwhile, the leaders of various Western alliances were dumbfounded, with some roaring in anger. Impossible. How can a real dragon exist? It must be some kind of biotechnology or illusion. They frantically issued orders to gather all available information on Chen Lingfeng. Have Meituan Riku from the island nation capture that dragon immediately, someone shouted. The world was thrown into chaos by the appearance of the Sanyan Overlord Dragon. Meituan Riku trembled with both shock and excitement. A spiritual beast. The spiritual beast that Great Xia spoke of is real. But so what? Before he could finish, another 10 apocalyptic missiles screamed through the air. Overlord Dragon, defend. Chen Lingfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he commanded. In an instant, a red-gold glow enveloped the Tsangyan Overlord Dragon, forming an impenetrable shield. The deafening explosions were unable to disturb this barrier in the slightest. Riding the Tsangyan Overlord Dragon, Chen Lingfeng soared into the sky, radiating a holy light like a deity descending to earth. Now, it's my turn, he declared in a deep voice. In a moment, the spiritual energy of the world gathered into a vortex, turning the once clear sky a fiery red. Chen Lingfeng spread his arms wide, the powerful aura of a golden beast tamer sweeping across the land, causing mountains to crumble and seas to roar. God-level fiery star shatter. With his shout, massive fireballs, like small suns, formed in the sky, carrying a cataclysmic force as they hurtled towards the island nation's aircraft carrier in the ocean. Panic ensued on the carrier, with soldiers gripped by terror. Damn it! Activate all defense systems now. Meichuan Riku screamed hysterically. The soldiers scrambled to activate every available defense mechanism, but against this catastrophic assault, the proud Eagle Mark V aircraft carrier was rendered useless. Mom, I don't want to die. Cries of fear echoed across the deck. A young soldier from the island nation collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. His hands trembled, eyes filled with terror, and he choked out hoarse cries. This scene. Run away. His comrades around him had already broken down. Some ran frantically, while others stood frozen. But under the overwhelming flames, where could they possibly escape to? At this moment, it was as if the global network had been paused. Countless people watching the live broadcast were stunned, their comments frozen on the screen. Everyone stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. A fireball hurtled towards the sea at a speed surpassing light. In an instant, a light more dazzling than 1,000 times the previous 10 doomsday missiles burst forth, illuminating the entire world as if it were noon. Following this was a soul-shaking roar, as if it would tear the heavens and earth apart. The violent energy instantly vaporized vast amounts of seawater, raising colossal waves that roared in all directions like an ancient beast. In the face of this cataclysmic power, the island nation's pride, its aircraft carrier, was as fragile as paper. Metal shrieked in agony as the massive ship twisted and tore apart. Raging flames consumed everything, and the ship's interior echoed with cries of agony and desperate shouts. Escort ships became balls of fire, plummeting into the abyss. Thick smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky as the once mighty island nation's carrier fleet disintegrated, sinking into the black depths as countless fragments. The giant waves took long to settle, leaving the surface littered with burning debris and dismembered bodies. After releasing his skill, Chen Lingfeng gracefully turned away, riding the Tsangyan Overlord Dragon. This scene shook the entire world. The DaXia Alliance's network even experienced lag due to the massive traffic. Netizens were in an uproar. Spirit beasts. These must be spirit beasts. So this is why DaXia wants to include the Spirit Beast Compendium in the education system. I want to be a Beastmaster too. Does anyone have a Spirit Beast? I'll buy it for $1 million. Dream on, brother. I once failed the Beastmaster Academy entrance exam. The smart ones have already started practicing the Beastmaster body technique. Where can I find the Beastmaster body technique? My son's school sent out the textbooks early, and he practices every day. The term Spirit Beast spread globally at an astonishing speed. Foreign leaders awoke as if from a dream, quickly leafing through the Spirit Beast Compendium for study. My God, is this real? Damn DaXia. They must have known long ago. The fire dragon of Kunlun Mountain should belong to all humanity. We must strongly condemn DaXia and demand they disclose the information. While the world was still reeling from the might of the Tsangyan Overlord Dragon, the people of Quancheng were stunned by another figure. The group chat of Quancheng No. 1 High School suddenly exploded with activity. Previously quiet, it was now flooded with messages as everyone discussed the same topic. Wow, that live stream was absolutely mind-blowing. The fiery dragon soaring through the sky, the spirit beast's roaringit was like the apocalypse. The coolest part was the figure on the dragon's back. Chen Lingfeng looked incredible. Does anyone have Chen Lingfeng's contact info? Quick, get in touch with him. Messages kept pouring in. Mr. Wang stared at the screen in a daze as exclamations of amazement echoed among the students. Some girls regretted not getting to know Chen Lingfeng better, and someone even mentioned that Xiao Qian once claimed Chen Lingfeng had pursued her. At that moment, Xiao Qian was hiding at home, feeling extremely embarrassed by the group's teasing. In Huayuan community, Mr. Chen sat upright in front of the TV. When the earth-shattering dragon roar sounded, his face turned beet red. Seeing the familiar figure on the dragon's back, he jumped up excitedly. Honey, come look. Our son is on TV. Mrs. Chen rushed over, abandoning her meal. Staring at the screen, where their son appeared so majestic, she murmured in disbelief. Is this real? Has our son really become a dragon rider? Meanwhile, chaos ensued within the Western Alliance. Diplomats from various alliances hurried to White City, convening a 3-day emergency meeting with grave expressions. Although the meeting's content was not disclosed to the public, the Western Alliance clearly became more restrained afterward. At the same time, Chen Lingfeng, the man of the hour, arrived at the Beast Academy astride the Azure Flame Overlord Dragon. Li Qin, the Wolf King, and the 5 Great Kings had long been waiting for him. Brother Feng, you're amazing. The Western Alliance will have to lay low for a while now. Principal, your final move with the Azure Flame Overlord Dragon was spectacular. Please teach us. Admiration shone in everyone's eyes, especially in Yi Yujun's, who gazed at Chen Lingfeng with sparkling eyes. Chen Lingfeng ignored the flattery and directly addressed Mo Xiaochuan. Is the bronze ready? Absolutely. Mo Xiaochuan stood at attention and saluted, his eyes full of excitement. Yi Yujun gave Mo Xiaochuan a meaningful look. Your opportunity is about to come. Be ready. Then, Chen Lingfeng turned to the Wolf King, his gaze sharp, announced that in 10 days, there will be a monthly exam. The content will be spirit beast battles. Those who haven't reached the Black Iron level will be eliminated. That day, a significant announcement spread throughout the Beast Academy. Monthly exam scheduled. Exam content, spirit beast battles, winner takes all. Special rule, those without a contracted spirit beast will be expelled. Rewards. First place, exclusive evolution path and materials. Second to 10th place, 1 month supply of bronze ironhide black pig meat. Additional perk, top 10 winners get a 3-day vacation. In an instant, all the students were captivated. The world before them was so fascinating that no one cared about the holidays anymore. The majestic and imposing image of the flaming tyrant dragon from the live broadcast lingered in their minds, and everyone aspired to become a beast master. When the dean announced the rewards, the classroom erupted with excitement. The first place winner would not only receive an exclusive evolution route, but all the necessary materials for evolution as well, an award worth as much as 5 million. Through their studies, they had all come to understand the limitations of conventional evolution routes, which were the common paths recorded in the bestiary. This time, they could obtain a unique, exclusive evolution route. Second to 10th places aren't bad either. One student whispered, you can eat as much bronze-grade ironhide black pig meat as you want, and your beast mastery will skyrocket. The students' eyes sparkled throughout the classroom. Some had already begun calculating. If you get first place, you can directly advance to bronze beast master. It's practically a quantum leap. Dream on. Someone nearby dampened their enthusiasm. First place is definitely going to Fong Qingxin. We're way behind. But aiming for the top 10 is still possible. Bronze-grade magical beast meat isn't something you can just eat anytime. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Moon Beast Academy. The breeding building was bustling with students selecting contract spirit beasts every day. The training grounds were lively, with many foregoing sleep to practice the beast master body refinement technique. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Mo Xiaochuan had been standing for half an hour. His legs were numb, but he didn't dare move. He swallowed hard and looked at Chen Lingfeng, who was busy with paperwork. Dean, I wonder why you wanted to see me. Do you know your title in your past life? Chen Lingfeng looked up, his gaze piercing. 5-star General, Dark King. Mo Xiaochuan nodded hesitantly. Do you think you deserve those titles now? Chen Lingfeng's words hit like a sledgehammer. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth. Reporting to the dean, I will strive to be worthy of those titles. Chen Lingfeng stood up, and the aura of a golden beast master erupted. Mo Xiaochuan's forehead perspired, his spine involuntarily bent, but his clenched fists bled, eyes full of unyielding battle spirit. The pressure lasted for a full 30 minutes. When Mo Xiaochuan's vision began to blur and his legs trembled violently, Chen Lingfeng finally withdrew his aura. The sudden release of pressure caused Mo Xiaochuan to stumble, nearly falling. Pack your things. Chen Lingfeng put away the files. We're setting off soon. If you want to prove yourself, there's a great opportunity coming up. Inside the astronomical office, all the staff had bloodshot eyes and deep dark circles under their eyes as they stared intently at the computer screens in front of them. On the screens, data flowed like a waterfall, flashing wildly. Connection to the Spirit Beast Detection Satellite successful. Spirit Beast Detection Network coverage initiated. Spiritual energy data detection activated in all regions. Beast Control Network coverage completed. A series of system notifications echoed one after another. When the words "coverage completed" finally lit up, the entire astronomical office erupted in cheers. The people who had been working overnight jumped from their seats, tears of joy in their eyes. Great! We did it! The Beast Control Satellite is finally a success. We're no longer blind. We can now stay one step ahead. The head of the astronomical office was moved to tears, his voice choked with emotion. After 10 days of sleepless nights, we've finally succeeded. You are all heroes of this era. I will report your glorious deeds to the Purple Gold Pavilion. You are all heroes. However, the celebratory atmosphere came to an abrupt halt when a staff member suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! The spirit beast fluctuations in Guangxing are continuously increasing, reaching black iron level. It's still rising. now at bronze level. It hasn't stopped. A piercing red alarm instantly resounded throughout the astronomical office. Report to the finance hall immediately. Upon hearing the news, Mo Qingtian immediately launched Longting 1, leading 100 elite members straight to Guangqing. At a secluded beach in Guangqing, Longting 1 from the Beast Control Academy descended slowly. Chen Lingfeng was the first to step off the warship, followed by Li Qin, Mo Xiaochuan, and Yi Yujun. Guangqing Dark Beach? Yi Yujun looked around, frowning slightly. Feng, are you putting Mo Xiaochuan through the dark trial so soon? He's only just reached bronze level. Chen Lingfeng gazed at the calm sea, a glint in his eyes. We don't have much time, do we? Yi Yujun nodded silently, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Dean, Sister Yi, what's going on? Mo Xiaochuan was puzzled. Listening to your conversation makes me feel uneasy. Yi Yujun gave him a sympathetic look. The dark secret realm, the demon snake territory. By crossing the dark mountain path, you will earn the recognition of the demon snake. The demon snake clan has descendants of quasi-divine level, who will be your future companions. By overcoming the dark mountain path, you will prove yourself worthy of the title Dark King. These words made Mo Xiaochuan's blood boil, and he stood tall, his gaze determined. Sister Yi, don't worry. I succeeded in my past life, and I will do it again in this life. Chen Lingfeng nodded, standing with his hands behind his back at the edge of the coast. If you're ready, I'll open the secret realm now. A vast power of beast control gathered within him, coalescing between his hands. He pushed out a mysterious seal, and with a deep voice commanded, Dark secret realm, open for me. The calm sea suddenly erupted into towering waves as a terrifying spirit beast power tore open a gap along the coastline. Howling dark energy, mixed with faint cries of ghosts and wolves, surged forth, and the chilling aura made Mo Xiaochuan instinctively shiver. Yi Yujun glanced at him with a hint of mockery in her eyes. What? Are you scared? What are you talking about? Mo Xiaochuan instinctively straightened his back, trying to appear calm. I'm destined to become the king of the dark element. Before he could finish speaking, the sky was suddenly filled with the deafening roar of engines. 5 Longting 1 fighter jets streaked across the sky, trailing fiery exhaust as they landed precisely in front of Chen Lingfeng. As the doors opened, Mo Qingtian led a fully armed elite squad out in single file. Keep an eye on every corner. Don't let a single suspicious person slip by. Mo Qingtian ordered sharply, but then he stopped abruptly when he recognized the people in front of him. Dean Chen, Yi Yujun. Chen Lingfeng frowned at Mo Qingtian, then glanced at the slowly cracking entrance to the dark secret realm. Has the Astronomical Bureau's beast control network been successfully developed? Yes, Dean Chen. Mo Qingtian toned down his demeanor a bit. The spirit power satellite has been launched. We detected a strong spiritual energy fluctuation here, so we came to investigate. Is this the secret realm opening? His gaze was fixed on the gradually widening crack, eyes alight with excitement. In the corner, Mo Xiaochuan looked at his father, feeling aggrieved. Dad, can't you even see your own son? Oh, you're here too. Don't make noise. Mo Qingtian replied without turning his head. Mo Xiaochuan was momentarily speechless. Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Mo Xiaochuan. Go ahead. Whether you succeed or fail depends on your destiny. Don't worry, Dean. Mo Xiaochuan puffed out his chest, filled with confidence. I am the Dark King, and in this life, I will become your strongest warrior. With that, he summoned his shadow spirit cat and stepped into the secret realm without hesitation. Dean, that kid. Mo Qingtian watched his son's back, frowning. Shouldn't I send my soldiers in with him? Chen Lingfeng gazed into the entrance of the secret realm, his eyes deep and contemplative. This is his path to proving his worth from a past life, the beginning of his ascent. We don't have much time. He must strive hard. Yi Yujun hesitated, then finally spoke. Feng, have you forgotten? In his past life, Mo Xiaochuan entered with gold-level strength. Chen Lingfeng's expression froze momentarily, and he waved his hand gently. The difficulty is similar. Whether it's gold or bronze, the path of the dark ascent will always be one level higher than the individual. That's true, Yi Yujun nodded. But in his past life, we sacrificed 100,000 soldiers just to help him reach the peak. The words hit Mo Qingtian like a heavy blow. 100,000 soldiers? Just to help that kid claim the title of Dark King. His voice rose sharply. The damn kid, why should we? Let him fend for himself. If he dies in there, it means the title of Dark King isn't meant for him. Guangqing, Dark Abyss. The sky and earth merged into a pitch-black void, with countless bright eyes flickering in the space, eerily like ghostly flames. Mo Xiaochuan and the shadow spirit cat suddenly appeared in this darkness, the cold wind sending shivers down his spine. So dark. Shadow spirit cat, stay on guard. Swallowing hard, Mo Xiaochuan forced himself to remain calm. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, soon locking onto a towering mountain. There, the black clouds coiled around the peak, thunder constantly erupting at the summit. With the endless dark energy forming a massive, swirling vortex above. The dark climb. A glint of determination flashed in Mo Xiaochuan's eyes as he swiftly calculated the best route in his mind, then commanded the shadow spirit cat to advance. Outside the abyss, Chen Lingfeng stared at the dark entrance, the waves of dark energy carrying a chilling wind as they dispersed outward. Dean, can that kid succeed? Mo Qingtian clenched his hands tightly, his eyes filled with worry. He can. Chen Lingfeng's response was brief and firm, his tone carrying an undeniable confidence. Meanwhile, in the Zijin Hall, various leaders closely monitored the situation. Mo Qingtian's report was relayed instantly. So it was the dean reopening the abyss, scared me to death. The head of the Tianwen mansion patted his chest, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Wang Kai, dissatisfied, pursed his lips, tapping irritably on the table. Why is it opening at Mo Qingtian's place again? Isn't one golden armor abyss enough? Yi Tsong's gaze fell on Yi Yujun in the video, secretly anxious. Daughter, with such an advantage, why aren't you seizing it? Perhaps it's just a coincidence. The Grand Elder smiled soothingly at this group of jealous souls. We'll see if the future king of the dark element can reclaim glory. Every abyss controlled by DaXia will become a stronghold against the beast invasions. This group of begrudging, jealous souls immediately boarded the Longting No. 1 and flew directly to Guangqing. The fighter jet roared as it soared into the sky, carving an unmistakable trail. Mo Qingtian, anxiously waiting, suddenly looked up. Who's coming? As Longting No. 1 landed slowly, Wang Kai was the first to jump off the jet, glaring at Mo Qingtian with a hostile expression. Yi Tsong and Chen Nin followed closely behind. Dad, why are you here? Yi Yujun looked at Yi Tsong in surprise, only to be met with a slightly disdainful look from her father. General Wang, General Yi, General Chen. Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly, his hands behind his back. Mo Qingtian, did you step in dog crap on your way out? Wang Kai's words made the surrounding soldiers blush with embarrassment. Mo Qingtian was taken aback at first, then fumed with anger. I stepped in dog crap? Did you eat dog crap on your way out? Mo Qingtian, this abyss can't be claimed by your Jinan Legion alone. Good things must be shared equally. Nonsense. This is my son's trial ground. Why should I share it with you? Thus, these dignified five-star generals, each guarding a region, began to bicker like street ruffians. Meanwhile, Yi Tsong and Chen Nin approached Chen Lingfeng, wearing slightly ingratiating smiles. Dean, do you think there might be an abyss opening in our northern region too? Well, our eastern region is vast and rich. Surely there are several abysses there too? Yi Yujun stared wide-eyed, incredulous at her father's behavior. Chen Lingfeng looked at his father, who seemed like a completely different person, and fell silent. This submissive figure was nothing like the upright and principled father he remembered. He shook his head and turned away decisively. Yi Yujun quickly stopped Yi Tsong, who was about to say something. Dad, don't say anything. As the sun set and dusk deepened, Wang Kai and Mo Qingtian were left breathless from their argument, glaring at each other. Yi Tsong and Chen Nan stood behind Chen Lingfeng, their eyes fixed intently on the entrance to the secret realm. 10 medium-sized warships had already formed a blockade, designating the entire sea area as a no-go zone. It's coming out. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the sky. The darkening sky was instantly shrouded in oppressive black clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Torrents of dark energy surged like a tidal wave from the entrance of the secret realm, knocking Mo Qingtian, who stood at the front, to the ground. The surrounding soldiers raised their weapons, nerves taut. Yi Tsong frowned deeply and extended a hand to set up a protective barrier. Inside the Zijin Hall, the satellite images were even more shocking. Thick black clouds obscured everything, with only the roaring thunder visible within. At the center of the cloud mass, two eerie vortices spun continuously. Look at the shape of those clouds, someone exclaimed. It was then that everyone realized it was a massive skull shape. This scene not only alarmed DaXia, but was also captured by satellites worldwide. In the Eagle Nation's White City Hall, the head of the astronomical department suddenly cried out in shock. Something big is happening. There's another anomaly in DaXia. Quick, put it on the screen. When the massive black skull appeared on the screen, the entire hall erupted in gasps. OMG, is this the devil descending? This must be a punishment for DaXia. The demon has arrived. The leader frowned deeply, feeling that things were not so simple. He immediately ordered the head of intelligence. Do we still have any operatives in DaXia? The intelligence head smiled wryly. Not many left. We lost 80 in the last operation. Send the remaining ones to find out what DaXia is up to. The news quickly spread across the globe. All satellites of the Lion Alliance turned towards Guangqing, and the people of the nearby island nation looked anxiously towards the sea, exclaiming that the end of the world had come. At the entrance of the secret realm, Mo Qingtian gritted his teeth and got back on his feet, watching the entrance with concern. The Tsangyin Overlord Dragon stood in front of Chen Lingfeng, shielding them from the immense pressure. Suddenly, an earth-shattering dragon's roar echoed through the sky. A spectral bone dragon burst through the skull, looking down upon the world. Its hellish, icy gaze sent shivers down the spines of even the battle-hardened generals. Our Dark King has emerged. A massive spectral bone dragon loomed in the sky, its terrifying demigod-level aura pressing down like a mountain. The four generals were nearly suffocated under its presence, but when those cold dragon eyes turned to Chen Lingfeng, a flicker of surprise, uncharacteristic of a fierce beast, appeared. After a thunderous roar, the bone dragon's image gradually dissipated, the sky returned to clarity, and the stars reappeared in the heavens. Whoa, where did that skeleton come from? Wang Kai exclaimed, standing beside Mo Qingtian, as he saw the staggering figure at the entrance and drew his gun in terror. The figure was gaunt, like a walking corpse, shrouded in a heavy aura of darkness, with blood-red eyes adding to its eeriness. Chen Lingfeng quickly raised an eyebrow and pressed down on Wang Kai's gun-wielding hand. Mo Qingtian's eyes widened as he stared intently at the familiar figure and attire, his heart in turmoil. Xiaochuan, Mo Xiaochuan, Yitsong, and Chun Nen also looked in disbelief at the figure drawing closer. Despite his sunken features and skin clinging to his skull, Mo Xiaochuan's outline was still recognizable. Xiaochuan, it really is you. Mo Qingtian rushed forward, supporting the staggering Mo Xiaochuan with deep concern in his eyes. What happened to you? Yi Yujun approached, looking at Mo Xiaochuan with a complex expression. He's overdrawn his life force. The dark element truly is an enigmatic existence. I warned you in a past life. Was it worth it? Mo Xiaochuan struggled to lift his head, a faint light shining from his deep-set eyes as he looked at Chen Lingfeng. Dean, I didn't let you down. I succeeded. Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Xiaochuan, Mo Qingtian roared in anger. Where's the medical team? Get over here now. The influential figures in the funding hall were shocked by the scene. The once fair-skinned boy had become unrecognizable. Indeed, no king achieves success easily. I never thought that kid Mo Xiaochuan could grow to this level. An emperor of the dark element does this count as success. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz with the Guangqing incident. It's terrifying. I saw a giant black skeleton with my own eyes. Is this a sign of the apocalypse? Maybe it's some kind of spirit beast? I always said spirit beasts aren't good news. Nonsense. Why would the authorities promote spirit beasts? I was in Guangqing and almost wet myself from fear. Guangqing's first hospital was heavily surrounded by the Southern Army, with over 100 fully armed soldiers sealing all exits. The city's mayor and security officials rushed to the scene, and even spies from the Western Alliance broke their limbs to impersonate patients and sneak in, with 16 being caught that day. In the highest grade ward, Mo Qingtian watched his son on the hospital bed with a stern gaze. Chen Lingfeng reached out, releasing his beast-taming power to envelop Mo Xiaochuan's body. Gradually, his emaciated form began to recover, and the skeletal state slowly improved. Dad, I didn't disgrace you, I succeeded. Dean, I've taken on the title of the Dark Element King. Even if it kills me, I'll climb to the top of the mountain. On the hospital bed, Mo Xiaochuan mumbled incoherently, causing Mo Qingtian, standing nearby, to be visibly shaken. Chen Lingfeng immediately withdrew his beast-controlling power, and Mo Xiaochuan suddenly opened his eyes, shifting his gaze from the white ceiling to the side of the bed. Dad, Dean. He coughed weakly, but a proud smile spread across his face. I did it. Those bone dragons at the summit nearly scared me to death. Heh, I copied what you did back in the day and shouted. Mo Xiaochuan pays homage to the mountain. I always thought it sounded impressive, and it really came in handy. Seeing his son return to his usual talkative self, Mo Qingtian finally relaxed, letting out a long sigh of relief. What spirit beast did you contract? Is it a young bone dragon? Asked Yi Yujun, leaning in curiously. Yeah, Mo Xiaochuan replied excitedly, waving his hand as a unique young bone dragon appeared in the room. This creature, about a meter tall, was made entirely of a pale white skeleton, with wings folded against its body and a hollow skull housing a flickering green soul flame. Most striking was the dark gem on its forehead, adding to its distinct noble aura. A royal bone dragon? Yi Yujun looked at the extraordinary young dragon with envy. This kid's luck is unbelievable. Shadow bone dragon. Category, spirit beast. Attribute, dark. Level, black iron. Potential, demigod, 10x cultivation speed. Skills, shadow assault black iron, shadow concealment black iron, bone shadow intimidation black iron. Evolution path, shadow bone dragon green grade, nether bone dragon green grade, ice crystal bone dragon green grade. Chen Lingfeng nodded approvingly. As expected of the royal bone dragon, with demigod potential. It truly deserves to be the ace of the Dark Element King. He turned to Mo Xiaochuan. Take good care of yourself. I'll return to the Beast Academy now. Chen Lingfeng left with Yi Yujun and Li Qin, and at the door, Yitsong and Chun Nen immediately stood up. I've handed over the secret realm allocation to the Zijin Pavilion. From now on, you can handle these matters on your own, he said, summoning his azure flame overlord dragon and disappearing into the sky with a thunderous dragon roar. Yitsong and Chun Nan exchanged a glance and quickly headed to Longting number 1. The Zijin Hall was once again in chaos, and the Grand Elder looked worried. Meanwhile, the arena at the Beast Academy was buzzing with excitement as students focused on a special match. Zhang Hao is pretty bold to challenge our school beauty, Fong. His flame lion isn't weak. He might actually stand a chance. Lin Yu, why don't you give it a shot? I think you could do it. The classmates around Lin Yu were egging him on, but Lin Yu, watching the golden silk ape beside Fong Qingxin, shook his head lightly. Not yet a match. His battle frog next to him gazed intently, croaking with battle spirit. Battle frog, we've got to keep working hard. One day, we'll catch up to that golden silk ape. The battle was about to begin. The massive flame lion charged fiercely at the golden silk ape, but the ape moved like lightning, a golden streak easily dodging the attack. Then, the golden silk ape launched its counterattack, using its signature move golden silk bind. How is this possible? Zhang Hao's eyes widened, filled with reluctance and heartache, as he stared intently at the blazing lion bound tightly by golden threads. The flaming lion let out a thunderous roar, its massive body thrashing wildly in the air. Yet, the golden threads tightened like living creatures until the lion's roar turned into a cry of agony. Stop attacking, I surrender, I surrender. Zhang Hao quickly shouted, his heart breaking at the sight of his partner in such pain. Fong Qingxin gently waved her hand, and the golden threads receded like a retreating tide, transforming back into the fur of the golden silk ape. A chorus of awe erupted around them. The campus bell is not only beautiful, but also incredibly powerful. The top spot in this month's exam is surely hers. At that moment, the deep voice of the Wolf King boomed through the academy speakers. Assemble on the field. Before the words had fully echoed, over 800 students, like a well-trained army, quickly lined up by class on the field. This was a testament to the instructor's rigorous daily training. Suddenly, a dark shadow descended from the sky, accompanied by the deafening roar of a dragon. The students looked up in amazement, exclaiming, "The Dean is here! It's the Blue Flame Overlord Dragon. So cool. When will I have a dragon-type spirit beast?" The Blue Flame Overlord Dragon majestically landed on the podium, and Chen Lingfeng dismounted from its back, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a beacon. An overwhelming aura of a golden beast master enveloped the area, and all the students immediately fell silent, focusing intently on their dean. Chen Lingfeng reined in his aura and began his lecture. He spoke in detail about the art of nurturing spirit beasts, treating them as family, and thoroughly researching every skill and combat style. He emphasized, there are no useless spirit beasts, only useless beast masters. He then delved into the mysteries of spirit beast evolution. Treasures from secret realms are needed, and the evolution paths can vary, sometimes offering 2 or 3 options, which require harmony between the beast master and the spirit beast to decide. He particularly highlighted the grades of evolutionary strength, from ordinary, high, top-notch to perfect. Flawless. The more prepared the treasures, the stronger the evolved power. The students listened intently, gaining a fresh understanding of spirit beast nurturing. In the following days, Chen Lingfeng continued to spare time for more lectures, immersing the entire academy in a rich learning atmosphere. As the date of the monthly exam approached, many students suddenly realized how quickly time had passed, especially those who had just recently formed a bond with their spirit beasts, feeling anxious. We just bonded 2 days ago, and now there's an exam? My little fire snake just started listening. Forget about first place, even bronze is a stretch. However, in the arena, while other students were lamenting, Lin Yu and his peers were eager and ready to showcase their skills. In recent days, Lin Yu has been completely absorbed in his training, relentlessly working to enhance his abilities. He has already distinguished himself at the Black Iron level, and the combat frog by his side exudes an impressive aura of strength. Looking at Fong Qingxin not far away, a surge of fighting spirit rises within Lin Yu is confident enough to challenge the golden silk ape. As if sensing his thoughts, Fong Qingxin's gaze meets his, and their eyes lock in midair. In that moment, Lin Yu's eyes convey a clear message. This time, your path to first place won't be easy. The monthly exam begins. With a command from Chen Lingfeng, 10 arenas burst into action simultaneously. Class 1 faces off against Class 10, Class 2 takes on Class 9, and so on. In an instant, elemental skills fly across the arenas, weaving a vibrant tapestry of battle. The shouts of the students rise and fall, as various spirit beasts clash fiercely on the field. Some novice trainers even abandon skills, opting for direct combat, a spectacle that makes Chen Lingfeng shake his head repeatedly. Behind him, the 5 kings gather to critique the battles unfolding on the field. Look at that wind-type spirit beast, wasting its long-range advantage for close combat. And over there, all their skills are hitting the turtle shell, wasting energy for nothing. TSK, a fire type going head-to-head with a thunder type? That's asking for trouble. However, their attention soon shifts to two special figures. That girl's fighting style is impressive. That boy's coordination with his combat frog is exceptional. The ones earning the praise of the kings are none other than Fang Qingxin and Lin Yu. Their fighting styles are decisive and efficient, either defeating opponents in one move or swiftly engaging in close combat. An hour later, the sidelines of the arena are filled with dejected eliminations. I shouldn't have gone head-to-head. I'm a win type. What were my skills again? Damn, I should have studied the Spirit Beast manual more. Out in the first round, how embarrassing. Regrets echo all around. As time passes, the number of participants dwindles from over 400 to 200, then to 100, and finally only 50 remain. By nightfall, only 20 have advanced to the next day's competition, with Class 1 claiming 10 spots, including Lin Yu and Fang Qingxin. Today's matches are over. Tomorrow will determine the top 10 get some rest. With Chen Lingfeng's announcement, the 20 advancing competitors are immediately surrounded by classmates. Lin Yu, you have to beat those guys from Class 5 tomorrow. Feng Baiyu, if you make it to the top 10, share some of that bronze pork with me. At that moment, a major announcement comes from the principal's office. Li Qin rushes in with documents in hand. Principal, the Grand Elder inquires if tomorrow's matches can be broadcast live in the Zijing Hall. Chen Lingfeng dismissively waves his hand. A bunch of kids playing around. Worthy of a broadcast? Let them do as they please. The news quickly spreads across the campus, keeping the 20 advancing competitors too excited to sleep. Broadcast our matches in the Zijing Hall. This can't be a joke. At the Beast Academy, at the break of dawn, the doors of the black iron dormitory burst open with a resounding crash. Students poured out with excitement written all over their faces, the air thick with a mix of tension and anticipation. The final battle has begun. Even though I was eliminated, I can't help but get excited seeing this. Lin Yu, give it your all today. Give it your all. Haha, the first place is definitely going to Goddess Fang. In the 10 arenas, the competing students stood ready. Compared to yesterday, each one exuded a sharper aura. Chen Lingfeng sat in the center of the judges' panel, his gaze sweeping over the 20 spirit beasts in the field, nodding slightly. Above, 10 drones hovered, their cameras locked onto every inch of the battlefield. Inside the purple gold hall, various bigwigs had already taken their seats. Over the past few days, they had practically turned this place into their second office. Each held a detailed dossier in hand, documenting all the information about the participating students and their spirit beasts. Let the battle commence. Chen Lingfeng's cold voice echoed across the venue. Fang Qingxin's eyes narrowed as she waved her fair hand, and her golden silk ape shot toward its opponent in a flash of gold. On the other side, Lin Yu clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination as his combat frog advanced with steady steps. Boom. The sounds of violent collisions were relentless, with black iron-level skills creating craters in the ground. The astonishing power displayed on the battlefield left the observing bigwigs in awe. Such power from newly contracted black iron spirit beasts suggests that the obsolescence of hot weapons is only a matter of time. The head of the armory said with a wry smile. The head of the astronomical department patted his shoulder. Don't worry, with research into spirit beast treasures, you won't be out of a job. The intense battle raged on for over an hour. Ultimately, Lin Yu's combat frog knocked out its opponent, the flame chicken. He excitedly embraced his partner. Combat frog, you were amazing. Meanwhile, Fang Qingxin had already finished her battle and sat calmly with her golden silk ape in the stands. With the top 10 competition concluded, the strongest 5 emerged. Fang Qingxin, Lin Yu, Feng Baiyu, Zhang Qin, and Zhao Yuthi's were the 5 with the most outstanding talent in beast mastery from the college entrance exams. Brother Feng, who do you think will win the championship? Yi Yujun asked softly. Chen Lingfeng looked at the 5 and replied calmly. Zhao Yu. Isn't Fang Qingxin the most talented? Yi Yujun asked in surprise. Chen Lingfeng merely smirked without answering. The 5-totem showdown immediately commenced. Zhao Yu had a bye, with Fang Qingxin facing Feng Baiyu and Lin Yu up against Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin's rock-armored bull, despite its impressive defense and ground-shaking charge, exposed a flaw due to unfamiliar coordination. Lin Yu's combat frog seized the opportunity, performing a perfect slide tackle to get under the bull and delivering a precise water cannon blast, taking the opponent down. Watching his fallen rock-armored bull, Zhang Qin's face turned grim, and he could only sigh in resignation. Lin Yu, you won. Amidst the cheers, a new battle is about to begin. Feng Baiyu's wind-type spirit beast, the wind spirit bird, circled in the air, continuously unleashing sharp wind blades. The golden figure on the ground kept dodging, as Fang Qingxin's golden silk ape struggled against the aerial assault. The disadvantage of being on land against an airborne opponent was starkly evident, and the students in the stands couldn't help but feel anxious for Fang Qingxin. Maintain the altitude advantage. Feng Baiyu's voice was full of confidence as the wind spirit bird deftly maneuvered in the air, forcing the golden silk ape to scramble under the relentless barrage of wind blades. Fang Qingxin's fair face was already glistening with sweat, and her golden silk ape was scarred, its eyes red with anger. Hold steady, wait for the right moment. Fang Qingxin kept a sharp eye on the wind spirit bird, a calculating glint in her eyes. Time ticked by, and the audience held their breath. Suddenly, Fang Qingxin's eyes lit up. Now's the time. Diamond body, golden silk bind. The confident expression on Feng Baiyu's face changed abruptly. No. Wind spirit bird, ascend quickly. But it was too late. Golden threads shot upwards like arrows, wrapping precisely around the wind spirit bird's ankle. It screeched sharply, flapping its wings wildly, but couldn't escape the golden bind. With the wind spirit bird subdued, the thrilling match ended with Fang Qingxin's victory, earning her thunderous applause from the crowd. The next battle was set between Zhao Yu and Lin Yu. Cheers erupted from the audience, with most students favoring Lin Yu. Zhao Yu, however, remained calm, nodding slightly at Lin Yu before summoning his spirit beast dark-type hunting Fang Hound. This spirit beast was as black as ink, with eyes glowing an eerie red, powerful limbs promising explosive strength, and a tail like a black whip. It possessed 3 iron-level skills: Shadow Pounce, Dark Fang Intimidation, and Phantom Rush, with potential to evolve into a Dark Bloodhound, Shadow Wolf, or Infernal Hound. Interesting, this is the precursor to a Dark Bloodhound. Chen Lingfeng commented with interest. Lin Yu could sense his opponent's strength and focused intently. Fighting Frog, take this seriously. His Fighting Frog assumed a battle stance, ready to unleash its power at any moment. Begin the battle. Rapid Assault. Shadow Pounce. At the commands, blue and black figures collided fiercely in the arena, creating a crater at the point of impact. Both spirit beasts retreated, eyeing each other warily. Lin Yu and Zhao Yu's expressions were more serious than ever. Again, Dark Fang Intimidation. Fighting Spirit. The roars echoed throughout the arena, as both trainers poured their full beast-taming power into their respective spirit beasts, pushing the battle into a fever pitch. The Beast Academy arena was filled with deafening roars as a blue figure and a black figure clashed rapidly in the center, each collision causing the entire arena to tremble. Lin Yu frowned deeply, his face extremely grim. He was supposed to face Fang Qingxin, but instead, he encountered such a formidable opponent in this round. Fighting Frog, double punch, aim for its head, he shouted through gritted teeth. With the boost from the fighting spirit, the Fighting Frog's combat power was noticeably enhanced. Opposite him, Zhao Yu remained calm, observing the Fighting Frog's movements with a cold glint in his eyes. Don't dodge, bite it, Shadow Dash. Bang! The Fighting Frog's fists smashed heavily onto the head of the fierce Fang Demon Hound. Although the hound was hit hard and disoriented, it remembered its master's command, let out a low growl, and bit down on the Fighting Frog's leg. It then transformed into a black blur, dragging its opponent forward. Not good, Fighting Frog, jump away. Lin Yu's face changed dramatically as he shouted hysterically. But it was too late. The fierce Fang Demon Hound's steel-like jaws were unyielding, and the Fighting Frog couldn't break free. Ultimately, the Fighting Frog was forcibly pushed out of the arena. The entire crowd fell silent, and all the students were left in shock. Did I see that right? Lin Yu lost just like that. Why didn't the fierce Fang Demon Hound dodge? It was clearly on the verge of collapse. That was brutal, taking on the Fighting Frog's double punches Heaton. Inside the purple gold hall, the influential figures seemed unfazed by the battle's outcome. Lin Yu has potential, but he lacks combat experience. Whose child is this Zhao Yu? He has a certain ruthlessness in battle. He's the son of my deputy Zhao Tian. Impressive, right? Wang Kai raised his head proudly, seizing the opportunity to boast. Oh, the son of Zhao Tian, the Northwest Tiger? No wonder, he fights like he has nothing to lose. Mo Qingtian nodded, then sneered dismissively. So what? It's not your son. What's there to be proud of? Lin Yu left the arena dejectedly, holding the defiant Fighting Frog in his arms. Don't get worked up. A loss is a loss. We need more training. Let's keep working hard. Fang Qingxin looked deeply at Zhao Yu, a hint of surprise in her eyes. An hour later, the showdown between Fang Qingxin and Zhao Yu began. Golden Silk Wrap, Shadow Dash. The two spirit beasts engaged in fierce combat right from the start. The Golden Silk Ape activated its indestructible armor, while the fierce Fang Demon Hound's dark fangs greatly restricted its opponent's movements. The battle was intense and evenly matched. The watching students were captivated. Zhao Yu is really strong, holding out so long against the Golden Silk Ape's onslaught. But the Golden Silk Ape has the upper hand. Its armor is unbeatable, impossible to break. The Golden Silk Wrap is tricky too. Once entangled, there's no escape. Zhao Yu stared intently at the Golden Silk Ape, giving a cold command. Close combat, Shadow Strike. After circling a few more times, the fierce Fang Demon Hound decisively charged at the Golden Silk Ape, dark energy gathering on its fangs. Watch out, Golden Silk Ape, dodge, Golden Silk Slice. The Golden Silk Ape screeched twice, retreating frantically while manipulating its shimmering golden threads to slice at the fierce Fang Demon Hound. Don't dodge, continue with Shadow Strike. A flash of crimson flickered in Zhao Yu's eyes, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. On the battlefield, the attacks of two spirit beasts were about to collide. In the audience, the students watched with wide eyes, holding their breath. If this strike landed, both sides would likely suffer severe damage. Abort the skill and retreat. Fang Qingxin urgently shouted, sensing the danger. However, Zhao Yu gave a chilling smile. Instead of ordering the Hellhound to retreat, he commanded it to press forward. In the intense battle, the Hellhound displayed astonishing fighting spirit and ultimately defeated the Golden Silk Ape. The winner is Zhao Yu. The referee's announcement echoed throughout the arena. Murmurs swept through the audience, and Fang Qingxin bit her lip, her eyes welling up with tears. Zhao Yu is too despicable, using such a mutual destruction tactic. The fight should be honorable. I think Fang Qingxin deserves to be first. Voices of discussion rose and fell, but Zhao Yu remained indifferent. He held his head high, gazing reverently at Chen Lingfeng. The competition is over. First place goes to Zhao Yu. Chen Lingfeng stood up, his authoritative voice instantly silencing all doubts. Chen Lingfeng surveyed the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. You may think Zhao Yu's victory was ruthless, but that is exactly what I admire. Admire. Zhao Yu's eyes were red, tears glistening faintly. Remember, you are about to face real life and death battles. The Beast Academy doesn't cultivate delicate flowers, but warriors who can contend with beasts. Don't spare mercy for your enemies. It will only harm you. His words were weighty and left the students in deep thought. Yi Yujun looked at their young faces, feeling a twinge of reluctance. But as Chen Lingfeng said, when beasts run rampant, one will understand the true meaning of cruelty. The monthly exam is over, dismissed. The top 10 get a 3-day break. Zhao Yu, come with me. As the students gradually left, Lin Yu looked at the downcast Fang Qingxin and sighed softly. Let's go home and relax. In the headmaster's office, the previously cold and ruthless Zhao Yu now appeared uneasy. Do you know the evolution path of the Hellhound? Chen Lingfeng asked. Yes, I do, Zhao Yu replied. The Hellhound of the white rank has two paths. One is the Shadow Hunt Wolf, known for its strong attacks, and the other is the Infernal Hound, excelling in elemental attacks. Seems like you've done your homework. Which path do you prefer? Zhao Yu frowned, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. It feels like neither path suits my Hellhound. As if something is missing. What's missing is the bloodthirsty frenzy. Zhao Yu suddenly looked up, excitement lighting up his eyes as he clenched his fists. Yes, it's missing that bloodthirsty aura. Chen Lingfeng waved his hand, retrieving 3 treasures from the Beastmaster space, which gracefully traced an arc in the air before landing steadily in his palm. Take these materials. They are enough to allow your spirit beast to evolve flawlessly. The 3 treasures: a bronze bloodthirsty stone, a bronze dark wolf fang, and a bronze blood spirit flower gleamed uniquely under the sunlight. Zhao Yu looked at these precious items, his hands trembling with excitement, but he didn't immediately put them away. Instead, he bowed deeply to Chen Lingfeng with respect. Thank you, Principal. Go on. The moment your Hunter Fang Demon Dog evolves will be when you reach bronze. Chen Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Yu gave the principal one last deep look, bowed again, and turned to leave. After the monthly exams, the top 10 students were awarded a 3-day holiday. Most students chose to stay at the academy to continue their training, but some planned to go home, like Lin Yu and Fang Qingxin, who were both from Jiangqing. They initially planned to take a commercial flight back, but as they stepped out of the Beastmaster Academy's gates, they saw a majestic Longting No. 1 fighter jet already waiting for them. Is this to escort us back? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the jet. A soldier in a crisp uniform stood at attention and saluted. Yes, students, I am assigned to escort you all the way. Chen Lingfeng stood at a high point, watching the Longting jets take off one by one, heading toward various parts of the alliance. He murmured softly to himself. I should go back too. My parents must be worried sick. Outside Jiangqing Airport, a grand convoy roared in, led by an imposing Longting car. Passers-by stopped and whispered to each other. Wow, that's the City Lord's car. They must be here to pick up the big shots from the Zijin Pavilion. The reception area quickly became packed, with the crowd eagerly anticipating. The Longting No. 1 fighter jet performed a stylish dive and landed smoothly. Lin Yu and Fang Qingxin emerged, each dragging a large suitcase, and were startled by the dense crowd before them. Lin Yu instinctively glanced back. So many people. Is a celebrity coming today? The onlookers exchanged puzzled looks. Why are there only 2 students? The big shot must be behind them. The city lord wouldn't come to pick up students. Those students are lucky to be on the same flight as the big shot. But wait, don't big shots usually have private jets? However, what happened next left everyone stunned. The city lord's face broke into a broad smile as he quickly approached and warmly shook Lin Yu's hand. You must be the top students from the Beastmaster Academy, Lin Yu and Fang Qingxin, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Tao, the city lord. It's a great pleasure to welcome you back. Jiang Tao, dressed in formal attire, stood in front of the convoy with a gentle smile. This way, please. I've arranged a banquet to welcome you. Lin Yu and Fang Qingxin stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, their minds blank. It wasn't until Jiang Tao's voice sounded again that they snapped back to reality. The city lord is personally welcoming us. Lin Yu stammered, unable to believe the scene before him. Of course, as distinguished students of the Beast Taming Academy, I had to come to welcome you, Jiang Tao said with a smile, gesturing for them to follow. This way, please. In a daze, the two of them got into the city lord's luxury car. As the grand convoy gradually disappeared from view, the onlookers erupted in excitement. Wow, this is unbelievable. Who are these students to warrant a personal welcome from the city lord? Beast Taming Academy? Did the city lord just mention the Beast Taming Academy? The crowd buzzed with speculation. At noon, Lin Yu and Fang Qingxin exited the Jiangqing Grand Hotel, politely declining Jiang Tao's offer to continue escorting them. They exchanged a glance. Eyes filled with amazement, they finally understood the influence of the Beast Taming Academy among the upper echelons of DaXia. Let's go home, Fang Qingxin said softly. In the Jade Garden villas of Jiangqing, Fang's parents were entertaining a group of wealthy ladies in the reception room. Since the island exercise incident, the neighbors' attitudes towards the Fang family had noticeably changed. Mrs. Fang, you're so good at raising children, one lady said flatteringly. Could you give me some advice? I'd like my child to attend the Beast Taming Academy too. Yes, many people want to get into the Beast Taming Academy now. Please share some tips with us, others chimed in. Mrs. Fang smiled and waved her hands modestly. Oh, it's nothing. Beside the tea table, Mr. Fang was equally pleased. There's nothing special, really. We just disciplined her strictly and treated her well. As for the Beast Taming Academy, I'm not too sure. Qingxin hasn't even started her vacation yet. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Qingxin. Mr. and Mrs. Fang stood up in surprise. Fang Qingxin hesitated at the entrance, unsure of what to do as she faced the room full of people. Mom, Dad, who are all these people? They're friends, just friends. Mr. Fang quickly explained. Is the academy on break? Under everyone's gaze, Fang Qingxin hurried back to her room. It wasn't until evening that she had the chance to talk with her parents, mainly answering their barrage of questions. When the golden silk ape appeared, her parents were ecstatic. So this is the legendary spirit beast. Its fur is beautiful, Mrs. Fang exclaimed. Daughter, does this mean you're a beast tamer now? Mr. Fang asked excitedly. Fang Qingxin nodded, and Mrs. Fang immediately added, isn't that just like the handsome guy on TV? The handsome guy on TV? Fang Qingxin was initially puzzled, then realized and laughed. Mom, you're giving me too much credit. That's our Beast Taming Academy's principal, Chen Lingfeng, the guardian of DaXia. In front of the Fang family home, Fang Qingxin eagerly opened her suitcase, unable to hide her excitement. She took out a piece of black meat with a metallic sheen and handed it to her parents. Mom, Dad, this is Black Iron Beast's Ironhide Black Pork. It not only strengthens the body, but also enhances the effect of the beast taming body refinement technique. She then pulled out an ancient book. This is the beast taming body refinement technique. You can practice it in your spare time. Fang's father, eyes lighting up, grabbed the technique book. Wonderful. Old Wang keeps bragging about how his back doesn't hurt and his waist isn't sore. Now I can train too. Fang's mother took the ironhide black pork with a smile and headed to the kitchen. But when she raised the knife to cut the meat, the blade chipped at the contact point with the meat. She stood there, stunned. Is this meat or iron? Mom, let me do it. Fang Qingxin took the knife and explained. This is ironhide black pork. Its defense is so strong that even bullets can't penetrate it. Without beast taming power, it's tough to handle. Soon, a steaming plate of braised ironhide black pork was served on the dining table. Fang's father drank 2 bottles of wine, and the family enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Meanwhile, in another neighborhood in Jiangqing, Lin Yu's return caused quite a stir. His image-conscious father immediately informed the entire family, insisting on a gathering. Lin's father waved his hand grandly. Today, the men are happy. Everyone is invited. On the way to Jiangqing Grand Hotel, they drove an old Series 3 sedan onto the overpass. Suddenly, several security vehicles with blaring sirens sped past. Lin's father frowned, honking the horn, hoping it wouldn't delay their dinner plans. It's not an accident, Lin Yu sharply noticed. There's a robbery ahead. A van was recklessly charging forward, with 3 security cars in hot pursuit. Danger ahead. All vehicles stop. The security cars broadcast repeatedly warned. In a moment of distraction, Lin Feng saw his brother Lin Yu already out of the car, summoning Battle Frog. Battle Frog, catch up with that van. Ribbit. Battle Frog's lazy eyes suddenly turned sharp, and its entire body became a streak of blue light, leaping swiftly between car roofs. Surrounding drivers were stunned, murmuring to each other. What is that? Looks like a frog. Are you kidding? A frog flying over car tops. Inside the van, nicknamed Spring Mountain Car God, Biao gripped the steering wheel with one hand, cigarette dangling from his mouth, driving like a race car driver. Suddenly, two dull thuds came from the roof, followed by a blue figure entering his view, a muscular, deep blue battle frog, its fists glowing with a dangerous red light. Biao squinted his eyes. What was that sound? Brother Biao, something's wrong. There's a frog up ahead. The guy in the passenger seat shouted in panic. A frog? Just run it over. Biao sneered, pressing the gas pedal harder. Just as the van was about to hit the frog, something unexpected happened. The fighting frog suddenly glowed with the power of a beast, its muscles bulging like steel. It punched out with lightning speed. Bang! With a deafening crash, the van's front caved in, emitting white smoke as it came to a halt. Damn, how is this possible? Biao gasped, coughing from the smoke, staring in disbelief at the fighting frog that was less than 5 feet tall. What kind of freaky thing is this? Hands up, everyone. Captain Zhang Jian and a squad of security officers arrived just in time, quickly surrounding the van. He immediately looked for the unusual frog, but only caught a fleeting glimpse of a blue light. Did it leave? As traffic returned to normal, Lin Yu discreetly recalled the fighting frog. However, videos of the incident quickly went viral online. Terrifying frog halts robber's van with bare fists. Can you withstand a punch from a frog? Where did this cheeky frog come from? I want one too. Is that a spirit beast? There must be a beastmaster on site. Where is the beastmaster? I want to become one too. Such terrifying strength. The impact force of a van going 100 miles per hour is several tons. Who is the beastmaster? Teach us. After capturing the robbers, Captain Zhang Jian promptly reported to his superiors, eager to find the mysterious frog. However, the chief of Jiangqing's security office simply waved it off. No need to look for it. That fighting frog belongs to one of our Jiangqing students. A Jiangqing student? A beastmaster? Captain Zhang Jian was stunned, then envy filled his eyes. Chief, I heard the military office has started introducing spirit beasts. What about our security office? Do you think I don't want them? The chief rolled his eyes. I don't even have one yet, and you guys want them? Get back to work. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jiangqing Grand Hotel, Lin's father proudly led his family inside. Come on, this time Dad's splurging, let's feast. As Lin Yu's family entered the hotel, a woman in a short dress with striking makeup looked surprised. Is that Lin Yu? That kid's actually eating at a place like this? Cha-cha, hasn't the young master Lin Yu invited arrived yet? She asked her companion, Lu Cha. Lu Cha, in a white dress with long black hair cascading like a waterfall and enchanting fox-like eyes, was the epitome of high school boy's dream girl. He's already in the VIP room. Let's go, she said with a slight smile, her voice filled with delight. Cha-cha, I heard this is a family dinner for young Master Lin, and his father will be there. Make sure to seize the opportunity. His father is a big shot in Demon City. Green, it's just a regular meal, not as complicated as you make it sound, Lu Cha replied softly. Inside the Tianzi suite of Jiangqing Hotel, the atmosphere was lively and bustling with the clinking of glasses. Dad, are you serious? Cousin Lin Yu has really become a beastmaster. Lin Xiaowen, the eldest uncle's daughter, asked excitedly, her eyes shining. Wow, I never thought our Lin family would have such a chance to soar. This is truly a stroke of luck. Humph, the second aunt scoffed. If our Xiaowen finishes her college entrance exams, she might also become a beastmaster. Exactly. The second uncle chimed in, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Third brother just got lucky. Otherwise, our Lin Tian could also become a beastmaster. What's so special about a beastmaster anyway? They're still just poor folks. Shut up. The eldest uncle turned sharply, his cold gaze sweeping toward his wife. Intimidated by his glare, the eldest aunt reluctantly changed the subject to Lin Tian. Son, I heard you invited a pretty girl. Why isn't she here yet? Mom, she's already at the door, Lin Tian replied with a grin, playing on his phone. What girl? The eldest uncle suddenly looked up, glaring at Lin Tian, who shrank back nervously. What's wrong with you, old Lin? The eldest aunt snapped, hands on her hips. Isn't this a family gathering? It's normal for Lin Tian to bring a girlfriend. The eldest uncle was shaking with anger. Do you know what today is? This isn't just an ordinary family dinner. You have no idea how important the title of Beastmaster is. He recalled a recent gathering where a usually unreachable big shot was willing to spend his entire fortune to get his son into Beastmaster Academy, only to be refused, and even offered half his wealth for a spirit beast, yet found no way in. Listen, you all better be smart about this, the eldest uncle warned in a low voice. If you mess this up, I won't forgive you. Just then, the door to the suite opened, and Lin Yu's father entered with his family, looking pleased. The 6 people in the room quickly stood up. Third brother. Third uncle, they all greeted him. Haha, everyone's here. Lin Yu's mother smiled broadly. Come, sit down. She discreetly observed the respectful demeanor of the others and couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu seemed disinterested in the banquet. As Lin Yu was about to enter, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Lin Yu? What are you doing here? Did you enter the wrong suite? The whole family froze, and Lin Yu turned with a frown to see Lu Cha and Zhao Lu standing at the door. Lin Yu, The teacher warned us, Zhao Lu accused sharply. Are you secretly following our cha-cha? Do you know what kind of place this is? It's not somewhere a poor kid like you can come. Lin Yu's expression darkened, but then he let out a laugh. Oh, this isn't a place for us. Fine, we'll leave right now. Enjoy your meal. With that, he made a move to leave. Who the hell is it? The eldest uncle burst out of the suite in anger, with Lin Tian following closely. As soon as he saw Lu Cha standing there like a vision, Zhao Lu's eyes lit up, and she pulled Lu Cha forward. Young Master Lin, look, this guy was following us. Lu Cha nodded slightly, pretending to be aggrieved. Young Master Lin, maybe it's just a coincidence. Lin Yu looked at Lu Cha in disbelief, thinking to himself how he had failed to see her true nature before. How could he have been infatuated with someone like her in a moment of impulsive passion? Coincidence? Coincidence, my foot. Uncle's eyes were bloodshot, his whole body trembling as he pointed angrily at the two people in front of him. Get out of here. Aunt quickly grabbed Lu Cha's hand, soothing her in a gentle voice. Old Lin, why are you yelling? You're scaring the young lady. This scene almost triggered Uncle's heart condition, his fingers shaking as he pointed at his wife. Lin Yu stood to the side, a slight smirk on his lips, his gaze shifting between Lin Tian and Lu Cha. Cousin, you found yourself quite a nice girlfriend. Since no one seems in the mood for dinner, we'll take our leave. With that, Lin Yu turned to leave, clearly unwilling to waste more time there. Since entering the Beast Tamer Academy, his mindset had changed dramatically. Hey Xiaoyu. Lin's parents hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly glanced at Uncle before quickly following Lin Yu out of the restaurant. In the large private room, second uncle's family exchanged puzzled looks. Aunt released Lu Cha's hand, sneering. I told you we shouldn't have invited them. Just a bunch of poor relatives. She curled her lip. What's so great about beast tamers? Our Xiaowen will become one too. These words completely ignited Uncle's fury. His body trembled, eyes bloodshot, as he suddenly raised his hand. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the room. Aunt clutched her burning cheek, staring in disbelief. Old Lin, you dare hit me? For those poor relatives, have you lost your mind? Hit you? I'd kill you if I could. Uncle roared. Poor relatives? What do you know? Money? What good will money do in the future? Let me tell you, the era is changing. This is the age of beast tamers. His angry voice echoed throughout the hotel. Lu Cha and Zhao Lu exchanged a terrified glance. As frequent internet users, they understood better than Aunt what being a beast tamer meant. Lu Cha's expression turned hostile. Zhao Lu shrank back, mumbling quietly. How was I supposed to know that poor boy Lin Yu would soar like that? Besides, it was just luck in the college entrance exam, no match for our Lin family's wealth. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, Lin's parents appeared surprisingly calm. Old Lin, are you finally convinced? Your relatives are as unpleasant as ever, Lin's mother sighed. Lin's father waved it off, speaking with a carefree tone. Forget it. We haven't been in touch for so many years, it's fine not to meet. So where are we going to eat now? I'm still hungry. Lingfeng complained, pouting. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over, his face full of ingratiation. Is this Mr. Lin Yu? You know me? Lin Yu frowned, unable to recall who the man was. Mr. Lin Yu. Hello, I'm the hotel manager. I had the honor of seeing you from afar last time you visited. The manager respectfully handed over a black card. Our boss specifically instructed that you receive a 40% discount on dining here from now on. This is our Black Gold VIP card. Black Gold VIP card. Lin's father exclaimed in surprise. In the city of Quancheng, Chen Lingfeng's return was quiet and unnoticed. He chose to come back discreetly, avoiding the conspicuous Longting #1 and informing no one of his arrival. Within the Lianhuayuan community, the sound of a doorbell broke the silence. Chen's father and mother were lounging on the sofa, scrolling through their phones. Chen's mother gently nudged her husband. Old Chen, go answer the door. Grumbling, Chen's father got up to open the door. The moment he recognized the figure outside, he froze, tears welling up in his eyes. Standing at the door, Chen Lingfeng gazed at his father's slightly youthful face and softly called out, Dad. Xiaofeng's back. Chen's mother darted out from the kitchen, enveloping her son in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. Our Xiaofeng is finally back. Where have you been all this time? The familiar warmth of his mother made Chen Lingfeng's nose tingle, his eyes reddening. He stiffly reached out and hugged his mother tightly. Mom. That night became the happiest time in a month for Chen's parents. Chen's father excitedly opened bottle after bottle, while Chen's mother stayed by her son's side, asking after his well-being. From the living room, Chen's father's jubilant exclamations could be heard. Great. That's my son. A master of beast control, head of the Beast Academy. Such a powerful title. Dined with the Grand Chancellor. This is something I can brag about for a lifetime. Doesn't this mean my son is the strongest? Huh. Our ancestors must be smiling down on us. We must visit their graves tomorrow. Chen's father drank to his heart's content, and Chen's mother's tears never ceased, a mix of joy and concern. Son, you didn't suffer, did you? Chen Lingfeng's body trembled slightly, a warm smile spreading across his face. No, I've been doing well. As night deepened and the moonlight turned cool, Chen Lingfeng quietly placed the beast control body refinement technique and 2 wood-type spirit beast eggs down, slipping away silently while his parents slept. He didn't notice that as the door softly closed, his mother quietly emerged from the room, standing in the dimly lit living room for a long time. Back at the Beast Academy, the colorful fox in Chen Lingfeng's arms nuzzled against him affectionately. Chirp chirp, the little creature cooed softly, its 5 tails wagging joyfully. Since Chen Lingfeng's promotion to the gold level, this little one had also broken through to bronze, only waiting for materials from various elements to evolve. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. Come in. Mo Xiaochuan entered excitedly. Dean, my Shadowbone Dragon has reached the bronze level. I was wondering if you could advise me on its evolution path and materials. Chen Lingfeng looked at him calmly. It's not stable enough just after reaching bronze. But I have a task for you. If you complete it well, materials won't be a problem. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes lit up, and he straightened up to salute. I guarantee the task will be completed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the top 10 students from the monthly exam returned to the academy, all enthusiastically diving into their training. Suddenly, a call for assembly from the Wolf King rang out, and the students quickly gathered on the field. Even the Wolf Fang Legion is here. Are we going to war? The instructor's physique is so imposing, such a strong presence. I still can't last 10 moves against the instructor. Wonder when I'll catch up. With a roar from the Flame Dragon King, the noisy field instantly fell silent. All the students looked up at the tall figure with admiration in their eyes. Over the past month, everyone had successfully stepped into the Black Iron Realm, which filled Chen Lingfeng with satisfaction. But growing doesn't just mean endless studying. Everyone, follow me. At Chen Lingfeng's command, the entire campus erupted into action. 10 gleaming Longting 1 aircraft were already lined up in perfect formation, waiting on the expansive tarmac. This once secret weapon of DaXia had now become the exclusive transport for the Beast Tamer Academy. Li Qin, notify Xia City to lock down the ancient island and evacuate all tourists. Chen Lingfeng ordered with a piercing gaze and steady tone. Li Qin immediately picked up a special satellite phone and quickly dialed a series of numbers. The mayor of Xia City, in the middle of a meeting, suddenly received the call, and his expression changed dramatically. On the other end, a brief, indisputable command rang out. Lock down the ancient island, evacuate tourists, and have the security bureau clear the way. Before he could respond, the call was disconnected. In the meeting room, Zhang Qi, head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, noticed the mayor's unusual expression and couldn't help but ask. When the mayor mentioned the Beast Tamer Alliance, everyone who had been prepared to argue their case fell silent, slumping into their chairs. 2 hours. We only have 2 hours, the mayor decisively ordered. Chaos erupted around the ancient island. Visitors voiced their outrage. Over 1,000 for a plane ticket, just wasted like that. Your Culture and Tourism Bureau is bullying us. I'm going to make this public. Faced with the overwhelming public sentiment, the Bureau's staff could only respond with wry smiles. Fortunately, the Security Bureau intervened in time, barely managing to control the situation. Online, the wave of criticism grew louder, with even local residents joining in. The head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau was so furious he smashed his desk, but the mayor couldn't concern himself with that. He hurried to the airport to greet the arrivals. As the 10 Longting 1 aircraft descended, the mayor was about to step forward when he was stopped by a squad of formidable Langia Corps Special Forces. 500 fully armed elite soldiers swiftly established a perimeter, their intimidating presence causing the mayor to involuntarily gasp. Following them were over 800 spirited students, 10 imposing generals, 5 dignified kings, and finally, the figure of Chen Lingfeng himself. It was as if the entire Beast Tamer Academy had mobilized. The esteemed mayor of Xia City was left speechless, his reaction so unworldly, it was almost comically provincial. On the ancient island of Xiamen, the grand procession of the Beast Academy gathered in full force. At the forefront, Mo Xiaochuan was accompanied by a rare spirit beast, a Shadowbone Dragon, which circled above, occasionally letting out a deep roar that commanded attention. On a high platform, Chen Lingfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Behind him stood the 4 heavenly kings and the high-ranking officials of Xiamen, all showing their respect. Beneath the platform, students whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with envy. A bone dragon, a rare spirit beast. I've heard it has exceptional potential, truly worthy of the Dark Element King's power. I wonder why we've been summoned here. Noticing the admiring gazes of the students, Mo Xiaochuan felt a surge of pride and gratitude towards Chen Lingfeng for this opportunity. He maintained a stern expression and announced, Students, I know you're eager. We've gathered here today to lead you into the secret realm to slay the beasts. The students erupted with excitement. Finally, we get to battle beasts. I must take down as many beasts as I can this time. The treasures in the secret realm, here I come. Fang Qingxin clenched her fists, her eyes shining with determination, resolved to use this opportunity to break through to the bronze level. Mo Xiaochuan raised his hand for silence and continued. Make sure to keep your student tokens safe. If you're in danger, activate them immediately for assistance. The tokens will also record your credits. The more beasts you slay, the higher your score. With that, he began to channel his bronze-level beast control power, swiftly forming seals with his hands before pressing them onto the hillside. Rumble. The entire island shook violently, winds howled, clouds churned, and waves surged. The space shattered like a mirror, revealing an abyssal entrance. Waves of demonic energy, mixed with the roars of beasts, poured out. The Wolf Fang Legion quickly formed ranks, neatly surrounding the entrance to the secret realm. In unison, they summoned their spirit beasts, uniformly young fire dragons showcasing the nascent form of Chen Lingfeng's Dragon Legion. The sight left the high-ranking officials of Shaman stunned, swallowing hard. Chen Lingfeng spoke calmly. Though the ancient island is no longer a tourist spot, this beast's secret realm will be managed by Shaman. How to develop it is your decision. The high-ranking officials of Shaman were thunderstruck, as if struck by a windfall. The head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau trembled with excitement. This secret realm is really ours. Can we hold it? They were well aware of the value of the beast's secret realm meant resources, wealth, and power. Although Shaman currently lacked beastmasters, the future seemed promising. Chen Lingfeng left with a parting remark. Inside are only black iron and bronze levels. If you can't hold it, hand it over to the military district, and strode away. The leader of Shaman waved repeatedly, a determined gleam in his eyes. How could we not hold it? We'll defend it with our lives. The head of public security stood straighter, solemnly pledging. We swear to protect the ancient island's secret realm, and immediately began organizing troops and resources. As the gateway to the hidden realm swung open, Mo Xiaochuan dashed inside without hesitation. His students hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed suit, summoning their respective spirit beasts. Among them, Zhao Yu, known for his ruthlessness, led the charge with his Bloodfang Hellhound, its eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red hue, diving deeper into the secret realm. The moment they stepped into the secret realm, a dark and eerie environment greeted them, causing the students to gasp. Overhead, a blood-red moon cast an eerie glow across the sky. The ground was littered with countless white bones, and in the distance, hordes of skeletal warriors roamed legendary undead beasts. Ha ha, so these are the undead beasts, one student exclaimed excitedly. I can take down several with just one swipe. You better be careful, someone nearby warned. Didn't you see they're all armed? Though Mo Xiaochuan was also taken aback by the scene, as the leader of this expedition, he quickly regained his composure. Do you see the beasts up ahead? He called out. You can now move freely, but stay clear of the central area. With that, he mounted his Shadowbone Dragon and sped towards the center. In this realm of undead beasts, his bone dragon was in its element, its mighty roar sending the skeletal minions trembling. The students began to explore this mysterious world with curiosity. Initially, they formed small groups to cautiously take down a single skeletal warrior. But after a few successful battles, the bolder students started to venture out alone. Soon, the entire realm echoed with the sounds of battle, with spells like Fireball, Ice Crystal, and Wind Blade weaving through the air. Chen Lingfeng and the four heavenly kings stood at a distance, observing. Watching most students struggle with clumsy maneuvers and missed attacks, they could only shake their heads. Yet, none of them intervened, as each person needed to learn from the ground up, and as long as no one's life was in danger, they wouldn't step in. All right, Chen Lingfeng said, leave the students' safety to you. You can also head to the central area for training. With that, he summoned the Azure Flame Dragon. This massive beast, shimmering with flames, sent the nearby skeletal warriors into a quivering panic. But the intimidation was short-lived, as Chen Lingfeng had already ridden the dragon towards the center. Meanwhile, as the students ventured into the ancient island's secret realm, the Purple Gold Pavilion received word via the astronomical office. Another secret realm has opened? The Beast Taming Academy is all in Shaman. Wang Kai, eager with excitement, wanted to immediately board the dragon's soar number 1 to Shaman, with Mo Qingtian and Chun Nen also itching to go. However, a single sentence from the head of the astronomical office stopped them in their tracks. Generals, it's best if you don't go. Dean Chun has already entrusted this secret realm to the Lord of Shaman. What? Impossible. Wang Kai was incredulous. A mere city lord of Shaman. How can he possibly guard a secret realm? This is a joke, let me go instead. The head of the astronomical office smiled at them. You should take that up with Dean Chen. If he agrees, I have no objections. The four generals were left speechless. Who would have thought that just the name of Chen Lingfeng would be enough to deter 4 5-star generals? In the depths of an ancient island's secret realm, the air was cold and damp, filled with a sense of death. Deep underground, hordes of skeleton warriors were retreating under the fierce onslaught of the Beast Academy students. Lin Yu stood at the edge of the battlefield, commanding his combat frog to launch a fierce attack. Bang! With a powerful punch, a skeleton warrior shattered into pieces. Among the pile of bones, a gleaming black gemstone stood out. This can drop equipment? Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise as he picked up the gemstone, then shouted with renewed enthusiasm. Combat frog, keep going. Just then, an exclamation interrupted their advance. Look at Fang Qingxin's golden silk ape. The golden silk ape was slicing off a skeleton warrior's head with its sharp, golden threads, suddenly enveloped by a surge of formidable beast power. The ape's body swelled rapidly, and its eyes gleamed with unprecedented sharpness. Bronze level, someone shouted in awe. This must be the fastest advancement in our class. Not far away, Zhao Yu was directing her hunting Fang demon dog to tear apart a skeleton warrior. Hearing the news, she turned to look at Fang Qingxin, a flicker of competitive spirit in her eyes. Bronze, huh? Hunting Fang demon dog, let's move. Deeper in the secret realm, Imo Xiaochuan was riding his shadow bone dragon, dashing back and forth. Wherever the shadow attack struck, skeleton warriors shattered. No wonder it's a bone dragon. The power is impressive, he said proudly. Let's go deeper. This time, we must find the treasure. Suddenly, the shadow bone dragon's wings retracted, emitting a low warning growl. Overhead, a fiery figure streaked across the sky, Sanyan overlord dragon engulfed in flames, with Chen Lingfeng seated on its back. Wherever it passed, even the beasts couldn't help but submit to the terrifying dragon's might. Imo Xiaochuan watched with envy. Oh, little bone dragon, when will you be able to fly me around? I want to experience being a dragon rider too. In the deepest part of the ancient island, a pitch-black castle stood solemnly. Outside the castle, a mountain of skeletons was surrounded by eerie green ghost fires, accompanied by terrifying howls. Chen Lingfeng hovered above the castle, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This was the site of a past tragedy, the first year of the Beast Master calendar, when the Golden Skeleton King led an army of skeletons to massacre the ancient island and slaughter Xia City. In the end, DaXia had to use a nuclear bomb and sacrifice the entire city to annihilate them. This blood-soaked history fueled Chen Lingfeng's murderous intent, almost making it tangible. Countless beast souls howled behind him, darkening the already dim sky. Over there, what a terrifying aura, Imo Xiaochuan said in shock, looking up at the sky. Is the Dean about to start a battle? The castle trembled violently under this murderous aura, and dark forces surged wildly. All the students in the secret realm halted their actions, staring in awe at the terrifying scene. Is that a parade of 100 ghosts? I'm freezing. Are those all beast souls? Oh my, there are so many. The Tsangyan Overlord Dragon, the Dean's spirit beast. When the Dean is angry, the heavens and earth tremble. Yi Yujun looked at Chen Lingfeng in the distance, a cold smile on her lips. Feng is angry. The Golden Skeleton King is in big trouble this time. The enmity of the past life will be avenged today. Inside the castle, an infinite dark force swirled into a vortex, descending rapidly. A roar, as if from ancient times, shook the heavens and the earth. Crack, crack. Under the influence of dark forces, bones scattered across the ground began to gather, forming skeletal warriors that rose under the glow of ghostly flames. They quickly assembled into a neat phalanx, creating a formidable army. The skeletal warriors and riders were systematically arranged within the formation, while at the rear, a throne crafted from bones slowly ascended. Seated atop was a skeleton king, crowned and radiating golden light. This skeleton king was extraordinarily powerful, a beast of golden heavenly king level, with a cultivation speed 5 times that of a heavenly king. It wielded 5 golden level skills: Bone Blade Storm, Shadow Curse, Soul Impact, Bone Guard, and Death Summon. Although it was once a heavenly king level powerhouse, it had been demoted to the golden level after a battle in the spiritual realm. Humans, you're courting death. The skeleton king's voice echoed with fury, the ghostly fire within its hollow skull burning ever more intensely. Azure Flame Dragon, scorch the world. With a thunderous roar, the flames around the Azure Flame Dragon surged, and it unleashed a torrent of fire from its maw. Crack, crack. The skeleton army surged like a black tide, but was instantly reduced to ashes under the searing flames. The Skeleton King let out a piercing shriek and unleashed a bone blade storm, a hurricane of countless bone blades clashing fiercely with the flames in midair. Within a 100-meter radius, all skeletal warriors were obliterated. In the distance, students watched the astonishing scene, exclaiming, "Such powerful fluctuations! Is this the strength of a golden beast master?" Some expressed concern. Can the Dean defeat such a beast? Are we in danger? The Wolf King was about to leap onto the flaming fire dragon to assist, but Yi Yujun stopped him. Hold back. The battle will soon end. Standing atop the Azure Flame Dragon, Chen Lingfeng's gaze was intense as he fixed on the Skeleton King. In a past life, you slaughtered my great Xia soldiers. Today, I will repay this hatred 100-fold. He unleashed his golden-level beast mastery power, engulfing both himself and the azure flame dragon in flames. This is the kind of move that can destroy island nations' carriers. Mo Xiaochuan exclaimed, retreating in fear of being caught in the blast. The Skeleton King sensed the divine aura and roared in shock. Damn it! How is this possible? It immediately rose from the throne, the ghostly fire blazing wildly. Full army defense. Bonegard. The mighty skeleton army instantly disintegrated, transforming into layers of bone shields that enveloped the Skeleton King, forming a massive defensive sphere. Chen Lingfeng stood proudly. It's useless. At this moment, I am a god. Double. Flame burst star shatter. Above the ancient island's secret realm, Chen Lingfeng's icy voice pierced through the sky. In an instant, the dark canopy was stained blood-red by two meteors blazing with fierce flames. They hovered abruptly in the void, emanating a destructive pressure. Meteors. The meteors have descended. The Skeleton King is doomed now. Wait, after the Dean unleashes this ultimate move, will there be any skeletons left for us to level up on? Isn't this going to clear the entire field? Boom. The moment the meteors collided with the skeletal guardians, the entire secret realm shook violently. Countless spirit beasts trembled, burrowing into their master's arms for protection. Gulp, this should settle it, right? There's no way anything can survive this, unless they're a god. I have a feeling our Dean is a god. Yes, he is a god. All the students gazed up at Chen Lingfeng's figure, their eyes filled with admiration. Zhao Yu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with fervor and longing. Golden Beast Master. I will reach that level soon too. Fang Qingxin held the golden silk ape even tighter, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. After unleashing the blazing meteor storm, both Chen Lingfeng and the flame tyrant dragon's aura visibly weakened. He gazed coldly at the area shrouded in smoke where the Skeleton King had been, and sneered. This is just the beginning. With that, he turned and left, leaving only one instruction. Retrieve the Skeleton King's dark crown. Thank you, Dean. Mo Xiaochuan trembled with excitement. Beyond this world, atop the demon realm, stood an ancient castle sealed by chains of rules, surrounded by hellfire. Under the blood-red sky, on the blackened ground, countless powerful creatures hovered in the void. Suddenly, a torrential blood rain fell, and an enraged roar shook the heavens and earth, awakening countless terrifying beings. The space was filled with countless blood-red eyes, and king-level auras erupted one after another. Damn it, the Skeleton King has fallen. Who did it? Bone Dragon King. Investigate. In the following week, the students unleashed havoc in the ancient island's secret realm. After Fang Qingxin, Lin Yu, Zhao Yu, and others successively advanced to bronze level. Zhao Yu, there are groups of bronze skeleton knights ahead. Don't go any further. Feng Baiyu urgently warned Zhao Yu, who was in the midst of battle. Bronze. We're on equal footing. Zhao Yu dismissed the warning. Feng Baiyu shook his head helplessly, gritting his teeth as he followed with his wind spirit bird. Three towering skeleton knights charged forward, their hooves echoing like ghostly wails. Fang Demon Hound, Shadow Strike. Harnessing the power of darkness, the Fang Demon Hound howled and lunged at one of the skeleton knights. Wind Spirit Bird, Wind Blade Attack. Feng Baiyu infused his beast mastery power, summoning wind blades out of thin air. In the clash, the leading skeleton knight staggered back repeatedly. But another skeleton knight suddenly charged from the flank, striking the Fang Demon Hound squarely. Oh whoa! The Fang Demon Hound howled in pain as it was sent flying. Fang Demon Hound, dash beneath it with Shadow Sprint. Intimidate with Dark Fang. In midair, the figure of the Fang Demon Hound spun like black lightning, lunging straight at the skeletal knight. Feng Baiyu, quick to react, immediately commanded the Wind Spirit Bird to summon a hurricane, blocking other skeletal knights from providing support. In a flash, the Fang Demon Hound had already slipped under the belly of the skeletal horse, its sharp fangs precisely biting through the horse's ribs. The skeletal knight, now deprived of its mount, saw its combat strength drastically reduced. Block them for me again. With a roar, the Fang Demon Hound launched another fierce attack. Its reckless fighting style made Feng Baiyu's heart race, and he fumbled to provide support for Zhao Yu. Eventually, all three skeletal knights fell under the dark fangs of the Demon Hound. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Feng Baiyu couldn't help but advise. We should proceed more cautiously. This is too dangerous. No, if we don't work harder despite lacking talent, how can we become strong? Zhao Yu's confident silhouette left Feng Baiyu momentarily stunned. Back at the Beast Taming Academy, Chen Lingfeng had already returned to his office, frowning as he sketched something on paper. The originally planned 5-year timeline had been compressed to 3 years due to a series of secret realm fluctuations. The construction of the steel coastline was in full swing, and with the increasing number of participants, the timeline could potentially shorten to just over a year. Under the advancement of the astronomical office, the beast taming network had been established and was expanding on a large scale, with global coverage not far off. The urgent task at hand was to increase the number of beast tamers and enhance high-end combat power. However, the widespread adoption of spirit beasts and the training of beast tamers couldn't be accomplished by Chen Lingfeng alone. Even though the Beast Taming Academy had already trained over 800 beast tamers, it was still a drop in the bucket. The largest office in the astronomical office had been taken over by the Beast Taming Network, with staff on duty 24 hours a day. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded, and all the staff tensed up immediately. There's a spiritual power fluctuation detected, beast level bronze, continuing to increase. Location South City, pinpointing. The blood red information flashed continuously on the large screen as staff quickly connected a call to the head of the astronomical office. What? Spiritual power fluctuation above bronze level? Connect to the purple gold hall immediately. The head of the astronomical office exclaimed in the middle of a meeting, drawing the attention of the Grand Elders. What's happening? Spiritual power fluctuation detected in South City, above bronze level. The other leaders remained relatively calm. Could it be Director Chun exploring another secret realm? South City? Should we go take a look? No. The head of the astronomical office suddenly realized the critical point. All members of the Beast Taming Academy are in the ancient island secret realm. How could a secret realm open now? This statement caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. A naturally occurring secret realm? Quickly, confirm the exact location and notify the Beast Taming Academy. It's too late. From Xia City to South City is over 80,000 miles. We can't make it in time. The screen finally pinpointed the location. New West Development Zone, South City. Damn it, that's an industrial area, with tens of thousands of people working there daily. The atmosphere inside the Zijin Hall was tense, with everyone exchanging anxious glances. The face of the head of the astronomical department was flushed red, sweat trickling down continuously. The Grand Elder wore a grave expression, taking a deep breath before speaking in a deep voice. This might be a test for our great Xia. We cannot rely on the Beast Academy for everything. He quickly issued a series of commands. Notify General Yi Tsang of the northern town immediately, and have the Flame Wolf Legion rush to the new Southern City District. Also, order the emergency evacuation of the new Southern City District to ensure the safety of people's lives and property. Broadcast the situation in the district live. The orders were rapidly relayed through emergency channels. At that moment, Yi Tsang, who was practicing the beast control body refining technique, was startled by the urgent ringing of a phone, his eyes snapping open as the unique aura of a bronze beast master erupted. Emergency situation. A secret realm has invaded the new Southern City District. Permission granted to deploy the Flame Wolf Legion immediately. Soon, 10 Longting-1 aircraft from the Northern Town Military District took off, with over 1,000 Black Iron Beastmaster soldiers standing ready. Meanwhile, inside the City Lord's mansion in the Southern City, City Lord Jiang Hua was being pestered by his daughter, Jiang Shi, who was relentless. Dressed in a Lolita outfit, Jiang Shi tugged at her father's sleeve, her big, pleading eyes full of desire. Dad, I want to be as cool as the big brothers on TV and become a magical girl warrior. Cici, Jiang Hua said with a wry smile. That's the dean of the Beast Academy. Even though I'm the city lord, he doesn't know me. Just as Jiang Shi was about to continue pleading, the urgent ringing of a phone suddenly interrupted. Jiang Hua's expression changed abruptly, and he placed a firm hand on his daughter's head as he answered the call. Zijin Pavilion's emergency order. Lock down the district and evacuate all workers immediately. Jiang Hua sprang into action, and the city's alarm blared loudly. He quickly contacted Lin Yi, the head of the public security department. Emergency lockdown of the district. Evacuate everyone. Mobilize all security personnel and request the transport department to assist in clearing the way. 20 minutes later, over 100 security personnel had set up barricades at the district's entrance, with dozens of security vehicles blocking all access points. Inside the district, workers paused their tasks, confused, peering out the windows. What's happening? Could it be terrorists? This setup looks like a movie scene. Amidst the buzzing speculation, the voice of a security officer came through a loudspeaker. Emergency order from the Public Security Department. All personnel in the district must evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Jiang Hua quickly jumped out of the Lungting vehicle, his casual clothes still showing the creases from a hurried change. His daughter, Jiang Shi, followed closely behind with hurried steps. Lin Fu, how's the evacuation going? Jiang Hua asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he anxiously looked at Lin Yi. It's underway, but we need another half an hour, Lin Yi replied. Mayor, what's really happening here? Is the Western Alliance truly going to attack? Half an hour? Jiang Hua frowned deeply. I don't have all the details, but those are the orders from above. Speed it up? I'm worried we don't have enough time. The district fell into chaos immediately. Staff members scrambled to flee, and some attempted to drive away but were stopped by security officers. Trying to drive at a time like this? You want to create more traffic? A security officer shouted sternly. Get out of the car and run on foot, quickly. The crowd surged toward the exits. 10 minutes later, the roar of Lungting number 1 sliced through the sky, landing directly on an open space without concern for proper positioning. Yitsong stepped down with long strides, followed by 1,000 elite soldiers ready for action. Zhang Hua exchanged a shocked glance with Lin Yi. General Yi. Yitsong gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping across the park. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000 soldiers immediately dispersed, taking their positions. Inside the finance hall, numerous bigwigs gathered. A large screen flickered with a connection signal, soon projecting a live feed of the district scene. Observing the chaos, someone frowned and remarked, Jiang Hua, as the mayor of the South City, really lacks organizational skills. Connect to Yitsong. Once the communication was established, someone asked, General Yi, how many people are still left to evacuate? About 7,000, and we need 20 more minutes. Monitor the surroundings closely and respond immediately to any anomalies. Understood. As time ticked away, workers fled in panic. Outside the security perimeter, daring onlookers and alerted social media influencers swarmed in, including the million-follower adventurer. Inside the cordoned area, Yitsong stood centrally, his sharp eyes fixed intently ahead. As the evacuation numbers dwindled from 6,000 to 5,000, then 3,000, and finally just 1,000, Yitsong was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted between two buildings, sending a terrifying shockwave that shook the ground violently, making it hard for people to stand. The remaining workers became even more frantic. There's been an explosion. Run. I don't want to die. I just started my summer job. Cries and screams filled the air. Security Bureau, commence rescue operations. Leave the combat to us. Understood. Security officers rushed into the scene, pulling the last workers out. Another deafening explosion shook the earth. A secret realm opens. The world is astounded. In the new district of the southern city, a tremendous roar shook the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by the deafening noise, a crisp sound of shattering glass pierced the sky. Everyone present was instantly drawn to the source, their eyes wide with shock. Between two towering skyscrapers, a massive crack, 6 meters wide and 100 meters deep, suddenly appeared, forcibly splitting the structures apart. Thick, demonic energy rose from the fissure like a black mist. The once hot September air turned bone-chillingly cold, causing the crowd outside the security perimeter to shiver involuntarily, their whispers rising and falling. With such a huge hole, could there be a bomb buried underground? Good thing we ran quickly, or it would have been dangerous. A bomb is one thing, but why has the weather suddenly turned so cold? A live-streaming internet host, who called himself Adventure Bro, was excitedly holding his phone up for a live broadcast. Guys, this is absolutely a first-hand horror scene. I'm risking my life to stream this for you, so make sure the gifts keep coming. Did you see that giant crack? It just appeared with a bang and scared the life out of me. The comment section and gifts flooded in like a tide, making the streamer beam with delight. Viewers exclaimed, "Don't lose the connection." With so many security officers, something big is happening. Can you really stream something like this? Lin Yi noticed the streaming host and turned to General Yi, asking, General Yi, should we disperse that streamer? Yitsong cast a sharp glance and gently shook his head. Let them see. The truth of the world needs to be unveiled bit by bit. This is also the intention of the Zijin Pavilion. Spirit beasts are currently only familiar within the educational institutions, and the public remains skeptical about them. By now, over 1,000 soldiers were ready and waiting. Yitsong raised his right hand high before bringing it down sharply. Summon the spirit beasts. Prepare for battle. Yes, came the unified response. In an instant, a blinding white light flashed, connecting into a single stream. Dozens of flame wolves, fiery red all over with blazing tails, appeared out of thin air, howling and glaring fiercely at the crack ahead. This was the first real battle for this unit, and every soldier was filled with excitement. The onlookers and the live stream audience were stunned, rubbing their eyes repeatedly to confirm what they were seeing. What are those? Wolves. Wolves with flames all over them. Are those the legendary spirit beasts? Are they already used in the military? I recognize them. They're flame wolves. They're in my son's Spirit Beast Guide. The Adventure Bro live stream was instantly flooded with comments like, wow, so cool, and spirit beasts are awesome. The black demonic energy continued to pour out of the crack. Suddenly, deafening roars echoed, as if a massive army was charging forward, causing the entire ground to tremble, the atmosphere oppressively tense. They're coming out. Prepare for battle. Yitsong's eyes narrowed as he shouted loudly, summoning his flame wolf. The dark figures charging from afar gradually became clear, revealing their terrifying true forms. These creatures had blood-red eyes, pitch-black bodies covered in deep, gaping wounds, with their dark innards barely visible. They opened their gaping maws, with sharp fangs dripping with black, viscous saliva, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay. Corrosive wolves. Yitsong immediately recognized the dreadful creatures, and warned loudly. Don't engage them in close combat. Flame Wolf, fire spray. Thousands of soldiers sprang into action at his command, directing their flame wolves to attack. In an instant, a torrent of searing flames cascaded like a waterfall, engulfing the entrance to the secret realm in a sweltering blaze, distorting the air with its intense heat. Corrosive wolves, as dark-type beasts, were naturally afraid of fire. Their piercing howls echoed as hundreds of them turned to ashes in the flames. Jiang Hua, standing behind Yi Tsong, was so shocked by the sight that he gulped repeatedly. In contrast, Xiao Jiangxi's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Is this the battle of spirit beasts? It's more thrilling than racing. I wish I had a spirit beast too." Her innocent words left Jiang Hua exasperated. "Stay vigilant," Yi Tsong ordered sternly. "Maintain the perimeter and don't let any of the beasts break through the line. The abilities of corrosive wolves are extremely dangerous. If they break into the crowd, the consequences would be disastrous." Meanwhile, the leaders in the finance hall were intently watching the screens. The Beast Research Office staff quickly provided detailed information. Corrosive wolves are black iron-level dark-type beasts with sustained combat abilities and corrosive traits. They evolved to bronze-level corrosive poison wolves with enhanced toxicity and corrosion, and further evolved to silver-level corrosive wolf kings with increased biting and explosive power, capable of self-healing by consuming decayed flesh. Yi Tsong, listen up. The voice of the Grand Elder was authoritative. Deploy additional forces and ensure everyone wears gas masks. These dangerous creatures must not enter the city, no matter the cost. Yi Tsong's expression grew more serious as he issued a series of commands. Everyone, tightly surround the entrance, but do not advance for now. Chief Lin, evacuate all civilians within a 5-kilometer radius immediately. Commanders, mobilize the tank corps equipped with gas masks for support. Understood. As the orders were relayed, the entire Northern Defense Military District sprang into action, with armored units roaring toward the battlefield. In the newly developed area of the southern city, the Northern Legion had just concluded one battle when a new challenge arose. Swarms of corrosive wolves surged like a tide, filling the horizon densely. Initially, the Legion managed to keep them at bay with flamethrowers, but as the wolves' numbers surged, the front line was forced into close combat. Yi Tsong led his spirit beast, the Flame Wolf, at the forefront. The Flame Wolf's claws, encircled by scorching flames, tore through each corrosive wolf it struck, but these victories seemed insignificant against the vast sea of enemies. How long until the tank units arrive? Yi Tsong asked the liaison officer beside him with a frown. 10 more minutes. A glint of cold determination flashed in Yi Tsong's eyes as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Everyone, fall back. Avoid close combat if possible, and if necessary, finish engagements swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted across the battlefield. Several beasts, twice the size of the ordinary corrosive wolves, appeared, emitting an eerie green glow. "Damn, it's the corrosive poison wolves." Yi Tsong's expression changed abruptly. "Everyone, retreat and switch to support with ranged weapons." The corrosive poison wolves were surrounded by a deadly poison mist. A flame wolf that got too close was instantly poisoned, letting out a harrowing scream. Soldiers in the rear immediately raised their assault rifles and rocket launchers, unleashing a barrage of firepower that enveloped the battlefield in smoke. "Hold on, just 5 more minutes," Yi Tsong shouted, directing the flame wolf as it engaged the nearest corrosive poison wolf, while also rallying the troops. The flame wolf formed a protective shield of fire around itself, engaging in a fierce battle with the poison wolf. However, the situation on other fronts was grim. The arrival of the corrosive poison wolves caused the soldiers to retreat nearly to the alert line. Zhang Feng fought valiantly on the front lines, wielding an assault rifle in one hand while channeling beast power to the flame wolf with the other. Yet, this power seemed feeble against the bronze-level corrosive poison wolves. The poison wolf contemptuously flicked its fur, its poison mist forming a shield that easily deflected the fire attacks, then retaliated with countless poison arrows. "Get out of the way," Zhang Feng shouted desperately, but it was too late. The poison arrows pierced through the flame wolf's body, and Zhang Feng, ignoring his comrades' calls, rushed toward his spirit beast, only to be struck by the arrows as well. "No!" The cries of his comrades echoed across the battlefield, but more tragedies unfolded. In a fleeting moment, the Legion lost nearly 50 warriors. Yi Tsong's flame wolf was also panting heavily, yet he clenched his teeth, letting the blood trickle down from the corner of his mouth, eyes fixed firmly ahead. Just then, a deafening roar sounded in the distance. The roar of tanks filled the air. As the 10-minute countdown ended, 500 heavy tanks lined up in perfect formation, their dark barrels all aimed at the entrance to the secret realm. "Firepower barrage, launch!" Yi Tsong's long-restrained shout pierced the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Artillery fire poured out instantly, hundreds of shells trailing fiery tails as they soared into the sky, weaving a deadly web over the entrance. The deafening blasts turned the scene into a sea of fire, the shockwaves making the soldiers' eardrums buzz. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, visible even to the residents of the distant southern city, who watched in awe. Residents of the southern city quickly pulled out their phones, and social media was flooded with related news. Terrifying biomonsters appear in the new district of the southern city. Jinbei Military District urgently deployed, fierce battle on site. Adventure vloggers live shot. Take a direct look into the world of spirit beasts. Breaking news. The era of spirit beasts is here, and everyone will become a beast master. Latest update. The military has begun deploying spirit beasts in combat. These messages caused a stir online, with reactions ranging from shock and concern to uncontrollable excitement. At the edge of the battlefield, Jiang Shi clutched her father Jiang Hua's arm tightly, tears shining on her cute face. Is this the battle between spirit beasts and monsters? The soldiers are so pitiful. Father, please help them. Jiang Hua was at a loss for words, only able to silently watch the battlefield. The tank barrage had indeed made a significant impact. Many black iron corrosive wolves fell under the artillery fire, and even the more formidable corrosive poison wolves let out painful howls as they collapsed. Is it over? A soldier wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, eyes fixed on the front. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous wolf howl echoed from deep within the secret realm. A massive shadow slowly emerged, a giant wolf standing 3 meters tall, its body like a small mountain, with blood-red eyes radiating a chilling gaze. All the soldiers instantly felt an intangible pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Yitsong's pupils contracted, his expression grave. Silver-level corrosive wolf king. Just one look, and he knew they were outmatched. Inside the purple gold hall, the high-ranking officials wore grim expressions. Damn it, why has the corrosive wolf king appeared so soon? Can Yitsong hold it off? Even if he can't, he must stand firm. We can't let the corrosive monsters enter the city. The Grand Elder's gaze was resolute as he turned to the military chief. Launch missiles, cover the entire new district. What? Missiles? Grand Elder, isn't that too extreme? The entire district will be reduced to rubble. The cost is too great. The Grand Elder sighed softly. Do we have any other choice now? Silence fell over the group, bitter smiles appearing on their faces. Indeed, if the corrosive monsters entered the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Order it immediately. Launch the missiles. We have no choice. The military chief nodded and was about to call for the missile strike. At this critical moment, the hall doors suddenly swung open, and a tall figure walked in calmly. No need for missiles. Someone will handle it. Dean Chun. The emergence of the corrosive wolf king in the new district of Southern City put immense pressure on Yitsong and his team. All artillery, target the corrosive wolf king and fire. Yitsong snarled, gritting his teeth as he issued the command. Boom. Countless shells streaked across the sky, forming a dense network of firepower. Amidst the thunderous explosions, flames shot up like pillars of light piercing the clouds. The powerful shockwaves shook the buildings flanking the entrance, nearly causing them to collapse. All soldiers had to cover their ears and retreat. That should be enough to take care of it, right? One soldier murmured, staring intently at the flames ahead. No matter how strong that wolf is, it shouldn't survive such a barrage. Meanwhile, at the Zijin Hall, the eyes of many leaders were fixed on the belated arrival of Chen Lingfeng. Dean Chun, can these rockets destroy the corrosive wolf king? Probably not. The corrosive wolf king is at least a silver-level beast. If Dean Chun says it's possible, then it is. Why are you all worrying for nothing? Wang Kai hastily showed his loyalty, only to be contradicted by Chen Lingfeng's words. It can't be destroyed. Even if you launch missiles, the result would be the same. Chen Lingfeng said calmly, sipping his tea. On the battlefield, as the flames subsided, the massive figure stood firm, its fur untouched by the fire. The cold eyes of the corrosive wolf king made Yitsong shiver. Damn, we'll have to use missiles. Yitsong was about to reach for his phone to contact the military headquarters when a clear voice echoed from the sky. Dad, leave this small matter to me. A golden streak cut across the sky, and a graceful figure in a white robe hovered in midair. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Yujun. Yitsong recognized his daughter, and the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. The Wind King is here, we're saved. Jiangxi, standing nearby, curiously asked her father, Jianghua. Father, who is this fairy-like sister? She can fly on a sword. Is that sword a spirit beast, or can she cultivate immortality? This is Yi Yujun, our Wind King. As for the sword, Jianghua awkwardly shook his head. Wind King? Then this sister must be really powerful. Jiangxi clasped her hands, her eyes full of admiration. Yi Yujun gracefully landed beside Yitsong. As he was about to caution his daughter, she already understood. Dad, never underestimate your daughter. Gungjin Sword King go. The Gungjin Sword King hummed and vibrated, transforming into a golden light that surged towards the opponent. The corrosive wolf king howled at the sky, dark energy swirling around it to form a massive Wolf King phantom, charging forward as a shadowy figure. Bang! In a deafening clash, the Gungjin Sword King collided fiercely with the corrosive Wolf King. Golden sword energy and dark power intertwined in the air, locked in a stalemate of equal force. The two mighty opponents instantly engaged in a fierce battle, with sword light and shadows intertwining continuously in the sky. The onlookers were dazzled, only able to catch glimpses of the golden and black lights flickering and dancing above. This sword is incredible. No wonder it's the Wind King, Yi Yujun, someone in the crowd exclaimed in admiration. At this rate, they should win, right? Isn't that obvious? They have to win. Yi Yujun's eyes narrowed. Gungjin Sword King, let's not waste any more time. Sword Heartbreak Lock. With a sharp crack, the two chains binding the Gungjin Sword King shattered. An even more overwhelming golden aura erupted from the sword. Gungjin Sword Chi. A golden sword energy, connecting heaven and earth, took shape and slashed directly at the corrosive Wolf King. Facing this deadly threat, the corrosive Wolf King howled to the sky, quickly forming a dense dark shield. Boom! The sound of the collision echoed throughout the entire South City New District. The fully unleashed Gungjin Sword King swept the sky with sword energy, filling everyone's vision with golden light. The corrosive Wolf King's dark shield shattered instantly. Inside the Zijin Hall, the prominent figures watched in shock. The corrosive Wolf King, which even heavy artillery couldn't defeat, was being suppressed so miserably by Yi Yujun. Is it dead now? Yi Tsong swallowed nervously. No, not yet. Yi Yujun shook his head. The corrosive Wolf King, knocked back, roared and quickly devoured the wolf corpses on the ground, its wounds healing at an alarming rate. Can't kill it? This beast is too monstrous, the audience in Zijin Hall exclaimed. Yi Yujun snorted coldly. There's nothing in this world that can't be killed. It's just a matter of whether you recover faster or I kill faster. Gungjin Sword King, Sword Shadow Clone, Gungjin Sword Chi. In midair, the Gungjin Sword King began to split, transforming into 10 powerful swords radiating golden energy in an instant. The scene left everyone in awe. Yi Tsong's eyes sparkled. Is there another one of those swords? Can I have one for your old man? Sensing the threat of death, the corrosive Wolf King let out a mournful cry. A large number of corrosive wolves surged from the secret realm entrance, attempting to shield it. Too slow. No chance. Die. At Yi Yujun's command, 10 golden sword energies descended from the sky, shaking the heavens, absorbing all the light of the world, and tearing through the firmament. A golden sword aura pierced through the sky, its dazzling light forcing the soldiers to close their eyes. Accompanied by a deafening roar, 2 buildings collapsed, sending debris flying everywhere. Is it over? Yi Tsong's authoritative face showed a look of disbelief. He swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Yi Yujun. Prepare to advance. Proceed in sequence. With his command, the Gungjin Sword King transformed into a streak of light, joyfully circling around Yi Yujun as if celebrating victory. As the dust gradually settled, a shocking crater was revealed on the ground. All the soldiers stared at the terrifying aftermath, lost in thought. Is this the power of a high-level beastmaster? Inside the purple gold hall, the gathered leaders were at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Unbelievable, such formidable combat power from the Wind King. Has King Yi ascended to the rank of Silver Beastmaster? They all turned their eyes to Chen Lingfeng, whose expression remained calm, wondering just how powerful this Beast Alliance leader must be. Research Chief, how is the development of the Spirit Stone progressing? Chen Lingfeng inquired. The research chief snapped out of his daze and excitedly reported. Director, the Spirit Stone's effects have exceeded expectations. It can be used for detecting beast power and holds great potential in the field of communication. We found it can transmit information and even maintain communication within secret realms. Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly. Spirit-powered communication, then. We can proceed to the next step. What is the next step? The leaders asked, puzzled. Counterattack the secret realm and establish a forward fortress. Above the Beast Academy, Chen Lingfeng's majestic Sungyan dragon descended just as a group of students returned from Longting No. 1. Compared to when they departed, these young faces now bore traces of experience. From now on, I, Husan, am also a bronze beastmaster. Even the 3-headed skeleton knights are no match for me. How did a week pass by so quickly? In the crowd, Zhao Yu stood out disheveled, unkempt, his clothes tattered and stained with blood, yet his eyes were unusually bright. Even Feng Baiyu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Zhao Yu, you should really take a bath. The smell is unbearable. Look up there, someone exclaimed. The director's Sungyan dragon is back. What a powerful presence. I'm so envious. I wonder when my fire spirit bird can take me flying. You're almost 300 pounds. Just keep dreaming. The director is here. Let's go down. Chen Lingfeng retracted the Sungyan dragon, his gaze sweeping over the students who had clearly grown stronger. The Wolf King quickly trotted forward, respectfully reporting. Director, 863 students have all returned safely. Mo Xiaochuan excitedly rushed to Chen Lingfeng. Director, I obtained many treasures this time. Can my shadow bone dragon evolve now? Chen Lingfeng glanced at him, then announced to everyone. All of you, finish washing up and gather in the academy hall in half an hour. He then turned and headed back to his office, with Li Qin following closely behind. How is the construction of the credit system going? Thanks to the efforts of the management researchers, it is nearly complete. We have opened exchanges for black iron, bronze, and silver level treasures. Good, then open it. The academy is about to experience a wave of evolution. In the hall, less than half an hour later, the male students, led by Lin Yu and Zhao Yu, were already in place. Some of the boys, with their hair still damp, gathered in small groups, eagerly discussing the battles they had faced in the secret realm. This time, I took down 30 skeleton warriors. If the time hadn't run out, I could have taken out a few more, one boy said excitedly. Huh, what's 30 skeleton warriors? I managed to defeat 5 skeleton knights, another boasted immediately. Feng Baiyu listened to these discussions and glanced thoughtfully at Zhao Yu. Little did these people know that this seemingly ordinary guy had actually slain a full 30 skeleton knights. As the half hour was about to end, a fragrant breeze wafted in. The girls approached with laughter and chatter, their freshly washed hair flowing in the wind, capturing the attention of all the boys present. Fang Qingxin, in particular, stood out like a crane among chickens. No wonder she's both the top student and a goddess. I wonder what level Fang Qingxin's power has reached. Probably just bronze level at most. Even within the bronze level, there's a range of strength. Her beast control power must be several thousand. While everyone was buzzing with speculation, someone suddenly whispered, Shoo! The dean is here. Chen Lingfeng appeared on the high platform in the hall, flanked by the 5 great kings and the 10 battle generals, exuding authority. Students at the black iron level, sit down. With that command, over 700 students promptly took their seats, leaving only a few dozen bronze level students standing tall, their faces brimming with pride. All right, everyone will be rewarded with a bronze treasure, which you can choose at the Credit Exchange Center. As soon as these words were spoken, the standing students' eyes widened with excitement, while the seated black iron beast tamers looked on enviously, many of them regretfully slapping their thighs. Chen Lingfeng continued to announce, the Credit Exchange Center is now officially open. From now on, you can exchange your magic beast meat and treasures there. Exchanges are now available for items ranging from black iron to silver level, including magic beast meat, spirit beast eggs, and even special evolution paths. This announcement hit like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the students. Some even offered to buy a credit for $10,000. Mo Xiaochuan, Chen Lingfeng said as he sat in the central position, since you're about to evolve, why not demonstrate for everyone? Mo Xiaochuan eagerly stood up, summoning his shadow bone dragon. All right, boss, should I choose the shadow bone dragon or the nether bone dragon evolution path? Yi Yujun chimed in at the right moment. Go with the nether bone dragon. It was your evolution path in your past life, and it's quite powerful in the later stages. Just as Mo Xiaochuan nodded and began to retrieve the materials, Chen Lingfeng suddenly spoke. Li Qin, go get the bronze level Millennium Profound Ice. Mo Xiaochuan and Yi Yujun looked at Chen Lingfeng in confusion, only to hear him say, no, there's another path, the Ice Crystal Bone Dragon. Ice Crystal Bone Dragon. Isn't that a creature from the abyss of beasts? Yi Yujun's eyes gleamed with disbelief as he stared intently at Chen Lingfeng. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes widened with curiosity as he asked, Dean, is the Ice Crystal Bone Dragon stronger than the other 2 routes? The Ice Crystal Bone Dragon is a rare dual-type spirit beast, Yi Yujun said in a low, angry voice. It possesses the chilling traits of the dark element and the domineering power of the ice element. In the early 5th year of the Beast Mastery era, these creatures played a significant role in the abyss of Beast's army, with their ghostly ice spikes claiming the lives of many of our brothers. So powerful. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I must choose this evolution route. The students below began to murmur enviously. At that moment, Li Qin approached with a heavy safe. Dean, the Millennium Ice is ready. Even through the reinforced layers of the safe, a biting cold was faintly perceptible. Let's begin. Mo Xiaochuan carefully took the safe. As he slowly opened it, a frigid chill swept through the assembly hall, causing the students to shiver involuntarily. Following the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia's instructions, Mo Xiaochuan placed the Millennium Ice, Ghost Dragon Bones, and Dark Element Gems around the Shadow Bone Dragon. Shadow Bone Dragon, evolution begins. Mo Xiaochuan shouted excitedly. The Shadow Bone Dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, spreading its massive wings. All the evolution materials began to tremble, releasing pure energy that, under the influence of beast mastery power, coalesced into a giant spiritual egg. The students held their breath, clenching their fists, deeply moved by the magnificent evolution scene. Half an hour later, with a deafening dragon roar, the spiritual egg shattered into countless fragments. A chilling, Bone-piercing aura surged outwards like a tide. Atop the stage stood a brand new ice crystal bone dragon with pride. Its skeleton was a deep, dark blue, radiating four beams of evolutionary light. Most striking were its enormous wings, seemingly composed of countless sharp ice blades, shining with dazzling blue light. Spirit Beast information. Name, Ice Crystal Bone Dragon. Type, Spirit Beast. Attributes, Ice, Dark. Level, Bronze. Potential, Demigod 10x training speed. Evolution, Perfect Blue grade. Skills, Ice Shadow Assault Bronze. Ghostly Ice Concealment Bronze. Ice Crystal Intimidation Bronze. Frigid Breath Bronze. Ice Blade Storm Bronze. Evolution routes. Frostbone Dragon Blue grade. Extreme Icebone Dragon Blue grade. Night Ice Dragon Blue grade. 4 beams of evolutionary light. Perfect evolution. The students exclaimed in awe, overwhelmed with excitement. Imo Xiaochuan rushed forward and hugged the ice crystal bone dragon. Awesome. Simply awesome. Way cooler than a McLaren. Haha, from today on, I'm a dragon rider too. Come on, let me ride you. In their excitement, someone eagerly attempted to climb onto the ice crystal bone dragon. But when they met Chen Lingfeng's cold, frost-like gaze, they recoiled, awkwardly retracting their actions and hastily recalling the dragon. I forgot we were still in a meeting, got too excited. They stammered. Did everyone see the evolution process clearly? Chen Lingfeng, uninterested in addressing this awkwardness, instead asked the entire assembly in a deep voice. Instantly, the hall erupted with a deafening response. Yes, we did. The sound nearly lifted the roof. Now, let's proceed with the practical operation. Zhao Yu, here. Zhao Yu straightened his back and strode forward with determination. The evolution of the ice crystal bone dragon had left a profound impression on him, and he was eager for his Hunter Fong demon dog to evolve as well. Behind him, Lin Yu and Fong Qingxin clenched their fists in unison, their eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. Howl! With a call, the Hunter Fong demon dog appeared, letting out a low growl. It exuded a heavy scent of blood, its eyes glowing red with a fierce light, baring its teeth in a manner that made the surrounding students instinctively take a half-step back. Zhao Yu quickly placed his hand on the demon dog's head, infusing it with beast-taming power to soothe it. Calm down. The battle is over. The demon dog then whimpered softly and settled down. Chen Lingfeng admired the demon dog's ferocity and casually tossed a dragon blood stone. Begin the evolution. The dragon blood stone was blood red like jade, and under the light, the faint shadow of a dragon could be seen swimming within. Zhao Yu widened his eyes, momentarily at a loss as he caught the stone, staring blankly at Chen Lingfeng. What are you standing there for? Everyone's waiting for you. Zhao Yu snapped back to reality, nodded vigorously, and began arranging the evolution materials one by one. The students below started whispering among themselves. The evolution paths for the Hunter Fong demon dog include Shadow Hunter Wolf and Netherworld Hellhound. Which do you think he'll choose? Dark Wolf Fong, Blood Spirit Flower, Dark Type, Gem. This setup looks like it's for the Netherworld Hunter Wolf, right? I think the Netherworld Hellhound sounds cooler. Wait, what's that blood red stone? Could it be a hidden evolution path? Zhao Yu remained silent amidst the discussions. With a thunderous roar from the Hunter Fong demon dog, spiritual power surged like a hurricane, enveloping it in a vortex of energy from the treasures. The entire audience held their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome. 15 minutes later, a heart-stopping roar echoed through the hall. The intense scent of blood spread, forcing some girls to cover their noses and mouths. As the spiritual power dissipated, four beams of evolutionary light encircled the stage, revealing a dark red spiritual beast. Its fur seemed woven from flowing darkness and blood, emitting an eerie glow. Its eyes appeared to burn with flames of blood and darkness. Its entire being exuded a formidable and chilling aura, especially the blood-red fangs that deterred direct gaze. 2 words to describe this newly emerged spiritual beast: ferocious. Name, Dark Bloodhound. Category, Spiritual Beast. Attributes, Blood, Dark. Level, Bronze. Quality, Gold 4x training speed. Evolution, Perfect grade. Skills, Blood Shadow Assault Bronze, Dark Blood Roar Bronze, Blood Fong Frenzy Bronze, Phantom Concealment Bronze. Evolution paths, Night Blood Wolf Blue grade, Shadow Blood Fiend Wolf Blue grade, Netherworld Blood Demon Wolf Blue grade. In the Academy Hall, a chilling figure captured the attention of all the students. It was a dark bloodhound, exuding an overwhelming aura of brutality, as if endless murderous intent lay beneath its jet black fur. The aura of this spirit beast, it's terrifying, a student whispered in awe. For a dark-type spirit beast, it's even colder than an ice crystal bone dragon. This bloodthirsty aura, is it really just dark-type? What kind of evolutionary path is this? Zhao Yu stood beside the dark bloodhound, gently stroking its head. His usually cold expression finally revealed a rare hint of a smile. All right, today's meeting is adjourned. Everyone is dismissed, Chen Lingfeng announced, and the students eagerly rushed towards the exit, driven by a singular thought: to submit their spoils, exchange for materials, and evolve their spirit beasts. Throughout the day, the Beast Taming Academy was enveloped in waves of spiritual energy fluctuations. From dawn till dusk, every student who had reached the bronze level chose to evolve immediately. Those with points made bold exchanges, while those lacking points scrambled around, buying or begging, even resorting to seeking help from influential peers. The massive spiritual energy fluctuations even caught the attention of the astronomical department. Data from the Spirit Beast satellite showed that the energy fluctuation pattern above the academy resembled a pulsating electrocardiogram, leaving the staff astonished. In the dean's office, Chen Lingfeng looked at the group before him. "You all want to take the secret trail up the mountain?" Yi Yujun elegantly brushed back her hair, a confident smile on her lips. As the reborn wind element king, she couldn't let Mo Xiaochuan take all the glory. "There's something I want on the fierce wind mountain trail." Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly. He knew Yi Yujun well. Outwardly a gentle and understanding sister, she inherited Yi Tsang's competitive spirit. "And what about the rest of you?" He turned to the others. Han Yudong, Bai Yinyun, and Li Shan exchanged glances before Li Shan spoke in his signature deep voice. "We want to progress as well. Otherwise, we don't deserve the title of Five Great Kings." "Exactly." Han Yudong nodded emphatically. "If Mo Xiaochuan can succeed, so can we." Bai Yinyun remained silent, but her determined gaze said it all. Chen Lingfeng pondered for a moment, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. Yi Yujun had the silver-level Gungjin Sword King, undoubtedly powerful. Li Shan was steady and persistent, and his earth-splitting bull was already evolved. Han Yudong was clever, and his ice crystal spirit fox was formidable. His only concern was Bai Yinyun, as light-type spirit beasts were somewhat lacking in combat. "Yi Yujun, you may go first, but the secret realm cannot be fully opened." Yi Yujun nodded and left. Turning to the remaining two males, Chen Lingfeng said, "Han Yudong, Li Shan, I'll give you specific locations. Each of you will take 100 members of the Wolf Fang Corps." "Yes." They saluted excitedly and quickly departed. "Dean, what about me?" Bai Yinyun clutched her clothes, her eyes sparkling with urgency. "Your Holy Light Fawn is excellent for support, but lacks attack power. It's too dangerous to go alone, so come with me to Mountain City first." Dragon Soar #1 took off, carrying Chen Lingfeng and Bai Yinyun swiftly forward. The Mountain City Aviation Department had long received the landing information, and the city lord himself awaited at the airport entrance. As the two imposing figures appeared, the city lord's face broke into a warm smile. When Dean Shun arrived at the Mountain City, the city lord was already there waiting with his entourage. However, Chen Lingfeng merely glanced at the city lord, nodded slightly, and said, "No need. I have business to attend to. You don't need to greet me next time." With that, he got into a Longting car and left, leaving the city lord and his men standing there awkwardly. One senior official couldn't help but complain. Who is this guy, so arrogant? Even the son of a bigwig from the Zijin Pavilion wouldn't dare speak to the city lord like that. Hearing this, the city lord shot him a cold look and said, "You don't need to come to work tomorrow. You want to know who he is? He's the leader of the Beast Alliance and the dean of the Beast Academy." With that, the city lord turned and left, leaving the official standing there, speechless with shock. At this time, a strict defensive line had been established in the vast mountain range, with security upgraded to S-level, even more stringent than a military base. Even someone like Chen Lingfeng had to go through multiple layers of scrutiny to pass through. Upon entering the secret realm of fragrant grass, Chen Lingfeng summoned the Tsangyan Overlord Dragon with a wave of his hand. The colorful fox sensed a familiar aura and, like an excited child after school, leapt down and ran towards the distance. "Dean, is my holy light ascending path here?" Bai Yinyun asked, puzzled by the idea of a secret realm having two ascending paths. "No," Chen Lingfeng replied directly. "I brought you here to contract a second spirit beast. Come on up." The Tsangyan Overlord Dragon lowered its massive wings to the ground, forming a natural staircase. Swallowing nervously, Bai Yinyun looked at the fierce Tsangyan Overlord Dragon and cautiously climbed onto its back. In the central area of the secret realm, the colorful divine fox sensed the presence of the colorful fox and lifted its head sharply. "That little one is back. What is Chen Lingfeng up to this time?" The blazing heavenly tiger closed its eyes and sensed for a moment, saying, "They're heading towards the Thunder Sacred Lake." "Huh? The domain of the Thunder Sacred Tiger? That guy doesn't have the best temper." The colorful divine fox lazily stretched and then lay back down. The Tsangyan Overlord Dragon carried the two swiftly, soon arriving at an area shrouded in thick black clouds. Here stood a towering mountain, with fearsome thunder power manifesting as countless electric serpents flickering over the peaks. Chen Lingfeng wasted no time, immediately activating a shield and directing the Tsangyan Overlord Dragon to head straight for the mountain summit. As they approached, the thunder tigers on the mountain roared thunderously, with countless thunder powers coalescing into the gigantic shadow of a fierce tiger in the sky. "Human, why have you come here?" A majestic voice echoed as a blue and white thunder sacred tiger emerged slowly. Its fur shimmered with blue and purple lightning, as if woven from pure electricity. Its sapphire-like eyes had pupils that resembled lightning. An overwhelming aura of a heavenly king pressed down like a mountain, causing Bai Yinyun to struggle to breathe. Name: Thunder Sacred Tiger. Category: Spirit Beast. Attribute: Thunder. Level: Heavenly King. Qualification: 5x Heavenly King Training Speed. Evolution: Perfect Purple Grade Evolution. Skills: Thunder Roar Heavenly King. Chaos Thunder Armor Heavenly King. Sacred Tiger Thunder Pounce Heavenly King. Thunder Shadow Strike Heavenly King. Thunder of Punishment Heavenly King. Evolution Route: Top Form. Chen Lingfeng stood proudly on the back of the Azure Flame Dragon, unfazed by the intimidating presence of the Thunder Sacred Tiger. Bai Yinyun hid behind him, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she gazed at the unwavering figure before her. Roar! The Thunder Sacred Tiger let out an enraged roar, lightning bolts exploding in front of Chen Lingfeng. Human, because you are a guest of the Divine Fox, leave now. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever. Chen Lingfeng calmly leaped off the dragon's back, his gaze firm. Fight me. Defeat you, and the Thunder Cub is mine. You're courting death. The Thunder's Sacred Tiger roared with a voice that shook the heavens, its king-level aura pressing down like the midday sun. Bai Yinyun could barely breathe, her voice trembling. Dean, maybe we should leave. It's too strong. The Azure Flame Dragon had long been displeased with the Thunder Sacred Tiger. With a resonant dragon cry that shook the world, an ancient aura emerged, 5 evolutionary lights swirling around it, matching the Thunder Sacred Tiger's imposing presence. The Thunder Sacred Tiger's eyes narrowed, and chaos lightning armor formed around it as it launched its Sacred Tiger Thunder Pounce, descending like divine lightning. Dragon Guard. At Chen Lingfeng's command, scorching flames condensed into heavy armor on the Azure Flame Dragon. Dominant thunder and blazing fire clashed relentlessly in the void, forcing the original thunderclouds atop the mountain to disperse into fiery clouds. The roars of both sides echoed continuously, the battle deadlocked. This earth-shattering clash between dragon and tiger left Bai Yinyun awestruck, and the other thunder tigers at the mountain summit terrified. Meanwhile, at the center of the secret realm, the colorful fox frolicked on the body of the 5-colored divine fox. Suddenly, the divine fox stood up, its eyes gleaming as it looked into the distance. The scorching heaven sacred tiger also turned its gaze towards Thunder Peak. The hot-tempered thunder is at it again. Scorching heaven, who do you think will win? Thunder. That guy may be irritable, but its king-level strength is the real deal. The 5-colored divine fox shook its head slightly. You're wrong. The victor will be Chen Lingfeng. It then lay back down to play with the colorful fox. What it didn't mention was the god-level aura emanating from the Azure Flame Dragon. Back on the battlefield, the Thunder Sacred Tiger was forced back by the Azure Flame Dragon, roaring in disbelief. Damn it! How can it be this strong? It unleashed its most powerful attack, Heaven's Punishment Lightning. The sky's electric light halted, black clouds swirling into a lightning vortex, absorbing the surrounding thunder's power. An overwhelming pressure spread. Going all out, are we? Excitement flashed in Chen Lingfeng's eyes. Azure Flame Dragon, Flame Burst Starfall, blow this guy away. Beastmaster power surged into the dragon's body. The Azure Flame Dragon spread its crimson wings, flames surging, its golden-level aura climbing madly. As the Thunder Sacred Tiger unleashed Heaven's Punishment Lightning, it watched in disbelief as a divine aura emerged from its opponent. Boom! Lightning as thick as mountains crashed down, illuminating the entire peak, the sonic boom deafening. As the massive meteor hurtled toward the Azure Flame Overlord Dragon, it descended from the sky, transforming into a fiery red streak that collided with the divine thunderbolt. In an instant, the energy released formed a shockwave that surged skyward, resembling a nuclear explosion with a mushroom cloud blossoming in the sky. Chen Lingfeng stepped forward swiftly, the power of the Golden Beast Master forming an impenetrable shield around him. The other Thunder Tigers weren't as fortunate, being swept away by the fearsome shockwave, with a few even plummeting from the mountaintop. This apocalyptic scene shook the entire secret realm to its core. The power of the god-level skill was far from exhausted. The meteor easily shattered the divine thunderbolt and continued its trajectory toward the Thunder Holy Tiger. Impossible. The Thunder Holy Tiger finally panicked, hastily summoning a chaotic lightning armor for protection. Since you know it's a god-level skill, you should understand that you can't withstand it. Chen Lingfeng's calm words caused the Thunder Holy Tiger's expression to change dramatically. So what if I know? I haven't lost yet. Before the words were fully spoken, the meteor had already crashed down, hurling the Thunder Holy Tiger into the Thunder Holy Lake. The lake water vaporized instantly under the intense heat, shrouding everything in thick smoke. Gulp. Such a powerful skill. Bai Yinyun looked worriedly at Chen Lingfeng. Dean, do you think the Thunder Holy Tiger might die here? It won't die. A king-level spirit beast isn't that fragile. Sure enough, when the smoke cleared, the Thunder Holy Tiger reappeared before everyone. However, it had lost its former majesty, with its once proud azure fur now charred black, and its vaunted whiskers entirely gone. The azure flame overlord dragon spread its wings, looking down at the bedraggled Thunder Holy Tiger with a gaze full of provocation. Do you still want to fight? No more fighting. The Thunder Holy Tiger turned its head haughtily, transforming into a blue lightning bolt and departing. Don't leave so quickly. Where's the Thunder Cub? Chen Lingfeng called out with a smile. In the distance, a spirit beast egg flickering with the power of thunder floated over, accompanied by the Thunder Holy Tiger's words. Kid, make sure to take good care of my child. Go on, take it. This will be your new partner, Chen Lingfeng said to Bai Yinyun. Bai Yinyun nervously extended her hands, watching the arcs of electricity dance on the egg, and couldn't help but close her eyes. If you're afraid of your own spirit beast, you're not worthy to be its master. Open your eyes, Chen Lingfeng said sternly. Bai Yinyun straightened up, gritting her teeth as she took the spirit beast egg into her arms. The expected electric shock didn't come. Instead, she felt a warm and familiar presence. Name Thunder Cub. Category Spirit Beast. Attribute Thunder. Level Black Iron. Qualification King Level, 5x Training Speed. Skills Weak Thunder Strike Black Iron. Thunder Shadow, Flash Black Iron. Evolution Path Thunder Tiger Blue Grade. Thunder Speed Tiger Blue Grade. Thunder Light Tiger Blue Grade. Chen Lingfeng gazed deeply at the spirit beast egg, understanding dawning in his heart. He recalled how, in a past life, during the fall of the secret realm of fragrant grass, a Thunder Holy Tiger forcibly consumed a sacred light gem to evolve into a Thunder Light Holy Tiger, using light thunder judgment to repel a quasi-god beast. Sadly, this forced evolution ultimately led to its demise. Longsheng, Astronomical Bureau. The alarm suddenly blared throughout the previously quiet Astronomical Bureau. On the large screen, 3 red dots flashed simultaneously as the Yuling satellite clearly captured powerful spiritual energy fluctuations in 3 locations. Alert! Lingli fluctuations detected in Fengcheng. Suspected secret realm opening. Intensity at bronze level, trending upwards. Lingli fluctuations detected in Bingcheng. Suspected secret realm opening. Intensity at bronze level, continuing to rise. Lingli fluctuations detected in Chuancheng. Suspected secret realm opening. Intensity at bronze level, fluctuations intensifying. The head of the Astronomical Bureau rushed into the command room, eyes bloodshot, staring intently at the fluctuating data. 3 secret realms appearing simultaneously? Has the beast invasion started earlier than expected? Contact the Beast Academy immediately. The call was transferred to Li Qin. After getting a response, the bureau chief sighed in slight relief, but his brow quickly furrowed again. These youngsters are being reckless. Retracing the Heavenly King's path isn't that simple. We must report this. High-ranking officials from various departments gathered urgently. Where is Dean Shun? He's entered the fragrant grass secret realm. Can't be reached. These kids are too impulsive. The Heavenly King's path isn't something you can just walk on a whim. Grand Elder, let me lead the troops to support. Wang Kai, who was brimming with impatience, stood up abruptly. The 5 Heavenly Kings are crucial to our nation. Not a single one can be put at risk. Other high-ranking officials echoed his sentiments. Historical records show the Heavenly King's path is littered with bones, with death tolls never below 100,000. Orders were quickly issued. A regiment fully armed to seal off the secret realms. 50 Wind Element B soldiers on standby to enter and provide support at any moment. Tank units from the 3 major military districts were immediately mobilized. Research Bureau. How is the Yuling communication research progressing? The first-generation communication devices are ready for use. The Grand Elder promptly ordered. Equip the entire Beast Academy and Research Institute. All high-ranking personnel must carry them. The Information Bureau should prepare to distribute the basic version of the Beast Body Strengthening Technique to the public. Time is of the essence. Discussions about the Western Alliance followed. The Foreign Affairs Bureau chief reported that they had been unusually quiet since the rat-catching operation. Some believed it was due to Dean Chen's deterrence, but Border General Mo Qingtian cautioned, do not let your guard down. They may be brewing an even bigger scheme. The Grand Elder, massaging his temples, concluded, maintain vigilance, and strengthening our capabilities is fundamental. Everyone's attention shifted to the 3 major secret realms. At this moment, in Fengqing's Fengxi Mountain, a popular tourist spot, a sudden violent storm erupted. Trees swayed violently, visitors' belongings were swept into the sky, and even a woman's wig was blown away. The sudden gale that swept through the valley caught everyone off guard. What's going on? We're in the mountains, and the weather forecast didn't mention rain, someone exclaimed, clinging to a tree trunk in panic. A typhoon? Impossible, we're inland. Could it be a wind-type spirit beast? A voice trembled. But aren't spirit beasts only found in secret realms? Just then, a shout pierced the air. Look above. Everyone looked up to see a massive blue bird circling above Fengxi Mountain. its enormous figure almost blotting out half the sky. This is a sign that the secret realm is opening. The secret realm of Fengxi Mountain is about to open. Someone well-versed in current events immediately recognized the scene. The crowd erupted, and a few young men, undeterred by the howling wind, gritted their teeth and charged up the mountain. A rumbling sound grew louder as a convoy of tanks rolled in, with a dense array of armored vehicles encircling Fengxi Mountain. Heavily armed soldiers disembarked in unison, shouting, "All unauthorized personnel must evacuate immediately. This area is now in a state of emergency." The mountain was quickly sealed off. 50 Special Forces soldiers equipped with wind-type spirit beasts swiftly entered the secret realm. As soon as they stepped in, the violent air currents nearly knocked these well-trained soldiers off their feet. Reporting to headquarters, "We have entered the Fengxi Mountain secret realm," the leading soldier loudly reported, raising the latest model of the spirit communication device. Received. Attempt to activate video function. The spirit communication device connected with the main control room at the Purple Gold Pavilion, and everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the screen. After a brief interference of static, the scene inside the secret realm became clear. The Purple Gold Hall erupted in applause. Success. The research department did not let us down. However, as the image stabilized, the dignitaries present couldn't help but frown. The interior of the secret realm was shrouded in gray, with countless whirlwinds swirling, mixed with debris, branches, and dust, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Even with 50 wind-type bee soldiers summoning wind wolves to form a protective barrier, they struggled to make any progress. Where is King Yi? The crowd anxiously searched for Yi Yujun's figure on the screen, but all they could see was a vast sea of wind and sand. Suddenly, a streak of golden light sliced through the sky. Look, it's the Gungjin Sword King. King Yi is advancing towards the eye of the storm. Watching that solitary figure charge into the most dangerous part of the storm, a high-ranking official swallowed hard, eyes filled with concern. Surviving in such an environment is a challenge in itself. At that moment, everyone understood one thing. The honor of a king is never easily earned. The secret realms of Chuancheng, Bingcheng, and the three great secret realms were simultaneously surrounded by tank legions. The massive display screen in the Purple Gold Hall was divided into 3 sections, each showing a figure struggling through treacherous mountain peaks. The scenes depicted howling gales, rolling boulders, and sharp ice spikes, leaving all the leaders watching in a state of fear and anxiety. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred at Apple Mountain, an island volcano in the Western Alliance. This long-dormant volcano suddenly began to tremble violently, with thick smoke billowing upwards. Residents at the foot of the mountain looked up in disbelief. The volcano is going to erupt. Run. How is this possible? Why wasn't there an official warning? Chaos quickly engulfed the entire city. Traffic came to a standstill, and sirens pierced the sky. Media reporters rushed to the scene, and the news spread quickly across the nation. The military headquarters dispatched troops to evacuate the populace, and the governor, Jing Shida, hurried to the prime minister's office. "This is bad," Jing Shida exclaimed, sweating profusely. "We've detected energy building up inside Apple Mountain, comparable to 2 nuclear bombs." The prime minister, shocked, flipped through the data report. What is the Geological Bureau doing? How could they miss such a massive anomaly without warning? A high-level emergency meeting was convened immediately, and the city began a large-scale evacuation. The conference room's large screen broadcasted live coverage of the volcano. The energy index is still rising. The reporter at the scene spoke with tension in their voice. Fortunately, the public began evacuating immediately, and there are no reports of casualties yet. Just as the prime minister breathed a sigh of relief, the volcano shook violently again, and scorching lava shot into the sky, turning the night sky blood red. Even more alarming, a massive shadow could be vaguely seen within the lava. Is that the 8-headed serpent? No, it's a skeletal dragon. The prime minister stood up abruptly. Immediately block satellite signals. Prepare nuclear missiles. We cannot let that thing emerge. No. The Minister of Civil Affairs protested urgently. There are over 1 million residents within the city. A nuclear strike would cause even greater casualties. The military should suppress it first. Jing Shida stared intently at the screen. Everyone, this creature resembles the spiritual beast that appeared in DaXia's previous videos. Spiritual beasts? The crowd gasped. This must be a conspiracy by DaXia. We must issue a diplomatic condemnation immediately. The prime minister scanned the room coldly and turned to the Minister of Public Security. Xu Xia. How long for a complete evacuation? At the fastest, 5 hours, Xu Xiao replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Public security, organize the evacuation immediately. Evacuate as many as possible. The prime minister commanded with steely resolve. Military, deploy all Sakura tank units to suppress that area firmly. Orders flew down from the top like a flurry of snowflakes, throwing the entire city into chaos. The tracks of heavy tanks carved deep marks into the ground as they roared toward Apple Mountain. quickly forming a steel blockade around it. However, the island nation's pride in its satellite surveillance technology seemed utterly ineffective at this moment. Their so-called perfect lockdown appeared as nothing more than a clumsy performance in the eyes of other international alliances. The anomaly unfolding above Apple Mountain had captured global attention. The Eagle Nation convened an emergency meeting immediately, with the conference room's large screen broadcasting live footage of Apple Mountain. The massive shadow soaring skyward left everyone present holding their breath. Damn, where did this colossal creature come from? A creature born from the depths of a volcano, how terrifying must its power be? What exactly is the island nation researching in secret? This aura, it resembles that of the dragon from DaXia. Could it be another spiritual beast? Should we send aid? For now, let's wait and see. Meanwhile, the gentlemen of the Lion Nation were left speechless, swallowing hard as they watched the apocalyptic scene unfold. Is this a demon sent from hell? Is there really a path to hell beneath Apple Mountain? This must be a conspiracy by DaXia, so-called spiritual beast. Is this creature? Will our alliance be affected too? At the same time, the high officials in DaXia's purple gold hall, who had been focused on the three kings, were suddenly alerted by the urgent alarms from the Astronomical Bureau. This alarm was even more piercing than when the three secret realms had opened, and the display was instantly flooded with blood-red warnings. Detected spiritual energy fluctuation. Warning. Warning. Level. King tier. Data. 9.8 million. The entire hall of high-ranking officials stood abruptly, their eyes filled with shock. Over 9 million spiritual energy? This is a nation-level threat. How did this happen? The monster invasion hasn't even begun, so where did a king-tier spiritual beast come from? Where is it located? Apple Mountain in the island nation. Oh, if it's in the island nation, then there's no need to worry. The scene switched to Apple Mountain, and as the massive figure fully emerged, the expressions of all the high officials turned serious. A bone dragon? Why is it so enormous? Mo Qingtian widened his eyes, comparing the nearly 5-story tall bone dragon on the screen to the small bone dragon beside his son, noting the stark contrast. Is there a secret realm hidden beneath Apple Mountain? Why would such a powerful realm open now? What kind of heinous act has the island nation committed? Their military has arrived, but their feeble scrap metal is nothing against a king-tier spiritual beast. Not even conventional missiles, let alone nuclear ones, could likely make a dent. While most officials displayed disdain, some remained cautious. It's not that simple. If the island nation can't hold it off, the consequences could be disastrous, the Grand Elder ordered sternly. Activate the S-level defense system along the nearest coastline immediately. Also, he turned to the head of the information department. Broadcast this scene live to the entire alliance. The head of the information department nodded solemnly and promptly set to work executing the orders. Along the eastern coastline, the imposing steel fortress is beginning to take shape. From above, the swarm of workers resembles busy ants. Construction workers, migrant laborers, and military logistics personnel are all working tirelessly, their skin tanned under the sun, yet they smile with bright white teeth, their eyes shining with hope. Come on, guys, let's give it our all, the site manager shouted. We'll have braised pork for lunch. Save me a big piece. I want it with steamed buns, someone immediately responded. Bring another truck of steel over here, another voice followed. This isn't enough to get the job done. Suddenly, the hustle and bustle of the construction site was interrupted by a commotion. Look over there, is it on fire? Someone exclaimed, pointing into the distance. All eyes turned towards the island nation, which seemed to be engulfed in flames. But soon, they realized it was no ordinary fire. A massive black silhouette appeared amidst the Flamisa dragon. The loudspeakers along the steel coastline blared into the sky. S-level defense, everyone into shelters. S-level defense, everyone into shelters. General Chen Nan from the Eastern Military District acted decisively, deploying 5 regiments immediately. 2 naval fleets and 3 major tank corps swiftly formed a defensive formation along the coastline. Meanwhile, across the nation, sudden broadcasts interrupted programs in malls, classrooms, and family TVs. News on mobile phones and video websites were dominated by the same image, an erupting volcano and a terrifying skeletal dragon emerging from it. The eruption of Apple Mountain. The terrifying skeletal dragon descends. What is the truth of the world? The news headline was shocking. A new era of battleships has set sail, and it's called the era of beast tamers. The entire nation of DaXia was instantly in an uproar. People in streets, offices, and leisure spots paused, staring in disbelief at the astonishing scene. At the Beast Taming Academy, students who were in class gathered in the auditorium. On the massive screen, Apple Mountain erupted violently, and the silhouette of the skeletal dragon grew clearer. What kind of beast is this? A skeletal dragon. And it's huge. You can feel the pressure just through the screen. The island nation is in big trouble. Where did this beast come from? At least a gold level, right? Gold. With that size and aura, it's definitely king level, maybe close to demigod. Sitting in the front row, Mo Xiaochuan stared wide-eyed. muttering in disbelief. Is this really a skeletal dragon? Then my ice crystal skeletal dragon is just a chick. Suddenly, the doors of the purple gold hall burst open, and Chen Lingfeng strode in, the blazing dragon behind him dissolving into light. Li Qin briefly reported the incident, and Wang Kai eagerly asked, Dean Shun, what exactly is this beast? What level of power does it have? Just looking at it is terrifying. Chen Lingfeng coldly watched the skeletal dragon on the screen, a sharp glint in his eyes. The abyss of the undead couldn't hold back any longer, huh? Sending out this skeletal dragon king must have come at a high cost. This is the abyssal skeletal dragon king from the abyss of the undead, with king-level power. King level. At these words, the expressions of all the high-ranking officials changed. A king-level abyssal skeletal dragon had the power to destroy the world. The crowd, who had been gloating moments ago, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. If the island nation couldn't hold it off, they would be next. All eyes instinctively turned to Chen Lingfeng, awaiting his decision. Chen Lingfeng stood tall and unwavering, like a steadfast pillar. As he nodded gently, everyone around him breathed a collective sigh of relief. No one questioned how a golden beastmaster could confront a king-level powerhouse, because this was Chen Lingfeng. At this moment, an unprecedented crisis was unfolding at the foot of Apple Mountain in the island nation. Thousands of fully armed soldiers were on high alert, with the barrels of hundreds of tanks pointed directly at the volcano, while dozens of fighter jets roared through the low skies, their engines creating a deafening roar. Although the volcanic eruption had ceased, the true terror was just beginning. The abyssal bone dragon had fully revealed its form. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, turning the fire-lit sky into a hellish realm shrouded in dark clouds. An icy, bone-chilling aura swept over the entire city, causing numerous residents with osteoporosis to collapse instantly. The giant beast's skeleton was as black as ink, with a ghostly green soul fire blazing within its skull. Its hollow eye sockets lacked eyeballs, yet the profound darkness within was unbearable to gaze upon. Attack! Tanks fire! Sakura warships, open fire! Everyone shoot! The commander's furious orders echoed across the battlefield via the intercom. In an instant, countless shells, trailing fiery tails, screamed through the air, weaving an impenetrable web of firepower. The entire scene was shrouded in smoke, with deafening explosions resounding continuously. This breathtaking spectacle was broadcast live globally, breaking all previous viewership records. In the Purple Gold Hall, the head of the military watched the screen with slight surprise. It seems they've been doing well these years, with ample ammunition reserves. That must be the latest Sakura tanks. Their power is indeed impressive. Such dense fire coverage should give the abyssal bone dragon a tough time. Even if it can't kill it, it should at least severely injure it, right? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chen Lingfeng cast a disdainful glance. If king-level beasts were so easily dealt with, the world wouldn't have been devastated in a past life. Just wait and see, he said coldly. This city is doomed unless they dare to use nuclear weapons. The island nation's citizens watched as the abyssal bone dragon was engulfed in the barrage of firepower, ready to cheer, only to experience true despair the next moment. As the smoke cleared, what met their eyes was an impenetrable shield composed of countless pale skulls, untouched by the onslaught. Humans, as insignificant as ants, dare challenge me? The bone dragon's voice resonated as if from the depths of hell. In that case, be reduced to dust. It unfurled its massive bone wings and opened its gaping maw, gathering dark energy with ferocity. Not good. Quickly launch the missiles. The rear commander shouted hysterically as the missile launchers in the suburbs slowly raised their launch pads, sending several missiles streaking skyward with long trails of fire. However, the soldiers around Apple Mountain had no time to wait for the missiles. The bone dragon's dark breath enveloped the battlefield in an instant, and terrified soldiers scrambled into and around their armored vehicles. But as the dark energy descended, they watched helplessly as the vehicles melted like snow, and then their own bodies began to disintegrate, first the flesh, then the bones, leaving them no chance to scream before they were reduced to drifting ashes. A living hell. Under the shadow of Apple Mountain, the scene truly embodies those words. The sudden appearance of the abyssal bone dragon plunged the entire world into a deathly silence. Inside the Purple Gold Hall, many leaders watched the scene with narrowed eyes, their breaths cautious and shallow. At the Beast Academy, students stood with rigid spines and pale faces, as their status as beast tamers made them acutely aware of the suffocating pressure exuded by the abyssal bone dragon. Mo Xiaochuan stood beside the ice crystal bone dragon, his fists clenched until they turned white. At some point, the ice crystal bone dragon had silently appeared, its hollow eyes locked onto the screen, emanating a chilling aura. Ice crystal bone dragon, we must double our efforts and surpass this creature. As he spoke, the ice crystal bone dragon let out a thunderous roar. In the Eagle White City Hall, the silence was dense and oppressive. After a long pause, the leader turned to the head of the military, Case, with a hoarse voice. Can our Eagle number 6 missile take it down? Case, usually full of confidence, hesitated for once. Maybe it should, but I doubt it. He struggled to get the words out. What about a nuclear bomb? The leader pressed on. It should work, but Case's words trailed off, and everyone present understood the unspoken concern. The Lion League's top officials exchanged uneasy glances, their understanding shattered before this terrifying spiritual beast. Their proud technological prowess seemed as fragile as paper. The island nation was in unprecedented chaos. Frontline reporters were instantly incinerated by the dragon's breath, cutting off national broadcasts. City traffic ground to a halt, and security officers found themselves cornered by angry citizens, completely unable to maintain order. At the emergency meeting of the island nation's prime minister, fear was etched across the faces of the top officials. Damn it! How is this bone dragon so powerful? What about the missiles? Where are the nuclear bombs? Launch them immediately. Even the officials who had previously opposed using nuclear weapons were now the loudest in their demands. A cold gleam flashed in the prime minister's eyes as he turned to the head of security. How much longer for a complete evacuation? 2 more hours, with over 50,000 people still trapped. The security chief replied, sweat beading on his forehead. We can't wait that long. The prime minister shot to his feet. If that monster advances, it won't just be 50,000 lives at stake. As prime minister, I order, military, initiate nuclear coverage immediately. Order received, nuclear strike. Confirmed. Confirmed. The hysterical shout echoed through the meeting room. At that moment, alliances around the world felt a heat more intense than any flame. Nuclear weapons? Had the island nation become so desperate? Were they really willing to risk an entire city? It was an act of sheer madness. Meanwhile, at the base of Apple Mountain, the abyssal bone dragon's massacre continued, each breath claiming countless lives and reducing living people to mere ashes in an instant. Just as the abyssal bone dragon was about to take flight, a series of blinding sparks suddenly lit up the sky. Missiles from the island nation were locked and loaded, ready to launch. Damn humans! The abyssal bone dragon roared thunderously, as dark energy instantly formed an impenetrable shield around it. Boom! The terrifying energy wave swept through, causing the surrounding skyscrapers to collapse like a house of cards. The missiles exploded in succession, creating a towering mushroom cloud in the heavens. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions erupted as if orchestrated beneath Apple Mountain. Those missiles should be able to destroy this monster, right? This thought flickered in everyone's mind, but was quickly shattered by reality. Under the protection of the skeletal shield, all the missiles exploded in vain, not even scratching the dragon's scales. As the smoke cleared, the dark energy surrounding the colossal creature only grew more intense. Roar! Damn humans, you're courting death. Dark storm. With a deafening roar, the entire city plunged into utter darkness. The terrifying dark energy transformed into countless hurricanes, raging wildly. In an instant, tens of thousands of people were swept into the sky, torn to pieces by the violent winds. The surviving citizens collapsed on the ground, their eyes filled with despair. This scene was broadcasted globally, leaving all viewers in silence. Only the people of DaXia had mixed feelings, unsure whether to feel pity or relief. In the purple gold hall, Wang Kai laughed openly. Well, the abyssal bone dragon did a good deed. I should mourn for the island nation's people. But why is my smile harder to suppress than an AK's recoil? I suddenly feel like sending them condolences. They're truly pitiful. These words made the high-ranking officials present roll their eyes. The Grand Elder turned to Chen Lingfeng, asking seriously, what should we do next? Chen Lingfeng slowly stood up, his tone steady. This abyssal bone dragon is after me. You all stay here safely. I'll take care of it. With that, he strode out of the purple gold hall. The next second, the roar of the Skyfire Overlord dragon echoed through the sky. Inside the hall, everyone exchanged glances. Wang Kai swallowed hard and stammered. Did I hear that right? Director Chen said the abyssal bone dragon is after him? What connection does this monster from the island nation have with the director? If the director takes action, that's nonsense. The director is only a golden beast master. Maybe it won't be a problem. The island nation's nuclear weapons are almost ready. Gulp. That monster should be dealt with by the nuclear weapons, right? The Grand Elder suddenly stood up, decisively ordering. No. Immediately notify Chen Nan. Ensure Director Chen's safety at all costs. Outside the East Sea Steel defense line, Chen Nan nodded solemnly. Understood. Even if the entire army is wiped out, ensure Director Chen's safety. I stake my life as the General of the East. After hanging up, he still felt uneasy and immediately ordered. Dragon Sir 1 Squadron, deploy 3 regiments for me. And make it quick. In an instant, the entire Eastern Regiment began urgent mobilization. Meanwhile, the world's attention was focused on the Cherry Blossom nuclear missile streaking across the sky like a meteor. The Cherry Blossom nuke descended like a meteor. The abyssal bone dragon, wreaking havoc in the city, suddenly looked up, the soul fire within its skull flickering intensely. Sensing the deadly threat, It let out a low growl, and its wings folded sharply. Gate of Hell, rise. In an instant, countless dark forces converged, and the ground cracked open with a menacing maw. A massive gate, pitch black and entwined with countless chains, slowly rose from the crevice, exuding an overwhelming aura of desolate coldness. The surviving crowd, upon glimpsing the Gate of Hell, collapsed like puppets with cut strings. Even those watching through screens felt a wave of mental disorientation. Boom. Just as the Gate of Hell emerged, the cherry blossom nuke crashed down. A colossal mushroom cloud engulfed the entire city, turning the quarreling crowds at intersections and survivors hiding in corners to ashes in a tide of despair. At that moment, this island city became a living hell. The world's gaze was fixed on the rising mushroom cloud. People whispered, "It must be dead now, right? That gate. It's like the entrance to hell. Oh God, that's definitely a demon from hell. The island nation has suffered too much. Hopefully, it can be destroyed." However, when the mushroom cloud dissipated, everyone was left speechless with horror. Though the Gate of Hell was shattered and the dragon's aura had weakened, its unfurled wings silently declared, "The abyssal bone dragon still lived, only slightly injured." This can't be. Voices of disbelief rang out. The DaXia Beast Research Institute frantically processed data. Heavenly King-level monster has reached city-destroying combat power. Nukes are comparable to golden-level monsters, ineffective against Heavenly King-level. Monster threat level needs upgrading. General Chen Nan of the Eastern Defense Corps clenched his fist, his voice filled with solemn resolve. "Attention, all units. The abyssal bone dragon is approaching. Behind us is our territory, the homes of our families. Prepare for battle. Fight to the death without regret. We must not let it set foot on our land." Yes. The 2 naval fleet units, 3 tank units, and 3 Dragon Soar 1 fighter jet units responded in unison, their resolve to face death heated soaring skyward. The abyssal bone dragon coldly surveyed the devastated city, spewing 2 streams of ghostly green flames from its nostrils. "Pathetic nation, cursed ants, just wait. When the undead army descends, you will all become sacrifices." With a disdainful snort, the dragon spread its wings and flew towards the sea. As its silhouette vanished above the island nation, countless citizens collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down their faces. The world watched the direction of the abyssal bone dragon's flight. DaXia. "It's expected to arrive in half an hour." Western countries gloated. "Haha, God bless the West. DaXia is doomed this time too. Serves them right for guarding the spirit beast secret." At this moment, the hearts of all DaXia's citizens were in their throats. The city along the eastern coastline was thrown into chaos. On the streets, panicked citizens were fleeing in all directions. "Damn it! Why is this giant beast coming towards us?" a young man shouted in terror. It's over, it's over. Who can stop this monster?" "I haven't even gotten married yet," another person cried in despair, holding his head. "Why panic?" a middle-aged man barked sharply. "The authorities haven't ordered an evacuation yet. Trust in the strength of DaXia." "Yeah, we still have the Dragon Knights and the Beast Academy," someone in the crowd echoed loudly. "Our spirit beast army is also strong." At this moment, the Zhendong military district was tense. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, with the imposing figure of Chen Lingfeng looming in everyone's mind. General Chen Nan stared intently at the radar screen, where a moving black dot was steadily approaching. 23 minutes left, 18 minutes, 10 minutes. With 3 minutes remaining on the countdown, Chen Nan suddenly waved his hand. "Everyone, attention. Prepare the Dragon Soar missiles. Tanks and artillery, ready. Dragon Soar 1, long-range strike." In an instant, a barrage of firepower filled the sky. Missiles whistled, artillery roared, and bullets rained down like a storm. The black dot on the radar revealed its true form, a deep abyssal bone dragon shrouded in dark power. Faced with the incoming assault, the abyssal bone dragon erupted in anger. It spread its wings, instantly deploying a skeletal shield, while a massive vortex of spiritual energy gathered above its head. Boom! Explosions echoed through the skies, engulfing the bone dragon in a blaze of fire. Yet no one dared to lower their guard. As the smoke cleared, the abyssal bone dragon emerged unscathed, its heavenly king-level aura stirring up monstrous waves, causing 2 naval fleet groups to sway precariously. "Continue the attack," Chun Nan roared, summoning his blade-wielding tiger, as 1,000 soldiers behind him called forth their spirit beasts. The Purple Gold Hall was in shock. "Who authorized him to mobilize the beast army without permission?" the Grand Elder shouted in dismay. "Contact him immediately to withdraw. We can't afford to lose." The abyssal bone dragon roared defiantly, gathering a dark dragon's breath that nearly enveloped the entire Zhendong troop. The beast army desperately deployed defensive skills, but they were as fragile as paper walls. Chun Nin smiled wryly, staring directly at the impending doom. Just at this critical moment, a commanding voice pierced the sky. "Dragon Guardian." In the void, Chen Lingfeng's authoritative voice echoed across the sky. Chen Nan and the entire legion of soldiers looked up in unison, witnessing a fiery red light streak across the sky like a meteor, precisely intercepting the bone dragon's breath. The blazing flames instantly formed a massive fire shield, stretching across the void like a heavenly barrier. The dark forces and the power of the flames clashed fiercely in the sky, and amidst the deafening roar, Chen Lingfeng ordered in a deep voice, "All battleships and tank battalions, retreat immediately." As the smoke cleared, a colossal azure flame overlord dragon stood majestically, enveloped in boiling flames, facing the abyssal bone dragon from afar. Atop the dragon, Chen Lingfeng's long robe fluttered in the wind, his sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed, and his sharp gaze fixed on the opponent. Had enough arrogance? Now it's our turn. Azure Flame Overlord Dragon. Ignite the world with azure flames. With a thunderous dragon roar, a massive wave of air surged. Chun Nan snapped out of his daze, grabbed the radio, and shouted hoarsely, "All battleships, retreat. Dragon Sir 1, ascend immediately and find an opening." This epic battle was broadcasted globally, causing an uproar in the world's power centers. In the Eagle Nation's Supreme Council, the legislators wore grave expressions. Is this the Dragon Knight of DaXia? At all costs, we must recruit this person. In the Lion Alliance's conference room, the high-ranking officials were furious. How does DaXia have such a powerful warrior? I want his complete dossier in 10 minutes. At the South Korea Alliance headquarters, there was an uproar. This great Dragon Knight must be one of our compatriots. We must have him acknowledge his roots. In DaXia's purple gold hall, the leaders watched the battle with bated breath. Someone nervously swallowed, asking, "Can Dean Chun defeat this monster?" "Dean Chun is our guardian spirit. He will surely win," came the resolute responses. The battle intensified, with the azure flame overlord dragon's flames seeming to scorch the heavens and the earth. The abyssal bone dragon roared, summoning the gates of hell to block the flames, then issued a low growl. "I've found you, human. Hand over the skeleton king's crown." Mo Xiaochuan, watching the broadcast, was shocked by these words, his mind flashing to the crown exuding a dark aura in the beast-taming space. "I can't let the dean take this risk," he gritted his teeth and dashed out of the conference room, quickly boarding the Dragon Sir 1 aircraft. Chen Lingfeng gazed coldly at the abyssal bone dragon. "If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Insignificant ant, how dare you be so arrogant?" The abyssal bone dragon raged, furiously flapping its wings, its icy dragon eyes locking onto its opponent. Thus began an earth-shattering showdown. The power of flames, the force of the dragon, and the dark energy collided repeatedly in the void, erupting into dazzling sparks of energy. In the island nation's prime minister's residence, everyone stared in shock at the scene. Why? Why can DaXia withstand this monster? They clenched their fists in frustration. No, they must be defeated. On the battlefield, Chen Lingfeng stood tall, his entire being infused with the power of beast mastery, gathering like a tide. He coldly fixed his gaze on the abyssal bone dragon, as 5 beams of evolutionary light circled around the Tsangyan overlord dragon, flickering with a daunting brilliance. "Abyssal bone dragon, what makes you think you can defeat us alone?" Chen Lingfeng's eyes were sharp as lightning. "Who gave you the courage? Was it the Lord of the Undead? Let it come out and face me if it dares." With a roar, the Tsangyan overlord dragon spread its massive wings, fiery light blazing skyward. Explosive flame meteor. With Chen Lingfeng's commanding shout, the entire world was instantly engulfed in crimson flames. A flicker of panic flashed across the skeletal frame of the abyssal bone dragon. "Damn it, human, how is this possible? A divine level. This is a divine level aura." It frantically beat its wings, letting out an earth-shattering roar. "Gate of hell, open for me." In the void, dark energy coalesced into a massive gate of hell. But in the next moment, a terrifying meteor shower tore through space, shattering the abyssal bone dragon's defenses completely. Onlookers' screens showed nothing but the towering blaze. Gulp, is the abyssal bone dragon done for now? Not necessarily. That gate of hell can withstand a nuclear bomb. But the dragon riders of DaXia are too strong. They can even summon meteors. Chen Lingfeng panted heavily as he stared at the center of the explosion, his beast mastery power entirely depleted. Suddenly, an angry roar emerged from the smoke, as the colossal form of the abyssal bone dragon reappeared. The influential figures at the Purple Gold Club stood up abruptly, their eyes filled with shock. The Grand Elder quickly called General Chun Nan. "Advance forward. Ensure Dean Chen's safety." Chun Nan put down the phone with a bitter expression, looking at the bone dragon in the sky. "Grand Elder, we want to fight too, but with what?" Having endured the explosive flame meteor, the abyssal bone dragon was battered, its skeletal shine dimmed, yet its soul fire burned even more fiercely. "Damn humans, you actually hurt me." Dark energy gathered around the bone dragon, transforming into a terrifying hurricane sweeping towards Chen Lingfeng. The entire ocean roared and surged in the face of the storm. A look of determination flashed in Chun Nan's eyes as he waved his hand decisively. All soldiers, blade defense, activate. In an instant, 1,000 summoned blade tigers formed a shimmering golden shield, erecting a solid defense line. Even if I die, I won't let you harm the dean in the slightest. Offend DaXia, and you will be punished, no matter how far. Chen Nan's roar echoed along the east coast. In an instant, all the soldiers' eyes turned bloodshot, and the warships that had reached the shore simultaneously turned their bows, aimed directly at the abyssal bone dragon. From behind, Longting number 1 shot forward like an unsheathed sword, quickly reaching Chen Lingfeng's side, with cannons blazing. Thousands of soldiers exchanged determined glances, channeling their beast-controlling powers into their blades and fierce tigers without hesitation. This astonishing scene captured the world's attention. In the WeChat group of Quanqing number 1 High School, messages flowed like a tide. Chen Lingfeng is so cool. It's unbelievable that he's our classmate. Chanqian, did you confess to him earlier? He's the one and only dragon knight in the world. Don't mention it. I couldn't even get his contact info. I bragged that he was my classmate, but someone shot back asking why I didn't say he was my dad. Something's wrong. This bone dragon seems stronger. Chen Lingfeng is in danger. In Lianhuiyuan, Chen's parents were nervously huddled on the sofa, their eyes glued to the figure on the TV screen, breathing heavily. Old Chen, that skeleton looks formidable. Will our son be all right? Don't talk nonsense. Obviously, our son is stronger. Just wait for him to unleash another meteor strike. It'll definitely smash that skeleton to pieces. As Chen's father spoke, he picked up a teacup, but his hand trembled so much that tea spilled all over the table. Above the waves, Chen Lingfeng, looking slightly pale, stood on the back of the blazing flame dragon, clenching his fists. Blazing flame dragon, it's your turn to strike. Without responding, the blazing flame dragon let out a long roar skyward. Terrifying flames erupted, and its divine aura spread once more. Impossible. The abyssal bone dragon cried out in terror, halting its dark hurricane. How can a divine skill be used twice? Damn it, gate of hell, open. Flame burst starfall. A world-destroying aura swept across. The sea waves surged madly. Nearby warships were overturned into the sea, and soldiers hurriedly launched lifeboats. General Chun Nan of the Eastern Command stared in disbelief. My goodness, such a powerful skill can be unleashed consecutively? The blinding firelight made global viewers shield their eyes. It was reported that around 1 million people were hospitalized due to overexcitement, bewildering healthcare workers with cries of double cannon. At this age, still scared by firecrackers? The deafening roar seemed to mute the entire world. 5 minutes later, the image returned. From a satellite view, it appeared as though a giant spoon had scooped out a portion of the sea's surface, and the massive form of the abyssal bone dragon had vanished without a trace. Did we win? Chun Nan rubbed his eyes, asking in disbelief. Victory! We defeated that giant. Yes, our DaXia's dragon knight is indeed the strongest. All of DaXia erupted in celebration, with cheers echoing to the skies. The streets were filled with jubilation as people danced with excitement, throwing their hats and clothes into the air. Even those empty-handed couldn't resist tossing their phones skyward. The entire city transformed into a sea of joy, surpassing even the excitement of New Year's celebrations. Meanwhile, people from major Western alliances were watching the live broadcast through VPNs, their faces showing a range of emotions. Some cheered, some were thrilled, some envious, and others seethed with anger. The leaders of these countries looked on with furrowed brows, their eyes fixed on the figure of Chen Lingfeng, fully aware that this would be a significant problem. Suddenly, the cheers in Longqing Square came to an abrupt halt, pierced by a sharp scream. Wait, that skeleton is still alive. Oh my god, it's flying again. People who had dropped their phones crowded around those who still held theirs, especially young women who trembled as they held up their devices, hearts racing. On the coastline, soldiers' cheers turned to astonishment as they saw a dark figure struggling to ascend, with a single remaining wing, the abyssal bone dragon. It was in a pitiful state, with shattered ribs, a cracked skull, and a soul fire so weak it seemed it might extinguish at any moment. Damn humans, the abyssal bone dragon roared. You can't kill me. Now, it's your turn to face the judgment of the abyss of the undead. Dark energy gathered wildly, prompting Chun Nan to shout urgently. All dragons soar number 1 units. Move forward. Protect Dean Chen. Beast soldiers, channel all your beast power, maximum defense. Just then, a shadow wrapped in ice crystals swooped in. Dean, I'm here to protect you. Mo Xiaochuan arrived just in time on his ice crystal bone dragon, erecting a thick ice crystal shield in front of Chen Lingfeng. Another one? That's not fair, the crowd shouted angrily. When I become a beast master, I'll dismantle your bones and make soup. The leaders of the Western alliances brightened, seeing a glimmer of hope, eager to pop champagne in celebration. The emotional roller coaster of the day was more tumultuous than a heart monitor. Song Yan's overlord dragon, exhausted, still labored to flap its wings. The abyssal bone dragon glared at the ice crystal bone dragon, gritting its teeth. The skeleton crown is with you. Damn it. Dark energy suddenly erupted but transformed into wings just before reaching Chen Lingfeng. The abyssal bone dragon shot backward like a black meteor, disappearing in a flash. Damn humans, I've memorized your scent, it roared into the sky. Just wait, the abyss of the undead will return. Everyone was stunned. The mighty king beast, the abyssal bone dragon, had fled in such a panic. It ran away? The abyssal bone dragon suddenly transformed into a pitch-black beam of light and vanished without a trace from everyone's sight. Standing atop the ice crystal bone dragon, Emo Xiaochuan hadn't even had the chance to brace himself for a valiant last stand before he was utterly defenseless. Chen Nan, the frontline commander, gripped the walkie-talkie with trembling hands, his angry words stuck in his throat, turning his face crimson. Cough, cough. That was a king-level magical beast. The champagne that the high-ranking officials of the Western alliances were about to toast with froze midair in an instant. Damn it. How dare that pile of bones? Where did its arrogance go? The momentum to destroy cities and nations? Useless, it might as well have died fighting. Curses of anger erupted one after another. A nearby attendant swallowed nervously. Should I still open the champagne? Open my foot. In the island nation's conference room, the smiles of the high-ranking officials froze on their faces. The prime minister, furious, slammed the table, overturning it. Baka, that bone dragon is too audacious. It didn't show such cowardice when it was wreaking havoc here. Does it think we're easy prey now? In no way, dispatch the troops immediately. I want it eradicated. The military chief, in no way, widened his eyes. Prime Minister, please, be rational. If we could handle it, we wouldn't be sitting here in frustration. Meanwhile, the citizens of DaXia collectively breathed a sigh of relief, with cheers and dancing erupting everywhere. Items flew through the air, occasionally accompanied by a girl's scream. Hey, that's my phone. On the coastline, Chen Lingfeng turned to Emo Xiaochuan, a hint of approval in his eyes. Let's return to the academy. General Chen, I'll handle the aftermath here. Chen Nan eagerly volunteered. Do you need an escort? Thank you, but there's no need to mobilize. Dragon Soar 1 ascended slowly, with all soldiers standing at attention, saluting fervently. The construction workers hidden in the air raid shelters also surged out, watching Chen Lingfeng's departure. This epic battle thrust the existence of spirit beasts into the global spotlight, dropping a bombshell in this era of rapid technological advancement. Countless researchers began to question their research directions, and the worldview of ordinary people was completely upended. Compared to Chen Lingfeng's previous fleeting appearances, this battle was more tangible and direct. Various videos spread wildly online, and his heroic figure became a household name. The comment sections were filled with curiosity and inquiries about his identity. Belatedly, Western citizens began to investigate information about spirit beasts, only to be infuriated by the findings. What? DaXia is already popularizing the beast taming and body refining technique. What about us in Big Eagle? No. Is DaXia's military also promoting the beast taming and body refining technique? What about us in Big Lion? No. Has someone in DaXia already become a beast master? Do we have any beast masters? No. At least there are spirit beasts, right? Big Eagle shook its head. Big Lion remained silent. Camel said nothing, and the island nation chuckled bitterly. Do we look like we have any? Bear hesitated for a moment. If DaXia has them, we should, probably maybe have them too. The enraged public took to the streets in protest, their fervor unabated. The leaders of the Western Grand Alliance found themselves in an unprecedented predicament, forced to abandon their arrogance and appeal to DaXia for explanations, almost pleadingly. Even the notoriously hardline hawks had to swallow their pride when faced with the bone dragon that even nuclear weapons couldn't defeat. Meanwhile, in the digital realm, Chen Lingfeng's presence was ubiquitous. His dashing image graced advertisements, figurines, clothing, and posters. Some ardent fans even boldly declared their willingness to offer themselves to him. At the same time, rational voices questioned, when will ordinary people become beast tamers? What exactly are spirit beasts? What changes will they bring to the world? Others took a more radical stance, citing island nations as examples and loudly calling for the eradication of these creatures that only bring disaster. Faced with the heated debates online, the staff at the Information and Foreign Affairs offices were at their wits' end. With no other options, they turned to Chen Lingfeng for help. His response was straightforward. Hold a press conference, disclose information about spirit beasts, accelerate the integration process, and train more powerful individuals. This was precisely in line with his intentions. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately decided. 3 days later, DaXia would hold a global press conference to fully disclose information about spirit beasts. Simultaneously, the 5 great kings and the Guardian of DaXia would officially take their positions, and the Ministry of Rituals would need to prepare for the concurrent honors ceremony. The announcement sent shockwaves around the world. Reporters from major Western media outlets rushed to DaXia overnight, causing severe traffic congestion in the magical city. In the information office's live broadcast room, comments flooded in like a tidal wave. 3 days? That's too long. Even the farm donkey wouldn't be worked this hard. I can't wait. I feel like a born beast tamer. So jealous of the students at the Beast Taming Academy. Thinking about being eliminated breaks my heart. While DaXia was busy preparing for the press conference, Chen Lingfeng leisurely sipped tea in his office, occasionally playing with a lively and colorful fox. Li Qin, how are the three great kings doing? They haven't emerged yet. I've arranged for someone to monitor the situation outside the secret realms in real time, Li Qin replied, shaking her head, as her phone screen displayed the scenes outside the three secret realms. All right, have them meet me when they come out. Chen Lingfeng stood up, scooping up the colorful fox. Little one, have you had enough fun? It's time for you to evolve. The colorful fox tilted its head, its big, watery eyes full of curiosity. Then, as if realizing something, it jumped for joy, waving its little paws energetically. Bold one, such a handsome and beautiful creature like you. Won't you leave me a little gift? At the peak of Kunlun, within the Beast Taming Academy, Chen Lingfeng was meticulously retrieving treasures from his beast space and arranging them neatly on the ground in a quaint, traditional courtyard. Beside him, a colorful, curious fox was blinking its large, watery eyes, gently touching the treasures with its furry little paw. The ground was adorned with an array of treasures, fiery red claws radiating intense heat, a cool, blue turtle shell emitting a refreshing aura, and a solid earth gem that seemed to embody the weight of the land. These treasures representing the five elements were just the beginning. Chen Lingfeng proceeded to bring out a shadow wolf fawn with a ghostly glow, a sacred light grass exuding a pure radiance, an ice crystal imbued with extreme cold, and a lightning source crackling with electricity. In no time, the ground was lined with over a dozen rare treasures. The little fox had 3 evolution paths. The most basic was to become the 5-colored spirit fox, with its ultimate form as the 5-colored divine fox. The second path involved merging dark and light elements to evolve into the 7-colored spirit fox, with 7 colorful tails. However, Chen Lingfeng had greater ambitions. He wanted the colorful fox to evolve directly into the chaos spirit fox, which was why he had spent so much time gathering these materials. We can begin. Chen Lingfeng softly stroked the colorful fox's head, his eyes showing a hint of tenderness. The little fox chirped happily, waving its small paw as it gracefully leaped into the array of treasures. In an instant, the branches and leaves of the spiritual tree in the courtyard swayed, and countless white auras gathered in the air to form a vortex that descended. The more than 10 treasures simultaneously emitted brilliant light, enveloping the colorful fox. The evolution had officially begun. The fox's form gradually elongated in the light, its 5 tails slowly merging into one. Its originally colorful fur turned a pure snowy white, and a black diamond-shaped gem appeared on its forehead. Half an hour later, a clear chirp sounded, no longer the soft voice of a young beast, but the lively tone of a youthful girl. As the light subsided, 5 evolutionary light rings surrounded her, and the aura of the chaos spirit fox soared from bronze to silver level. Chen Lingfeng felt the power feedback from the beast taming, clenching his fists in satisfaction as his golden-level beast taming power reached its peak. This pleased him greatly. What had taken him 2 years in his previous life, he achieved in just 1 year this time. He silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would reach the rank of Heavenly King in the shortest time possible. This astonishing evolution ceremony caught the attention of the entire Beast Taming Academy. Students in the academy who were training all looked up in awe at the swirling vortex of energy in the sky. Someone recognized it as the direction of the headmaster's residence, sparking speculation among everyone about whether something significant was happening. The chaos spirit fox excitedly leapt into Chen Lingfeng's arms, its furry body rubbing affectionately against him, exuding a charm that was hard to resist. Chen Lingfeng examined its attribute panel carefully. It belonged to the chaos class with a silver grade potential, boasting a near-divine 10-fold training speed and flawless evolution skills of the green grade. It possessed a full set of 5 silver-level skills: Chaos Absorption, Chaos Impact, Spirit Fox Mirage, Chaos Shield, and Chaos Storm, covering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Nodding in satisfaction, he gently stroked the fox's silky fur. Though there's only one evolution path left as the Chaos Sky Fox, this might not be a bad thing, Chen Lingfeng murmured. The path of chaos encompasses the mysteries of time and space. Little one, these are the most challenging forces to master. Recalling his past experience with Mokulin's power of time, a look of anticipation flashed in Chen Lingfeng's eyes. Perhaps in this life, I can master such power through you. The scene shifted to the secret realm of Fengxi Mountain in Wind City, where 50 beast-taming soldiers were struggling through the terrain. Their spirit beast phones transmitted live footage back to the purple gold pavilion. Suddenly, the world changed dramatically. A violent hurricane abruptly ceased, and the gloomy sky inexplicably cleared. Has King Yi succeeded? A soldier exclaimed. In the distance, a golden light streaked toward Themet was a cyan gold longsword surrounded by dense wind blades. On the sword, a hunched figure came into view. Gingjin, sword, King Yi Yujun. As she approached, everyone gasped. Her white training attire was soaked with blood, her body covered with deep wounds down to the bone. The spirit beast egg she clutched was also stained with blood. Her once jade-like face was now marred with ghastly scars, resembling shattered porcelain. Without the support of her beast-taming power, she might have already collapsed. Inside the purple gold hall, Yizong suddenly stood up, his eyes red, and slammed his fist on the conference table, creating a thunderous noise. The expressions of the gathered leaders varied, showing both admiration for Yi Yujun and deep concern. Old Yi, your daughter truly inherited your stubbornness, one leader sighed. The title of king is indeed a heavy burden. Meanwhile, in the Ice City Snow Mountain secret realm, the usually gentle Han Yudong had turned into an ice sculpture, while his ice crystal spirit fox desperately tried to drag its owner. In the Sichuan City Canyon secret realm, the usually robust Li Shan lay powerlessly on the back of the earth-splitting wild bull, covered in blood, with fractures everywhere, unable to even speak. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The city of Jimyu was in an uproar, with the mayor and the city's top officials on edge for 3 consecutive days. The reason was none other than the announcement made by DaXia 3 days ago, choosing the Kunlun Beast Academy in Jimyu City as the venue for their press conference. This news struck the mayor of Jimyu like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in a state of panic. He immediately called for an emergency meeting with the city's top officials overnight. Feeling both exhilarated by the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and overwhelmed by the immense responsibility. If they messed up this major event, not only would he lose his position, but he might as well find a rope and hang himself. As soon as the news broke, Jimyu City was flooded with people. Not only were all the hotels fully booked, but even residential buildings were temporarily converted into accommodations. Tents lined the streets, and park benches were crowded with 3 grown men each. Most absurdly, even the spaces under bridges were being sold at high prices, leaving the homeless bewildered. Initially, the mayor of Jimyu ordered all hotels to offer free lodging and arrange for a large number of translators. However, a command from the Zijing Pavilion overturned these plans. Prices were to remain normal, foreign visitors would be charged 5 times the usual rate, and only the DaXia language would be used for communication. When the mayor expressed his concerns, the higher-ups responded with just 8 words. If you want to come, come. If not, leave. This bold response filled the mayor with pride, showcasing the demeanor of a great nation. At this moment, the mayor, escorted by bodyguards, was struggling to navigate the crowded streets. The once spacious 4-lane road was now more congested than a bustling subway, filled with jostling crowds and a chorus of complaints. Make way. Who stepped on my foot? It's suffocating here. Which jerk touched my butt? After much difficulty, the mayor finally made it to the city gate, drenched in sweat, unsure if it was from the crowd or his nerves. Armed security personnel stood guard on both sides, while behind them was a phalanx of reporters, with DaXia Alliance journalists in the front row and foreign journalists positioned 100 meters away. The familiar host, Xiao Sa, was already in place, while among the foreign journalists, the renowned Eagle Country reporter, Naoki Huai, was angrily confronting a security officer. Accustomed to special treatment, Naoki Huai was infuriated by the poor arrangement. There were no translators, and they were placed so far back. Is this what you call a nation of etiquette? Naoki Huai exclaimed, waving his arms in anger. I want to file a complaint. We must be in the front row. This is practically exile to the frontier. Nakawai squinted, trying to make out his surroundings through the dim light. Just as he was about to voice his complaints, he met the cold gaze and slightly raised long gun of a security officer. The silent warning immediately shut him up. This isn't good for world unity. Nakawai whispered, trying to reason. I just wanted to make a friendly suggestion. Our great eagle deserves a better position. The security officer's eyes flashed with impatience, a mocking smile on his lips. You're lucky to have a place at all. What, not satisfied? If you can't stay, you can leave right now. We and DaXia are very hospitable. We'll send you sky high, with a dragon to boot. Nakawai was so angry his teeth ached, his face flushed red, but he could only lower his head in frustration. His superior's strict orders echoed in his mind. Uncover DaXia's secrets, or face consequences. Meanwhile, DaXia citizens who couldn't make it to Jimyu City were already glued to their TVs and phones. The live stream was dark, with white comments pouring down like a waterfall, nearly filling the screen. It's finally starting. A new era is here. I haven't left the stream for 3 days, waiting for this moment. Couldn't get tickets after 3 days of trying. You beasts. Tickets? The highways have been jammed for 3 days. I'm still on the road. The Beast Academy is a holy place, praying for acceptance as a senior. Aren't you kids supposed to be in school instead of watching the stream? My parents are right here watching with me. The mayor of Jimyu City stood at the foremost gate, surrounded by high-ranking officials, each so nervous they stumbled over their words. Mayor, are you nervous? I heard the Grand Elder and the 4 generals are coming. Nervous? Humph. I've seen plenty of big occasions as mayor. The mayor tried to appear calm, but his voice trembled. The status of the Beast Academy is second only to the purple gold pavilion. Look at the sky. Dragon Soar 1 is here. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone stood straighter, trembling legs steady, as cameras focused on the sky. Xiao quickly moved to the front, excitedly raising his microphone. Good morning, viewers. Xiao here, live on the scene. Let's look to the sky. The Dragon Soar escort aircraft are in sight. 36 Dragon Soar escort aircraft roared down in a circular formation. The hatches opened, and 500 fully armed elite soldiers descended instantly, each wielding the latest Dragon Soar assault rifles, scanning their surroundings vigilantly. The lead, Wolf King, quickly assessed the environment. All clear, safe to land. Roger that. 9 Dragon Soar 1 aircraft descended majestically, sparks flying. Outside Jimyu City, the crowd was vast, filling every available space. People bustled on the ground, layered on the city walls, silhouetted on rooftops, and even perched on tree branches to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. As Dragon Number 1 slowly descended and the hatch gradually opened, the Grand Elder emerged, full of energy, holding the hands of the Second Elder and Third Elder as they descended the gangway together. Instantly, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, countless eyes fixed on the legendary figure. It's really the Grand Elder. Just like on TV, exclaimed voices from the crowd. Following them, the 4 generals appeared one after another, creating an atmosphere so grand that everyone present held their breath. The Lord of Jimyu City, startled, led the city's leaders forward to welcome them. Xiao gripped the microphone, his excited voice echoing through the loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment that will go down in history. The Grand Elder is about to unveil a new chapter in history. Next, let's follow them to the Beast Academy. After a brief meeting ceremony, the group boarded dragon automobiles heading towards the sacred Mount Kunlun. A cable car, ready and waiting, stood at the mountainside, and the grand procession began its ascent along the picturesque mountain path. At the foot of the mountain, a group of journalists was arguing with the staff. Why are we at the back? We're international reporters, protested Naoko indignantly, especially infuriated that even a dog was ahead of them in line to ascend the mountain. Meanwhile, the eyes of the entire alliance and even the world were focused on the official live broadcast from the information office. The comment section was flooded, a world-changing event, finally unveiling the mysteries of the Beast Academy. The Grand Elder's presence is truly overwhelming. As the cable car passed through the clouds, the outline of the Beast Academy became clearer. Pavilions and towers loomed amidst the mist, resembling a celestial palace, with clouds gently drifting between the buildings. It was the Grand Elder's first visit, and his eyes sparkled with admiration. Chief Architect, this project was well done. The Grand Elder's rare praise caused the Chief Architect to beam with pride. It's all thanks to Dean Chen's excellent design. I just lent a hand, he humbly replied. Viewers of the live stream marveled at the ethereal scenery. This is like a fairy palace. The world's top university, without a doubt. I'd love to study here. Suddenly, distant dragon roars echoed, flames lit up the sky. 99 flying fire drakes flew in formation towards the Beast Academy, each carrying an elite warrior from the Wolf Fang Legion on its back, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight. Now, it should be called the Beast Legion. On the square, 500 Wolf Fang soldiers in uniform armor stood in orderly rows, accompanied by the imposing Wolf Kings, all now under the command of Chen Lingfeng. Even more spectacular were the 99 fire drakes soaring above, their agile forms twisting and turning through the clouds, occasionally spewing out blazing flames that burst into brilliant sparks across the sky. On the commentary platform, Xiao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears in his eyes, as he introduced to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you is the Beast Legion under the Beast Academy. These magnificent mounts are none other than the powerful fire drakes, evolved to the bronze level. The massive bodies of the fire drakes and their roaring flames earned nods of approval from the Grand Elder. The internet erupted instantly, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Wow, this is incredible. Real dragon riders. The great Xia is invincible. This is our Dragon Legion. Think bronze level is strong? Check out the Spirit Beast Guide. Beast Academy is hardcore, starting with a Fire Drake Legion. I'm just a fan. I love watching this. Give us more." The international internet was equally abuzz. The leaders of the Western Alliance watched with envy, and those protesting in various squares were left dumbfounded. After a brief performance, the 99 fire drakes lined up on both sides. The entire Beast Legion stood at attention and saluted, watching as the delegation moved forward. Soon, the ancient characters of Beast Academy came into view. Chen Lingfeng, dressed in a simple training outfit, stood prominently at the academy's entrance. Behind him were the 5 great kings, 10 battle generals, and 800 students in neat rows, all in training attire. Chen Lingfeng's tall stature and handsome features instantly ignited the passion of young women across the nation. The principal is so handsome, I want to marry him. Besides the readers, the principal is the most handsome in the world. Help, I can't breathe. Pinch me, I'm going to faint. As the Grand Elder approached, Chen Lingfeng stepped forward with a firm stride, standing straight to give a standard military salute. Chen Lingfeng, principal of Beast Academy, welcomes the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder kindly patted Chen Lingfeng on the shoulder, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Good, good. With you. It's a blessing for the great Xia. Xiao Sa, with tears streaming down his face, trembled as he held the microphone. This dashing young man before us, everyone must recognize him. He is the pinnacle of power in Great Xia, the principal of Beast Academy, Chen Lingfeng. This meeting between the Grand Elder and Principal Chen will surely become a historic moment. Capture it, take photos, let this moment be cherished forever. Now let's step into Beast Academy and explore its wonders. In the grand auditorium of the Beast Academy at the majestic Kunlun Mountain, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy. Seated in the front row were key figures of great importance to DaXia, with the Grand Elder in the center and Chen Lingfeng being particularly noteworthy. On stage, the host, Xiao Sa, held the microphone, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. After the tragic incident in the island nation, I'm sure everyone is filled with questions. What exactly are spirit beasts? Why have they appeared? Today, we're fortunate to have Dean Shin here to unravel these mysteries for us. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Chen Lingfeng's tall figure slowly ascended the podium, his magnetic voice instantly filling the hall. Our nation of DaXia has always been a land of etiquette. Today, I see many reporters from outside the alliance present, and I won't shy away. Let me uniformly introduce the truth about spirit beasts and demonic beasts to everyone. His voice was steady and powerful. Spirit beasts originally lived in the world of spirit beasts, but during a great war hundreds of years ago, that world was shattered. Demonic beasts, on the other hand, are wild and savage, seeing nothing but slaughter, much like terrorists. Due to increasingly frequent spiritual fluctuations, it is expected that in a little over 4 years, demonic beasts will launch an invasion, plunging the world into war. This astonishing statement instantly caused a stir both at the venue and online. Whether among the citizens of DaXia or the high echelons of the Western Alliance, everyone sat up straight, staring at the video of Chen Lingfeng in disbelief. Comments from netizens flooded in like a tide. Facing a demonic beast invasion in 4 years? Won't they all be as terrifying as that bone dragon from the other day? As long as we have Dean Chen, what is there to fear? So the construction of the steel coastline was to protect us. Sovereign Dean, Eternal DaXia. These 8 words quickly dominated the entire comment screen. Meanwhile, the high-level leaders of various Western alliances were thrown into disarray, engaging in intense private discussions. Damn it, why is DaXia only revealing this information now? We must become beast masters at all costs. Contact the press immediately and demand DaXia share their spirit beast resources. The leader of the Eagle Nation was particularly ambitious. If DaXia is unwilling to cooperate, we can unite the whole world to pressure them. They can't possibly stand against the entire world. However, the external commotion did not affect Chen Lingfeng's speech in the slightest. He continued, spirit beasts are partners to humanity, not weapons or tools. The bond between us is the key to enhancing our strength and is our strongest shield against the demonic beast invasion. Finally, he provided reassurance to all citizens of DaXia. The Department of Education will soon distribute the basic edition of the beast taming body training technique nationwide, allowing everyone to cultivate beast taming strength. Once reaching the black iron level, you will have the chance to contract a spirit beast and become a true beast master. Although Chen Lingfeng's speech was brief and concise, merely introducing the historical origins and key points about spirit beasts, the information was enough for people around the world to carefully digest. These 2 sentences stirred up a storm in DaXia, causing the entire city to buzz with excitement. Crowds gathered in front of bookstores, and some enthusiastic readers even set up tents, vowing not to leave without a copy of the Beast Taming Body Technique, Basic Edition. At the conference, leaders from various prefectures took turns speaking. The official rhetoric almost lulled Chen Lingfeng to sleep, as he had little patience for such formalities. Finally, after more than an hour, the QA session began. DaXia's journalists eagerly raised their hands, and questions echoed throughout the room. When will spirit beasts be widely available? How can one become a beast tamer? When will the Beast Taming Academy expand its enrollment? Where will the new campuses be located? Chen Lingfeng responded succinctly. Currently, spirit beasts can only be contracted in secret realms, and widespread availability will take time. Those wishing to become beast tamers independently must wait 5 years for the official integration of spirit beasts into the world. As for enrollment and new campuses, notifications will be announced in due course. At that moment, a journalist named Naoki Huai raised his hand. This reporter from Eagle Nation asked bluntly, Director of DaXia's Beast Taming Academy, I am here on behalf of our leader to ask, are you considering sharing spirit beast resources with the whole world? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Chen Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp enough to make Naoki Huai's legs tremble. Spirit beast availability? Can't you buy the guidebooks? Chen Lingfeng replied coldly. As for the spirit beasts themselves, sorry, they are private property and not for loan. Director Chen. Naoki Huai struggled to speak. This is the expectation of the entire world. If DaXia acts alone, won't it be against the whole world? His clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Before Chen Lingfeng could respond, the head of the Foreign Affairs Office stood up abruptly, glaring at Naoki Huai. Is Eagle Nation declaring war on DaXia? Wang Kai slammed the table and shouted angrily, damn it! If you want to fight, bring it on. Naoki Huai was so frightened by the atmosphere that he almost lost control, stammering, no, this is the consensus of the Global Alliance, not just Eagle Nation. You can't monopolize this. Chen Lingfeng, uninterested in listening further, waved his hand to release the overwhelming aura of a golden beast tamer. Naoki Huai was instantly thrown back, spitting blood 3 times in midair. Whether it's Eagle Nation, the Lion Alliance, or the Camel Alliance, Chen Lingfeng declared firmly, as the director of the Beast Taming Academy, let me make it clear, with the imminent invasion of magical beasts, DaXia has no intention of targeting any alliance. If you wish to align with DaXia, there will be opportunities for resource sharing. But if you want war, his gaze was as sharp as lightning, then let there be war. DaXia has never been afraid, and never will be. Roar. As if sensing its master's anger, the flame sovereign dragon soared out of the beast taming space, its mighty roar shaking the heavens and earth. The sudden appearance of the flame dominator dragon was like a heavy blow to the hearts of all the foreign journalists present. They fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Especially now Kahuei, who staggered backwards with weak knees, his face pale. Escort them out. The soldiers of the Beast Legion marched forward in unison, beginning to drive away the uninvited guests. No, you can't do this. I represent the Lion News Agency. I'm a reporter from Camel Country. How can you treat us like this? I didn't say anything. Please don't make me leave. The journalists were in a panic, cries and protests echoing. Despite Now Kahuei losing his composure, they still had their reporting duties to fulfill. Online, the public cheered at the scene. Good riddance. I've had enough of these arrogant people. I don't care who you represent. To act so brazenly in DaXia is to invite humiliation. DaXia is mighty. The Dean is mighty. Some female netizens were reluctant. Is the conference really over? Dean Chun, don't go. Speak a little longer. As Chen Lingfeng was about to leave the stage, the Grand Elder slowly rose and exchanged a significant glance with the Master of Ceremonies. The Master of Ceremonies nodded solemnly and then approached the podium. Xiao Sa's voice resounded throughout the venue. Do you think the press conference is over? No, the most exciting part is yet to come. She paused and continued. Though beasts may invade and the land may be in turmoil, DaXia will prove to the world. There is no need for fear, no need for worry. This is merely a necessary step towards a new era for DaXia. Turbulence is inevitable, yet it cannot shake the great ship that is DaXia. Now, please witness the Master of Ceremonies and the Grand Elder preside over the awarding ceremony. Awarding ceremony? This unexpected event left the students and faculty of the Beast Academy stunned. Even Chen Lingfeng looked puzzled. Solemn music played as the Master of Ceremonies took the microphone, his voice full of passion. A new era requires pioneers. By unanimous decision of the Purple Gold Pavilion, today we will hold an important appointment ceremony at the Beast Academy. Now, please welcome the former commander of the Wolf Fang Legion, the Wolf King, to the stage. Standing at the back, the Wolf King raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes, but his military instincts propelled him forward with a powerful stride. Wolf King, summon your spirit beast. With a wave of the Wolf King's hand, a thunderous roar erupted. The immense, flame-engulfed body of the fire wyvern filled the sky, its outstretched wings blotting out the sun. The journalists eagerly pressed their camera shutters, flashes going off in rapid succession. The Purple Gold Pavilion has decided to appoint the Wolf King as the commander of the Beast Legion, granting him the rank of 4-star general and appointing him as the leader of the DaXia Flying Dragon Corps. This solemn announcement made the towering Wolf King's eyes glisten with tears. He clenched his jaw and saluted sharply. The crowd erupted in excitement. 4-star general, Flying Dragon Corps leader. This fierce uncle has really soared to new heights. What an impressive fire wyvern. He's the first commander of DaXia's Beast Legion, an unparalleled honor. Why do I feel tears in my eyes listening to this stirring music? This isn't just Daxia's first Beast Legion, it's the world's first. We're witnessing history. The Grand Elder personally stepped forward, holding a meticulously crafted medal engraved with Daxia's mountains and rivers on one side, and a soaring dragon on the other. He heavily patted the Wolf King's shoulder, his voice deep and powerful. Commander Wolf King, this is not only your honor, but also your responsibility. May you bear the heavy burden, live up to the people, and live up to Daxia. Attention! Salute! Taking the medal with both hands, Chen Lingfeng's voice was firm and resolute. For Daxia's glory and prosperity. As his shout echoed, the scene seemed frozen in time. The fire wyvern let out a thunderous roar. The Wolf King held a dignified salute, and the Grand Elder's face beamed with satisfaction. The students from the Royal Beast Academy below the stage all had red eyes, their envious gazes fixed on this legend. After the Wolf King stepped down, the focus shifted to Chen Lingfeng. The Master of Ceremonies raised the microphone, his voice booming. Next, we will continue to award medals to those who will lead us into the era of beast mastery. Please welcome the Wind Element King, Yi Yujun. The crowd erupted, and all eyes turned to the astonished Yi Yujun. Even with scars still marring her face, her outstanding presence was undeniable. She quickly stood and approached the stage, waving her hand as the azure gold Gingjin Sword King whirled around her. That young girl acquired that treasure? No wonder her injuries were so severe, Chen Lingfeng remarked, a slight smile on his lips as he observed the azure gold Gungjin Sword King. Beside him, the Master of Ceremonies enthusiastically detailed the Lingfeng Sword King's attributes: dual element of metal and wind, silver rank, with a king-level training speed 5 times the norm, and possessing several powerful skills. Yi Yujun, Silver Beast Master, owner of the Spirit Beast Lingfeng Sword King, will lead our Daxia's Wind Element. Appointed, 5-star General. Awarded, Wind Element King. 5-star General? The dignitaries present looked in shock at the surprised Yi Yujun, then cast envious glances at Yitsong. Usually stern, Yitsong now wore a broad smile, full of paternal pride. The subsequent appointments followed. Mo Xiaochuan and his Ice Crystal Bone Dragon, appointed as the Dark Element King. Han Yudong with his Ice Crystal Spirit Fox, became the Ice Element King. Li Shan and his Earth-splitting Barbaric Bull, took on the role of Earth Element King. Bai Yinyun, partnered with the Thunder Cub, was named the Light Element King. The emergence of these 5 kings, alongside their powerful spirit beasts, electrified the audience and brought joy to the nation. This marked the first time in Daxia's history that 5 generals were appointed in one day, and the rise of these 5 silver beast masters instilled confidence in the public against the impending beast invasion. Finally, all eyes turned to Chen Lingfeng. The Master of Ceremonies raised the microphone high, announcing with excitement, "Now, please welcome our genius from Quancheng, Chen Lingfeng." In the Lotus Garden of Spring City, a family gathered in front of the television. Mr. and Mrs. Chen's hands trembled slightly with excitement as they stared intently at the screen. Their middle school-aged niece jumped up and down with enthusiasm. "Look, that's my brother. He's about to go on stage. Do you think he can become a 5-star general?" she asked innocently. Her uncle slapped his thigh in excitement. "Great. If Feng can become a general, our family's ancestors will surely be proud." He started planning. "We must have a grand celebration tonight." "No, just celebrating ourselves isn't enough. We need to go back to the village and let the whole community celebrate." At that moment, the solemn voice of the ceremonial host came from the television. "Chen Lingfeng, Spirit Beast Song Yin Ba Long, Gold Level." Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar followed. The majestic form of the Tsang Yin Ba Long instantly filled the entire hall, its fiery wings spreading wide, almost obscuring the entire space. The dragon's roar carried a force like a tidal wave, leaving the audience breathless, and even through the screen, viewers felt a suffocating pressure. "So cool," netizens exclaimed in the comments. "Is this the might of a dragon? I feel the pressure even through the screen. Why isn't it a 5-clawed golden dragon? Come on, a 5-clawed golden dragon is a divine beast level. Having a dragon-type spirit beast is already impressive. Gold level. Next up is King and Quasi-Divine. This is already the first in Daxia, the first in the world." Standing on the platform, Chen Lingfeng appeared calm, yet there was a hint of daze as he looked at the audience below. This scene was so similar to his past life, yet it came years earlier. In his memory, Daxia was once on the brink of danger, and it was then he was entrusted with a mission. Chen Lingfeng, appointment. The ceremonial host's voice rang out again. Supreme Commander of Daxia, Dean of the Beast Academy, awarded 6-star General. Honored as Protector of Daxia, Leader of the Beast Alliance. The entire hall erupted in astonishment. Even the high-ranking officials were left speechless. A 6-star General? They had never heard of such a rank. And Supreme Commander of Daxia, wasn't that akin to a Grand General in ancient times? In the Lotus Garden, the uncle's exclamation shook the entire building. "Amazing! Our ancestors truly must be proud." Supreme Commander of Daxia, Mr. and Mrs. Chun were already in tears. "Feng has made us proud. a 6-star general. The internet was flooded with exclamation marks, followed by countless expressions of amazement. This is the highest rank of general. He's the same age as me, both high school graduates, but now. The difference between people can sometimes be greater than the difference between people and dogs. The elder statesman slowly approached Chen Lingfeng, holding a medal with a solemn expression. Dean Chen, do you dare to accept this honor, this responsibility? Chen Lingfeng's eyes sharpened. He stood tall, saluted, and his voice was strong and resolute. For DaXia, I will do whatever it takes. I, Chen Lingfeng, vow to lead DaXia to the pinnacle, standing at the summit of the new era. DaXia, prosperity and strength. DaXia, prosperity and strength. DaXia, prosperity and strength. DaXia, prosperity and strength. The comment section was instantly filled with these 4 words, uniform and majestic. From cities to villages, from coastal areas to inland regions, cheers echoed across the entire land of DaXia. The name Chen Lingfeng not only shook DaXia, but also created a global sensation. Although the press conference had concluded, it was just the beginning. The DaXia government immediately launched a nationwide promotion plan, focusing on popularizing the basics of the spirit beast body refinement technique. Simultaneously, a strict population management policy was introduced requiring all non-DaXia residents to leave the country within a specified period. Internationally, the situation was even more turbulent. Countless foreigners scrambled to obtain DaXia citizenship, and some international tycoons were willing to pay exorbitant prices for it. However, the DaXia government remained firm, no exceptions. As soon as the official website of the Beastmaster Alliance went live, it received over 100 million visits, overwhelming the servers. The information department had to urgently expand server capacity to handle the unprecedented traffic. A prominent announcement on the site caught everyone's attention. The Beastmaster Academy would continue to enroll 1,000 new students from this year's college entrance exam candidates, based on the admission notices. Once the announcement was made, the comments section was flooded with millions of messages. I've packed my bags. Where's my admission letter? My beast mastery aptitude is 76. 76 is nothing. Mine is 77. Incredible, universities nationwide are making way for the Beast Master Academy. Some even joked, if anyone dares to steal an admission letter, they'll be surrounded by a legion in a minute, and their family history will be thoroughly investigated. In Sioux City, inside a coffee shop, Li Qian and her friend were leisurely sipping milk tea. They had already been accepted into Sioux City University. They were engrossed in admiring photos of Chen Lingfeng on their tablet. Wow, the dean is so handsome. I'd love to meet him in person, her friend exclaimed, making a cat-like sound that drew glances from nearby patrons. Li Qian rolled her eyes. The dean is such a high-ranking figure. It's not like we can meet him just because we want to. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the cafe. 10 security vehicles pulled up, and 10 fully armed security officers stepped out. 3 of them walked straight into the cafe, heading towards Li Qian. The 2 young women turned pale with fright, clutching each other's hands tightly. A security officer stood before them and solemnly said, Li Qian, congratulations on being selected by the Beastmaster Academy. Here is your admission notice. Are you willing to fight for DaXia? The entire cafe erupted into excitement. Oh my god, it's the Beastmaster Academy. This girl is so lucky. Quick, we need to get to know her. She's a future big shot. Faced with the officer's repeated question, are you willing? Li Qian, her hands trembling with excitement, firmly replied, yes, I am. I am willing to fight for DaXia. In the city of Quancheng, the city lord Kuan Yin put down the phone with a helpless smile. However, the phone rang again almost immediately, and he answered it reflexively. City Lord Zhang, I understand your situation, but I really don't have any more spots available. As for Dean Shun, I can't get in touch with him. His parents, well, they're not exactly available for me to meet right now. I'm truly sorry. This was already the 10th similar call that morning. Kuan Yin looked down at the scorching hot acceptance letter in his hand and sighed deeply. Son, I've done all I can. Now it's up to you. Although being the former residents of Chen Lingfeng did offer some privileges, it only extended to this one acceptance letter. How could he offer it to others? Meanwhile, in the Lianhua courtyard, Chen's father and mother were busier than ever. Since the video of Chen Lingfeng's award ceremony aired, relatives, classmates, and friends had been visiting non-stop, each bringing gifts. In just a few days, their modest home was overflowing with presents, even taking over Chen Lingfeng's room. The 2 elderly parents collapsed exhaustedly onto the sofa. What troubled them most was that every visitor invariably asked if they could help gain entry into the Royal Beast Academy. How could they disturb their son with such requests? Honey, Mrs. Chen said wearily, we need to move. We really can't live here any longer. You're right, Mr. Chen replied, rubbing his aching back. If this keeps up, these old bones of mine will fall apart. Just then, the doorbell rang, and the couple exchanged a look of alarm. After some hesitation, Mrs. Chen reluctantly got up and forced a professional smile as she opened the door. But when she saw the visitor, her smile froze. General Mo? Hearing this, Mr. Chen immediately jumped up from the sofa and hurried to the door. General Mo, what an honor to have you here. Please come in. Mo Qingtian smiled warmly. No need. I'm here to discuss something. You must have seen the broadcast of Dean Chen's award ceremony, right? Now that you are a meritorious family, DaXia has prepared a new residence for you, along with some other rewards. Seeing the elderly couple's expressions of surprise mixed with hesitation, Mo Qingtian spoke earnestly. Dean Chen is now the commander of DaXia. We need to ensure you are well settled so that he can devote himself fully to his duties. These words made the couple realize the importance of the situation, and they nodded solemnly. Mo Qingtian took full charge of the moving arrangements, and when they saw the luxurious villa with a swimming pool, along with a driver, housekeeper, and security guards, they were once again deeply astonished. On this day, a grand recruitment ceremony was unfolding across DaXia. At airports in various cities, rows of silver Dragon 1 fighter jets gleamed with a metallic sheen. On the streets, police cars led the way as buses filled with students followed closely. Inside the buses, young faces pressed against the windows, eyes sparkling with anticipation, while their accompanying parents were flushed with excitement. Chen Wu, are you willing to join the Beast Academy and fight for DaXia? I am willing. The resolute answer echoed through the sky. Huang Xiaodong, are you willing to join the Beast Academy and fight for DaXia? I am willing, came the voice filled with immense pride. Such conversations were happening all over the country. The selected students were just a drop in the ocean, numbering in the thousands. Those who weren't chosen were filled with regret, some even in tears. If Director Chen gave me another chance, I would definitely shout, I am willing. Online, students who weren't selected left comments. Stop dreaming. Who would dare say no to such an opportunity? Ugh, I practiced saying I am willing for days, but never got the chance to say it. At that moment, the Beast Academy announced major news. All students who reached the bronze level would be directly promoted to the second year and could live in the bronze dormitory, enjoying the benefits of bronze beast meat. The academy would reform the grade system, dividing students by strength. Bronze for second year, silver for third year, and those reaching gold could choose to graduate or stay on as instructors. Second-year students could choose their major field with guidance from the 5 great mentors, while others would be guided by regular teachers. Director Chen Lingfeng would personally lead the silver-level third-year students. This policy led to a mass promotion to the second year. Zhao Yu, Fang Qingxin, Lin Yu, Feng Baiyu, Zhang Qin, and others performed exceptionally well, with nearly all of the first batch of 800 students nearing the promotion standard. However, these students did not relax due to their promotion. Instead, they trained even harder to reach the silver level and become students of Chen Lingfeng, a supreme honor that would bring glory to their families. After spending a night at the Kunlun Hotel, the new batch of students took a cable car to the Beast Academy early in the morning. When the majestic gates of the academy came into view, many emotional students were moved to tears. Beast Academy, I, Huhan-san, have finally arrived. This is not a dream. I really made it to the Beast Academy. Seeing everything before them, the newcomers couldn't contain their excitement. Director Chen, I want to devote myself and become the master of all of you, a female student declared boldly with her hands on her hips. The parents present were equally moved, their eyes moist with emotion. Ahead, a group of senior students was already lined up, waiting, their gazes at the newcomers filled with a hint of amusement. Dear juniors, you have finally arrived. At the entrance of the Beast Taming Academy on the legendary Kunlun Mountain, the scene was bustling with people and vehicles. Hello, I'm Zhang Chong, a sophomore. A senior in the academy's uniform approached briskly. Let me help you with your luggage and show your mother around the campus. The entrance area was lively, with over 800 seniors skillfully scattered around, warmly welcoming the incoming freshmen. In less than half an hour, they had seamlessly attended to over 1,000 new students. Are you Li Qian? My name is Lin Yu. A handsome senior approached with a smile, followed by a blue frog spirit beast that effortlessly picked up the suitcase. Li Qian couldn't help but blush at the sight of the charming senior. Her mother nodded approvingly, saying, no wonder this is one of the world's top beast taming academies. The students here are truly impressive. This is your student token. Lin Yu handed Li Qian a token that glowed faintly. It doesn't have a level yet, but once you advance to a black iron beast tamer, you can bond with a spirit beast. There's also 100 credits inside as a welcome gift from the school. Li Qian accepted the token with both hands, while her mother beamed at Lin Yu, already seeing him as a potential son-in-law. Lin Yu, thank you so much for today. How about we give you some pocket money or treat you to a meal? A glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, but he maintained a humble demeanor. No need for pocket money. If you really insist, a few credits would be nice. That's easy. Li Qian, transfer 50 credits to Lin Yu, her mother said cheerfully. That evening, the freshmen lay in their dorms, eagerly chatting in a newly created group chat. The Beast Taming Academy is amazing, and the seniors are so kind and attractive. Totally. I gave the senior 60 credits. I gave 100. Suddenly, a timid question popped up in the chat. What exactly are credits used for? The entire chat fell silent. The senior mentioned buying things. The dorm group chat was buzzing with excitement as freshmen eagerly imagined the start of the new academic year. To them, the Beast Academy seemed like a paradise, a place where enthusiasm for learning was unparalleled in the world. However, this harmonious atmosphere was quickly disrupted. A message about the specific uses of credits exploded in the chat. Stop praising it. Credits are used to exchange for treasures. Materials needed for spirit beast evolution and magical beast meat all require credits. The person continued, I just saw on the official website that someone outside is willing to pay $10,000 for a single credit. The group fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a chorus of wails. 10,000 per credit? That's $500,000 for me. Senior, you're taking away my $1,000,000 dream. Just take my money. Why take my credits? Why must I, a freshman, endure such a blow? The entire freshman dorm area echoed with lamentations, causing senior students in the nearby black iron and bronze dorms to feel a bit guilty. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Li Qin was reporting the matter to Chen Lingfeng. Chen Lingfeng merely smiled faintly. A little setback is good. It helps them understand that society is not so simple. Li Qin nodded and then opened the tablet in her hand. Dean, the result for the terrain you were looking for is out at Songlong Mountain in Luocheng. This news sparked a rare flash of excitement in Chen Lingfeng's usually composed eyes. He carefully reviewed the information on the tablet, his expression shifting between solemn and relaxed, before abruptly looking up. Notify the Purple Gold Pavilion to immediately seal off 1,000 miles around Songlong Mountain. Fill the surroundings with dragon-type treasures, as many as there are available. This order caused a stir in the Purple Gold Pavilion. Is Songlong Mountain about to open a secret realm? Is such a large investment in dragon-type treasures worth it? Someone lamented. I was planning to form a dragon-type battalion, but it seems that's not happening now. However, given the significance, I must visit Songlong Mountain myself. The dean has never taken such drastic measures. The entire Luocheng was soon in an uproar. The city lord immediately ordered the evacuation of residents near Songlong Mountain and enforced a 1,000-mile lockdown. A massive military mobilization began on the roads, drawing curious glances and speculation from passers-by. Is Luocheng about to open a secret realm? Does this mean we'll soon be able to contract spirit beasts? Well, maybe not so soon, but at least it's a glimmer of hope. Beast Academy, headmaster's office. Yi Yujun strode into the office, her gaze landing on Chen Lingfeng, who stood by the window. I heard about the activity in Luo City, but I don't recall any secret realms there. Indeed, there's no major secret realm over there, Chen Lingfeng replied, turning around to pick up a tablet from his desk. He brought up an aerial view of Songlong Mountain and handed it to Yi Yujun. Look at the shape of this mountain. Yi Yujun took the tablet, frowning as she studied the image. Suddenly, she shuddered, gripping the tablet tightly. Songlong Mountain, Songlong. Is this the shape of the Great Xia Dragon? The Great Xia Dragon, is it really that? She looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with shock. Chen Lingfeng sipped his tea and nodded gently. It should be. But, wasn't it supposed to appear in the 5th year of the beast taming calendar? Has it already been born? Yi Yujun's voice trembled slightly. Chen Lingfeng set down his teacup and recounted briefly. In the 5th year of the beast taming calendar, a spirit beast not belonging to the spirit beast world emerged, standing against 2 demon gods and the firmament with quasi-divine strength. It gave Great Xia a chance to breathe and infused it with a soul. Yet, no one knew its origin, only its approximate location. Relying on memories from his past life, Chen Lingfeng finally pinpointed the ancient capital Luo City, rich in dragon energy, among the many dragon-related places. Facing Yi Yujun's question, he shook his head. Perhaps it has been born, perhaps not. We need to investigate personally. How's your injury? This little injury is nothing. Yi Yujun waved her hand nonchalantly. The important thing is that I found the little one and got the wind god's feather. With that, she summoned a small, young Qinghuan bird. The newborn Qinghuan was petite, covered in pale blue feathers, with eyes sparkling like sapphires. It timidly hid behind Yi Yujun, emitting soft, chirp-chirp sounds. Young Qinghuan. Category, Spirit Beast. Attribute, Wind type. Level, Black Iron. Potential, Quasi-Divine, 10 times cultivation speed. Skills, Breeze Strike Black Iron, Feather Glide Black Iron. Evolution path, Gale Qinghuan Blue Grade, Storm Qinghuan Blue Grade, Spirit Wind Qinghuan Blue Grade. This little one has great potential. Under your guidance, it should become stronger than in its past life, Chen Lingfeng remarked. Yes, I have a feeling it will soon advance to the gold level, Yi Yujun said, curiously eyeing Chen Lingfeng. What about you? When will you break through to king level? I'm still at a bottleneck, but it won't be long. Chen Lingfeng responded, standing up. Let's go investigate Songlong Mountain. A Longting 1 aircraft took off from Beast Academy, disappearing into the sky in an instant. Meanwhile, the new students were in their respective classrooms, attentively listening to their teachers explain the complexities of the spirit beast world. As the lessons progressed, they gradually realized that the spirit beast world was far more intricate than they had imagined. Competition, wars, bloodshed, and sacrifice, these realities left them on edge. At that moment, they all recalled Chen Lingfeng's words at the press conference. Less than 4 years remain until the invasion of the beasts. This sense of urgency burns like an invisible flame in the heart of every student at the Beast Taming Academy. Within the academic buildings, the sounds of training are incessant. Freshmen, drenched in sweat, are fully immersed in their practice. These prodigies, selected to join the academy, quickly exhibit astonishing talents. The first flash of beast taming power appears, followed by the second, the third. Witnessing this, the sophomores also increase their training pace. After all, in the Beast Taming Academy, strength is everything. The entire academy is enveloped in a thick atmosphere of training. Meanwhile, at the highest council of the Western Alliance, the atmosphere is so tense it seems almost tangible. In the meeting hall, representatives from major alliances are gathered, their faces etched with gravity. They have just witnessed their reporter's ordeal via live broadcast and are now awaiting the next course of action. Eagle, as the leader, what's your plan? The lion leader breaks the silence. The eagle leader casts a resentful glance and sighs. The current DaXia is beyond our control. With spirit beasts, their confidence is unprecedented. I've already instructed the Foreign Office to fully condemn them, and we'll need everyone's cooperation. Before he could finish, the short leader of the island nation stands abruptly. Having suffered heavy losses under the Bone Dragon King's attack, he could no longer hold back. Fight. We must fight this time. DaXia isn't taking us seriously. Even if you can endure it, leader, surely you can't. This nearly causes the eagle leader to faint from anger. Who says I can't endure? I absolutely can. The atmosphere in the meeting room shifts dramatically. The camel leader immediately raises a hand in support. I back the war. I'll provide the funds. You provide the manpower. We must make DaXia surrender the spirit beasts. They might withstand one alliance, but they can't withstand all of us. The meeting room erupts. I'll provide a fleet. I'll handle air support and missile support. The leaders exchange words, their eyes gleaming with greed. Finally, the eagle leader no longer hesitates, making a decisive call. Fight. The entire alliance will enter a state of war readiness. Let DaXia know who really rules this world. He glances around and continues. All foreign offices will immediately issue an ultimatum to DaXia, with a deadline of 1 week. If they still refuse to share the spirit beasts, then they are being dictatorial. For the stability of the world and the safety of all humanity, we have no choice. With the order given, the entire world springs into action. Multiple alliances sound the war alarms, munitions factories ramp up production, and squadrons of fighter jets take to the skies. When the Eagle announced its proclamation, the entire internet exploded. In light of the beast invasion, Eagle, Lion, Camel, Island, and over 60 other alliances unanimously demand DaXia share its spirit beast knowledge and spirit beasts. In the spirit of maintaining world peace, we hope DaXia prioritizes the welfare of all humanity. Should DaXia insist on its current course, we will be forced to resort to military action. In the hall of the Purple Gold Pavilion, the summons echoed 9 times, reverberating through every corner. High-ranking officials from various departments quickly gathered, each wearing a grave expression. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. The statement issued by Eagle Nation lay before them, and to the people of DaXia, this strongly worded document was nothing short of a declaration of war. Bang! Wang Kai slammed the table, his face flushed with anger. These dogs finally show some backbone. It's about time my beast army sees some action. Mo Qingtian remained silent, but the aura of killing intent around him spoke volumes. The battle readiness in his eyes showed he was more than ready to fight. The 4 generals were restless, their years of restraint making them eager to take up arms. Calm down, all of you. The Grand Elder rubbed his temples. DaXia does not fear battle, but we don't need unnecessary conflicts. The priority is to enhance our strength. Upon hearing this, the 4 generals reluctantly settled down. The head of logistics agreed. If war breaks out, our plans will be delayed by at least 1 to 2 years. The loss of time is more painful than the loss of resources and ammunition. The head of construction nodded in agreement. If war erupts, not only will the construction of the steel coastline halt, but it may also be damaged. That's the most pressing issue. Are we supposed to share our spiritual beast knowledge with them? Absolutely not. Wang Kai protested angrily. The Grand Elder decisively rejected the idea. We can share the knowledge of spiritual beasts, but the beasts themselves are non-negotiable. We must first be responsible to our own people. For a moment, the meeting reached an impasse. Everyone's eyes turned to Chen Lingfeng, who appeared calm and composed. Dean Chen, Commander Chen, what are your thoughts this time? Ever since Chen Lingfeng appeared, he had been a pillar of stability, always able to resolve crises. Chen Lingfeng slowly rose, his voice calm, yet authoritative. As I've said before, if they want to fight, we'll oblige. Whether it's one alliance or dozens, DaXia can handle it. Let's just hope they don't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirits of the four generals were lifted, and they stood up simultaneously. The Grand Elder looked at Chen Lingfeng, his eyes showing a complex expression, before finally breaking into a carefree smile. It seems I'm getting old. Commander Chen, this battle is yours. Chen Lingfeng stood at attention and saluted, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Under his watchful eye, everyone straightened their backs. Orders. His voice was firm and commanding. Diplomatic department, respond internationally. If you offend DaXia, no matter how far, you will be punished. Yes. The head of diplomacy responded energetically, standing up. Military department, immediately mobilize resources, fully support the coastline, and prepare for combat. Yes. East Garrison and South Garrison, lead 1,000,000 troops and the Beast Army to prepare for battle. Mo Qingtian and Chun Nan were overjoyed at the order and immediately stood up to respond loudly. Meanwhile, the North and West Garrison generals showed signs of dissatisfaction. Someone was about to speak to Lingfeng Chun, but a sharp look from him stopped them in their tracks. Chun turned to the head of the information department, his voice steady and commanding. Order the information department to announce nationwide. In 3 days, at Longshan in Luo City, we will livestream the dragon's rise in DaXia. The head of the information department sprang to attention and saluted. Yes, sir. As soon as the news broke, the entire DaXia went into overdrive. Particularly online, the provocative message from Eagle Nation demanding the sharing of spirit beasts had spread globally, causing a massive uproar. Damn it! How dare the Western Alliance bully the great DaXia? Sharing spirit beasts? What a joke. We don't even have them ourselves yet. Brothers, be ready at all times. We must stand up to this. Online, the outcry was relentless. Some called for peace, while others advocated for a tough stance. Amidst the heated debate, the Department of Foreign Affairs released a brief but powerful statement. Against a backdrop of a blood-red flag, 8 bold characters stood out. Offend DaXia, and we will retaliate, no matter how far. At that moment, DaXia was ablaze with fervor. This is our alliance. From now on, I'm enlisting. Fight for this land. Countless passionate young people emerged from all corners academies, factories, office buildings. They flocked to recruitment centers, declaring to the world through their actions, DaXia will never back down. The scene stunned the globe. In the headquarters of Eagle Nation, the leader's office echoed with the sound of shattering glass and furious roars. Damn DaXia. Even when given a way out, they refuse. In 7 days, we must go to war. The Lion, Camel, Island Nation, White Elephant, and other major alliances mobilized their forces as well, with millions of troops gathering at the borders, and the roar of warplanes filling the air. Meanwhile, the people of DaXia turned their attention to the latest announcement from the Information Department. In 3 days, a nationwide livestream. The leader of the Beast Alliance and DaXia's guardian, Principal Chun, will lead the nation in witnessing the dragon's rise in DaXia. The announcement from the Information Bureau was nothing short of an earthquake of magnitude 8. As soon as the news broke, it caused a massive stir not just in DaXia, but around the world. Online, the public's reaction was nothing less than explosive. DaXia is on the rise. I'm pumped. Is the Alliance going to distribute spirit beasts to everyone? Not sure what's happening, but DaXia is definitely impressive. These 3 days of waiting feel longer than the journey from the South Pole to the North Pole. Meanwhile, the response from countries around the world was equally intense. In the leader's office of Eagle Nation's White City, the sleep-deprived leader was furiously questioning the Information Bureau staff. After all this investigation, what have you found out? What is DaXia planning this time? I want results in 3 days. The atmosphere in the island nation's prime minister's office was just as tense. Having been jittery since the Bone Dragon incident, the prime minister was now hysterically shouting, "Find out immediately what DaXia is up to." The response from the Bear Alliance was quite different. A heated discussion was underway in their headquarters. DaXia may have spirit beasts, but it's a target now, the risk. Helping them now could be more beneficial than joining the bandwagon later. Aligning with them might usher us into the era of beast mastery ahead of others. But can we withstand the pressure from other alliances? The burly bear leader crossed his arms under his chin, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. Finally, he decisively declared, "Foreign Affairs, contact DaXia immediately. We will join their camp. Military Affairs, prepare 1,000,000 troops to support DaXia." When the head of the Military Affairs expressed concern, the bear leader sneered. "You still don't understand this, old friend. DaXia never fights a battle without confidence. Just because they've been low-key doesn't mean they're easy to bully. Execute the orders." 3 days passed in a flash, and the live broadcast on the Information Bureau's official website began on time. The screen was instantly filled with a barrage of comments. "The moment we've been waiting for is finally here. I even quit my job for this broadcast. These past 3 days have felt like an eternity." On the screen, a tall figure appeared before everyone. It was Chen Lingfeng, dressed in white. exuding competence and charm with every move. Behind him, the Dragon Legion led by the Wolf King stood in perfect formation, exuding an extraordinary aura. If the Wolf Fang Legion previously evoked a sense of ferocity, it now exudes an aura of imposing authority without anger. Around Songlong Mountain, the Luoqing security office's forces have established a tight defensive line, encircling the entire peak. High above, drones transmit this spectacular scene in real time to the viewing devices of world leaders. Dressed in a bright host outfit, Xiao Sa stands on site, enthusiastically starting the broadcast. Hello, everyone. Yes, it's me, Xiao Sa. Today, I'll be guiding you all to witness what Director Chen called the Great Xia's Rising Dragon. The drone camera slowly pans up, focusing on Chen Lingfeng. Xiao Sa suddenly exclaims in awe. Oh my. Director Chen just glanced over here. That look back was simply breathtaking. And he's only just graduated from high school. The on-site audience begins to murmur among themselves. This is Songlong Mountain on the outskirts of Luoqing. If there really is a secret realm, would we be able to watch it live? Probably not. The authorities must have considered this if they're broadcasting live. At this moment, Chen Lingfeng is gazing at the winding mountain range before him. He closes his eyes, a pure white light emanating from around him. 10 minutes later, he suddenly opens his eyes, his gaze sharp as a sword. It's right ahead. Dragon Legion, prepare for action. With a dragon's roar, the figure of the Flame Dominator Dragon appears before Chen Lingfeng. Following that, members of the Dragon Legion summoned their fire wyverns, creating a spectacular scene of fire dragons swirling in the sky. Chen Lingfeng leaps gracefully, landing steadily on the back of the Flame Dominator Dragon. The Dragon Legion forms a precise circular formation in the air, protecting Chen Lingfeng at the center. At this point, the audience is astonished to discover. Wait, look! The shape of Songlong Mountain is actually a giant dragon. In the Zijing Hall, various leaders are eagerly discussing. Could this be a dragon-type secret realm? If so, Great Xia is indeed set to rise like a dragon. Someone turns to the Grand Elder, seeking his opinion. The Grand Elder's eyes shine with wisdom as he slowly speaks. Perhaps it's not a dragon-type spirit beast. In Luo City, atop Songlong Mountain, the mighty body of the Azure Flame Dragon hovered in midair, with Chen Lingfeng standing confidently, his gaze sharp and penetrating. 99 soldiers of the Flying Dragon Legion stood in orderly formation, each holding a pitch-black safe, awaiting orders. Open! At Chen Lingfeng's command, the safes opened in unison, instantly flooding the area with dazzling light. The dragon's tooth emitted a chilling silver glow, the dragon bloodstone shone with a deep red gleam, the demon dragon feather sparkled with a rainbow of colors, and the fire dragon heart pulsed with a fiery golden light. 96 dragon-related treasures were neatly arranged by grade. 39 in black iron, 29 in bronze, 19 in silver, and 9 in gold. The ordinary citizens were left in awe, while the students in the Beast Academy's auditorium were in a frenzy. The ceiling almost shook with the thunderous clamor as students, wide-eyed, stared at the large screen, their excited discussions echoing continuously. All dragon treasures. So many. That's the Azure Dragon Grass. A golden-level treasure. The Fire Dragon Heart. That's a top-tier dragon treasure. Where did the dean get so many dragon treasures? Did he empty out the entire Great Xia? The 5 great kings were equally astounded. Yi Yujun watched Chen Lingfeng intently, deep in thought. Beside him, Mo Xiaochuan exclaimed in surprise. King Yi, what is the dean planning? Even when the Fire Dragon Cavern was opened, there weren't this many treasures. But the most shocking part was yet to come. With a wave of Chen Lingfeng's hand, the last 3 safes flew to designated flying dragon soldiers. As the lids were lifted, 3 beams of light shot into the sky, almost blinding the spectators' king-level treasures. The Purple Gold Hall and the Beast Academy erupted in exclamations. Chen Lingfeng began to cast a spell, and the beast-controlling power at the pinnacle of gold level surged like a tide, shrouding the sky in white mist. His hands moved so swiftly in forming seals that only afterimages were visible, as the energies of the 99 treasures wove into a multicolored net in the heavens, with the sound of dragon roars echoing endlessly. Then, Chen Lingfeng's authoritative voice resounded through the skies. Songlong Mountain, a place of hidden dragons, a resting place for dragon souls. The vast lands and rivers, the ancestors buried in this land, the soldiers who shed their blood for this land, the emperors who returned their souls to Great Xia. I know you can hear my voice. Please forgive my disturbance, for a great calamity is approaching. Within, foreign powers covet us, and outside, magical beasts are about to invade. Today, in the name of the Great Xia's guardian spirit, I summon the dragon soul of Great Xia. Chen Lingfeng's voice thundered like a clap of lightning, resonating across the skies of Great Xia. Every word was distinctly audible, echoing from Songlong Mountain to every corner of the nation. Great Xia condenses the dragon soul. The dragon soul gathers the dragon god. Rise for me. Great Xia's dragon soars. At that moment, the live stream's comment section froze. Countless viewers watched Chen Lingfeng on screen, tears streaming down their faces, as if they were witnessing the embodiment of hope. Across the country, awe-inspiring scenes unfolded simultaneously. In classrooms, teachers with reddened eyes stood abruptly, raising their fists high. On the streets, passers-by stopped in unison, facing towards Luoqing, standing still. In military zones, kneeling soldiers stood up in unison, solemnly saluting the distance. On construction sites, workers drenched in sweat laid down their tools, standing tall and proud. Summon the dragon soul, Great Xia's dragon soars. This slogan echoed continuously over Great Xia, from cities to villages, from mountain peaks to sea corners. The collective voice of the people formed an earth-shattering roar, determined to tear apart the gloomy sky. At this moment, regardless of gender, age, status, or rank, they shared a single identity: people of Great Xia. 5,000 years of civilization, countless trials and tribulations, have never broken the backbone of Great Xia. The indomitable will to triumph over adversity has forged the unyielding dragon soul of Great Xia. Energy, like countless stars, converged on Songlong Mountain, intertwining with the power of the dragon treasures. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Lingfeng channeled this immense energy into the dragon head of the Songlong Mountain range. Although this power could pierce through space itself, it could not shake the slightest bit of this mountain range. Having completed the ritual, Chen Lingfeng was pale, needing to support himself on the horn of the Zhangyan overlord dragon to stand. Yet his gaze remained fixed below, silently calling out in his heart, "Golden Dragon, it was our fault in a past life that your awakening was delayed. Now, can you hear Great Xia's call? Awaken!" Songlong Mountain began to shake violently, causing the entire Luoqing to tremble. Yet no one panicked. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the live broadcast, silently chanting in their hearts, "Awaken!" The moment the energy fully dissipated, an ancient dragon's roar echoed across the sky. This roar seemed to resonate directly with the soul of every Great Xia citizen, creating a sense of shared bloodline and unity. Songlong Mountain emitted a brilliant golden light, spreading from the dragon's head to its body and tail. Everyone watched intently, afraid to miss a single detail. Another dragon's roar, and the golden light enveloped Songlong Mountain suddenly came to life. With a powerful tremor, a colossal figure soared into the sky. A serpent's body, a deer's antlers, an eagle's claws, a fish's scales. Its golden armor glistened under the sun, like a deity adorned in splendor. It stood proudly in the sky, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty, as if all things were under its dominion. The sudden appearance of a golden dragon shook the entire Great Xia. High above Songlong Mountain, a massive golden dragon soared into the sky, its scales gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Inside the Zijing Hall, all the leaders stood up in unison, tears streaming down their faces. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Great Xia finally has its own spirit beast. The internet erupted instantly. Countless netizens excitedly posted, "This is not just a spirit beast, it is the divine beast of our Great Xia, a spiritual symbol of Chinese civilization for thousands of years." The screen was flooded with comments full of pride and emotion. Meanwhile, the leaders of major Western alliances watched with grave expressions. Through satellite images, they observed the golden figure stretched across the eastern sky, gritting their teeth. Why can Great Xia summon a spirit beast while we cannot? This question echoed in their minds repeatedly. The Western allied forces quickly responded. Armies that were poised to strike quietly withdrew, and diplomatic departments hastily deleted their hardline statements from the past few days. The Bear Legion, which had reached the border of Great Xia, now stood awkwardly, unsure whether to advance or retreat. On Songlong Mountain, Chen Lingfeng was staring into the giant dragon eyes. The golden dragon's presence was as heavy as a mountain, but he stood tall and unyielding. "Descendant, thank you for your call." The dragon's voice resonated directly in Chen Lingfeng's mind. "I am aware of Great Xia's situation. Now, it's time for me to contribute." The golden dragon soared into the air, its scales falling like golden rain, each transforming into a golden spirit beast egg. The dragon's voice echoed in the hearts of every person in Great Xia. "I am the golden dragon of Great Xia. Today, I established the golden dragon secret realm. Those of Great Xia's bloodline can find their fortune here." After a thunderous dragon roar, the golden dragon dove down, transforming back into Songlong Mountain. The sky cleared as if the anomaly had been just a dream. However, the entrance to the secret realm, glowing with golden light, confirmed the reality of it all. In its final moments before disappearing, the dragon spoke directly to Chen Lingfeng. "Descendant, I will sleep. Come to the center of the secret realm. There awaits my gift for you." Chen Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with determination as he immediately mounted his fierce dragon, Song Yin, diving into the secret realm before anyone could react. The Zijing Pavilion promptly ordered the live broadcast to be terminated and dispatched a regiment, including over 1,000 beast soldiers, to secure the entire Songlong mountain area tightly. This will become the greatest trump card for DaXia. The live stream abruptly ended, plunging the screen into darkness. Countless viewers immediately erupted across various platforms, lamenting, "Why did it end so soon? What's inside the Golden Dragon's secret realm? Are those golden lights spirit beast eggs? I want to see Chen Lingfeng again." However, more rational voices quickly emerged, saying, "This concerns DaXia's secrets. We're lucky to have seen so much." Inside the Golden Dragon's secret realm, an entirely different world unfolded before Chen Lingfeng. The sky was enveloped in a golden glow, presenting an awe-inspiring scene as if the heavens and earth were being created anew. The previously fierce flame dragon now behaved like a meek kitten, obediently landing on the ground, not daring to take another step forward. This was the effect of the golden dragon's majesty. Golden scales drifted down from the sky, mesmerizing all who beheld them. Some transformed into shimmering spirit beast eggs, while others blossomed into brilliant golden flowers. Chen Lingfeng's gaze was captivated by a particular golden dragon egg. Name: Golden Dragon Egg. Category: DaXia Exclusive Spirit Beast. Attribute: True Dragon. Level: Black Iron. Quality: Gold. Cultivation Speed: 4x. Skills: Golden Flash Black Iron, Dragon's Majesty Black Iron. Evolution Path: Little Golden Dragon Green Grade. The attributes of these Golden Dragon eggs were astounding. Not only were they marked as DaXia Exclusive Spirit Beasts, but they also possessed true dragon bloodlines, with combat power far surpassing ordinary spirit beasts. What shocked Chen Lingfeng even more was that all the golden dragon eggs in sight had golden quality, and as he ventured deeper, even king-level beings began to appear. "I see," Chen Lingfeng mused. In the previous life, the golden dragon's secret realm never appeared, and the golden dragon never fell into slumber. Clearly, everything before his eyes had consumed a great deal of the golden dragon's efforts. Soon, he arrived at the peak of a golden mountain at the heart of the realm. There, a pool of azure water was adorned with 6 golden lotuses, surrounded by 5 golden dragon eggs that astonishingly reached quasi-divine quality, capable of rivaling divine-level spirit beasts. At the center, on the largest golden lotus, rested an exceptionally large golden dragon egg. When Chen Lingfeng saw the attributes of this golden dragon egg, his usual composure gave way to wide-eyed astonishment. The quality of this egg far exceeded that of his flame dragon, considering the flame dragon had divine quality, with a training speed of only 40x even with divine treasures. Yet, the attributes of this golden dragon egg far surpassed that boundary. The attributes of the golden dragon egg instantly appeared before Chen Lingfeng's eyes. DaXia's exclusive spirit beast, true dragon level, with black iron potential. This golden dragon egg boasts a staggering cultivation speed 50 times that of a true god. Although it currently has no skills, it has already inherited 2 black iron level skills, Thunderstorm and Golden Scale Guardian, along with the divine grade inheritance of the Golden Dragon Guardian. Even more astonishing, it carries the bloodline of a true god, the Golden Dragon Destroyer of Worlds, with an evolutionary path progressing from a small golden dragon to a gold dragon. Chen Lingfeng's eyes burned with excitement. The egg's exceptional quality had reached a level he had never heard of, true god level, with the addition of 2 divine grade skills, one even at the true god level. Without hesitation, he leaped into the deep pool, embracing the golden dragon egg tightly, and immediately released his beast taming power to form a contract seal. Roar! At the moment the contract was sealed, a beam of golden light shot through the sky, accompanied by an earth-shattering, yet youthful dragon roar. Chen Lingfeng looked down in delight to see fine cracks spreading across the surface of the egg in his arms. The spiritual energy of the entire secret realm seemed to be summoned, forming a massive vortex converging on the eggshell. This astonishing phenomenon not only appeared within the secret realm, but also sent a golden light piercing the heavens. The flying dragon legion circling above was thrown into disarray by the overwhelming pressure, with a faint dragon chant echoing across the sky. Those with sub-dragon bloodlines trembled like startled birds, dropping to the ground in submission. This scene not only stunned the flying dragon legion, but also left the onlookers in the Zijing Pavilion speechless. The golden light persisted for half an hour before gradually fading, revealing Chen Lingfeng, who now held a golden token adorned with a lifelike golden dragon emblem. Chen Lingfeng looked up at the drone hovering above and calmly issued a command. Generals of the 4 major military districts and the Zijing Legion General, assemble. This simple command caused an uproar in the Zijing Hall. Wang Kai and Yitsong's eyes lit up, and they rushed out of the door, eager not to miss a great opportunity. General Li Jing of the Zijing Legion hesitated for a moment, then turned to the elder. "Go on, that kid's about to share the spoils." The elder nodded with a smile. Li Jing saluted and quickly followed. On the southeastern coast, Imo Qingtian and Shun Nan, who were preparing for battle, were taken aback by the news, then shouted, "Prepare Dragon, Soar number 1." Before the words were out, they couldn't wait for their subordinates and personally launched the fighter jet into the sky. In less than 10 minutes, the 5 supreme generals of DaXia were lined up neatly in front of Chen Lingfeng, their eyes filled with anticipation as they spoke in unison. "Commander Chen." If this scene were broadcast, it would surely shock everyone. These were the 5 generals commanding the East, South, West, and North, now standing at attention like ordinary soldiers. After returning the salute, Chen Lingfeng got straight to the point. In the center of the secret realm, on the Golden Lotus, there's a quasi-divine golden dragon egg. Go and form a contract with it. "Hey, quasi-divine golden dragon egg? You want us to contract with it?" The 5 generals couldn't hide their astonishment. "Commander Chen, is this really okay?" The 5 generals stood before the golden dragon egg, their eyes filled with shock and hesitation. They exchanged glances, their voices trembling with disbelief. Meanwhile, the influential figures watching the live broadcast in the purple gold hall felt a pang of envy. Why these 5 veteran generals? This is a near-divine golden dragon egg, they all thought in unison. Why not let the 5 heavenly kings form a contract? The Grand Elder gazed at Chen Lingfeng, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He had already seen through the young commander's intention's sincere patriotic heart. The 5 generals calmed their initial excitement, their eyes reflecting complex emotions. "Commander, we must respectfully decline this order." "Oh." Chen Lingfeng looked surprised. "Why?" Wang Kai stepped forward with a wry smile. "Commander, we old fellows are well aware of our own abilities. We're good for leading troops, but receiving such a divine creature makes us uneasy. The 5 heavenly kings are more suitable than us." Mo Qingtan nodded emphatically, sighing. "Though the opportunity is tempting, it should be given to the younger generation. We are getting old. The future belongs to them." The other 3 didn't speak, but their unwavering expressions said it all. Chen Lingfeng was initially taken aback, but then he solemnly saluted the 5 men. "The nation is fortunate to have you." His voice was firm and powerful. "Go on. The 5 heavenly kings each have their own paths to follow. You are the pillars of our nation, upholding its backbone. If not to you, then to whom should this golden dragon be given?" In his final statement, Chen Lingfeng's tone was filled with undeniable authority. "Wolf King, present." The Wolf King stepped forward excitedly, standing at attention. "Gather all the soldiers of the Flying Dragon Corps to prepare for the Golden Dragon contract. 500 in total." "Understood." General Li Jing. Chen Lingfeng handed over a token. "This is the key to the Golden Dragon's secret realm. Although there are many Golden Dragon eggs, remember to proceed gradually. Stop the contracts after 1,000. The Golden Dragon Corps of our nation will dominate the world under your command." "Yes, sir." With that, the mighty flame dragon carried Chen Lingfeng into the skies. The generals watched his departing figure, saluting with tears in their eyes. The influential figures in the purple gold hall fell into silence, their expressions complex. "Grand Elder, I finally understand what you meant by a heartfelt patriotic spirit." The scene at Songlong Mountain quickly spread across the globe through the internet. As the major Western alliances released their statements, the pride of the people reached its peak. "Eagle Nation. Our long-standing friendship with this nation is appreciated. We thank them for sharing their knowledge of spirit beasts and look forward to deeper exchanges." Camel Nation. This nation is the most peace-loving alliance. We adore their products and spirit beasts, and we are grateful for their shared knowledge. Lion Nation. Our friendly relations with this nation continue, and we look forward to deeper exchanges in spirit beast knowledge. Elephant Nation. Mighty and majestic. This nation is our model. Island Nation. Island Nation. Did you steal my line? Suddenly, like a spring breeze overnight, 1,000 trees bloom with summer flowers. The global landscape is quietly shifting, with a wave of enthusiasm for learning Xia culture sweeping the world. Although it remains a scenario of one superpower and many strong countries, the crown of superpower has slipped from the head of the Eagle Nation. In a Xia community within Eagle Nation, smoke drifts in front of old Zhang's noodle shop. He and the owners of the 2 neighboring stores squat at the entrance, the glow of their cigarettes flickering in the twilight. Through the smoke, their worried faces are clearly visible. These Eagle people are too much. Mr. Wang takes a deep drag on his cigarette. "Yesterday, a customer from the Lion Country wanted to buy my store, but they chased him away." Mr. Li sighs. "I also want to leave, to give up this lousy shop. But with kids at home to feed and a bedridden mother, if I can't sell the store, how will I support them?" Old Zhang silently presses his cigarette, but into his calloused palm, leaving a small scar among the rough lines. Who would willingly leave their homeland? But with the Great Xia's evacuation order, they must sell their shops and return home. "Damn, they're coming again." Old Zhang suddenly stands up as a group approaches in the distance. The 3 quickly discard their cigarettes, grabbing baseball bats hidden behind the door, watching the newcomers tensely. What happens next, however, feels like a dream to them. "Mr. Zhang, put the bat down. We're here to talk business." The leader, a man in a suit, smiles warmly. You mentioned 300,000? That's too low. I'll offer 500,000, and let's be friends. 500,000? That's stingy. Another interjects. I'll give 600,000, Mr. Zhang. I'm with the Seth Group. We're friends whenever you visit Eagle Nation. 70,000. A third person shouts eagerly. More people rush forward. Mr. Wang, I'll take your restaurant for 500,000. Mr. Li, I'm very interested in your art shop. How about 1 million? The three are dumbfounded. Are these really the fierce Eagle Nation people? In a daze, contracts are signed and transfers completed. Staring at the numbers flashing on his phone, old Zhang pinches his face hard. Have these Eagle people lost it? Why are they so eager to please a humble chef like me? Old Zhang mutters to himself. Whatever, let's hurry back to Great Xia. Only upon returning to their homeland and learning of recent major events do the three finally understand. Watching the news, their eyes fill with tears, and their clenched fists tremble slightly. Long live Great Xia. May it prosper forever. Meanwhile, at the Beast Academy, Chen Lingfeng rides the Azure Flame Dragon swiftly into the dedicated training room. He doesn't have time to inform the Five Kings or notify Li Qin, as the surging beast power within him is becoming hard to suppress. The feedback power from the hatching of the little golden dragon is far more overwhelming than he anticipated. He thought breaking through to the king level would take more time, but the moment has arrived much sooner than expected. In the training room, Chen Lingfeng sits cross-legged, the beast power within him surging wildly with the operation of the body tempering technique. Crack! Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed through the silent cultivation room. Immediately, an unprecedented whirlwind of spiritual energy swept across the entire beast taming academy, causing the clouds in the sky to gather towards the center, forming a massive funnel-shaped vortex. This eerie force seemed to be draining all the spiritual energy from Mount Kunlun. The students who were in the midst of their practice opened their eyes in panic. What's happening? All the spiritual energy is gone, someone exclaimed. More students rushed out of the cultivation room, gathering on the field, looking up at the ominous vortex in the sky. The five great kings arrived upon hearing the news, each with a different expression. Yi Yujun furrowed her brows, staring intently at the center of the vortex, where the headmaster Chen Lingfeng's cultivation room was located. Sister Yi, what's going on? Bai Yinyun asked cautiously. Yi Yujun sighed softly. Brother Feng is attempting to break through to the king realm. What? The headmaster is advancing to the king level. The students around erupted in astonishment. Seeing Mo Xiaochuan's excited expression, Yi Yujun continued to explain. The path to becoming a king is extremely arduous. Brother Feng must not only face the challenges of heaven and earth, but also pave the way for future generations. Isn't this like the tribulation in cultivation novels? Mo Xiaochuan suddenly realized, his eyes lighting up. Han Yudong was about to refute, but Yi Yujun nodded in agreement. That's right. Advancing to the king level indeed involves facing the trial of heavenly thunder. But don't worry, Brother Feng will pave the way for those who come after. Meanwhile, at the Zijin Hall, various leaders were discussing the Golden Dragon's secret realm. The head of the astronomical department suddenly interjected. There's an anomaly at the Beast Taming Academy, a disturbance in the heavens and earth. What is Chen Lingfeng up to this time? The Grand Elder blurted out. Through live satellite footage, they witnessed an even more astonishing scene. The entire Mount Kunlun was enveloped by a gigantic vortex of spiritual energy, as if it were about to be completely consumed by this force. After urgently contacting the Beast Taming Academy, the truth they learned made everyone gasp in shock. A pioneer of the world was about to emerge. A true king was on the brink of rising, and this process would be accompanied by the most terrifying trial of heavenly thunder. In the depths of the Kunlun Mountains lies the Beast Taming Academy. A fierce cyclone, infused with spiritual energy, whirled violently in the sky, forming a massive vortex. Students on the playground looked up in awe, speechless. Inside the Zijing Hall, everyone held their breath, anxiously watching the spectacle unfold. Boom. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still. The swirling cyclone suddenly dissipated, replaced by a vast expanse of dark clouds. Above the cloud layer, a network of lightning flickered intensely, turning the daylight over Kunlun Mountain into night within minutes. Residents of Jimyu City gazed at the unusual weather phenomenon, engaging in lively discussions. The weather forecast didn't mention rain, did it? With such huge clouds and lightning, could it be a beast uprising? Soon, when they realized the phenomenon was coming from the direction of the Beast Taming Academy, they waved it off with ease. Oh, it's just the Academy doing their thing again. We're used to it. This city, famous for the Beast Taming Academy, even had its hotels fully booked by influencers drawn to its reputation, making it more popular than any tourist attraction. At this moment, those at the Academy under the looming dark clouds felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The headmaster is out." Chen Lingfeng appeared, standing effortlessly in midair, though his Zhongyan overlord dragon was absent. The students erupted in excitement. The headmaster can actually fly. He's reached the heavenly king realm. Adoring eyes were fixed on the figure in the sky, like a deity. The people in Zijing Hall watched in awe, exclaiming, "This is the power of a heavenly king, a true earthly immortal." Someone worriedly asked, "Can the headmaster survive the lightning tribulation?" Another quickly retorted, "Are you kidding? There's no tribulation the headmaster can't overcome." Rumble. With Chen Lingfeng's appearance, thunder dragons formed within the rolling clouds, descending with terrifying energy that shook the very space. The Sanyan Overlord Dragon immediately spread its wings to protect its master, while the Chaos Spirit Fox leaped up, creating a shield woven from multiple energies. The first 5 lightning strikes were successfully neutralized by the combined efforts of the 2 spirit beasts, bringing a sigh of relief to everyone. However, when the 6th strike descended, the dual protection shattered instantly. The lightning struck directly at the Sanyan Overlord Dragon, driving it into the ground. The Chaos Spirit Fox, seeing this, bared its small fangs, first standing on end, ready to rush forward to assist. With a wave of his hand, Chen Lingfeng dispelled the Sanyan Overlord Dragon, turning it into a white light that vanished into the void. This sudden change tightened the hearts of everyone present. "Not good. The Dean is in danger," someone exclaimed. Even the Sanyan Overlord Dragon couldn't withstand it. Just as the crowd was about to rush forward, Yi Yujun's icy voice froze them in place. "Stop right there," Yi Yujun said, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "A heavenly king-level lightning tribulation is beyond even my ability to withstand." Her words carried a deep sense of powerlessness, not due to a lack of willingness to help Chen Lingfeng, but because the gap in strength was too vast. In this world of beast tamers, anyone who rushed forward would only become cannon fodder. The people in the Zijin Hall were like ants on a hot pan, anxiously stomping their feet. The 6th lightning strike couldn't even be stopped by the Sanyan Overlord Dragon. How will he handle the last 3? Why aren't the beast taming academy people helping? The Dean mustn't come to harm. The great elder raised a hand to signal for silence, pressing his fingers lightly to his temples. Lingfeng has never fought a battle he wasn't sure of winning. Trust him. At that moment, Chen Lingfeng's actions made everyone gasp. Didn't summon any spirit beasts, but instead clenched his fist and, filled with fighting spirit, charged directly at the head of the lightning dragon. This is too reckless," the crowd exclaimed in shock. "That's flesh and blood, not a dragon's body." Boom. Amidst a deafening roar, the 7th lightning strike shattered. Chen Lingfeng remained standing in the sky, though his white robe was now tattered from the lightning. "Taking it heated is still a bit tough," Chen Lingfeng murmured, his eyes flashing with determination. "Let's try this move." He suddenly spread his arms wide, and the power of beast taming surged around him. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky as a golden dragon's phantom appeared, encircling him. "Golden Dragon's protection." The audience erupted. "It's the great Xia Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon is protecting the Dean." "No, the Dean has contracted the Golden Dragon. It's a shared divine skill." The 8th lightning strike crashed down, but only caused ripples on the surface of the Golden Dragon. The 9th strike followed, and the Golden Dragon's phantom roared defiantly, unleashing the formidable power of a true dragon. At the moment the 2 forces collided, the entire Kunlun mountain trembled violently, and even people far away in Jemu City felt the earthquake-like vibrations. Golden and blue lights intertwined to form a dazzling celestial curtain, and the powerful energy waves forced everyone to close their eyes. When the dark clouds dispersed, the sky returned to its clear state. On the Kunlun Mountains, the thunderstorm passed quickly. As the world returned to clarity in an instant, a dazzling light appeared above the summit, drawing everyone's gaze. "The Dean is over there," someone exclaimed, pointing to the center of the light. "He's glowing. Is he about to ascend right here and now?" Chen Lingfeng stood bathed in golden light, exuding an overwhelming presence. The students around him were stunned, with some so excited they stamped their feet. "Oh my god, I feel like I'm seeing a real immortal." Yi Yujun stood among the crowd, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Whether in past lives or this one, you are always the pioneer of the great Xia." At that moment, Mo Xiaochuan and others suddenly felt the power of beast mastery within them flow more smoothly, as if a long-standing obstruction had been cleared. In the Zijin Hall, the dignitaries there momentarily forgot their dignity, gasping for breath. The elderly governor kept fumbling in his pocket for heart medicine. "Congratulations to the Dean for reaching the rank of Heavenly King," someone shouted first, and instantly, a wave of cheers resounded throughout the Beast Mastery Academy. However, Chen Lingfeng did not descend. Instead, he frowned slightly, casting a sharp gaze into the distance. Has the power of the Heavenly King disturbed the space? That aura, a bloodthirsty white tiger. A smile played on his lips. Interesting, just the chance to test the power of a heavenly king in this life. Before his words had even faded, Chen Lingfeng transformed into a beam of light and vanished on the spot, moving so quickly that even the Longting No. 1 couldn't keep up. The crowd was left in a daze, unsure of where the dean had gone. Yi Yujun's eyes flashed with determination. She immediately summoned the Spirit Wind Sword King and soared into the sky in pursuit. Mo Xiaochuan followed closely behind, riding the Ice Crystal Bone Dragon in hot pursuit. The Zijin Hall was again filled with tension. Quick! The Astronomical Bureau should track Dean Chen immediately. Just as the words were spoken, one of the governors collapsed, unable to stand any longer. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Jimmy City, the city of Mu suddenly shook violently. This largest city of the livestock industry was thrown into chaos, with the ground splitting into deep chasms and skyscrapers swaying like swings. Earthquake! Run! Don't use the elevators. Get outside. The panicked crowd scattered in all directions. At that moment, the voice of the Astronomical Bureau chief echoed in the Zijin Hall. This is bad. Mu City is experiencing tremors, and the Spirit Satellite has issued a gold-level alert, with the level still rising. The Grand Elder stood up abruptly. Above gold is the level of a heavenly king. If it's a magical beast, his face changed dramatically. Quick, dispatch the army to suppress it. But to make matters worse, the 5 generals were currently trapped in the Golden Dragon secret realm. The crisis in Mu City seemed to be drawing closer step by step. What do we do now? The security office in Muching doesn't even have a single beastmaster. The whole city is in danger. The crowd erupted in waves of exclamations, and panic spread through the air. Everyone quiet down. The Grand Elder's authoritative voice cut through the chaos like a hammer, instantly calming the restless scene. His eyes were sharp as he quickly issued a series of commands. Astronomy Bureau Chief, locate the exact position immediately and have the Muching Lord enforce a quarantine. East Wind Express, stay on standby. If a king-level magical beast is found, engage immediately. He paused. Has President Chen's whereabouts been confirmed? The Astronomy Bureau swiftly deployed 3 satellites to track Chen Lingfeng's movements. Found him. The bureau chief looked up abruptly, excitement flashing in his eyes. President Chen is on his way to Muching. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, but the Grand Elder's voice remained stern. We must not become complacent. Order the security office to take immediate action. Upon receiving the command from the Purple Gold Pavilion, the Muching security office quickly mobilized. A fleet of police cars sped toward the suburban slaughterhouse, the largest slaughter center in Muching, processing tens of thousands of livestock daily. At that moment, the slaughterhouse staff huddled in fear in the plaza, while the livestock tied to the trucks let out a chorus of mournful cries. The lowing of cattle, the quacking of ducks, and the bleating of sheep intertwined, adding an eerie atmosphere. Manager, this place is too dangerous. We need to leave. A worker called out shakily. Leave? These livestock are worth millions. Who's going to take responsibility? The manager gritted his teeth. Stay in the plaza. Once the tremor ends, control the livestock immediately. Double pay tomorrow. Manager, look over there. Someone suddenly shouted in terror, pointing at the ground. A deep crack was rapidly spreading, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the manager's feet. A truck loaded with pigs tumbled into the fissure, the pigs' shrill screams echoing in the air. It's over, all my hard work. The manager's eyes turned red as he finally realized the gravity of the situation and ran for his life. The people who escaped the slaughterhouse collapsed on the ground, helplessly watching as the entire factory was swallowed by the growing chasm. Amidst the thunderous noise, the manager fell to his knees. At that moment, the sky was suddenly painted a blood-red hue. In the distance, massive white figures began to appear, a pack of enormous white tigers, shrouded in a mist of blood, their eyes glowing with violent intent. Even more terrifying, some of the tigers had fresh, bloody prey clamped in their jaws, the crimson stains marring their white fur. Run! The crowd erupted into a cacophony of screams. Golu, the factory director, stood at the back, staring blankly at the group of magical beasts before him, his mind momentarily frozen. The staff behind him had already fled, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Can someone give me a hand? I can't move, the portly factory director stammered, his legs trembling violently as a warm sensation spread between them. Just as the white tiger turned its attention toward the director, several security vehicles roared onto the scene, and a team of officers with riot shields swiftly formed a defensive line in front. Move quickly. Prepare your weapons, the head of the Muching Security Bureau shouted, gritting his teeth. The arrival of the security vehicles immediately caught the white tiger's attention. One of the tigers let out an earth-shattering roar, the bloody aura emanating from it forcing the front line of officers to involuntarily step back. With a loud crash, 2 officers were sent flying like kites with broken strings. Fire! Open fire! The sound of gunfire erupted, sparking flashes of light. To the despair of all the officers, the moment bullets struck the white tiger, its bloody aura solidified into a shield. The metallic clangs echoed as every bullet was deflected by the blood shield. These are magical beasts, the head of the security bureau shouted hysterically. Damn it, throw the grenades. He yanked a grenade from his belt and hurled it. The other officers quickly followed suit, encircling the white tiger with a barrage of grenades. The explosions were deafening. As the smoke cleared, a more desperate scene unfolded. The blood shield around the white tiger remained intact, only serving to further enrage the beasts. 3 white tigers launched a simultaneous attack, sending 5 officers flying with a single charge, their sharp claws slashing down mercilessly. Watching via satellite, the leaders in the Zijin Hall were on edge. The bloody aura is too powerful. These are magical beasts. Without military support, the local security bureau is no match. How long until Dean Chen arrives? They anxiously asked the head of the astronomy bureau. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the sky. Fall back. A blinding white light descended like a meteor, instantly turning the head of the foremost white tiger into a mist of blood. Dean Chen. Upon recognizing the newcomer, all the officers displayed expressions of relief and joy. Who in the alliance didn't know Chen Lingfeng? Everyone fall back and secure the battlefield. Chen Lingfeng instructed before transforming into a streak of light and charging at the other white tigers. The death of their companion enraged the remaining bloodthirsty tigers, which lunged at Chen Lingfeng, their claws weaving massive blades of bloody energy. Blood blade impact. Get out of my way. Chen Lingfeng scoffed, kicking one of the bloodthirsty tigers away and effortlessly dispersing the bloody energy blades. In the blink of an eye, another bloodthirsty tiger lay dead. The officers behind watched in awe. Is this something a human can do? Dean Chen is really strong. That tiger couldn't even be harmed by a grenade. The chief of public security remarked with awe as he cast a deep glance at Chen Lingfeng and immediately commanded everyone to retreat. Just as Chen Lingfeng landed steadily, a dazzling golden light flashed across the sky again. Yi Yujun and Mo Xiaochuan descended almost simultaneously to join the battlefield. Dean, Brother Foam, we're here to help you. With their arrival, the entire square was instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield. A violent gale swept through, and dark energy surged like a tide. The silver bloodthirsty tigers leading the charge were no match for them and were swiftly eliminated. Yi Yujun looked down at her bloodstained white dress, frowning as she gazed at the deep pit in the slaughterhouse, asking, Brother Foam, is this the secret realm of the bloodthirsty Tiger King? Yes, my advancement caused a disturbance in the heavens and earth, opening the bloodthirsty Tiger King's secret realm prematurely. Chen Lingfeng replied with a serious expression. That creature should be awakening. Leave the small ones outside to you. With that, he walked straight toward the pit. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and a thick scent of blood filled the air. The security team members in the distance felt their blood boiling, as if it would burst through their veins. Fall back, keep retreating. The chief of public security had to order the team to withdraw 100 meters away to barely alleviate the painful sensation. Look at the slaughterhouse, a team member exclaimed. Everyone looked up to see the blood in the slaughterhouse, whether on the ground, walls, knives, or the livestock, all eerily floating and converging madly in the air. The bloodthirstiness was so intense that Mo Xiaochuan gagged on the spot, and even Yi Yujun frowned deeply. The blood formed a massive vortex in the air, a spectacle so grand that even the city's residents could see it clearly. As the tremors ceased, countless people gazed up at this terrifying scene, discussing it fervently. That's a tiger. The blood eventually condensed into a massive tiger head's apparition, exuding a suffocating aura of ferocity. The pressure of a celestial king descended, making Mo Xiaochuan and Yi Yujun feel as if they were bearing 1,000 pounds. Chen Lingfeng, however, remained calm as he stared at the tiger head in the sky, coldly stating, Bloodthirsty Tiger King, since you're out, get to the point. Stop bluffing. With that, he slowly ascended, his celestial king aura surging like a tide, instantly relieving his companions of their pressure. Step back, just deal with the stragglers outside. Yi Yujun immediately turned to leave, with a shocked Mo Xiaochuan following closely. Roar, a fresh world, such wonderful blood. An excited roar echoed as the bloodthirsty Tiger King emerged from the apparition. Its massive form, covered in snow-white fur gleaming eerily in the blood-red light, and its blood-red eyes burning like hellfire, exuded endless ferocity and a savage aura. For beams of evolutionary light intertwined and flickered in the sky, as the bloodthirsty Tiger King's massive maw opened wide, absorbing the blood from the heavens like a black hole. Its king-level aura continued to rise, exuding an intimidating pressure. At this critical moment, Chen Lingfeng appeared unusually calm. With his hands behind his back, he stood motionless in the void, showing no intention of intervening. This scene made the big shots in the Zijin Hall stomp their feet in anxiety. Dean Chen is being reckless. Kid, don't underestimate this beast. It's not easy to handle. Dean, make a move already. This one's not simple. This youngster, he's still just a young man. Voices of concern echoed one after another, yet Chen Lingfeng remained unmoved. Roar! The bloodthirsty Tiger King's enormous eyes locked coldly onto Chen Lingfeng, its voice booming like thunder. Human, you dare not stop me. What, are you afraid? A trace of disdain flashed in Chen Lingfeng's eyes as he replied coldly. Trash is still trash, no matter how much it elevates. I thought you could do better. Are you finished? Then prepare to die. Roar, damn you human. The bloodthirsty Tiger King was furious, letting out a roar towards the sky. Tiger King's roar. The terrifying sound wave shook the space, but Chen Lingfeng seemed unfazed, his figure flickering as he rushed forward with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The punch was as fast as lightning, and the bloodthirsty Tiger King couldn't react in time, its head suffering a heavy blow. In the clear sky, it seemed as if stars appeared, and the intense pain drove it into a frenzy. Damn kid, you've managed to anger me. The bloodthirsty Tiger King's fur stood on end, a murderous aura surging like a tidal wave. Its power surged again, leaping from mid-tier to high-tier king level. Dark blood rampage. The terrifying energies of blood and darkness intertwined in the air, forming a devastating storm that swept towards Chen Lingfeng. Dark blood storm. The attack nearly enveloped the entire battlefield, its strength forcing Yi Yujun and Mo Xiaochuan to retreat repeatedly. Gulp. Sister Yi, this skill is too powerful. Can the Dean handle it? Should we summon the Azure Flame Tyrant Dragon? Mo Xiaochuan asked worriedly. Yi Yujun glanced at him nonchalantly. This kind of trash beast is just practice for foam. In the sky, Chen Lingfeng showed no fear, charging directly into the storm's core. Even the bloodthirsty Tiger King was stunned by this sight, then let out an excited roar. Human, you're truly arrogant. My attack isn't something. Before it could finish, a white light flashed, and Chen Lingfeng had already pierced through the dark blood storm, appearing in front of it. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, rapidly enlarged in the bloodthirsty Tiger King's eyes. Boom! The punch was powerful, sending the bloodthirsty Tiger King staggering backward, nearly falling from the sky. Roar. No, impossible. How did you break through my attack? The bloodthirsty Tiger King roared in disbelief. The skill looks flashy, but it's lacking in power, Chen Lingfeng remarked just as his figure transformed into a white light darting through the sky, delivering bone-crushing blows to the bloodthirsty Tiger King with each appearance. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous impacts echoed in the sky. The mighty bloodthirsty Tiger King found itself retreating step by step under the fierce assault of Chen Lingfeng, stumbling as it went. Even its most prized ability, the blood shadow teleportation, had to be used just to flee in disgrace. Human, impossible. How can you be so strong? The bloodthirsty Tiger King trembled all over, the threat of death looming over it like a shadow. It let out a furious roar, baring its sharp teeth, yet unable to hide its inner fear. It's not that I'm strong, you're just too weak. Chen Lingfeng sneered, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Tiger King flying. With a graceful backflip, he landed steadily in midair, his palm gathering a fearsome beast master power. The Tiger King's pupils contracted, every hair on its body standing on end. No, this is the aura of a god, a divine skill, stop it. It frantically attempted to use blood shadow teleportation again. At this critical moment, a brilliant golden light erupted around Chen Lingfeng, unleashing an ancient beast-like pressure that swept across the area. This terrifying aura caused the Tiger King's limbs to weaken, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, this aura, the aura of gods and demons, no, impossible. What kind of cursed world is this? The Tiger King's terrified cries echoed through the heavens and earth. With hands raised high, Chen Lingfeng summoned a massive flaming meteor from the sky with his heavenly king-level beast master power, skill. Blazing starfall. Boom. The fiery meteor turned the entire sky red, its intense heat distorting the surrounding air. It struck the Tiger King with precision, drowning out its agonized screams in a deafening explosion. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the violent shockwave even knocked Mo Xiaochuan to the ground. Fortunately, Yi Yujun held on to the Lingfeng Sword King in time, avoiding embarrassment. The many bigwigs in the Zijin Hall stared dumbfounded at the scene of destruction, then erupted into excited cheers. Amazing! Dean Chun is truly incredible. Slaying a heavenly king like it's nothing. Is this Dean Chen's true power? I finally understand why Dean Chun became the beast master god of not just DaXia, but the entire world in the previous life. Humph. Weren't you just saying Dean Chun was confused? No, I didn't. Don't make things up. That night, Mu City was destined to be sleepless. The slaughterhouse's destruction not only paralyzed the city's operations, but also caused earthquake-like damage. Yet instead of being distressed, the citizens excitedly scrolled through the news on their phones. Mu City witnesses a tiger-type magical beast, its bloodthirsty aura soaring to the sky. According to insiders, this tiger-type beast was actually of heavenly king level. Slaughterhouse staff witnessed Dean Chen battling the tiger-type beast in midair, easily reducing it to rubble. The only one troubled was the Lord of Mu City, who frowned while calculating. The city's repairs and the slaughterhouse's reconstruction would take at least 2 to 3 years. However, after he ceremoniously received Chen Lingfeng, one sentence left him momentarily stunned. You can claim 10% of the resources from the bloodthirsty Tiger King's secret realm. Is one slaughterhouse enough? If not, I'll destroy 2 more. The Lord of Mu City's eyes lit up instantly. The grand gates of the Golden Dragon's secret realm slowly opened, and the 5 generals emerged, radiant with energy. Their faces were beaming with an undeniable joy, as if they had just returned from paradise. Silver level. I never thought I'd see the day when I could form a contract with a quasi-divine beast, one of the generals exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wait till I get back and teach that brat a lesson, he mused, then thought of his daughter. I wonder if she'll have such an opportunity. Just then, a liaison officer hurried over, interrupting the general's moment of joy. Generals, what's going on? Yitsong frowned. Are those Western brats causing trouble again? No, it's not that, the liaison officer panted. There's a beast invasion in Muching. What? Yitsong's expression changed instantly. Muching was his territory. He immediately began issuing a series of orders. Notify the Flame Wolf Legion to mobilize at once. We must block the beasts at the cave entrance. Get all the tanks from the nearest Special Unit 3 over there now. The other 4 generals exchanged glances, their joy vanishing in an instant. They quickly turned and headed towards Dragon's Soar number 1, preparing to return to the Purple Gold Pavilion. According to the astronomical department, the liaison officers swallowed nervously. It's a king-level beast. King level, the 5 generals exclaimed in unison. The memory of the Bone Dragon King's rampage was still fresh, a disaster that wiped out a large city in the island nation. Now, a remote Muching faced a king-level beast. The consequences were unimaginable. Damn it, why now of all times? Yitsong gritted his teeth, his voice filled with self-reproach. However, at that moment, the liaison officer's communicator suddenly buzzed. After answering, a look of disbelief and joy spread across his face. No need to go. Dean Chun has already dealt with the beast. So quickly, the generals looked at each other in disbelief. Meanwhile, at the Beast Academy on Mount Kunlun, although Chen Lingfeng's sudden departure puzzled everyone, it didn't dampen the students' celebratory spirit. Mo Xiaochuan and others even suggested throwing a victory feast, and Li Qin approved the idea. The freshmen and sophomores were thrilled, as this meant they could indulge in magical beast meat. Awesome. I'm definitely going to eat more magical beast meat tonight. With the help of magical beast meat, he'll definitely reach the black iron level tomorrow and contract a spirit beast. Finally, the day has come. If it weren't for those seniors, I would have had enough credits to buy lots of magical beast meat. The freshmen were overjoyed to tears. In the following days, Chen Lingfeng, who had reached the king-level realm, continued to train within the Beast Academy. Meanwhile, the mischievous Chaos Spirit Fox, along with the newly born Little Golden Dragon, caused chaos throughout the academy. At this moment, in the arena, Lin Yu and Fang Qingxin stood facing each other. 2 exceptional talents from Jiangqing engaged in a fierce showdown in the arena, their faces serious and focused as they commanded their respective spirit beasts. Swift Fighting Frog, dodge quickly and use water cannon. Golden Sword Ape, Golden Sword Shield, block it. The blue Swift Fighting Frog moved like lightning, leaving only a blurred shadow in the air. The Golden Sword Ape reacted swiftly, immediately positioning a large sword woven from golden threads across its chest, forming a solid shield. As the water cannon collided with the golden sword, a mist of water erupted, transforming into fine raindrops that fell like a shower. The intensity of the battle captivated the freshman spectators, who couldn't take their eyes off the action. The Swift Fighting Frog, an evolved form of the bronze-level fighting frog, possessed incredible speed due to its well-developed leg muscles. In contrast, the Golden Sword Ape was a rare hidden evolution route that Fang Qingxin obtained by exhausting her academic credits. Unlike the commonly defensive Golden Ape, this one excelled in an open and aggressive fighting style, akin to a swordsman. So strong. Is this the power of sophomores? Their control over their spirit beasts is truly an art. Senior Lin Yu and Senior Fang Qingxin are among the best in their year, with beast mastery levels in the thousands. We've just passed 100. How are they so powerful? This is the strength of true prodigies. Just as the battle reached its peak, a shout interrupted the proceedings. The dean is here. Chen Lingfeng, dressed in a simple white shirt, arrived with Yi Yujun, who wore a pristine white dress and small heels. Their presence immediately drew everyone's attention. Continue. Don't mind me, Chen Lingfeng said with a smile, though his words did little to ease the students' tension. Dean, Lin Yu and Fang Qingxin immediately stood at attention and saluted. With Chen Lingfeng's arrival, the friendly match instantly transformed into a genuine showdown. The determination in the eyes of the 2 competitors intensified, leaving nothing in reserve. Swift Fighting Frog, show your strongest form, Water Pulse. Golden Sword Ape, Golden Ape form, give it your all. Both spirit beasts unleashed their true power, their skills striking in rapid succession, causing the ground to tremble from the battle's aftermath. This sudden escalation made the freshmen realize the true nature of the earlier performance. So, they were just acting before, they marveled. The city truly has deep tricks. Lin Yu looked at the fallen fighting swift frog, a mix of unwillingness and helplessness flashing in his eyes. The duel with Fang Qingxin had ended with the victory of the golden sword ape. Chen Lingfeng silently observed everything, casting an approving glance at Fang Qingxin. Although these students were becoming more like proper beast tamers, they lacked the most important trait, fighting spirit. Unlike the beast tamers of the past, who grew through trials of blood and tears, these students seemed more like greenhouse flowers. That day, a notice was posted on the bulletin board of the Beast Academy. All first-year students who have not yet contracted a spirit beast and second-year students are required to gather at 8 a.m. the next day. This sudden announcement caused a stir among the students. The freshmen who had just reached the black iron level and were preparing to contract a spirit beast were at a loss. Some regretted contracting a spirit beast just the day before, fearing they might miss out on a good opportunity, while others confidently expressed satisfaction with their little fire snake. The next morning, the playground was bustling with noise. Students gathered in small groups, eagerly discussing the purpose of the gathering. It's definitely to contract a second spirit beast. This time, I want to choose a tank type. I want a light type 1. Dream on, light types are so rare. The discussions abruptly stopped as Chen Lingfeng appeared with the imposing Wolf King, along with the 5 great kings and the 10 battle generals. The Wolf King stepped forward, its sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd, instantly sending a chill down every student's spine, prompting them to stand at attention. Prepare to depart for the great mountain range. With the command, Dragon Soar 1 rose into the air, carrying over 1,000 students towards the grassy secret realm. Upon arrival at their destination, the waiting major general and soldiers immediately lined up and saluted, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Thank you for your hard work. The great Xia is honored to have you. Chen Lingfeng solemnly returned the salute. Long live great Xia. The soldiers' shouts echoed through the mountains, inspiring the students behind them, who instinctively straightened their backs and joined in the chant. At the entrance of the grassy secret realm, Chen Lingfeng's voice was stern and serious. This is where you will contract your spirit beasts. Remember, you may battle the spirit beasts, but it is strictly forbidden to kill any of them. Violators will have their spirit beasts confiscated and be sent back immediately. The pressure from the king-level aura made the students break out in a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Go in. As Chen Lingfeng and his group led the way inside, the students, guided by the Wolf King, followed in an orderly manner. The scenery of the grassy secret realm left the freshmen in awe. The fresh air was filled with spiritual energy even more abundant than at the academy, with thunderbirds occasionally darting across the sky and the fiery flame sparrows capturing hearts. In contrast, the second-year students appeared much more composed, while the first-year newcomers couldn't contain their excitement, chasing after their desired spirit beasts deeper into the secret realm. They looked completely inexperienced. Chen Lingfeng stood before the crowd and let out a low shout. The figure of the Azure Flame Overlord Dragon gradually solidified in the air, its massive body exuding a daunting aura. The 10 warriors stepped forward. Chen Lingfeng's gaze swept over everyone. Today is the day for you to form a bond with your spirit beasts. The 10 warriors exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with uncontrollable excitement. As the founding teachers of the Beast Academy, they had not yet bonded with any spirit beasts, but through relentless training, they had already reached the level of bronze beast masters. The desire to bond with a spirit beast was deeply rooted in their hearts, though they had received only the response of "the time is not right" from Chen Lingfeng when they asked. Yi Yujun quickly approached Chen Lingfeng. Brother Feng, what spirit beast do you plan for the 10 warriors to bond with? Thunder Cubs, Chen Lingfeng replied decisively. Thunder Cubs? Bai Yinyun's small mouth opened slightly in surprise. Principal, isn't this too risky? Last time, just for one Thunder Cub, you had an intense battle with the Thunder Saint Tiger. Now you're going for 10. Won't the Thunder Saint Tiger go berserk? Yi Yujun couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Brother Feng, I know about your last encounter with the Thunder Saint Tiger. Its combat power in a furious state isn't low. Is it really appropriate to go again now? Chen Lingfeng's lips curled into a confident smile. That guy will agree. Before his words had even faded, he had already leaped into the air, heading towards the territory of the Thunder Saint Tiger. Yi Yujun and Bai Yinyun exchanged looks and quickly summoned the Spirit Wind Sword King to follow. Mo Xiaochuan was not to be outdone, summoning the Ice Crystal Bone Dragon and bringing Li Shan and Han Yudong along. The 10 warriors looked at the imposing Azure Flame Overlord Dragon before them, swallowed nervously, and cautiously spoke. Azure Flame Overlord Dragon, could you give us a ride, please? The dragon merely shook its head and silently lowered its wings in agreement. Meanwhile, at Thunder Lake, the Thunder Saint Tiger, which had been napping on a Thunder Crystal Stone, suddenly opened its eyes, its body surging with thunderous power. That kid's aura. Damn it, what's he doing here again? With a roar, the sky turned ominous, lightning bolts crashing down, and the surrounding group of thunder tigers began to roar in succession. This commotion caught the attention of the five-colored divine fox at the center of the secret realm. It lazily sat up and squinted into the distance. The blazing sky Saint Tiger groomed itself and remarked, "Probably here for the thunder fruits that ripen today. That greedy kid. Let's hope he doesn't end up in another brawl with the Thunder Saint Tiger." Before it finished speaking, a small figure darted by, followed by a streak of golden light. It was the mischievous pair, the Chaos Spirit Fox and the little golden dragon. The five-colored divine fox stood up abruptly, its five tails radiating dazzling light, its eyes filled with shock. Chaos Spirit Fox. Is this the legendary form? No, this divine aura. What kind of spirit beast is this? In the secret realm of lush grasses, atop the five-colored divine mountain, stood the five-colored divine fox. Its eyes were wide with disbelief, and its expression dazed as it stared at the little golden dragon before it. An overwhelming sensation surged within, a resonance of bloodline and soul that transcended mere power. Despite its vast experience as a being with near-divine lineage, the fox felt a twinge of fear towards this seemingly newborn creature. Turning stiffly to look at the blazing heaven-holy tiger, the fox noticed the mighty beast crouched and trembling, unable to speak. This sight sent a chill through the fox. What kind of existence could make such powerful beings lose their composure? Unaware of the tense atmosphere, the chaos spirit fox cheerfully leapt onto the back of the five-colored divine fox, playfully rolling in its fluffy fur. Seeing this, the little golden dragon wanted to join the fun and eagerly pounced over. The five-colored divine fox instinctively backed away, a reaction that made the little dragon's eyes well with tears. Boom! The sky suddenly darkened as colorful lights were swallowed by clouds, thunder, and lightning raging. Ancient true dragons commanded wind, rain, and lightning, and if the tears of a true dragon fell, a torrential storm would surely ensue. "Stop, sweetheart, don't cry." The five-colored divine fox was terrified, hastily soothing in a gentle voice. "Auntie didn't mean it. Come play with the little fox." The chaos spirit fox peeked out from the fox's fur, beckoning to the little dragon. Only then did the little dragon smile through its tears, transforming into a streak of golden light and diving into the fur to play with the chaos spirit fox. The five-colored divine fox exhaled in relief, but its gaze into the distance was filled with complexity. Who was that human really? The illegitimate child of the creator god? Not only had he created a chaos spirit fox, but even this little golden dragon was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Chen Lingfeng stood with hands clasped behind his back in the void, completely unaware of the events unfolding on the five-colored divine mountain. In front of him, the Thunder Holy Tiger, face full of shock, asked, "Kid, have you reached the Heavenly King realm too? How did you cultivate? Weren't you just at the Golden Realm the last we met?" Thinking of the time it took him to reach the Heavenly King realm, the Thunder Holy Tiger felt a sting. 5 years, 10 years, 20? Yet this kid seemed to advance as effortlessly as eating or drinking. "Just a bit of luck, broke through by accident," Chen Lingfeng replied with a rare, playful smile. "Forget it. You're just a freak." The Thunder Holy Tiger dismissed, unwilling to dwell on the topic. "What do you want today? 10 Thunder Cub Tigers, 10 Thunder Fruits. What? Why don't you just rob me?" The Thunder Holy Tiger roared in fury, its fur bristling as it unleashed a Heavenly King-level aura. Boom! The earth trembled, lightning intertwined in the clouds, and electric lights snaked like serpents, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Although Bai Yinyun had witnessed such a display before, he still shrank back in fear. Mo Xiaochuan and others looked skyward with terror. "My goodness, if all this lightning strikes, won't we turn to ash?" Such powerful thunder energy, the lightning element is indeed domineering, Mo Xiaochuan remarked, turning to Bai Yinyun. "Didn't you contract a Thunder Cub Tiger? Has it evolved yet?" Not yet. The dean said he'd help me," Bai Yinyun replied, shrinking into himself. Bai Yinyun had long wanted to embark on the light path to ascendancy, but since her Thunder Cub had yet to evolve, this wish had to be temporarily shelved. As the only one among the 5 heavenly kings who had not yet experienced the ascendancy path, she couldn't help but lower her head, showing a hint of shyness. "Don't feel embarrassed. Your time to shine is coming," Yi Yujun gently reassured her. Among the 5 heavenly kings, Yi Yujun was like a reliable big sister, while Bai Yinyun was the little sister everyone wanted to protect, her gentle demeanor always stirring a protective instinct in others. At that moment, a comment from Chen Lingfeng completely enraged the Thunder Sacred Tiger. It opened its massive jaws, and a formidable force of thunder gathered around it. "Kid, do you think the Thunder Sacred Tiger is easy to bully? Even if you reach the Heavenly King level, so what?" The Thunder Sacred Tiger roared. "This is my territory. If you push me too far, not only you but everyone you brought will have to stay." Roar! With the thunder's sacred tiger's roar, the thunderous tigers on the entire mountain let out a synchronized howl, creating a deafening spectacle. Yet, despite the intimidating scene, Chen Lingfeng remained unfazed. I think you'll agree, Chen Lingfeng replied nonchalantly. Thunder judgment. The thunder's sacred tiger snarled, channeling all its thunderous energy and striking down at Chen Lingfeng. Principal, watch out, the crowd exclaimed, rushing towards Chen Lingfeng. Stand back, Chen Lingfeng commanded firmly, raising his fist to the sky. Break! A terrifying aura swept up a gale, and as his fist collided with the thunder, a crack echoed. The massive thunder strike was shattered by Chen Lingfeng's bare hand. This scene shocked not only the people from the Beast Academy, but also left the thunder's sacred tiger dumbfounded, and even the thunderous tigers below instinctively quieted their roars. Enough, I'm done playing with you, Chen Lingfeng said, taking out a delicate bottle from his pocket and slowly unscrewing the cap. I'm offering you something in exchange. Kid, if you want my thunder cub and thunder fruit, no matter what you take out. The thunder's sacred tiger's words halted abruptly. What is this? A divine aura? In an instant, the thunder's sacred tiger's thunderous energy dissipated entirely. Its eyes widened, staring intently at the bottle in Chen Lingfeng's hand. Above the heavenly king is the quasi-god. What's inside should help you, Chen Lingfeng said calmly. But if you don't want to trade, then I'll be on my way. With that, he turned as if to leave. Wait, kid, no, don't go. The thunder's sacred tiger rushed in front of Chen Lingfeng, its fierce expression softening into a pleading smile. I'll trade. Who said I wouldn't? I was just joking. This sudden change in attitude left the Beast Academy crowd stunned. Actually, I preferred your defiant look from earlier, Chen Lingfeng remarked. Ahem, that was all an act. All right, here you go, Chen Lingfeng said, no longer teasing, and tossed the small bottle over. Careful, the thunder's sacred tiger exclaimed, leaping forward to catch the bottle with utmost caution. I'll go prepare the items now. The subservient demeanor of the thunder's sacred tiger seemed entirely genuine. This unexpected scene left Yi Yujun and the others utterly stunned. Mo Xiaochuan swallowed hard, quickly flew to Chen Lingfeng's side, and eagerly asked, Dean, what was that treasure just now that made the thunder's sacred tiger so reverent? The other heavenly kings and Yi Yujun also looked on with curiosity. Chen Lingfeng's lips curled slightly as he calmly replied, It's the saliva of the little golden dragon. What? Everyone present was thrown into disarray, their eyes wide with disbelief, and they cast sympathetic glances at the retreating thunder's sacred tiger. Mo Xiaochuan's shifty eyes began to dart around. I advise you not to covet the little golden dragon. With your current strength, you might not be its match, Chen Lingfeng cautioned, seeing through his thoughts. Cough, cough. I wouldn't dare. I don't have the guts. Mo Xiaochuan quickly denied. Soon, the thunder's sacred tiger returned with the thunder fruits and thunder cubs. When the 10 war generals on the Canyan Overlord Dragon saw the thunder cubs, their eyes filled with undisguised joy and excitement. Chen Lingfeng carefully examined the thunder cubs and nodded inwardly. The thunder sacred tiger was indeed generous, as all 10 thunder cubs had golden qualifications. Everything's here. I'm leaving now. The thunder sacred tiger hastily dropped off the items and turned to leave, as if afraid that Chen Lingfeng might change his mind. Wait. Chen Lingfeng's icy voice made the thunder sacred tiger freeze and turn back stiffly, shaking its head repeatedly. The deal is done. You can't go back on your word. Chen Lingfeng, never go back on my word. I just need to borrow the Thunder Sacred Lake. Clear it for me. That's easy. The Thunder Sacred Tiger breathed a sigh of relief and roared skyward. Let's go play, everyone. Instantly, the group of Thunder Tigers residing by the lake scattered. Chen Lingfeng turned to the 10 war generals. Eat the thunder fruits, then jump into the sacred lake. Without hesitation, the generals swallowed the arc-sparking thunder fruits, immediately curling up in pain as their skin flashed with electric light. Mo Xiaochuan watched in shock. Dean, will they be all right? It looks really painful. All of you jump into the thunder sacred lake. Chen Lingfeng commanded sternly. Roar? Yes. The 10 war generals gritted their teeth, enduring the excruciating pain like being bitten by ants, and leaped into the lake. Your turn, Chen Lingfeng said, looking at the 5 great heavenly kings. What? Dean, the lake is full of lightning. It'll kill us. Before Mo Xiaochuan could finish his sentence, Chen Lingfeng kicked him into the lake. Seeing this, the others sensibly followed suit, with Yi Yujun pulling by Yan Yun into a corner of the water. Soon, the entire Thunder Sacred Lake echoed with a chorus of screams, scaring the students at the foot of the mountain into trembling and retreating to a safe distance. The process lasted for a full half hour, during which the 15 individuals in the Thunder Lake gradually calmed down, sitting cross-legged to begin their cultivation. The 10 battle generals were enveloped in increasingly powerful lightning, their bodies flickering with electric light. Meanwhile, the aura of the 5 heavenly kings grew more restrained, drawing inward. All right, get up, came the directive. 10 battle generals, go and bond with the Thunder Cubs. The 10 battle generals sprang to their feet, now enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity, resembling humanoid thunder beasts. On the shore, 10 thunder cubs were playing. Noticing the approaching generals, they looked up warily, but soon sensed a familiar aura from them. The bonding process went unexpectedly smoothly, with no resistance from the cubs. At that moment, the thunder generals, who would later strike fear into the hearts of magical beasts, were officially born. As the 5 heavenly kings stood, their joints made a series of soft cracking sounds. Ah, that was incredibly refreshing. Mo Xiaochuan lazily stretched. Isn't this better than a hot spring? Tingly and soothing, I don't want to get up. His cheeky comment immediately earned a roll of the eyes from the 2 beauties, Yi Yujun and Bai Yinyun. Han Yudong, observing the 10 generals interacting with the thunder cubs, asked, Dean, what's the difference between having eaten a thunder fruit and not? The thunder fruit is a crystallization of lightning essence, Yi Yujun answered first. It allows the body to control weak thunder power and has a strong auxiliary effect on thunder-type spiritual beasts. In simple terms, it's most suitable for the thunder element. Let's go see if the students below have completed their tasks, Chen Lingfeng said as he turned to fly downward. Suddenly, the entire secret realm shook violently. All the spiritual beasts howled in panic towards the sky as the elements went into chaos, and the clear sky turned gloomy. A massive pressure mixed with violent demonic energy roared in. Atop the 5-color divine mountain, the 5-color divine fox suddenly stood up, its terrifying aura surging. Its 5 tails lashed fiercely, unleashing waves of energy from the 5 elements. The resting blazing heaven Saint Tiger looked up in shock, its body engulfed in roaring flames. The Thunder Saint Tiger, which had been examining a bottle, was also startled by the aura. It immediately put down the bottle and looked skyward with a solemn expression, its azure thunder power shooting straight into the sky. The violent tremors left the students below, who were in the midst of bonding, struggling to stand, looking up at the sky in fear. Wow, what's happening? Why has it gone dark? Look, the sky, it's cracking. Is that a black hole? It feels so cold and eerie. Could it be a magical beast invasion? This is the grassy secret realm. How could a spatial rift appear here? Chen Lingfeng frowned deeply, his figure rising into the air as he flew towards the rift. The closer he got, the more he felt the piercing cold and violent aura. Yi Yujun and the others tried to follow, but were blocked by a sudden surge of demonic energy, unable to get close. Damn it! How could the grassy secret realm be invaded by magical beasts? Notify all students to retreat to the exit immediately. In the void of the secret realm of fragrant grass, a menacing rift suddenly tore open, unleashing an endless surge of chilling demonic energy. Chen Lingfeng instantly rushed to the rift, followed closely by the 5-colored divine fox, the blazing sacred tiger, and the thunder sacred tiger. The frigid demon realm, exclaimed the 5-colored divine fox, its expression changing drastically as it sensed the terrifying aura. This is the territory of the frigid demon god. We cannot let them set foot in this secret realm. Hearing this, Chen Lingfeng's expression tightened, and his entire being erupted with the power of beast mastery. His king-level strength coalesced into a devastating fiery meteor shower, which roared into the spatial rift. Damn it! Who dares? A furious roar echoed from the rift as a pale demonic claw emerged, exuding a quasi-god-level aura. Frigid demon wolf, you're overstepping. The 5-colored divine fox shouted in anger, weaving its 5-colored energy into a dazzling long sword in the air. Get back! The sword light clashed with the demonic claw, causing a violent energy shockwave. At that moment, Chen Lingfeng keenly spotted a small black dot fleeing at high speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a void feather spirit cat. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the spirit cat. Void feather spirit cat, a spirit beast of the space element, at the silver level, with a training speed 20 times that of a quasi-god. It possesses 2 space feathers, capable of flawless evolution to the blue grade. Its skills include spatial teleportation, void claw, spatial lockdown, and void enclosure, all at the silver level. Its evolution paths include rift spirit cat, void spirit cat, and time-space spirit cat, all blue grade. It also holds a quasi-divine artifact space feather, said to be the feather of the beast god of space, Mokulin Yun, containing immense spatial power. 5-colored divine fox, stop it. I have a way to seal the rift. Chen Lingfeng shouted as he chased after the void feather spirit cat. The 5-colored divine fox promptly swung its 5 tails, transforming them into chains to seal the rift. The startled void feather spirit cat let out a soft chirp, hurriedly attempting to teleport away. Don't run, I'm here to save you. Chen Lingfeng's speed soared to its peak, becoming a streak of light as he caught up with the little creature. The void feather spirit cat turned to look at Chen Lingfeng, surprised to find that this human exuded a comforting aura, even feeling inexplicably familiar. This was due to the system's bestowed affinity with spirit beasts and the remnants of the time god Mokulin's power. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Chen Lingfeng gently embraced the little creature, swiftly channeling his beast mastery into a contract rune, which imprinted on its forehead. A mysterious power flowed between them, completing the contract instantly. There was no time to celebrate as Chen Lingfeng immediately channeled his beast mastery into the void feather spirit cat's body. Little one, no time to rest. Use spatial lockdown to patch up the rift. He now understood the rift's origin. The little spirit cat had torn open space in a panic while fleeing from the frigid demon wolf. Meow, responded the void feather spirit cat, springing into action. The ethereal cat nodded emphatically, feeling the surge of immense power within. Its small wings unfurled slowly, with the mysterious power of space transforming into chains that raced towards the rift. Damn it! Don't think you can seal it. The furious roar of the frost demon wolf shook the heavens. Frost blood raven, hurry and assist me. One after another, quasidivine level attacks poured down like a torrential downpour. Even more alarming was the presence of a second quasidivine beast hidden within the rift. The intricate blockade set by the five-colored fox was shattered under this terrifying onslaught, and the ominous energy surged straight towards the ethereal cat. The entire secret realm of verdant grass trembled violently under this power. Not far off, the five kings suffered severe damage. Their beast-taming powers were completely immobilized, making even breathing difficult. Emo Xiaochuan attempted to raise his hand, but found his arm felt like lead. Han Yudong bit his lip, but couldn't move, blood trickling slowly down his mouth. Li Shan, the strong man, was veined with frustration, letting out a defiant roar. So what if it's quasidivine? Move, damn it. Yi Yujun barely managed to lift her head, looking worriedly at Chen Lingfeng in the sky. Brother Feng, please be safe. The ethereal cat trembled under the pressure of this aura, but Chen Lingfeng snorted coldly. How dare a mere quasidivine act so arrogantly? Ethereal cat, focus on sealing. Golden dragon, shield us, activate. As he spoke, brilliant golden light burst from him, and a majestic golden dragon emerged, blocking all the attacks from the frost demon wolf and frost blood raven. This is divine level aura. How is this possible? Gasps of surprise erupted around. The power of space, like an invisible giant hand, gradually smoothed out the wrinkles in space. When the sky returned to its clear state, Chen Lingfeng exhaled deeply before falling from exhaustion. In the nick of time, the massive form of the blazing flame dragon appeared, catching him steadily. Back on the ground, everyone gathered around to inquire about his well-being. Sitting cross-legged on the blazing flame dragon's back, Chen Lingfeng worked on restoring his beast-taming power with a treasure while instructing. I'm fine, tell the students to speed up. Blazing flame dragon, let's find the five-colored fox. With a roar, the blazing flame dragon took to the sky, soon standing alongside the five-colored fox. Chen Lingfeng voiced his deepest concern. Five-colored fox, will the frost demon realm track us here? The five-colored fox flicked its tail, casting a complex glance at the ethereal cat on Chen Lingfeng's shoulder. If not for this little one, the secret realm of verdant grass wouldn't have been exposed. The world leaf is sturdy, but the human world is another matter. The frost demon wolf has memorized your scent, and while a quasidivine can't leave for now, a king level might. You should prepare yourselves. Mew Mew. The ethereal cat, sensing the five-colored fox's gaze, lowered its head in shame, emitting a soft, apologetic sound. Chen Lingfeng gently patted its head in comfort. It's okay. Without a quasidivine, I don't even consider a mere king level a threat. At the Beast Academy, students gathered in small circles, eagerly discussing the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. The headmaster is incredible. Even the attack of a quasidivine beast couldn't break through his defense, one student exclaimed, waving their hands with eyes full of admiration. From today on, the headmaster is my idol. Forget about those pretty boys, they're nothing compared to him. Another student declared, thumping their chest. The discussion was lively. The headmaster can already take on quasidivine beasts. If he reaches the quasidivine level himself, he won't even have to fear a demon god. With such a powerful figure in DaXia, why should we fear a beast invasion? Let's just charge forward. A more rational voice chimed in. Don't get too optimistic. DaXia has only one headmaster, but there are plenty of demon gods. Who cares about that? Training hard is what matters. My little turtle will definitely become the strongest. Your turtle that's greener than the grasslands? Someone joked. Better check out my little coyote. As the students reveled in excitement, a notification hit them like a cold splash of water. In 2 months, the final exams would be held in the Beast's secret realm. Those who hadn't reached the bronze level would be automatically eliminated. This news sent shockwaves through the academy. Sophomores rolled up their sleeves, full of fighting spirit. Freshmen wailed in despair. Advancing to bronze in 2 months? Does the school think we're all prodigies? I just formed a contract with my spirit beast, and now we have to fight. The Beast's secret realm is dangerous, isn't it? An experienced senior reassured them. How can you grow without real combat? 2 months is plenty of time. You know, It took us just over a month to reach the bronze level back then. Well then, no more sleep. Let's train all night. The entire Beast Academy was abuzz. Before the first light of dawn, students were already training. The arena was packed, with the echoes of battles resounding day and night. Meanwhile, in the Zijin Pavilion, Chen Lingfeng appeared once more before the prominent figures. The five generals fixed their intense gazes on him, especially Li Jing, whose fervent eyes almost made Chen Lingfeng frown. The Grand Elder maintained his kind demeanor, though he looked slightly pale. Ahem. Headmaster Chen, why have you gathered us today? The Grand Elder inquired. Chen Lingfeng asked with concern. Grand Elder, how is the cultivation of the beast body refinement art going? Ahem. I've been practicing it. Don't worry about me, young man. It's just a common cold. The Grand Elder waved it off, looking nonchalant. The second Elder glanced at the Grand Elder with worry, hesitating to speak. Chen Lingfeng's deep gaze lingered on the Grand Elder for a moment, understanding the situation. A common cold? Even a black iron-level beast master wouldn't be troubled by such a trivial ailment. This old man was still the same, dedicating nearly all his time to alliance affairs, leaving little for rest. Turning to the others, Chen Lingfeng said in a serious tone, Everyone, I've called you here today to discuss something. I'm planning to start branch campuses for the Beast Academy. Do any of you have suggestions? This statement was like a bombshell, creating waves in everyone's mind. With the semester nearing its end, Chen Lingfeng was already planning a larger strategy relying solely on the Kunlun Beast Academy was too slow for cultivating strong individuals. In the Purple Gold Hall, a heated debate was underway about the location for the new branch of the Beast Taming Academy. The new branch has to be in our mountain city. Mo Qingtian exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement as he slapped the table. We have the secret realm of fragrant grass. Plenty of resources. Humph. Wang Kai retorted with a dissatisfied sneer. Mountain City has a secret realm, but do you think our Luogang City doesn't? Chun Nen spoke slowly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Luogang City? That's just a secret realm for producing metals. Do you want the students to become miners? In my opinion, our coastline is the best choice rich in resources, and it can guard the front line. Li Jing opened his mouth to speak, but his gaze involuntarily drifted to the Grand Elder. In the end, he swallowed his words. The debate in the hall grew more intense. The other four generals had their own opinions, and even the other high-ranking officials present joined in, turning the Purple Gold Hall into a cacophony of voices. Chen Lingfeng merely raised his hand slightly, and the noisy hall fell silent. He spoke in a deep voice. The branch of the Beast Taming Academy cannot be built near the coastline. It will inevitably become a battlefield. This time, our focus is on popularizing spirit beasts. It doesn't have to be in a remote area. We can consider several major cities. He turned to the Grand Elder. Let's have the Grand Elder make the decision. The Grand Elder fell into deep thought, his eyes flashing with insight. Popularizing spirit beasts, bustling population, the symbol of DaXia. Suddenly, he looked up at Chen Lingfeng. Will foreign alliances also have beast taming academies in the future? This statement caused an uproar in the room. People voiced strong opposition, their words intense. But the Grand Elder simply watched Chen Lingfeng, waiting for his response. Chen Lingfeng's lips curved slightly as he nodded gently. Yes. This single word was like a bombshell, exploding in the hall. The high-ranking officials widened their eyes in disbelief and began to question loudly. The Grand Elder frowned, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room, instantly silencing all discussion. He sighed softly, sitting in this position, yet your vision is still so narrow, not even as broad as Dean Shen's. Ahem, this young man. Dean Shen, please explain it to them. Chen Lingfeng stood up with a smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I understand your patriotism, but have you overlooked one thing? Our true enemy is not the foreign alliances, but the beasts. His voice grew colder. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. To put it more bluntly, if the cannon fodder is too weak, our losses will be greater. With these words, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. The concept of raising goose surfaced in each person's mind. Let the foreign alliances battle the beasts, and they would only need to deal with the victor in the end. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction and then announced the final decision. The branch of the Beast Taming Academy would be established in Magic City, this international gateway of DaXia. Just as everyone thought the meeting was about to end, Chen Lingfeng dropped another bombshell. One more thing, we've been targeted by the extreme cold demon realm in the secret realm of fragrant grass. They could invade DaXia at any time. He turned to the head of the astronomical office. Please monitor closely and notify the Beast Taming Academy immediately if there is any sign of a spiritual energy disturbance. What? The extreme cold demon realm. This news once again sent shockwaves through the Purple Gold Hall. As night fell, Chen Lingfeng descended upon the Beast Academy. He was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The vast academy was brightly lit, especially the training grounds and arenas, which were bustling with activity. Wang Chong, get your unicorn rhino to charge. Why are you just running in circles? Huang Yi, have your lightning mouse jump up and shock him. You too, hurry up. I have a match after this. With a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, Chen Lingfeng turned and headed back to his office. As soon as he entered, he saw Bai Yinyun sitting on the sofa. Dean, you're back. Bai Yinyun quickly stood up, her cheeks slightly flushed as she greeted him. It's late. Why aren't you resting? Is there something on your mind? Bai Yinyun fidgeted with her hands, looking down as she asked. When will my thunder cub evolve? I want to take the light path up the mountain. Seeing the restless young girl, Chen Lingfeng understood. Bai Yinyun had indeed been working hard lately. Her thunder cub had reached the bronze level, and her holy light deer had evolved into an aurora elk, reaching silver level and nearly matching the strength of Mo Xiaochuan and others. All right, head to the training room and wait for me. After giving his instructions, a gleam flashed in Chen Lingfeng's eyes as he shot into the sky, heading straight for the dragon's lair. This trip was not only to find evolution materials for the thunder cub, but also to gather treasures needed for the evolution of the flame overlord dragon, which had recently advanced to a king level. Soon, amid the disgruntled roars of the inferno dragon, Chen Lingfeng returned to the Beast Academy. In the training room, Bai Yinyun waited anxiously while her thunder cub bounced around excitedly, electricity arcing across its body. Here are the materials. Let your thunder cub evolve. Chen Lingfeng handed over a holy light gem, holy light feather, and 2 lightning element treasures. Sensing the aura of the treasures, the thunder cub eagerly pounced on Bai Yinyun's leg, licking it repeatedly, much like the Thunder Saint Tiger did when it saw the golden dragon drool. Let's become stronger, Thunder Cub. Bai Yinyun carefully placed the treasures on the platform. The Thunder Cub couldn't wait any longer and bit into the gem. Instantly, the power of light and lightning intertwined into a brilliant glow that enveloped it completely. About 20 minutes later, a roar that shook the entire training room erupted, and a pale blue light shot skyward. A thunder light tiger, its body covered in a silvery blue sheen, appeared before everyone. Its eyes sparkled like precious gems, alternating between emitting lightning and light. 5 evolutionary lights formed a radiant ring around it. The evolved attributes immediately appeared. Name, Thunderlight Tiger. Type, Spirit Beast. Attributes, Lightning Light. Level, Bronze. Potential, King level with 5x training speed. Evolution, Pure Quality. Skills, Thunder Flash Bronze, Lightning Radiance Bronze, Thunderblade Bronze, Light Thunder Shield Bronze, Lightning Impact Bronze. Evolution Path, Thunderstorm Tiger Blue Quality, Holy Radiant Tiger Blue Quality, Thunderlight Tiger Blue Quality. Roar. The newly evolved Thunderlight Tiger was elated and, as usual, extended its tongue, playfully pouncing towards Bai Yinyun. The enormous figure startled Bai Yinyun, and she instinctively took a step back. Don't come any closer. You're too big. Chen Lingfeng couldn't bear to watch any longer. He strode forward and grabbed the Thunder Tiger by the neck. All right, go play outside. With a casual toss, the Thunder Tiger was thrown to the doorway. Relieved, Bai Yinyun exhaled and quickly bowed to Chen Lingfeng in gratitude. Once he was alone in the training room, Chen Lingfeng immediately summoned the Tsangyan Overlord Dragon. Roar! The Tsangyan Overlord Dragon let out an excited roar as soon as it appeared, its flames burning more fiercely than usual. Okay, stop yelling at this hour and get ready to evolve, Chen Lingfeng said. At the mention of evolve, the Tsangyan Overlord Dragon folded its wings, and its fiery eyes gleamed with anticipation. Chen Lingfeng ignored the excited big guy and carefully studied its evolution panel. The Tsangyan Overlord Dragon had 3 evolutionary paths: the Blazing Emperor Dragon, the Fury Flame Sovereign Dragon, and the Inferno Holy Dragon. Although the Blazing Emperor Dragon was well-rounded, it was too mediocre for Chen Lingfeng's taste, so he dismissed it. The Fury Flame Sovereign Dragon was renowned for its destructive power and control over fire, while the Inferno Holy Dragon could acquire light attributes, offering excellent healing abilities. In short, it was a choice between combat power and endurance. But for Chen Lingfeng, the answer was clear: chose the Fury Flame Sovereign Dragon. To him, a true warrior should focus on aggressive offense. Endurance was an option only when you couldn't win outright. Chen Lingfeng then began to take out a series of king-level treasures: Fire Dragon Spirit Fruit, Tyrannosaurus Crystal Core, Vermilion Bird Fire Feather. Such precious materials were only available to him because of the support from the Fire Dragon Cave. The Tsangyan Overlord Dragon roared with excitement and leaped onto the high platform. In an instant, intense flames shot skyward, and the spiritual energy of the world formed a massive vortex descending from above, causing the skies above the Beast Academy to change dramatically. The king-level pressure instantly enveloped the entire school. Students, whether training or battling in the arena, were alarmed by this powerful aura. What's going on? Is there a beast invasion? Impossible, this is the Beast Academy. All the spiritual energy is being drawn away. We can't train. They quickly realized the phenomenon was coming from the direction of the training room. An eager Zhang Wan, wearing glasses, was the first to run over, followed by other students. The Tsanyan Overlord Dragon is evolving. It's evolving from blue grade to purple grade. How strong will it be? In no time, a large crowd of students gathered outside the training room, with even those who were asleep being awakened and rushing over to join the commotion. Outside the training room of the Kunlun Mountain Beast Academy, a pillar of fire suddenly pierced the night sky. The fiery column shot straight into the heavens, illuminating the dark night and causing the clouds above to swirl into a massive vortex under the influence of powerful spiritual energy. The terrifying energy fluctuations forced the students present to step back, unwilling to approach. Wow, this presence is almost on par with a divine beast, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Lin Yu, Fong Qingxin, and Zhao Yu stood among the crowd, gazing up at the awe-inspiring scene with eyes full of longing. They knew that they might only ever reach the golden level in their lifetimes, with even the king level being an unattainable peak. Nonetheless, their admiration for the strong was undiminished. For Dean Chen Lingfeng, the king level might just be the beginning, but for them, it was an unreachable summit. At that moment, 5 figures approached swiftly from afar, led by Yi Yujun. Mo Xiaochuan stood still, clicking his tongue in admiration. As expected of the dean, this presence far surpasses the Thunder Holy Tiger. Yi Yujun glanced at him coldly. What is the Thunder Holy Tiger? How can it compare to Brother Feng? The pillar of light lasted for a full half-hour, during which the king-level aura continued to rise, forcing the crowd to retreat further due to the overwhelming pressure. When the flames finally began to dissipate, a massive figure appeared in the sky, a gigantic flaming dragon, its body enveloped in blazing fire, surrounded by 5 fiery, evolutionary halos that emitted a mysterious glow. The dragon let out a mighty roar, causing the ground to tremble. This was the newly evolved Fury Flame Sovereign Dragon. Chen Lingfeng gazed at the Fury Flame Sovereign Dragon in the sky, a slight smile playing on his lips. The system immediately displayed the dragon's detailed information. Name: Fury Flame Sovereign Dragon. Category: Spirit Beast. Attributes: Dragon, Flame. Level: King. Aptitude: God level, 40 times cultivation speed. Features: Evolved with Fire Dragon Pearls 2, Flawless Purple Grade. Skills: Fury Flame Rampage King, Flame Dragon's Wrath King, Flame Burst Impact King, Dragon's Might Fury Flame King, Flame Burst Star Shatter God. Evolution Path: Flame Emperor Dragon Red Grade, Inferno Emperor Dragon Red Grade. Treasure: Fire Dragon Pearl God level. With the completion of the Fury Flame Sovereign Dragon's evolution, a powerful beast mastery force surged into Chen Lingfeng's body, elevating his strength from the initial stage of king to the middle stage. Considering the dragon's enormous size could potentially damage the academy's buildings, Chen Lingfeng decisively summoned it back. As he stepped out of the training room, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Over 1,000 students, along with Yi Yujun and others, were already waiting outside, their eyes filled with reverence. Dean, they called out in unison. All right, it's late. Those who need to sleep should go to bed, and those who need to train should get on with it. Don't forget, the finals are not far away. Chen Lingfeng said casually, waving his hand as he turned to walk towards the office. His shadow stretched long under the moonlight, leaving a group of students exchanging puzzled glances. Yi Yujun smiled slightly, a glint in her eyes, and quickly followed in Chen Lingfeng's footsteps. Mo Xiaochuan was about to follow when Han Yudong grabbed his arm. What are you doing? I want to get some advice from the dean too. Mo Xiaochuan protested, struggling. It's a long night, just the two of them. Han Yudong said meaningfully, glancing at him. Do you think if you went, Yi Jia wouldn't train you tomorrow? Let's go, time to sleep. Han Yudong said, dragging the still-dazed Mo Xiaochuan away from the scene. In the office, Chen Lingfeng had just settled into his chair when Yi Yujun entered. With determination in her eyes, she got straight to the point. Feng Ge, I want to go to the bloodthirsty Tiger King's secret realm. Even though the Tiger King has been defeated, there are still many gold and silver-level bloodthirsty tigers in there. Chen Lingfeng said with a frown. He had only allowed the military district to capture stragglers on the outskirts, not daring to venture deep inside. You're close to reaching gold? Chen Lingfeng asked, his deep gaze fixed on Yi Yujun, his tone tinged with surprise. Almost, Yi Yujun replied, her eyes shining with confidence. I feel like I'm just missing an opportunity, probably due to lack of combat experience. It's perfect to use the gold-level beasts in the bloodthirsty Tiger King secret realm for practice. Her tone was filled with undeniable authority. Usually seen as the obedient girl next to Chen Lingfeng, she now displayed the aura of the Wind Kinga true warrior who had emerged from bloody battles. All right, Chen Lingfeng said after a moment of contemplation. Take Han Yudong, Mo Xiaochuan, Li Shan, and the 10 great generals with you. The next morning, a Longting No. 1 aircraft soared into the sky, carrying the 4 great kings and the 10 great generals on a grand journey. When the news reached Ma Cheng, the city lord immediately summoned his secretary, looking solemn. Prepare 10 Longting cars at once. We're going to the airport to receive them. City lord, isn't this a bit too grand? The secretary hesitated. We don't even know who from the Beast Academy is coming. Shouldn't I handle the reception myself? Just prepare them. No more nonsense. The city lord said impatiently, waving his hand. Even if it's just a student from the Beast Academy, it's worth it. In the Beast era, I might have to give up my position as city lord to these students in the future. The city lord set out with his team, the impressive convoy cutting through the unusually empty streets of the morning rush hour, led by 3 security cars. A large crowd had already gathered around the airport, buzzing with excitement. Who could be arriving to warrant such a reception? Security cars leading the way, 10 Longting cars? Could it be someone from the Purple Gold Pavilion? Or maybe it's Dean Shun? I can't miss this. I have to go see for myself. As the crowd surged towards the airport, Yi Yujun led her group of 15 down from the plane, and the city lord's eyes lit up with excitement as he hurried to greet them. The onlookers erupted in exclamations. Is that the 4 great kings? All 4 of them together? What's going on? Wind King, I'm your fan. Over here. Mo King, I adore you. Your bone dragon is just so cool. The cheers from the crowd rose and fell, their enthusiasm rivaling that of a fervent fan event. In the bustling streets of Muching, a Longting car slowly made its way. Han Yudong turned to look at Mo Xiaochuan beside him, teasingly commenting on his almost frozen smile. Old Mo, how long are you going to keep smiling like that? Aren't your cheeks cramping yet? Mo Xiaochuan glanced at him dismissively and casually rolled down the window to wave at the crowd. Xiaodong, you're still too young. Back in the day, when I was racing through the streets, people would shout too, but that was out of jealousy. Now it's different. Look at them. They genuinely like this handsome guy. Are you sure they weren't just asking after General Mo back then? Han Yudong replied, eyes wide with a twitching smile. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the bloodthirsty Tiger King's secret realm, Yi Yujun's arrival caught the eye of the station Major General, Yi Tianwang. The Major General stood at attention and saluted, his voice loud and clear. Thank you for your hard work, General. Yi Yujun nodded in acknowledgement. For the upcoming secret realm trial, I'll be counting on your logistics support. Mission guaranteed. The Major General's eyes gleamed with anticipation, thinking that with Yi Tianwang personally involved in the trial, high-level magical beast meat would be easily obtained. Even if it had to be handed over, getting a piece or 2 shouldn't be a problem. Inside the Beast Mastery Academy, in Chen Lingfeng's office, Bai Yinyun stood hesitantly in front of the desk, watching his mentor handle paperwork. After a while, Chen Lingfeng looked up. Are you wondering why I didn't let Yi Yujun take you along? Bai Yinyun was taken aback for a moment and nodded slightly. Haven't you always wanted to take the light path to the summit? It just so happens I need to visit as well. Let's go together. All right. Bai Yinyun's clear eyes lit up instantly, standing straight and responding loudly. Another Longting number 1 took off from the Beast Mastery Academy, soaring into the distance. In the mountainous region of Guicheng, the winding paths were crowded with tourists. Despite the looming threat of magical beast invasions, this famous scenic spot in the Great Xia remained bustling. In the 5 Arat tourist area, visitors enjoyed nature's gifts, some taking photos, others playing in the water, with laughter and joy filling the air. A popular online streamer, Dai Mimi, was live streaming with her phone. Her chat was buzzing with fans teasing. Dai, there must be spirit beasts in these deep woods. Catch a couple to entertain the brothers. I think it's possible. Dai always has good luck. Maybe you'll really find some wild spirit beasts. Dai Mimi rolled her eyes helplessly. Come on. Even if you send me 100 rockets, I can't catch one. Spirit beasts aren't like cabbages. Even the richest can't by a single hair. Dai, where's your confidence? What about that spirit you have when gaming? Exactly. There's nothing our Dai can't do. Have some confidence. Guys, Dai Mimi continued interacting with her chat while walking. Let's just enjoy the beautiful scenery here. As for spirit beasts, let's dream about them tonight. Do you think I don't love spirit beasts? They're so cute, so handsome, so strong. I'm practically drooling. If anyone knows how to get a spirit beast, let me know, and I'll go catch one right away. Just then, the area was suddenly thrown into chaos. Staff began urgently evacuating tourists, with one holding a loudspeaker announcing, "Emergency notice. Due to special circumstances, everyone present must descend the mountain. Triple refund on your tickets." The announcement over the scenic area's loudspeakers suddenly blared an urgent message. Due to special circumstances, all visitors are requested to leave the mountain. Triple the ticket price will be refunded. The announcement repeated, echoing through the mountains. The tourists stopped in their tracks, discussing the situation. We came all this way, and now we're being told to leave. Someone grumbled in dissatisfaction. Could it be a magical beast invasion? An elderly woman tugged at her husband's sleeve. We should leave quickly. We need to cooperate with the Alliance. Dai Mimi stood still, her live streaming equipment still running. The live chat was flooded with messages like snowflakes. Something big is happening. It's definitely related to the spirit beasts. Maybe a secret realm is opening. Dai's so lucky. Don't leave, streamer, stay and see what's happening. Faced with the enthusiastic calls from her audience, Dai Mimi could only smile wryly. The staff are out here telling us to leave. How could I dare stay? What am I compared to the Alliance? Let's cooperate with the organization. As she followed the crowd to the entrance of the scenic area, sudden exclamations erupted from the crowd. Dean Chun. It's Dean Chun. Oh my god. He's even more handsome in person than in videos. Dean Chun. Dai Mimi was momentarily caught off guard, standing there in a daze. The live chat exploded. Dai, why are you just standing there? Go. Show us Dean Chun. Why do you always freeze at critical moments? Finally snapping back to reality, Dai Mimi let out a shriek, maneuvering through the crowd like a gamer, squeezing her way to the front. She just managed to catch a glimpse of Chen Lingfeng and Bai Yinyun heading up the mountain. It really is Dean Shen. I'm going to faint. Her scream was so loud it even drowned out the surrounding noise, causing Chen Lingfeng to pause. He furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the crowd until his gaze landed on Dai Mimi. That look made the girls around blush instantly, with some so overwhelmed they fainted on the spot. Dai Mimi stood there, her heart pounding like a drum. To her shock, Chen Lingfeng spoke. Are you Dai Mimi? Are you Dai Mimi? Chen Lingfeng's slightly doubtful voice echoed in the live stream room, leaving Dai Mimi momentarily stunned, questioning if she was hearing things. The comments section exploded instantly, with text nearly filling the entire screen. Oh my god, the dean is really calling out to Dai Dai. Could it be someone with the same name? Wait, am I dreaming? Holy crap, it's really the dean calling out to Dai Dai. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Silly Tiger, the general manager was leisurely flipping through financial reports when the office door was suddenly flung open. Department manager Xiao Wang burst in, out of breath, leaning against the doorframe. General manager, the server is about to crash. Is it a hacker attack? The general manager stood up abruptly. No. Xiao Wang took a deep breath. It's Dai Mimi's livestream room. Dean Chen has appeared. The audience has already surpassed 1 million and is about to reach 10 million. Dean Chen. The general manager was taken aback. You mean? Chen Lingfeng from the Beast Academy? The 6-star general? After confirming the news, the general manager immediately made a decision. The entire department will work overtime. Add 20 more server groups immediately. Promote it fully on the homepage. The news spread like wildfire across the internet, with major platforms scrambling to broadcast it. And even the Information Bureau TV station began covering this breaking event. Meanwhile, in the livestream room, Chen Lingfeng appeared calm and contemplative as he observed Dai Mimi. In his memory, the online influencer in front of him would have a more significant role in the Futuria's as Spirit Beast ambassador. By a stroke of luck, she would acquire a Spirit Beast, gaining fame through this fortune, and eventually be invited by the Alliance to assume an important position. The last time he saw her in the previous life, she had become a formidable figure with the strength of a king-level expert, showcasing remarkable talent. Unfortunately, she sacrificed herself during the defense of the Demon City. To this day, Chen Lingfeng vividly remembers her last moment. With her iconic smile and a carefree tone, she said, Guys, I'll go ahead and check out the scenery in hell for you. Maybe I'll give you a live stream if I get a chance. Her cheerful voice and playful demeanor remain fresh in his memory, even after so much time has passed. At this moment, Dai Mimi felt a shiver run down her spine under Chen Lingfeng's gaze, as if a swarm of ants was crawling on her skin, and her scalp felt as hot as a boiling kettle. She pointed at herself, her voice filled with disbelief. Are you calling me? Is there another Dai Mimi here? Chen Lingfeng gestured for her to come over. Come on. This scene immediately caused a stir among the crowd, especially among the female tourists, who looked on with reddened eyes and blatant envy. Dai Mimi stood there, wide-eyed and mouth agape, forgetting to lower her hand. Calling me? Am I dreaming? Chen Lingfeng's brow furrowed slightly, his tone more stern. Hurry up, I don't want to say it twice. Seeing Dai Mimi spinning in circles with joy, Chen Lingfeng's expression became even more serious. She quickly made her way through the crowd and stood nervously in front of Chen Lingfeng. Hello, Dean. Have you seen my live stream? The live stream chat exploded with comments scrolling rapidly. My toes could dig a 3-bedroom apartment. This is so awkward. With the dean's status, how could he possibly watch your stream? Dai Mimi is promoting herself well. She's going to be a top streamer. Just graduated high school and can already outshine the dean. Can't compare to ordinary people. Keep up. Chen Lingfeng turned and continued walking, while Bai Yunyun pulled the still-dazed Dai Mimi along. This simple response caused an uproar in the live stream chat, with comments becoming even more frantic. Oh my god, the dean really watched Dai Mimi stream. Dai Mimi can brag about this for a lifetime. Wait, Dai Mimi, try shutting down the stream if you dare. As Dai Mimi was about to end the live stream, her fingers suddenly paused. Guys, it's not that I don't want to keep you company, but Dean Chen's matters are all important to the Alliance. I don't want to get in trouble. No worries, keep your stream going, as long as everyone's happy. Chen Lingfeng's voice suddenly came through, startling Dai Mimish had spoken so quietly, yet he still heard her. The live stream audience grew even more excited. The dean is so cool. I want to have the dean's babies. The dean really treats us like brothers. This is something to brag about for a lifetime. The famous tourist spot in the city was deserted, with the scenic mountains and waters now featuring only one nervous figure, Mimi. She clutched her phone, which was buzzing with comments, no longer daring to speak as freely as before. Meanwhile, the live stream was bustling with activity, as viewers chatted and laughed. The broadcast even caught the attention of the big shots at Zijin Pavilion. The Grand Elder stared at the live stream with a slight frown. Weren't Yi Tianwang's people supposed to be in the bloodthirsty Tiger King's secret realm? How did this kid end up in the city's mountains? The head of the Information Bureau initially planned to shut down the live stream immediately, but changed his mind after listening to Chen Lingfeng's suggestion. The Grand Elder then ordered, Chief of the Security Bureau, investigate Mimi's background thoroughly, including her friends and family. If she's suitable, persuade her to join us. The mountain path wound on, and after half an hour of climbing, Mimi was out of breath. She looked at Bai Yangyun, who was walking effortlessly beside her, and timidly asked, Sister Bai, why don't you seem tired at all? Bai Yangyun smiled gently. Haven't you practiced the beast control body refinement technique? Once you reach the black iron level, this distance is nothing. Her words immediately sparked laughter in the live stream, with viewers teasing Mimi about her past attempts to train with no progress. Suddenly, Chen Lingfeng stopped at the mountain's peak, his white robe fluttering in the breeze as his eyes scanned the distance like lightning. The viewers were captivated by his aura, showering him with praise. In the next moment, he leapt into the air, exuding a powerful presence that changed the sky's color, as spiritual energy gathered like a tidal wave, forming a massive vortex above. Mimi was stunned, clinging tightly to Bai Yinyun's sleeve. The viewers were also so awestruck by the scene that they temporarily forgot to comment. The big shots at Zijin Pavilion finally realized was there to open the secret realm. Chen Lingfeng thrust his hands forward, sending a surge of beast control energy that made the entire mountain range tremble, causing boulders to fall. Mimi lost her balance and fell to the ground. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dazzling portal appeared in the void, its pure white light reaching the sky, visible across the entire city. As the light faded, countless ethereal feathers of light danced in the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. The Gate of Heaven, City of Angels? The viewers exclaimed in awe. Is this Angel City for real? A secret realm entrance. An exclamation shattered the mountain's tranquility. As the news spread, the appearance of the secret realm entrance on the mountain caused a sensation, with passers-by stopping to take a look. This city is really thriving now. I have to see it for myself, someone said excitedly. Witnessing this firsthand is just amazing. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Could we really see angels inside? Someone wondered aloud. Bai Yangyun took a silver-white phone from his pocket and handed it to his sister, who was staring in awe. The phone gleamed like it was carved from crystal. No need. I have a phone, she said, though her eyes sparkled with envy. She waved her hands to decline. Bai Yangyun chuckled. This one's special, made for streaming in the secret realm. Regular phones lose signal in there. Oh, I get it now, she realized and accepted the crystal phone. Chen Lingfeng was the first to step into the entrance, his figure vanishing immediately. Bai Yangyun and his sister followed closely behind. The audience in the live stream praised the director's thoughtful preparation. As they entered the secret realm, the scene left his sister in awe. Lush green mountains, crystal clear streams, and a sky suffused with a warm glow despite the absence of a sun. White birds frolicked in the air, while various mystical creatures joyfully played on the grass. Is this the secret realm? It's gorgeous, she exclaimed, echoing the sentiments of the live stream viewers. Chen Lingfeng calmly explained. This is the realm of light, a mid-level area. It mainly hosts light, wood, and water-type mystical creatures, all with healing abilities. It's an ideal place for aspiring support beast tamers to form contracts. The trio continued on, encountering many adorable mystical creatures along the way. A big-eared gray mouse curiously eyed Chen Lingfeng, and small turtles in the river blew sparkling bubbles as they played. There's an injured water spirit cat ahead, Bai Yangyun suddenly pointed out. A sapphire blue water spirit cat was limping, its wounded leg dripping blood. Bai Yangyun was about to direct his holy light deer to help when Chen Lingfeng stopped him. Wait, look over there. A rustling sound came from the grass, and a chubby white snake slithered out. Its body was sleek and white, and it circled the water spirit cat with concern, its small eyes narrowed. What kind of mystical creature is that? It's beautiful, his sister asked in surprise. Chen Lingfeng's eyes gleamed with recognition, his lips curling into a smile. Found you, white jade snake. The white jade snake had a slightly plump body, yet exuded a natural charm. Its entire form was as pure as jade, emitting a soft glow. Its gem-like eyes were lively and expressive, while its smooth, delicate skin revealed mysterious patterns under the light. Despite having only black iron-level potential as a light-element spirit beast, it boasted a training speed 3 times that of a silver level. Remarkably, it possessed 3 black iron-level healing skills: Holy Light Healing, radiant restoration, and luminous cure. This was one of Chen Lingfeng's objectives for entering the secret realm. The white jade snake elegantly circled the injured water spirit cat twice, and its body began to glow softly. Holy light healing. With a gentle meow, the water spirit cat was bathed in holy light, and its once gruesome wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the light faded, the water spirit cat, which had been limping moments before, was now leaping around playfully with the white jade snake. This miraculous scene left the livestream audience in awe. Oh my god, just a beam of white light can instantly heal a wound that would take over 10 days to recover? Is this the magical power of spirit beasts? I wish I had a white jade snake. With it, I wouldn't have to worry about getting hurt in a fight. After a bit of frolicking, the white jade snake turned and swam towards the bushes. Chen Lingfeng immediately followed through the air. Dean, wait for me. Despite its plump appearance, the white jade snake was incredibly agile in motion. Soon, it led the group to a unique valley. Under the long-term influence of the holy light, the rocks in the valley had become crystal clear, resembling countless embedded gems. Hovering in the air, Chen Lingfeng gazed at the valley filled with white jade snakes and radiant white snakes, a smile forming on his lips. So this is where the Valley of Holy Light is. Phew. Sister Bai, can you slow down next time? The dazed sister panted, clutching her waist, her phone wobbling in her hand. Dazed sister, you must intensify your training on the beast mastery body technique when we return. Your stamina is too poor. Even your filming is unsteady. Look ahead, the dazed sister suddenly exclaimed. The valley is full of crystals and countless white jade snakes. Oh my, why can't I have just one? The appearance of the white jade snake was destined to revolutionize the medical system of DaXia. Order at once, the Grand Elder said sternly. Wang Kai, lead the Beast Mastery Corps to cooperate with the city's security bureau to seal off the scenic area. From this day forward, the area is permanently closed. As soon as the order was given, over 100 off-road vehicles roared down the highway, heading straight for the city's scenic area. The city lord personally accompanied the head of the security bureau to the site. Chen Lingfeng's gaze swept over the group of white jade snakes before turning to the dazed sister and saying, Chen Lingfeng stood before the crowd, providing a detailed introduction to the spirit beasts known as healing angels. These spirit beasts only acknowledge those with pure hearts. They can heal almost any non-terminal illness. Although they are gentle and never attack proactively, if one's heart isn't pure, even killing them won't earn their recognition. The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed as he immediately turned to the head of the medical department with a directive. Dispatch virtuous physicians immediately to form contracts with these spirit beasts and deploy them to major hospitals. The order spread like lightning across the top-tier hospitals, and many virtuous physicians, upon receiving the notice, quickly packed their belongings and headed to Gue City. Initially thinking it was a major incident, they were overjoyed to learn they were going to contract with spirit beasts. After recording the location, Chen Lingfeng shifted his attention to the central pillar, cloaked in holy light. By Yanyun, the holy light ascension path is here. It's up to you now. Don't worry, Dean, I will succeed. Bai Yanyun summoned her holy light tiger, standing resolutely at the mountain's foot. Her clear voice echoed throughout the mystical realm. Bai Yanyun of the Great Xiao Alliance, Light Element King, pays respect. Boom. The pillar trembled violently. The holy light parted, revealing an endless staircase. Without hesitation, Bai Yanyun stepped onto the holy light ascension path. The live audience erupted with excitement, flooding the screen with comments. May the Light Element King return victorious. Nearby, Dumb Sister's eyes sparkled with envy, unsure of how to assess her own strengths. Chen Lingfeng looked down at her and said, The spirit beasts in the light realm are gentle. I'll give you a chance to take one, but remember, it must be willing. With that, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the void. It wasn't until Atsong Airmouse hopped to her feet that Dumb Sister snapped out of her daze. Guys, the Dean is gifting me a spirit beast. Am I incredibly lucky, or what? I'm so happy. The comments section exploded with envy and jealousy. Dum, $1 million for the spirit beast. I'm the top fan, 5 million for the spirit beast. Step aside, my green onion duck offers 10 million. Why is Dum so lucky? The white jade snake is so cute. And that water spirit cat is super adorable too. The audience offered exorbitant sums, hoping to trade for a spirit beast, but could only watch as the opportunity fell into Dumb Sister's hands. In the realm of light, Chen Lingfeng was not worried about his sister's choices. He maneuvered the Furious Flame Dragon around the Pillar of Heaven and arrived above a lush forest. Furious Flame Dragon, come forth. With Chen Lingfeng's command, a massive dragon silhouette appeared in the sky, its domineering aura enveloping the entire forest. The creatures in the forest were instantly thrown into panic. Wood spirit mice on the branches squeaked and hid in tree holes. The vivid thorn roses hurriedly covered their blushing faces with leaves, and the little stump beasts dug frantically, trying to bury themselves. Young friend, ease your aura. Don't frighten these little ones. A voice both ancient and gentle emanated from the forest's heart. Accompanying it was a soothing presence that effortlessly dispelled the furious flame dragon's pressure. Ancient tree. Chen Lingfeng's eyes lit up as he leapt onto the back of the furious flame dragon. The dragon's wings flapped, stirring up a whirlwind, sending leaves dancing through the air. Reaching the forest's center, a towering tree that blocked out the sky came into view. Even the massive furious flame dragon seemed insignificant before this ancient tree. The system indicated it was a king-level wood-type spirit beast, possessing 5 king-level skills like life revival, and it might drop precious life splinters. Suddenly, a chorus of dragon roars emanated from the treetop. Several wood spirit dragons glared at Chen Lingfeng, their bodies covered in emerald scales resembling woven leaves. They and the ancient tree supported each other and grew together. Wood spirit dragons, do not be alarmed. The visitor is a guest. The ancient tree's wise eyes focused on Chen Lingfeng. Young friend, what brings you here? Chen Lingfeng jumped down from the dragon's back, cupping his hands in respect. Chen Lingfeng greets the ancient tree. I come with a humble requesto be granted 3 drops of life essence and 3 life saplings. Roar. Before he finished speaking, a furious roar came from the thickest branch. A green dragon, as large as the furious flame dragon, swooped down and bellowed, boy, don't push your luck. The enormous form of the ancient green wood dragon coiled in midair, its ancient scales emitting a mysterious green glow. Its deep, majestic eyes shone with an imposing presence. Dense wood element energy flowed around it, exuding an aura of ancient times. Boy, do you know how precious the elixir of life is? Just 1 drop can create a member of my wood dragon clan. The overwhelming aura of a heavenly king pressed down on Chen Lingfeng. The green wood dragon's voice filled with anger. Chen Lingfeng stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he met the eyes of the green wood dragon. I know, but I have compelling reasons. I'm willing to exchange a promise with you. As he spoke, the beast-taming power within him surged, his king-level aura clashing fiercely with the green wood dragon's pressure. A promise. The green wood dragon's massive wings stirred up a fierce gale. Can your promise match the value of 3 clan members? Can it bring 3 saplings of the tree of life? Unable to contain itself any longer, the fiery dragon of wrath spread its wings, flames shooting skyward as it let out a thunderous roar. Chen Lingfeng took a step forward, his aura growing deeper and his gaze sharp. My promise can ensure the light realm's survival, safeguard the wood dragons for millennia, and stand against the demonic gods. I swear by the beast-taming god and the guardian deity of DaXia. Before his words faded, a golden dragon's spectral form soared into the sky, its divine aura as dazzling as the sun. The golden dragon opened its majestic eyes, instantly dispelling the 2 king-level pressures. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree trembled violently, its wise eyes filled with awe. This is a divine aura, beyond even a god. No, there's also the essence of Mokarans. Boy, I agree to your promise. The ancient voice carried a hint of urgency. Chen Lingfeng nodded in acknowledgement, dispelling the golden dragon's image, and clasped his hands in respect toward the ancient tree. Ancient tree, this action is out of necessity, but my promise remains firm. Greenwood dragon, please understand, my goal is singulardo defeat the demon gods and the 9 heavens, which benefits us both. The greenwood dragon's vast eyes flashed with a complex expression, and with a low growl, it turned and flew back to the treetops. The ancient tree shook its branches, sending 3 small saplings to Chen Lingfeng. These are some of our few children. Treat them well. Bring out the bottles. Chen Lingfeng quickly took out 3 prepared crystal bottles. The ancient tree concentrated its life force between the branches and leaves, squeezing out 3 drops of vibrant green elixir of life. As the liquid fell, the ancient tree's aura noticeably weakened. Boy, the battle against the demon gods is extraordinarily difficult. I hope the old tree can lend you some aid. Go now. The ancient tree finished weakly and slowly closed its eyes, the surroundings returning to silence. Chen Lingfeng carefully stored the crystal bottles, bowed deeply to the ancient tree, his voice as firm as iron. Rest assured, old tree, in this lifetime, I will keep the beasts at bay from the world. The fiery dragon flapped its wings, carrying Chen Lingfeng back steadily. Standing on the dragon's back, Chen Lingfeng folded his hands behind him, gazing through the clouds into the distance as his thoughts drifted back to the epic battle against the demon gods in his previous life. At that time, the ancient tree of Tsang served as a shield, creating the final sanctuary for the great Xia, allowing the noble city to endure until the very end. He vividly remembered the moth-like sacrifice of the Wood Dragon clan and the towering tree shadows that burned to protect the noble city. This ultimate act of sacrifice earned his deep respect for the ancient tree of Tsang. Meanwhile, in the light realm, the clumsy girl was awkwardly sprawled on the ground, tightly gripping the tail of a blue water spirit cat that was meowing incessantly. The viewers in the live stream were both amused by the comical scene and envious. Silly woman, your stamina is too poor. That sacred light deer was within reach just now. Be gentle with the adorable water spirit cat, dummy. The moo flower was so beautiful, but it got scared away by this silly girl. Cats are so cute. How can you not love them? Suddenly, the topic in the chat shifted abruptly. Whoa, look at the sky. Oh my god, that dragon is bigger than a plane. Dummy, run. When the clumsy girl finally looked up and saw the massive figure, her legs went weak with fear. She clung tightly to the equally frightened water spirit cat, her voice trembling. Didn't the headmaster say the spirit beasts here were gentle? I just got the water spirit cat. I don't want to die here. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing for the worst, a commanding voice rang out from above. Shut up and get up here. Headmaster. The clumsy girl opened her eyes in surprise, seeing Chen Lingfeng's familiar figure standing on the dragon's back. She examined the majestic dragon closely and wondered, is this the fiery overlord dragon? The live stream exploded with excitement. As expected of the headmaster's spirit beast, it's so majestic. This must be the evolved form of the fiery overlord dragon. Ugh, I don't even have a regular spirit beast. Where are we going now? The clumsy girl asked curiously. To bring the light element king back. Chen Lingfeng replied briefly, and the fiery dragon descended onto the mountainside. In the distance, a tall woman was struggling forward, her thunder tiger valiantly fending off waves of attacking spirit beasts. Watching Bai Yunyun's struggling figure, the clumsy girl's heart sank, her gaze filled with complexity. Without enduring the bitter cold, how could the plum blossoms smell so sweet? Being a king is not so easy, Chen Lingfeng said calmly, his gaze steady as he watched the scene unfold before him. Bai Yunyun struggled up the mountain path, her legs trembling until she finally collapsed to her knees. Yet, she gritted her teeth and inched forward on her knees. As she neared the summit, she was crawling, her hands clawing at the ground as she painstakingly climbed. In front of the live stream, Dai Mimi was already in tears, and the audience fell silent. No one laughed anymore. Everyone was deeply moved by Bai Yunyun's resilience. Finally, Bai Yunyun reached the peak. In an instant, countless white feathers drifted from the sky, a holy light enveloping her, healing her weary body and continuously enhancing her strength. The live chat erupted, with some exclaiming they saw an angel, praising Bai Tianwang as if she were a celestial being. Astonishingly, a pair of pure white wings sprouted from her back. Look, Dean, Dai Mimi exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. Sister Bai has grown wings, they're so beautiful. Chen Lingfeng nodded calmly. Those are sacred light feathers, a quasi-divine treasure, a reward from the sacred light mountain path. Not only do they enable flight, but they also enhance the training speed of light-type spirit beasts. He knew that in the past life, Bai Yunyun was not only the Light King, but was also revered as the Holy Angel and the White Light Goddess. Bai Yunyun flapped her sacred light feathers and landed steadily in front of Chen Lingfeng, her fair face beaming with joy. She stood at attention and saluted Chen Lingfeng. Reporting to the dean, Bai Yunyun has perfectly completed the mission. Retreat. Chen Lingfeng nodded with satisfaction, then led the team out of the light-type secret realm. Outside, General Wang Kai greeted them warmly. Ha! Dean, you are incredible, building yet another line of defense for DaXia. The area was surrounded by fully armed soldiers, many of whom were beast soldiers. The city lord of Guiqing and the head of the security bureau were also waiting respectfully nearby. Chen Lingfeng instructed Wang Kai. This secret realm is crucial, I entrust it to you. Mission guaranteed. Wang Kai saluted solemnly. Finally, Chen Lingfeng put away the furious flame sovereign dragon and handed Dai Mimi's phone to Bai Yunyun. Looking at the reluctant Dai Mimi, he said gently, we will meet again. Turning to Bai Yunyun, he advised, your mission is complete. Head to the bloodthirsty Tiger King's secret realm and quickly enhance your strength. After leaving the light element secret realm, Chen Lingfeng took the Longting No. 1 directly to Longqing's Zijin Pavilion. Upon his arrival, the two guards at the entrance immediately stood at attention and saluted, their eyes shining with fervor. Principal, do you need me to notify the Grand Elder right now? One of the guards asked respectfully. Is the Grand Elder resting? Chen Lingfeng inquired. The guards exchanged glances and hesitantly replied, well, not yet. Chen Lingfeng glanced at the night sky, where the stars were sparse around the bright moon, indicating it was already late at night. No need to notify him. I'll go in myself. Bypassing the front yard, Chen Lingfeng walked directly towards the study. From a distance, he could see a faint light and hear indistinct voices. The spread of spirit beasts needs to be accelerated. 5 years, now perhaps only 3 years are left. Second Elder, the construction of the branch school must be expedited. Hearing these words, a complex expression crossed Chen Lingfeng's face, and he sighed softly. He knew well that the Grand Elder was wholeheartedly devoted to DaXia, having passed away in his previous life at his desk. It wasn't for lack of a contracted spirit beast, but because he poured all his energy into his work. Knock knock. Xiao Zhao, what brings you here so late? The weary voice of the Grand Elder came from the study. It's me. Principal Chen. The second elder opened the door in surprise. Inside, the Grand Elder and the third elder stood up abruptly, their expressions slightly tense. Principal Chen, is there an urgent matter? Do we need to convene a Zijin meeting? The Grand Elder asked. As in his experience, Chen Lingfeng's presence usually signaled something significant. Chen Lingfeng first saluted the three elders, then waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing urgent. Grand Elder, didn't I tell you to get some rest? It's already 1 in the morning. His tone carried both reproach and concern. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, warmth flickering in his eyes. It's all right. This old body can last a few more years. In fact, I find it hard to sleep early. Since you're here, have a cup of tea. The aroma of tea filled the study. Chen Lingfeng drank his in one gulp and then took out an exquisite bottle from his pocket, adding drops to each of the elders' teacups. Instantly, a powerful life force filled the room, invigorating everyone with just a breath. The Grand Elder frowned. Principal Chen, what kind of treasure is this? Don't be reckless. Keep it for yourself. Just drink it, Grand Elder. Our old bones are still sturdy. The second and third elders also declined. Chen Lingfeng's expression was solemn. Elders, even the ancients knew to capture the leader first. You are the stewards of DaXia. How can you not take care of yourselves? No matter how strong I am, without you holding the fort, everything is in vain. This is non-negotiable. If you don't drink it, I'll refuse to open the branch school. The three elders exchanged glances, feeling both moved and amused. Under the second elder's persuasion, the Grand Elder finally, albeit reluctantly, raised his teacup and drank it all. Chen Lingfeng's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked directly at the second and third elders. And you too, don't think you can avoid drinking today, he said in a firm tone, though his words were gentle. The two elders nodded silently and raised their teacups. In an instant, a pure life force erupted within the three elders, surging powerfully. A green aurora appeared above the study, astonishing the two guards outside. But with Chen Lingfeng present, they dared not step in. The life essence began to take effect, visibly rejuvenating the elders. Their white hair gradually turned black, and their hunched backs straightened. Their beast mastery power soared from black iron to bronze, finally reaching the peak of the bronze level. Excellent. It's time to contract these 3 spirit beasts, Chen Lingfeng said, taking out 3 life saplings. The vibrant green leaves swayed joyfully. Sensing the elders' powerful life force, the saplings moved closer. This can't be. The elders didn't know what kind of spirit beasts these were, but anything brought by Chen Lingfeng must be extraordinary. Yet, under his insistence, they ultimately formed a contract with the life saplings. All right, you 3 should rest early. I'm leaving, Chen Lingfeng said as he turned to leave, leaving the elders amused and resigned. Well, I guess early retirement is off the table. Let's witness the glorious era together. A week later, a Longting 1 aircraft slowly descended over the Beastmaster Academy. The 5 kings, covered in blood, and the 10 increasingly powerful generals emerged one after another, drawing the shocked gazes of passing students. In the principal's training room, Chen Lingfeng opened his eyes, looking with interest toward the door. Yi Yujun led the group in, ignoring the bloodstains on them, eager to show their progress. Report, Principal, we've returned victorious. Yi Yujun saluted excitedly. Chen Lingfeng returned the salute with satisfaction, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. Even Bai Yanyun was surrounded by a thick aura of killing intent. Yi Yujun had advanced to the gold level, while the others reached silver. That evening, Chen Lingfeng hosted a banquet in the cafeteria to reward them. Mo Xiaochuan devoured the bloodthirsty tiger meat like a starved man. Ugh, Principal, you have no idea how tough it's been for us. We couldn't eat or sleep well. I must have lost at least 10 pounds. Just eat, you glutton. Don't choke yourself. Yi Yujun rolled her eyes at the laziest member of the team. On Mount Kunlun, at the Beast Taming Academy, the entire school was enveloped in the tense atmosphere of the upcoming final exams. Students hurried about, eager not to waste a single moment. Inside the training room, Chen Lingfeng gazed at the chaos sky fox before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The little fox had finally completed its evolution and was now excitedly bouncing around the room. Its form had become more elegant and mysterious, surrounded by a profound aura of chaos, with eyes as deep as the void. Its long tail swayed gently, disturbing the space around it. Chaos Sky Fox. Category, Spirit Beast. Attribute, Chaos. Level, Gold. Aptitude, Quasi-God level, 10x training speed. Evolution quality, Flawless Blue. Skills, Chaos Divine Absorption Gold, Chaos Sky Strike Gold, Spirit Fox Illusion Gold, Chaos Holy Shield Gold, Chaos Catastrophe Gold. Evolution path, Chaos Sacred Fox Purple. Once the Chaos Sky Fox had tired itself out, it leapt lightly into Chen Lingfeng's arms. Despite its evolution, It maintained its small, adorable size. At this moment, the empty feather spirit cat emerged from the space, waving its little paw at the chaos sky, fox with envy in its eyes. Although it had also reached the gold level, it had yet to break through its evolution. Seeing the pitiful look on the empty feather spirit cat's face, Chen Lingfeng chuckled and patted its tiny head. Don't worry, I'll find the materials for your evolution. Not only the empty feather spirit cat, but even the silver-level little golden dragon was in a similar predicament. Due to the golden dragon's rarity in the past, Chen Lingfeng had yet to figure out its evolution path. Knock knock. Li Qin entered the room, her bright eyes behind her glasses fixed on Chen Lingfeng. Dean, where should we hold the final exams? How many days do we have left? Chen Lingfeng suddenly realized how quickly time had passed. The exams start in 3 days, so we need to start preparations immediately, Li Qin replied, adding, oh, and there's something else to report. The Beast Taming Academy in Demon City is completed and ready for your inspection. Finished in just 2 months? Chen Lingfeng asked, surprised. Li Qin explained with a smile. Upon hearing the news, the Demon City Lord convened a meeting with the top officials at 2 a.m., which lasted until 8 a.m. They decided to repurpose the nearly completed castle estate into the Beast Taming Academy. With equipment adjustments over the past 2 months, it's now ready to operate. She paused, then added with amusement. The city lord thought he was dreaming and had his wife slap him twice to confirm. When that wasn't enough, he slapped himself twice more, swelling his face. His wife and kids thought he'd gone mad and almost called an ambulance. Chen Lingfeng's mouth twitched at the thought of the usually meticulous city lord behaving so erratically. Did the developers have any objections? The housing prices in Magic City are quite high, Li Qin said with a soft laugh, covering her mouth. When faced with the mayor directly allocating a piece of land in the city center, the developer didn't hesitate for a moment and hurriedly left with the documents. This was perfectly normal. Everyone knew that a plot in the city center could easily be worth 5 or 6 plots in the suburbs. Li Qin couldn't help but smile at the thought of the developers' reaction when they discovered that their castle estate had been turned into a beast taming academy. Send 2 admission letters to the developer's family for the Beast Taming Academy as compensation, Chen Lingfeng suggested, and Li Qin immediately nodded and made a note. After discussing the land issue, Chen Lingfeng turned his attention to the arrangements for the final exams. He spread out a map of the DaXia Alliance, carefully considering potential exam locations. As a trial ground, it needed to be of moderate difficulty and not too small. He circled several locations on the map, spanning across the 4 major regions and even extending into the central region, but quickly crossed out many of them. Finally, his gaze settled on a square in the second ring of Magic City. There was a sizable magical beast secret realm there, but the problem was that it was surrounded by office buildings and residential areas, with a dense population. The evacuation process would undoubtedly be challenging. Rubbing his aching temples, Chen Lingfeng smiled wryly as he picked up the phone and dialed the number for the Purple Gold Pavilion. This decision was meant as an early congratulatory gift for the Magic City Beast Taming Academy. Inside the Purple Gold Pavilion, the Great Elder felt a headache coming on after receiving the call. The second and third elders exchanged questioning glances, and the Great Elder explained helplessly. Chen Lingfeng wants to activate the magical beast secret realm in the second ring square of Magic City within 3 days, evacuating over 1 million people. The second and third elders looked at each other, bewildered. Let Yitsong handle it. Hasn't he always wanted a chance to get closer to Chen Lingfeng? The 3 of them shared a mischievous smile. At that moment in the Northern Military District, Yitsong was training his blazing wolf. After receiving the call from the Purple Gold Pavilion, he immediately issued an order. Assemble 10,000 men at once and reach Magic City within 5 hours. Suddenly, the entire military district was in an uproar. Countless military transport vehicles roared out, taking over the entire highway. Private car owners on the roadside were left dumbfounded, speculating if a war was about to break out. But they quickly remembered that all foreign alliances were now learning the DaXia language, and no one would dare provoke them. The Demon City, an ancient castle estate. Under the blazing sun, Zhao Qing, the lord of the Demon City, stood on the construction site with a hard hat, overseeing the work with the construction team and the chief of public security. His once fair complexion had turned dark from the sun, with only his white teeth standing out as he spoke. The steel transportation over there is too slow, he shouted, pointing to the distance. Didn't you see the streetlight is crooked? Use the laser level to correct it immediately. Not even a slight deviation is allowed. These toilets are not up to standard at all. Replace them with the highest end ones. Zhao Qing meticulously directed every task, causing the head of the construction department to break out in cold sweat. Lord Zhao, could you please step aside? This is all my work. If you do everything, what am I supposed to do? Just then, a secretary rushed over, holding the latest satellite phone. Lord Zhao, a call from General Jinbei. General Jinbei? Zhao Qing was startled and quickly took the phone. Hello, this is the Demon City, Zhao Qing speaking. What? Evacuate all residents from World Square immediately? Beast invasion? Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Zhao Qing's face turned grim. The chief of public security quickly approached to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that the mystical beast's domain at World Square was about to open, the high-ranking officials of the Demon City swiftly convened an emergency meeting. An hour later, the piercing sound of alarms echoed throughout the Demon City. Zhao Qing showed remarkable decisiveness by promptly releasing an official announcement. A beast invasion is imminent, and World Square is in crisis. All citizens, please evacuate orderly and cooperate with government actions. We have ample time, and all properties will be compensated at double the demolition standard. To prevent public panic and riots, Zhao Qing, ignoring the financial department's desperate pleas, ordered full compensation for all residential and office buildings. Simultaneously, he deployed fully armed security forces to World Square, authorizing the use of force if necessary. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the residents of World Square were not panicked, but unusually excited. Double compensation for relocation? Isn't this a great chance to get rich? It would be amazing to see the battle between beasts and spirit beasts. Hurry up and move. Don't delay the beast invasion. Even residents from other areas were posting online expressing envy. Double compensation. There will be a new batch of wealthy people. Dear beasts, when will you come to our area? Seeing this unexpected reaction from the citizens, the high-ranking officials of the Demon City finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only Zhao Qing, looking at the astronomical compensation figures about to be paid out, felt a deep pang of regret. If I had known the citizens would cooperate so well, why did I offer such generous terms? Zhao Qing stood at the edge of the World Plaza, watching the endless stream of people leaving, filled with regret. In just 5 hours, a third of the crowd had already departed. Did you hold them at gunpoint? Yi Tsong, who had rushed over, stared in disbelief at the orderly families leaving the area. Zhao Qing pursed his lips, his expression pained. No, I just spent the entire 10-year budget of Demon City. Pay them, and they will act. You're something else. Yi Tsong gave a thumbs up, though he couldn't hide his twitching mouth. With the assistance of the military district soldiers, the evacuation speed reached a new high. What was initially expected to take 3 days was completed in just 2. Ironically, those not included in the evacuation list started approaching voluntarily. Lord Mayor, we live just 100 meters away. Can we move too? Zhao Qing's face turned as dark as coal. No way, we're out of money. This scene reached the purple gold pavilion, causing the elders to exchange glances and collectively sigh. This young Zhao certainly has some guts. After the evacuation was complete, Yi Tsong didn't leave immediately. He first summoned his beast corps over 1,000 bronze-level flame wolves and 2,000 iron-level fire wolvesto, form a living barricade around the World Plaza. Thousands of ordinary soldiers quickly constructed defensive fortresses based on the terrain. As Chen Lingfeng had noted, this secret realm was unusually large, capable of sustaining a prolonged battle. In just one day, DaXia's steel defense line rose up, with heavy artillery neatly arranged on the city walls. Yi Tsong stood at the highest point, overlooking the entire World Plaza, awaiting the 4th day. As the morning sunlight bathed the Beast Academy, the assembly bell rang precisely at 8. Students streamed out of their dorms, their young faces filled with determination. Final exams are finally here. This time, I'm definitely taking first place in the grade. Huh, my little bat has evolved into a dark bat. You think you're the only one who's evolved? My spirit beast is on a hidden path. I heard Chen Ting's little thunderbird evolved into a thunderstorm bird, incredibly powerful. The freshman students were buzzing with excitement, while the sophomores appeared more composed. Lin Yu, Zhao Yu, Fang Qingxin, and other prodigies stood quietly, all on the verge of breaking through to silver, especially Fang Qingxin, who seemed ready to achieve it at any moment. The dean is here, someone shouted, and everyone looked up. A fire dragon spread its massive wings, blotting out the sky as it descended with a gust of wind that forced the front row students to retreat. Chen Lingfeng descended from the dragon's back with the 5 great kings and 10 battle generals, casting a gaze over the students. Students, I believe you know what today is. We do, came the unanimous response that echoed through the campus. Then let's not waste time, let's move out. With a wave of Chen Lingfeng's hand, Dragon Soar 1 rose into the air. 1,800 students, like soldiers heading to battle, filled with fighting spirit, set their sights on the World Plaza of Demon City. On this day, the entire DaXia was in an uproar. The streets were enveloped in an unusual silence. The bustling commercial districts that were typically filled with people were now deserted. Restaurants stood empty, and even popular social media check-in spots were devoid of any staff. It seemed as if the entire city had been put on pause, leaving only a few disgruntled salespeople in supermarkets and government officials who had to remain at their posts. Why are we the only ones who have to work? Schools and factories are on break. This heartless boss. A salesperson behind the counter muttered under their breath. The reason for all this was singular. The DaXia Information Office was hosting a highly anticipated live broadcast today, the first semester final exams of the Royal Beast Academy were officially beginning. Inside the Zijing Hall, a gathering of prominent figures from various fields took place. Generals set aside their military duties, researchers paused their experiments, and even the head of construction halted his projects. On the surface, it appeared to be just an ordinary final exam, but it marked the first significant milestone for DaXia and Chen Lingfeng on their path of beast mastery. It was also a crucial moment to assess the strength of the Royal Beast Academy students. The broadcast had drawn attention not only within DaXia, but also attracted requests for retransmission from the Global Alliance. The Fong family in Jiangsheng was bustling with excitement, with Fong's parents and numerous relatives packed into the living room, their eyes fixed intently on the black screen yet to light up. "Old man, how do you think our Qingxin will do in the exam this time? Our daughter has always been a top student. This time will be no different." "Exactly. Qingxin has always been outstanding. The Royal Beast Academy is a piece of cake for her." In contrast, the Lin family exuded a more composed atmosphere. Father Lin politely declined a visit from the eldest uncle, and now only the 4 family members sat quietly on the sofa. Father Lin turned to his younger son, Lin Feng, and earnestly said, "Watch closely. Next semester, you should strive to get into the Royal Beast Academy like your brother." "Don't worry, father." Lin Feng clenched his fists, exuding the aura of a black iron-level beast master. "I won't lose to my brother." In a pink-themed girls' room, Sister Dai cradled her lazy aquatic cat while watching the live broadcast on her computer, enthusiastically interacting with online viewers. "My aquatic cat is really adorable, isn't it? I even have to hold it while sleeping." She gently stroked her pet. "Let it fight? No way, it's too cute for that. But hey, I'm a real black iron-level beast master now, and the past month of seclusion wasn't for nothing." The live chat comments scrolled rapidly like a snowstorm. "Why hasn't it started yet? I've been waiting since last night. Stayed up all night, and I'm not even tired. It's amazing. It's already 8 a.m., and I've usually moved 2 truckloads of bricks by now. Jiangqing students will win. I even prepared 2 bottles of fast-acting heart pills. Damn, is the competition starting already?" Meanwhile, on the Royal Beast Academy's Longting No. 1 aircraft, a student weighing over 200 kilograms was firmly wedged into his seat, his fingers swiftly gliding over his phone screen, suddenly exclaiming, "Wow." Suddenly, a loud curse shattered the cabin's silence. "Xiaopeng, what the hell are you yelling for?" A student suddenly stood up, his face filled with anger. "You scared the hell out of me. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. And you're still playing this game? Do you need a beating? If you do, I'll oblige right now." Xiaopeng's face was pale, his hands trembling slightly. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. "No, it's not that. This time our final exam will be broadcasted nationwide." As soon as he finished speaking, the cabin fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened as if they had been struck by lightning. Then, a chorus of wails filled the cabin. "Oh no, the school is being too harsh, isn't it? I was just planning to scrape by with a pass, but now it's a public humiliation. If my performance gets broadcasted, won't the whole nation laugh at me? Heavens, the academy is really putting us through the ringer." However, among the cries of despair, the eyes of the more capable students sharpened, and their fighting spirits surged. It was as if invisible currents of electricity crackled through the air, making the atmosphere tense and exhilarating. At exactly 9 o'clock in the DaXia Alliance, a dark screen suddenly lit up. Accompanied by rousing background music, a drone's aerial view unfolded. A majestic steel fortress appeared before everyone's eyes. On the city walls, fully armed soldiers stood ready, with numerous cannon barrels glinting coldly. Surrounding the city, spirit beasts wreathed in flames roared thunderously, creating an awe-inspiring scene. "My God, where is this place? Isn't this the Demon City? But when did it get this steel fortress? This scene is so overwhelming. Could it really be a siege next? No way, didn't Dinshin say it would take 5 years?" As the audience buzzed with speculation, a familiar voice rang out. "Hello, everyone. I'm your old friend, Xiao Sa. Today is going to be an exciting moment. Unbeknownst to us, a semester has passed at the Beast Academy. I'm sure you're all eager to see how these students have grown. Now, let me lead you to witness the Beast Academy's final exam." As the commentary ended, the Longting 1 descended punctually over World Plaza, coming to a steady stop on the prepared runway. On the ground, countless soldiers watched these aircraft with fervent eyes. Yi Tsong, dressed in a crisp military uniform, stood at the forefront, his expression solemn. The cabin door slowly opened, and under everyone's gaze, a figure as upright as a pine tree walked out. His handsome face instantly elicited screams from female viewers everywhere, earning countless admiring glances. Yi Tsong stepped forward, saluting with dignity. "General Yi Tsong of the Northern Frontier, reporting to Commander Chen." Chen Lingfeng straightened his posture, returning the salute. His gaze swept over the steel defenses surrounding them, and he nodded with satisfaction. "Well done, Northern Frontier Army. Your efforts are commendable." Though spoken softly, his words echoed throughout the plaza. All the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes reddened, and shouted in unison, "Our pleasure!" Their voices shook the heavens and earth. Chen Lingfeng led the way down, flanked by the 5 great heavenly kings and the 10 battle generals, resembling an elite guard unit. Their entrance immediately caused a sensation in the live stream chat, with comments flooding in like a downpour. "My husband is so handsome. The aura of King Mo and King Han is incredible. King Li gives off such a strong sense of security. King Bai is like a goddess descending to earth. The entire lineup of the Beast Academy is here. This live stream is mind-blowing. As a senior high school student, I'm so envious. When can I get into the Beast Academy?" Over 1,800 students marched in neat formation behind them, standing tall and walking proudly, overwhelmed by the grand spectacle. With the global live broadcast imminent, everyone was showing their best side. Chen Lingfeng stepped onto the World Plaza and turned to Yi Tsong. "General Yi, the scale of this secret realm is unprecedented, with a surge in the number of beasts. My team will guard those of silver level and above, but the sheer number of bronze and iron level beasts is putting pressure on the defenses." Yi Tsong's gaze was steady and filled with bravado. "Dean Shun, rest assured, the Northern Guard's weapons are getting rusty, just waiting for this opportunity to shine. Not a single beast will break through my defenses." The flaming wolf at his feet howled, brimming with battle spirit. Chen Lingfeng nodded slightly, and an overwhelming beast-controlling force burst forth, causing even Yi Tsong to involuntarily step back. "The beast's secret realm, open!" His voice echoed across the plaza, reaching the entire world. The terrifying beast-controlling power transformed into a giant hand, tearing through space with a sharp crack. The ground trembled, the sky darkened, and clouds gathered rapidly. A chilling wind howled as it poured from the rift. All the soldiers stared in shock at the expanding spatial rift, as if the gates of hell had opened, devouring the surrounding sunlight. The distant roars of beasts grew nearer, and a massive ape's head emerged from the rift, followed by its hulking ebony body, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Mountain-crushing demon ape," Yi Tsong gasped. This type of beast was renowned in the Spirit Beast Compendium. With a body of steel, immense strength, and rumored to carry Titan blood, it reaches gold level upon maturity. The mountain-like mountain-crushing demon ape before them was indeed a genuine gold-level beast. Name: Mountain-crushing demon ape. Category: Beast. Attribute: Earth. Level: Gold. Potential: King-level training speed of 5 times. Evolution: Top-tier purple. Evolution skills: Mountain-crushing strike gold, demon ape roar gold, earth guardian gold, berserker strength gold, rock and earth impact gold. Evolution path: Earth-shattering demon ape red, Titan demon ape red. Chen Lingfeng hovered in midair, hands behind his back, expression calm. Yi Yujun's lips curled into a slight smile as he waved his hand, and a brilliant light shot forth hit was his Spirit Wind Sword King, but now it should be called the Spirit Wind Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor hovered in the air, surrounded by a golden wind, emanating a powerful and intimidating presence. The blade was incredibly sharp, glinting coldly as if it could slice through space itself. This weapon, known as the Lingfeng Sword Emperor, was a unique spirit beast with both metal and wind attributes. It possessed a golden-level cultivation speed, 5 times that of a heavenly king, and had reached the quality of flawless evolution at the purple grade. It wielded golden-level evolution skills like Lingfeng's Sword Slash, Blade Storm, Sword Wind Fury, and Thousand Sword Shadows, with the potential to evolve into the red-grade Lingfeng Sword Sovereign in the future. Holding the Lingfeng Sword Emperor, Yi Yujun charged towards the mountain-crushing demon ape like a celestial swordsman. In an instant, she unleashed a fierce Lingfeng Sword Slash. Sensing the threat, the mountain-crushing demon ape let out an earth-shattering roar, pounding its massive arms against its chest. Its roar was so loud that the soldiers on the scene had to cover their ears tightly. The sound waves collided with the sword blades in midair, creating a momentary stalemate. Yi Yujun's gaze was sharp as she raised the Lingfeng Sword Emperor high. Suddenly, a hurricane appeared out of nowhere. As she swung down with force, countless blades mixed with the gale formed a terrifying blade storm. The stones on the ground were swept up and instantly pulverized. Unwilling to be outdone, the mountain-crushing demon ape channeled the earth energy within its body, stomping the ground to raise a massive rock for defense. Earth Guardian. Can you withstand this? Yi Yujun sneered, increasing the output of her beast power. The massive rock was instantly shattered under the blade storm. She pressed her advantage, unleashing several Lingfeng sword slashes in quick succession, the cold gleam of the blades chilling to behold. Watching from the side, Yi Tsong swallowed hard, his eyes full of pride. The outcome of this battle had been decided from the start despite both being at the golden level. The mountain-crushing demon ape, with its superb evolution, was no match for the dual attribute flawless evolution of the Lingfeng Sword Emperor. After Yi Yujun executed the Thousand Sword Shadows, the mountain-crushing demon ape finally fell unwillingly, raising a cloud of dust. This spectacular battle scene was broadcasted live, sparking widespread discussion. A celestial swordsman in the mortal world. Yi Tianhuang should now be called the invincible sword immortal. So women can be this powerful too. This is what true spirit beast combat looks like. Foreign brothers, aren't you envious? This is our heavenly king. Meanwhile, the foreign alliance leaders fell silent. At the Eagle's Supreme Council, the leader seemed to have aged 10 years in a few short months, losing his former sharpness. He rubbed his temples and asked, "Information chief, still no news on the spirit beasts?" "No, none, nothing in our territory," the information chief replied bitterly. "Continue to maintain good relations with DaXia." The leader sighed deeply. "This era is named after DaXia." This sigh spoke volumes of helplessness and regret. At the entrance to the mystical city, Yi Yujun moved like lightning, each sword strike precise and lethal, her clean and efficient fighting style stunning everyone present. Chen Lingfeng stood nearby, a slight smile on his lips and a glint of admiration in his eyes. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the battlefield's rhythm. A massive mountain-crushing demon ape burst from the mystical realm, its blood-red eyes filled with rage. Even more terrifying, several stone fragment demon apes followed behind it, exuding a menacing aura. Perfect timing for heavenly kings. Yi Yujun stood with her sword, her voice brimming with battle spirit. Present, Mo Xiaochuan and his companions responded in unison, stepping forward quickly. "Fight with me to slay these beasts." "Yes." Already eager for battle, Mo Xiaochuan and his team released their spirit beasts. In an instant, an ice crystal bone dragon, an earth-rending bull, a thunder tiger, and an ice crystal spirit fox appeared, each emanating a powerful silver aura. The battlefield erupted. Ice, darkness, thunder, and metal skills clashed in rapid succession, explosions echoing endlessly, and the ground trembled violently under the onslaught of the beasts. This spectacular scene thrilled the audience watching the live stream, and the soldiers on the battlefield's edge were filled with such fervor that they were ready to join the fray. The ground began to shake rhythmically as another wave of stone fragment demon apes poured from the mystical realm, their violent aura engulfing the entire world plaza. Yi Yujun repelled the mountain-crushing demon ape with a single strike and ordered in a deep voice, 10 battle generals, join the fight. General Yi, attack freely." The battle erupted on all fronts. Yi Tsong, who had been waiting, immediately commanded, "All soldiers, load armor-piercing rounds. Load the cannons and blast them hard. Flame Wolf Legion, stand tall and show the might of the Northern Army." Howl! The howls of 1,000 flame wolves echoed over the mystical city. Flame Jet, at the command, 1,000 streams of fire intertwined into a massive fire dragon, incinerating the stone fragment demon apes to ashes in its path. The soldiers fired their weapons frantically, and the artillery laughed as they lit shell after shell. The battlefield was instantly a storm of bullets and explosions. These specially crafted armor-piercing rounds contained a toxin more fearsome than any sedative, and while they seemed as insignificant as peanuts against the massive apes, they gradually weakened the creature's movements. Amidst the thunderous explosions, shells detonated continuously. Although the shell's power was limited compared to the armor-piercing rounds and often failed to penetrate the ape's fur, the arrival of the 10 battle generals turned the tide. They summoned thunder tigers, and the terrifying power of thunder gathered in the sky, dark clouds looming, lightning flashing. Boom! Lightning bolts struck like divine retribution, instantly reducing 10 stone fragment demon apes to charred husks. The 10 battle generals, fearless and charged with electricity, plunged into the battlefield, engaging the stone fragment demon apes in close combat with their silver-level strength. This astonishing scene left everyone in awe, even Yi Tsong, who first twitched his mouth in surprise, then brightened with interest. "What kind of monsters are these? You're going hand-to-hand with a monster that even artillery shells can't penetrate." In the live stream, the comments poured in like a waterfall. The audience was utterly shocked to see the 10 warriors engaging in bare-knuckle combat with silver beasts. Are they even human? They're like human bulldozers. They can tear apart defenses that even missiles can't breach. The Beast Academy is unbelievably fierce. In the Purple Gold Hall, the high-ranking officials exchanged bewildered glances. Even the Grand Elder swallowed hard. He turned to the others, his eyes full of confusion. When did Dean Shin master such a technique? This goes beyond genetic modification. It's like they've created human spirit beasts. The Foreign Alliance leaders were even more shaken, trembling with envy. The Great Xia is playing hardball, not only monopolizing spirit beasts but now enhancing humans to this extent. On the battlefield, with powerful fire support, the first wave of demon apes was quickly annihilated. However, the joy of victory was short-lived as a terrifying aura suddenly swept across the field. Boom, boom. Heartbeats like war drums echoed throughout the demon city, making the ground tremble. Standing at the forefront, Yi Yujun frowned deeply, raising the spirit wind sword emperor high. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the entrance. The scent of humans, a new world. Interesting indeed. A pair of massive black hands grasped the sides of the secret realm, forcefully tearing the already large entrance even wider. A king-level pressure bore down on everyone like a mountain. Fall back. Everyone fall back. Yitsong's face changed drastically as he immediately ordered a retreat. The Flame Wolf Legion quickly withdrew, their soldiers' machine guns shaking with fear. Although the students of the Beast Academy hadn't yet acted, they gritted their teeth, struggling to withstand the oppressive force. Under everyone's gaze, a titan demon ape, 3 times larger than the mountain-crushing demon ape and shimmering with metallic light, slowly emerged. Blade Storm. Yi Yujun infused all his beast mastery power into the Spirit Wind Sword Emperor, forming a massive hurricane. The titan demon ape's eyes flashed with a violent red light, sneering disdainfully. Insects dare to attack me. The colossal palm of the titan demon ape descended like a mountain, instantly shattering the sword blade storm that Yi Yujun had conjured. A powerful shockwave swept through, causing Yi Yujun to spit blood and be flung backward like a kite with a broken string. Yi Jia, Mo Xiaochuan, and the others exclaimed in alarm as the ice crystal bone dragon swiftly approached them. Bai Yinyun immediately commanded the Aurora reindeer to release a healing skill, enveloping Yi Yujun's battered body in a gentle white light. Ants, is this all you've got? The voice of the titan demon ape boomed like thunder, making the air vibrate. Open fire. Flame Wolf Legion, flame impact. Yitsong shouted anxiously. In an instant, the flames exhaled by hundreds of flame wolves converged into a massive fire dragon, roaring as it lunged at the titan demon ape. Titan Guard. The demon ape snorted, and its fur was instantly covered in a layer of golden light. The fire dragon collided with this barrier, producing a deafening metallic clash, yet it left no mark on the titan demon ape. This scene left everyone in shock. Those watching through the live broadcast were chilled to the bone, murmuring among themselves, that defense is terrifying. Can we really defeat it? Don't forget, Dean Chen hasn't made his move yet, someone reminded. At this moment, Chen Lingfeng stood in midair, his aura at the Heavenly King level surging like a tide. The titan demon ape's eyes, as large as cars, were fixed on him. A Heavenly King? I didn't expect there to be a Heavenly King in this world, but you will die all the same. The demon ape roared, swinging its giant palm, but Chen Lingfeng casually waved his hand. Furious Flame Dragon, take care of this big guy. A thunderous dragon roar echoed as the blazing, furious flame dragon appeared, colliding with the titan demon ape. A dragon clan. A flicker of apprehension crossed the demon ape's eyes, and its hand trembled slightly. A little monkey dares to claim dominance. The furious flame dragon's flames surged around it, unleashing a violent blaze. In an instant, the entire world square was transformed into a sea of fire. Yitsong and the others had to retreat to the Iron Fortress, while the 5 Heavenly Kings and 10 battle generals quickly erected a protective barrier to shield everyone. Even as the Titan Demon Ape once again deployed its Titan Guard, the golden shield was melted by the scorching dragon flames. Damn it! The Demon Ape, engulfed in flames, let out a piercing scream, clenching its fists in fury. Titan Divine Fist. Faced with the Demon Ape's space-rending punch, Chen Lingfeng remained with arms crossed, disdainful. Competing in physical strength with the Dragon Clan? Flame Dragon's Furious Strike. With a roar from the furious Flame Dragon, the battle reached a critical stage. The Inferno Dragon retracted its flames, its massive wings flapping as it collided with the Titan Ape like a meteor. The deafening crash shook the entire Magic City, causing soldiers on the steel fortress to stagger, struggling to maintain their balance. Nearby skyscrapers crumbled under the terrifying shockwave, debris flying, and thick smoke quickly enveloped the battlefield. In the live stream, countless viewers held their breath, eyes glued to the dust-obscured screen. Comments flooded in like rain. What's the outcome? The Inferno Dragon will surely win. How can the Titan Ape stand against Dean Shun? As the smoke gradually cleared, the scene on the battlefield re-emerged. The majestic Inferno Dragon was seen pinning the Titan Ape underfoot. The ape's fur was singed, its skin torn, and a burnt smell permeated the air. It desperately clawed at the ground, trying to break free, but couldn't escape the dragon's grip. Final exam officially begins. Chen Lingfeng's cold voice echoed from above. Before his words could settle, the Inferno Dragon opened its massive jaws, and scorching dragon flames engulfed the Titan Ape. Spare me! The ape's anguished cries faded within the Inferno. Thus, a king-level magical beast was reduced to ashes under Chen Lingfeng's effortless assault. This thrilling scene was instantly captured by countless viewers, and artists immortalized it as a masterpiece. The students of the Beast Academy were left stunned until Yi Yujun's voice brought them back to reality. Everyone, prepare your Beast Academy tokens. Yi Yujun announced the exam rules loudly. If you encounter danger in the secret realm, channel your beast power. 1 credit for a black iron beast, 10 for bronze, 100 for silver. The highest score wins. Follow me into the secret realm. The 5 great kings led the way, 10 battle generals flanking them. As the students of the Beast Academy entered the secret realm with anticipation, all soldiers stood at attention, saluting and chanting, "May the path of the beast flourish for all." This resounding cheer echoed through the skies, spreading across the magic city. The Information Bureau timely shifted the screen to various cities, showcasing diverse citizens. Office workers, sanitation workers, construction workers, they all stood up in unison, clenched fists, tears in their eyes, shouting together, "May the path of the beast flourish for all." From the Magic City to Dragon City, from Jiang City to every corner of the Grand Xia Alliance, this chant reverberated, shaking the heavens and earth. At that moment, Chen Lingfeng suddenly shuddered, frowning as he gazed at the sky. Golden light, like threads, converged from all directions, quickly forming a brilliant pillar of light. A knowing look flashed in his eyes. This is the power of fortune. In the Grand Plaza of the Demon City, students from the Beast Mastery Academy were entering the mystical realm one by one. In the sky above, Chen Lingfeng gazed upward, a peculiar expression flashing across his chiseled face. This sight immediately sparked a flurry of discussions among the spectators. What's going on with Dean Shen? Could he have been injured in the recent battle? Nonsense. How could Dean Shen be hurt by a mere monkey? He's looking at the sky, but there's nothing there. It's clear and cloudless. To the ordinary eye, the power of fortune is invisible. Not only were the viewers across the country watching the live broadcast puzzled, but even the soldiers on site were equally baffled. Only Yitsong suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with shock. His little golden dragon had somehow leapt from the beast's space, excitedly circling around him. Chen Lingfeng also summoned his own little golden dragon, which appeared more majestic and noble compared to Yitsong's. Little golden dragon, your opportunity for evolution has arrived. Absorb the power of fortune. With a clear dragon roar, Chen Lingfeng's little golden dragon eagerly soared towards the sky. In an instant, the gathered power of fortune seemed to find its destination, forming a vortex and pouring down. Yitsong's little golden dragon couldn't hold back either, wagging its tail as it prepared to charge into the sky, but Yitsong grabbed it firmly. "Hold on, this is the Dean's opportunity." Yitsong gently caressed the little golden dragon with his rough hand, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. The little golden dragon whimpered pitifully, gazing at the sky. Noticing this, Chen Lingfeng chuckled. "General Yi, let your little golden dragon join in." No, this is Dean Shen's chance. Although Yitsong usually cherished his little golden dragon, even cuddling it while sleeping, as a general, he understood his duty to the country and its people. Chen Lingfeng sighed softly, saying nothing more. He simply waved his hand, releasing his beast mastery power, directly sending Yitsong's little golden dragon into the sky. "General Yi, listen to me this time." His voice was firm and commanding. In an instant, the 2 little golden dragons radiated dazzling light in the sky, resembling twin suns. This scene made the eyes of the 4 generals in the purple gold hall turn red. "What is happening? Can you see it?" the Grand Elder asked in confusion. As someone who hadn't contracted a golden dragon, he couldn't see the power of fortune. Wang Kai, with a touch of envy, muttered, "Humph, Yitsong really hit the jackpot." "Grand Elder, you can't see it, but right now, a vast amount of fortune power has gathered above the Demon City, and both Yitsong's and the Dean's little golden dragons are absorbing it." Yitsong's little golden dragon soon stopped absorbing, enveloped in the light of evolution. Moments later, a more robust golden dragon with budding claws appeared before the crowd. Feeling its powerful body, it soared joyfully across the sky, bringing a wide smile to Yitsong's face. Meanwhile, Chen Lingfeng's little golden dragon continued to absorb the power of fortune like a bottomless pit. After a long while, when the last trace of fortune power dissipated from the sky, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the clouds, shaking the hearts of all the soldiers present. A majestic golden dragon emerged, its horns prominent, claws gleaming coldly, and scales distinct. Its imposing presence inspired a sense of awe and reverence in everyone. Who could have imagined that this was merely a gold-level spirit beast, yet it radiated a pressure even more formidable than that of the Titan ape. This overwhelming force swept through the Demon City and reverberated across the entire country. People everywhere felt a tremor deep in their blood, instinctively compelled to kneel. "Is this the golden dragon of our great Xia?" People gazed at the sky, feeling an unprecedented reverence. This sense of connection through our bloodline. In the streets, a mother looked puzzled at her child who suddenly knelt down. When the child pointed to the screen of their phone, she too found herself kneeling. Chen Lingfeng looked at the creature before him, a slight smile on his lips. This was no longer the little golden dragon of the past, but a true golden dragon. The system panel appeared. Name, Golden Dragon. Category, Spirit Beast exclusive to Great Xia. Attribute, True Dragon. Level Gold. Aptitude, 50 times the cultivation speed of a true god. Evolution, Green Grade Flawless Evolution. Skills: Thunderstorm Gold, Golden Scale Divine Shield Gold, Dragon Flame Scorching Heaven Gold, Dragon Might Shaking the World Gold, Golden Light Breaking the Void Gold, Golden Dragon Guardian Inherited, Golden Dragon World Annihilation True God Inherited. Evolution Path: Purple Gold Divine Dragon Blue Grade. The newly evolved Golden Dragon excitedly flew around Chen Lingfeng, wanting to leap into his arms as it always did. However, realizing its size was now too large, its big, watery eyes filled with a look of grievance. At that moment, the Chaos Heavenly Fox flew out from the beast's space, curiously observing the Golden Dragon. The two little creatures quickly began to play together, bringing a smile to Chen Lingfeng's face. The little one's emotions always came and went quickly. General Yi. Chen Lingfeng turned to the nearby commander. After the final exams, this secret realm will be entrusted to you to guard. This vast space will become the first secret realm stronghold of Great Xia. This isn't just a responsibility, it's a divine blessing, Yi Tsong exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement as he stepped forward. I guarantee to complete the mission and establish our first spiritual realm base for Great Xia. Chen Lingfeng nodded in acknowledgement, then soared into the sky, returning to the Beast Academy. With the strongest Titan ape defeated, the remaining threats could be handled by Yi Yujun and the others. His continued presence might only hinder their efforts. At this time, the secret realm had gathered over 1,800 people. The scene before them was astonishing. Scorched earth and bleached bones covered the ground like frost, while the thick scent of blood filled the air. Countless beasts surrounded them, eyes red with hostility. Oh my God, there are so many beasts. Freshmen huddled together in small groups, swallowing nervously, their faces showing apprehension. Meanwhile, the second-year prodigies, having bottled up their frustration from earlier battles, had eyes even redder than the beasts. What? You think these are terrifying beasts? No, they are our credits. In the secret realm of the Demon City, the information department immediately connected to the spiritual satellite. Real-time images from the secret realm were projected across the entire territory of DaXia, while all signals leading outside the alliance were completely cut off. This was crucial for DaXia's future, and not a single detail could be allowed to leak. As the scenes of the mystical realm appeared before the public, there was an uproar. Under a deep blue sky, a blood-red moon hung high, casting an eerie red glow over the land. What was even more shocking was the ground littered with countless white bones, as if numerous spirit beasts had met their end here. Suddenly, hordes of demonic beasts emerged, terrifying and grotesque. Run! The students are in danger! Cries of alarm erupted among the people. Inside the Zijin Hall, leaders from various sectors wore grave expressions. The Grand Elder swallowed nervously, and the head of the education department was visibly worried. This is too dangerous. Losing even one student would be heartbreaking for us. The head of the information department immediately agreed. Should we ask Dean Chen to change the assessment method? Or perhaps have General Yi Tsong go in to assist? The Grand Elder gazed at the live broadcast, shaking his head slowly. Let's not act rashly. Since this is Dean Chen's decision, let's wait and see. These young ones might just surprise us. Within the secret realm, Yi Yujun wielded the Lingfeng Sword Emperor, with the Lingfeng Azure Wand spreading its wings behind her. Her sharp gaze swept over the demonic beasts, confirming there were no golden beasts, then issued an order to those behind her. The 5 great kings and the 10 battle generals, fall back. From here on, it's up to you. With that, she retreated to the rear. Over 1,800 students exchanged glances. With the oppressive golden aura gone, the demonic beasts unleashed deafening howls, surging forward like a tide. The shadow demon wolves were the swiftest, shrouded in darkness, lunging at the students like grim reapers. Attack! With a shout, the sophomore prodigies were the first to strike. Lin Yu's fighting swift frog emitted a bright blue glow, blasting the leading shadow demon wolf away with a water cannon. At the same time, the ground trembled as his second spirit Biasta bronze-level rock python emerged from the earth, standing guard like a solid fortress. Fang Qingxin's golden sword ape grew in size, swinging its blade to unleash sword energy, each strike claiming the life of a shadow demon wolf. Zhao Yu's dark bloodhound was even more ferocious, exuding a bloody aura. It charged into the beast horde, devouring greedily, its savagery surpassing even the demonic beasts. Zhang Qin, Feng Baiyu, and other prodigies displayed their unique talents, working in harmony to quickly clear an area ahead. The battle was on the verge of erupting, and the young cultivators demonstrated impressive strength. Under the drone's lens, every move on the battlefield was broadcast live to screens in countless homes. In the living room of the Chen family in Jiangqing, Lin's parents sprang from the sofa, their bodies trembling with excitement. Old Chen, look, that's our son. Lin's mother pointed at the screen, her voice quivering. I see him, I see him. Lin's father beamed with pride. That's my boy, making us proud. Not far away, at the Lin household, Lingfeng was fixated on the TV, his fists clenched unconsciously as he silently prayed. Big brother, stay safe. I'm still waiting to surpass you. The Feng family, meanwhile, was in an uproar. When Feng Qingxin's heroic face appeared on the screen, the entire family erupted in cheers. Similar scenes played out in the Zhang family, the Feng family, and countless households across the nation. Their faces shone with the unparalleled pride of being parents of students from the Beast Academy. The battlefield situation grew increasingly tense. Sophomores, leveraging their advantage of one or two spirit beasts, cut down bronze-level monsters like wheat. Though the freshmen initially appeared flustered, they soon found their rhythm and joined the fray. Those who had advanced to bronze level engaged the beasts in fierce combat, while students still at iron level carefully sought out opponents of their own rank, ever wary of surprise attacks from bronze beasts. However, the monsters seemed endless, pouring in relentlessly. The sophomores at the front lines bore the brunt of the pressure. Zhao Yu, pull back the dark bloodhound. There are too many monsters. Zhang Qin stood beside his comrade, his brow furrowed. Zhang Qin, you retreat first. My dark bloodhound hasn't had enough yet. Zhao Yu, covered in blood, grinned, revealing his teeth, and charged at a bronze beast. Zhang Qin shook his head in resignation and gritted his teeth as he followed. On Lin Yu's side, the situation was also grim. His rock python was covered in wounds, and the combat swift frog was panting heavily. Feng Qingxin's golden sword ape, though able to fend off a beast with a single strike, had its golden fur stained with blood. This won't do. Feng Qingxin surveyed the surroundings, a glint of determination in her eyes. Raising her voice, she commanded, everyone, listen up. There are too many monsters. We must change our tactics. Pull back the line, defensive beasts to the front, offensive ones to the rear. Only with proper coordination can we remain undefeated. Her words were met with immediate response. I'm defense, I'll hold the line. With my rock turtle here, no one gets through. Support units, remember to heal us. In no time, the defensive spirit beasts formed a solid line, giving the other students a much-needed breather. Don't just stand there, keep attacking, time is of the essence. At Feng Qingxin's command, the sky burst into a dazzling display of skills. Blazing fire jets, fierce water cannon blasts, and sharp sword energy crisscrossed the battlefield. Support students continuously cast holy light healing, dual light protection, and life aura skills to aid the front lines. Finally, through everyone's concerted efforts, the battle reached a delicate balance. In the grand hall of the Zijin Pavilion, all the leaders' eyes were fixed intently on Feng Qingxin, their gazes filled with admiration. This young individual's broad perspective was truly impressive, having been promoted to bronze within just one semester and excelling academically at the Beast Taming Academia, rare feat indeed. Mo Qingtian smirked with pride, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd around him. This is the prodigy of our region, he declared, clearly staking his claim and subtly warning others not to covet. What does a prodigy have to do with a region? Their future path is still unknown, someone retorted discontentedly. Exactly, a prodigy has the freedom to choose their own path. It's not up to you, another chimed in. The Grand Elder looked helplessly at the bickering crowd and raised his hand to signal for silence. Feng Qingxin's strategic outlook and command abilities are indeed outstanding, and Lin Yu's combat skills are quite impressive as well. However, what surprised me the most was Zhao Yu. The footage from the drone showed that while other students were still forming a perimeter, one figure had already charged into the beast horde. It was Zhao Yu, following closely behind the blood-boiling dark bloodhound, landing punch after punch to slay the beasts. A gasp echoed through the room. This kid is so fierce. Charging straight into the heart of the beast horde is too risky. A lone warrior, if he survives, he'll definitely have a place in the era of beast taming. His personality is domineering and aloof, just like mine. Wang Kai laughed, punching the air, drawing disdainful looks from the crowd. Zhao Yu's performance also caught the attention of other second-year prodigies. Seeing the possibility of losing the top spot, they shouted in unison as they charged forward. Take care, juniors, the seniors are getting serious now. Flame Ape, Flame Fist, attack. Charge, earn more credits, and rise to silver soon. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos. Yi Yujun stood at the back, observing everyone's performance, occasionally nodding or frowning. As time went on, exhausted students withdrew one by one. From the initial 1,500 to 1,100, then 800, until less than 100 remained on the battlefield. Time's up. Everyone return. Yi Yujun's clear voice resounded across the field. She wielded the Lingfeng Sword Emperor, unleashing a storm of blades sweeping across the battlefield. It's finally over. The surviving students collapsed on the ground, Feng Qingxin included. The intense battle had left everyone utterly exhausted. Zhao Yu's reaction was the most dramatic, as he and the dark bloodhound fell flat on the ground, as if someone had pressed pause, prompting nearby classmates to rush over and check on them. A warrior strode forward and froze at the sight of Zhao Yu. The young man before him was covered in wounds, his clothes soaked in blood to the point of being unrecognizable. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, it would have been hard to tell if he was still alive. Beside him, his dark bloodhound was equally battered, the heavy scent of blood causing even the battle-hardened warrior to frown. It's all right. Let's get you treated first. After Yi Yujun led the students from the Beast Academy away, Yitsong immediately moved his troops in. Picking up a communicator, he contacted the Zijin Pavilion directly. Chief of Construction, dispatch a team over here immediately. I want a steel fortress built within 2 weeks. It was destined to be a sleepless night in Demon City. The streets buzzed with talk of the beast invasion, and countless tourists flocked in, eager to witness the mystique of the beast realm. Yet, Zhao Qing waved his hand and ordered a lockdown of the city, stating simply, "Let's wait until the beast realm is settled." He then eagerly followed Yitsong around. "The beast realm is on my turf. It's only fair to get a share, right?" The construction team arrived on site the next day and got straight to work. "Brothers, this is our first city in the spiritual realm." The craftsmen were raring to go. "Old Wang, now you're part of the first city in the spiritual realm. That's something to brag about for a lifetime." After a day of rest, the Beast Academy's training ground was packed with people. Every student had their eyes glued to the large screen on the platform, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the rankings. Yi Yujun marched in with Li Qin by her side, her military boots echoing with each step. "Enough talk, let's announce the rankings." Yi Yujun's voice was firm and resonant. "The Academy has set up 3 rankings, Heaven, Earth, and Human, corresponding to the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st years respectively. Each list only includes the top 10. Those who make it onto the list will receive daily credit rewards and are allowed to challenge and compete." Her announcement caused an immediate stir among the students. "Only the top 10. Daily credit rewards? That's awesome. I wonder if I can make it onto the list." The chatter was endless. Li Qin stepped forward, holding a tablet as she began to announce. Now revealing the human list, the top 10 first-year students. 10th place, Zhao Heng, with 135 credits. As she read out the names, each one flashed on the big screen. 1st place, Du Zitong, with 230 credits. The golden special effects accompanying the first-place announcement left everyone in awe. Du Zitong. He actually got 1st place. Even Zhang Xuejiao only came 2nd, winning 1st with just a water-type spirit beast Kai Seal. That's incredible. The air was filled with exclamations of surprise. "Quiet. Next we'll announce the Earth list." Kunlun Mountain, Beast Taming Academy. Li Qin's clear voice resonated across the entire field. The dense crowd of students below all looked up, their eyes filled with anticipation, both the freshmen and sophomores alike. 10th place on the Earth ranking, Li Qin's voice rang out with authority. Feng Ruojuan, 381 points. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Just the score for the 10th place made the freshmen gasp. 381 points meant either defeating 38 bronze-level beasts or slaying 3 silver-level beasts. The murmurs among the crowd were incessant. Is this really the strength of the sophomores? They can already handle silver-level beasts. Feng Ruojuan walked out slowly, his white attire complementing his waterfall-like black hair, his serene face exuding an undeniable aura of lethality. Li Qin nodded slightly as she gazed at this descendant from the Feng family of Jiangcheng, acknowledging the indelible mark of a family with a military tradition. 9th place on the Earth ranking, Zhang Yoxin, 390 points. With the announcement of each rank, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Until 3rd place on the Earth ranking, Lin Yu, 536 points. All eyes instantly turned to Lin Yu. His eyes were bloodshot, and his tightly clenched fists revealed his inner frustration. What was supreme glory to others was, in his eyes, a great insult. The whispers around him were constant. Lin Yu only got 3rd? Wasn't he supposed to compete with Fang Qingxin for the top 2 spots? "It must be Zhao Yu," someone blurted out. "That madman who fights like he has nothing to lose." Everyone turned to Zhao Yu in unison. Although a day's rest had improved everyone's injuries, Zhao Yu was still covered in bandages, the bloodstains hinting at the fierce battle of the previous day. Li Qin waited for the noise to die down before continuing. 2nd place on the Earth ranking, Fang Qingxin, 600 points. The crowd was in an uproar again, all eyes once more on Zhao Yu. Fang Qingxin sighed softly, casting a complex gaze at the opponent who was about to take the top spot. The golden light of the Earth ranking enveloped the field, confirming the positions from 2nd to 10th, leaving only the throne at the top unclaimed. "Now, I announce the 1st place on the Earth ranking." Li Qin's voice, though not loud, was clear to everyone. "Zhao Yu, 890 points." The entire field fell silent, followed by a wave of exclamations. 890 points? How is that possible? Did he really kill nearly 90 bronze-level beasts in one day? Eh, they don't call him Zhao the Madman for nothing, someone quietly explained. He never stopped to rest, and he might have even hunted a silver-level beast. A myriad of gazes converged on Zhao Yuanvi, jealousy, shock, awe. Li Qin closed her notebook, her eyes sweeping over the 20 individuals who had stepped forward, announcing the final rewards. For the top 10 on the human ranking, the 10th place receives 10 credits, the 9th place 20, and so on. For the top 10 on the Earth ranking, the 10th place receives 100 credits, the 9th place 200, and so on. Your winter break lasts only 10 days, starting tomorrow. Now dismissed. As soon as Li Qin's voice faded, the classroom erupted with excitement. Cheers filled the room, nearly lifting the roof, as students discussed animatedly. One student eagerly counted on their fingers. The 10th place on the human ranking gets 10 credits a day, so in 10 days, that's 100 credits, enough to exchange for 10 pieces of bronze beast meat. That's nothing. Look at the 10th place on the Earth ranking, they get 100 credits a day. Another voice chimed in. By that count, Zhao Yu could earn over 1,000 credits daily. Everyone's gaze turned towards Zhao Yu, filled with both envy and admiration. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu quickly made his way to the credit exchange counter. After tallying his accumulated credits and the recent reward, his total indeed surpassed the 1,000 mark. I want to exchange for a hidden evolution path and evolution materials, Zhao Yu stated directly. The person in charge looked up at him, hesitating. The hidden evolution path costs 100 credits, and the price for evolution materials varies. Would you consider exchanging in parts? No need. Zhao Yu confidently took out his beast token and tapped it lightly on the machine. The display immediately showed a 4-digit balance, leaving the person in charge stunned. So many credits? The person in charge asked in amazement. How did you manage that? Can we start the exchange now? Zhao Yu asked calmly. Of course. The person in charge quickly operated the tablet. Which spirit beast do you want to exchange the evolution path for? According to records, you have a dark bloodhound and a dark raven. The dark bloodhound, Zhao Yu replied without hesitation. The dark raven had just reached the bronze level, while the dark bloodhound was at the peak of bronze, ready for evolution. After a quick search, the person in charge said, your dark bloodhound is of a hidden evolution type, with 3 evolution paths. Do you want all of them displayed? Show them, Zhao Yu nodded. 300 credits were not a concern for him. The person in charge turned the tablet around, detailing the 3 evolution paths. The first path is the blue-grade Night Blood Wolf, focused on enhancing speed and stealth. The magic shadow stealth skill inherited from the dark bloodhound will be strengthened, and the combination of blood and dark energies will make the blood shadow assault more powerful, creating a perfect shadow assassin. The second path is the blue-grade Phantom Blood Fiend Wolf, emphasizing attack power. The Blood Fiend aura will greatly enhance the power of the Blood Fang Frenzy skill, allowing for an explosive burst of destructive force, following a path of brute force overcoming all. The third path is the blue-grade Nether Blood Demon Wolf, merging with mysterious nether power. All its skills will carry special negative effects, capable of weakening enemy attributes or restricting their actions, making it a specialized control choice. The admission notice for the Kunlun Beast Academy hit DaXia like a bolt of lightning, causing a huge uproar. The admission requirements were particularly striking. A beast mastery power of over 300 was needed, with only 1,000 spots available. The assessment would begin in 10 days. This news instantly ignited excitement throughout DaXia. City leaders and high school principals were fired up, putting up massive banners in schools that read, "Strive for 100 days, just to enter the Beast Academy." With over 10 million graduating students in DaXia, the 1 in 10,000 chance of admission left everyone gasping. Beast mastery power of 300? Echoed the astonished voices in schools. I've just reached the black iron level. I heard the strongest in our school barely exceeds 200. 300 is such a high bar. But soon, someone countered, don't forget the students from last year. Some reached the bronze level in just 2 months. This statement acted like a shot of adrenaline, leading countless students to forego sleep and dive into intense training. This admissions frenzy swept across society. Short video platforms, live streams, news websites, and even major TV stations scrambled to report on the Beast Academy. Will Jiangxing produce another genius? A student from Jiangxing No. 1 High School has tested at 350 Beast Mastery Power. 3 students with 300 Beast Mastery Power discovered at Yuanqing High School. Experts voiced their opinions. This admission process is 100 times harder than the college entrance exam, akin to crossing a single log bridge with thousands of troops. Influential online personalities like Farmer Sanquan also began cheering on the candidates. Casual street conversations shifted from "Have you eaten?" to "Is your child in their final year? What's their beast mastery power?" Some parents, with worried expressions, said, "My child is only at 230. They need to push harder." Capitalists, with their keen instincts, quickly moved in. As soon as a student with outstanding beast mastery power was identified, offers of sponsorships came flying in. The market suddenly saw a surge in products claiming to boost beast mastery power. Even more exaggerated, wealthy individuals offered millions for magical beast meat, with some declaring they would pay tens of millions, no limits. Unfortunately, these scarce resources were mostly under strict official control, rarely reaching the market. Other prestigious schools lamented, The term has just begun and admissions are already underway. Students are focused solely on boosting beast mastery power. Who's left to study seriously? The education department received numerous complaints, ultimately responding with resignation. In matters of life and death, everything else must take a back seat. These renowned institutions quickly adjusted their strategies, launching beast mastery programs, and even lowered their admission scores from 500 to 400. Under Chen Lingfeng's leadership, DaXia was undergoing a radical transformation. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of Demon City, Zhao Qing sat at the head of the table, beaming at the smiling high-ranking officials below, asking, Beast Academy has released their news. Should we also make our announcement? Zhao Qing gazed out the window at the bustling crowd below, his eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. It should be ready now. I just can't hold back any longer. Look at the current traffic and economic growth in Jimyu City. Our MO City is set to soar this time. He turned to the head of the Education Bureau, who was leisurely sipping tea, and eagerly asked, What did the Beast Academy say in response? The head of the Education Bureau set down his teacup, a confident smile playing on his lips. Approval has been granted. Not only are we allowed to announce the news, but the admission standards have also been set black iron level, 200 beast power. 200. Zhao Qing murmured the number under his breath before suddenly rising to his feet, his presence filling the room with the authority of a city leader. He began issuing a rapid series of commands. Information Bureau immediately released the news through MO City's official channels. Beast Academy in MO City will begin enrollment for the next semester. Tourism Bureau, prepare comprehensively for the influx. This time, the number of visitors is sure to skyrocket. Public Security Bureau, assist in maintaining order throughout. Education Bureau, accelerate the training of beast knowledge faculty. Time is of the essence. With the orders given, MO City sprang into action. On the streets, uniformed security personnel patrolled in orderly fashion. Sanitation workers tirelessly cleaned the streets, ensuring every road was spotless. Passers-by, observing the scene, murmured among themselves. The streets are cleaner than my own floors. With so many security officers, is something big happening? Soon, the official announcement from MO City caused an online frenzy. Beast Academy? Our MO City is getting a Beast Academy. I thought Beast Academies only existed in Kunlun. It's true. Official announcement enrollment starts next semester. The news swept across DaXia like a whirlwind. City leaders elsewhere were green with envy, and the Education Bureau's phone lines at Zijing Pavilion were flooded. The Lord of Dragon City even personally complained to the Grand Elder. Why can MO City have a Beast Academy and not us? The most excited were the high school seniors. With the news of 2,000 admission slots, countless students saw a glimmer of hope. With a 200-point cutoff, I'm already at 180. I'm almost there. Thank you, MO City, for giving us 2,000 more opportunities. Parents were also anxious. Does anyone know how to quickly boost beast power? My kid needs just a bit more. When the news of DaXia's 2 beast academies enrolling simultaneously reached abroad, the world was shaken. Nations scrambled to curry favor. The Americans eagerly requested, DaXia, can we get a few study abroad spots? The Camel Nation cautiously inquired, Big brother, can you spare a spot for your little brother? The bear emphasized its contributions directly. Big brother, look at how supportive I've always been. Outside the largest airport in Jiangcheng, a row of brand new Longting cars were neatly parked. The city lord of Jiangcheng, along with several top officials, stood at the entrance, pacing anxiously. Gradually, a crowd began to gather, whispering among themselves. The city lord and top officials are here to greet someone in person. This is no ordinary occasion. It must be the prodigies from the Beast Academy returning for their break. As the news spread, more and more people flocked to the airport exit, quickly packing the area to capacity. In the crowd, Lin's parents, along with their younger son Lingfeng, struggled to find a place to stand. They felt both proud of their son-to-return elder son Linyu and worried about the crowded scene. Lingfeng looked up at the grand welcoming arrangement, his eyes shining with anticipation as he clenched his fists secretly. Suddenly, a roaring sound tore through the sky. Longting number 1 gracefully landed, capturing everyone's attention. The cabin door slowly opened, and Fang Qingxin and Linyu were the first to step out, followed by a few other students from Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng, the prodigies. A deafening cheer erupted. Fang Qingxin and Linyu appeared calm, while the freshmen behind them were wide-eyed with surprise, clearly not expecting such a grand reception. Even TV reporters were present among the welcoming crowd, broadcasting live. But amid the throng, the students' parents could only watch as their children were taken away by the city lord, not reuniting until the afternoon. Soon, the news of the prodigies' return swept through Jiangcheng's online world, with photos of Linyu and Fang Qingxin dominating the headlines. Meanwhile, Linyu was lazily sprawled on the sofa at home, joking about finally experiencing what it feels like to be a celebrity. Such a spectacle wasn't unique to Jiangcheng. Cities like Yuancheng, Zhangcheng, and Fengcheng, wherever there were returning Beast Academy students, held grand welcoming ceremonies. Notably, each city had established training grounds for beast power, staffed by retired veterans or martial arts coaches for guidance. At that moment, in a private room at Jiangqing's training ground, a heavy thud was heard. Lingfeng lay awkwardly on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he stubbornly lifted his bloodshot eyes. Lin Yu said coldly, "Is this the result of your year of training? I only used 200 points of beast power. At this level, forget Kunlun Beast University. Even Magic City Beast University is a stretch." Despite his harsh tone, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. "You're talking nonsense. I will definitely get into the Kunlun Beast Academy." Lingfeng shouted through gritted teeth, his leg muscles tensed as he sprang up from the ground. The power of the beast within him surged again, flowing like a torrent to his limbs, turning him into a blur as he charged at Lin Yu. "Faster! Focus the beast power into your fists." Lin Yu barked while dodging. "Who taught you to spread your beast power so thin? Didn't your combat instructor tell you? Just because you have a spirit beast doesn't mean you shouldn't improve yourself. Your spirit beast is your partner, not your bodyguard." Inside the training ground, the sound of scolding and clashing was constant. Meanwhile, in other parts of the city, the new year was quietly approaching. The streets were filled with a festive atmosphere, with families shopping for New Year's goods, adding a touch of vitality to this city in the Great Xia. However, some households kept their doors tightly shut. Enveloped in a heavy atmosphere, these were the homes of high school seniors about to take the Beast Academy entrance exams. The Education Bureau's Beast Power testing devices had been transported from Longqing. To ensure all senior students were tested within 2 days, the City Hall's meeting room was temporarily converted into an exam venue, with the entire testing process closely watched by various sectors of society. On the morning of the exam, traffic control was implemented in all Great Xia cities from 7 to 9 o'clock. Security convoys cleared the way, and fully armed security personnel were stationed along the roadsides from 6 o'clock. Journalists from major media outlets surrounded the City Hall with their cameras, while the Education Bureau dispatched a professional transport team to escort the candidates. "Son, do your best this time. If you can't get into Kunlun Beast Academy, Magic City Beast Academy is fine too. Daughter, the family's honor depends on you. Don't be nervous, just give it your all. Son, we've prepared the family genealogy. Once you get into the Beast University, we'll start a new chapter for you." Parents sent off their children with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. At this moment, even the large screen in the Zijin Pavilion Zijin Hall was broadcasting live coverage of the exams across the regions. The Grand Elder sipped his tea with a satisfied smile. "I hope we get some good seedlings this time. They're the future of Great Xia." His face seemed even more youthful. "Great Xia will only grow stronger. It's time to see the results of our efforts over the past 6 months." The head of the Education Bureau was equally anxious. This was not only a test for the students, but also a major evaluation of his work. With spirit beasts being popularized for half a year now, failing to deliver a satisfactory outcome could jeopardize his position. This year's high school seniors in Great Xia numbered over 13 million, and the testing lasted a full 2 days. As scores appeared on the testing devices, a mix of emotions spread through the exam halls. Lin Qin, Black Iron level, Beast power of 230 points. Zhang Wei, Black Iron level, Beast power of 189 points. Overall, Great Xia's performance was commendable, with the vast majority of seniors reaching the Black Iron level, and only a few hovering around the passing mark of 80 to 90 points. Even more exciting were the over 5,000 prodigious students who broke the 300-point mark. This exceeded expectations, prompting the Education Bureau to contact Li Qin overnight. After repeated negotiations, they finally requested Chen Lingfeng to increase the admission quota by 1,000. Such results might be attributed to the large population base after all. With so many people, exceptional talents are bound to emerge. Inside the Zijin Club, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy. The head of the education department beamed as he held up a report card, showcasing impressive statistics to the attendees. Over 5,000 students scored above 300, more than 10,000 surpassed 250, and an astounding 50,000 exceeded 200. Ha! The first elder's hearty laughter echoed in the hall. The education department has done well this time. The logistics department's budget will increase by 30 next year. The usually frugal head of the logistics department straightened up and generously waved his hand. Approved. The second elder's gaze lingered on the list of students scoring over 200, his brow furrowed. Clearly, these young ones have worked hard, but the 2 beast taming academies can only admit 5,000 students combined. It would be a shame not to nurture the rest of these promising candidates. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, Wang Kai stood up, slamming his hand on the conference table, his eyes shining. "Isn't this easy? Let them join my troops, and I guarantee they'll all become talents." With that, the 5 generals exchanged glances and stood up in agreement. First elder, instead of letting them continue studying, why not let these promising youths realize their greater potential? Our northern military district can accommodate thousands and surely cultivate them into talents. Our southern military district needs them too. Other generals chimed in. In an instant, the Zijin Hall buzzed like a marketplace, with discussions rising and falling. The first elder turned to the head of the education department, frowning slightly. Is there any other plan? Joining the military is good, but it might not be every student's wish. The head of the education department had a plan ready and nodded slightly. There is one solution, but it requires President Chen's approval. Seeing the expectant looks from everyone, he continued, we could establish beast taming majors in major universities, with unified training by DaXia. Spreading over 60,000 students across various institutions wouldn't be a heavy burden for each school. We would only need to send silver-level instructors for guidance, and could even lower standards to expand admission. Brilliant. The three elders' eyes lit up. However, the five generals stared disapprovingly at the head of the education department. He shrugged helplessly, thinking to himself that if those universities weren't constantly blocking his door, he wouldn't have come up with this plan, fearing one day they might really corner him. Immediately consult President Chen. The Zijin Pavilion's call bypassed Li Qin, directly reaching Chen Lingfeng. Approved. With those two simple words, the future direction of DaXia's universities was set. The education department quickly swung into action, and orders were relayed like lightning. Announcements from major universities caused a stir in society. Huaxing University established a beast taming major with a minimum admission score of 200. Dabe University followed suit. Other universities also joined in, with some even lowering their admission scores to 180. This news gave many students who failed to get into their desired schools a glimmer of hope, but not everyone was willing to accept this option. Some proud students chose to repeat a year they only needed one semester, after all. Although they were fascinated by spiritual beasts, their goal had always been the Beast Taming Academy. And so, in an atmosphere of tension and hope, time quietly slipped away to New Year's Eve. In a small county beneath the city of Quanqing, a newly renovated self-built house was bustling with excitement. In the spacious living room, Father Chen and Mother Chen sat at an antique tea table, surrounded by a mountain of sunflower seed shells, their faces beaming with uncontrollable joy. Chenair, your phone has really done you proud this time. An elderly neighbor with silver hair held a teacup, his eyes shimmering with envy. I've always said phone was something special, and now we can even see him on TV. I heard he's become a general? Indeed, another relative chimed in. Our Chen family has produced a general. Who in the surrounding 10 miles would dare not show respect? That Wang Daniu was bragging about his son just days ago, and now he probably doesn't even dare knock on the door. Grandfather Chen and Grandmother Chen, dressed in festive red robes, sat in armchairs, grinning from ear to ear, their already rosy faces glowing with even more delight. Just then, a sudden knock came at the door. I'll get it. The usually sharp-tongued aunt was surprisingly eager, rushing to the door in a few quick strides. As the door opened, her voice rose by several octaves. The county lord. Everyone turned in unison to see the county lord standing at the door, holding an exquisite gift box, his smile warmer than a spring breeze. I've come to see Elder Chen. This is my treasured century-old ginseng, to help the elder with his health. Before he could finish speaking, another knock came. This time, it was Chuanqing's lord, Quan Yin, stepping inside, leaving the relatives too stunned to speak, all standing respectfully. From noon till sunset, the steady stream of distinguished guests brought honor to this humble courtyard. Elder Chen was so thrilled he wanted to update the family genealogy, while Chen Lingfeng's cousin Chen Yuanyuan blinked her big, watery eyes and innocently asked, when will brother be back? It's almost time for the New Year's Eve dinner. The question slightly froze Father and Mother Chen's smiles. The child has a special role now, sacrificing small family for the greater good. Before Father Chen could finish, the courtyard gate suddenly swung open. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Accompanied by this familiar voice, Chen Lingfeng's tall figure appeared at the entrance, with the faint sound of the furious flame dragon's roar behind him. Fireworks instantly lit up the sky, painting it in vibrant colors. Our son is back. Quick, serve the dishes. Father and Mother Chen's smiles outshone the fireworks. This New Year's Eve, the Chen family was joyously reunited. After dinner, Chen Lingfeng took a group of children for a ride on the furious flame dragon, soaring under the starry sky, their laughter echoing through the night. As the sound of firecrackers marked the passage of time, the dawn of the second day of the Lunar New Year arrived, and the festive atmosphere was still in full swing. In the streets and alleys, students could already be seen carrying their luggage, setting off on their return journeys. This day was the start of the semester at the Royal Beast Academy, as scheduled by Chen Lingfeng. In various cities, students admitted to the Royal Beast Academy enjoyed the privilege of special transportation, with security vehicles leading the way. Children playing with firecrackers and elders chatting by the roadside looked on with envy. Many parents seized the moment to exhort their children. Look, this is the treatment you get at the Royal Beast Academy. You must work hard. Dragonfly 1 aircraft lifted the students into the sky, carrying with them the hopes of their parents and the blessings of their hometowns, heading straight for the Royal Beast Academy. This time, the academy explicitly forbade parents from accompanying their children. As Chen Lingfeng said, "You're already a black iron level warrior, stronger than your parents, so why act like a child?" Within a single day, 5,000 students arrived at the two Royal Beast Academies. In front of the Kunlun Royal Beast Academy, returning students hurriedly moved their luggage to their dorms, while 2,000 new students stood in awe of the scene before them. The majestic gates, the rich spiritual energy, and the erupting volcano. Is this the legendary Royal Beast Academy? It's so impressive. I can't believe I'm really a student here. The spiritual energy here is almost tangible. Even a pig could fly with this much energy. I wasn't talking about you guys. In the crowd, Lin Yu watched the returning sophomores with a slight smile. He turned to his younger brother, Lin Feng, and said, "Now, let me give you your first lesson at the Royal Beast Academy. There's no such thing as a free lunch. To gain something, you must pay the price. From now on, it's up to you to understand this." With that, he walked away, and the passing sophomores respectfully made way, greeting him with, "Hello, senior." Lin Yu nodded slightly, giving them a sidelong glance. "Be gentle with the freshmen later." "Don't worry, senior. We'll be very gentle. After all, there are adorable little brothers and sisters." Soon, the academy gates were filled with the enthusiastic voices of the sophomore mentors. "Dear freshmen, let your senior sister take you to register. You must be tired from your journey. Sister, how can you carry such heavy luggage? Let your senior brother help. Freshman, come this way. You must be hungry. Let your senior sister take you to the cafeteria." Before the new students could react, their luggage was already whisked away. Remembering his brother's advice, Lin Feng held tightly to his suitcase, narrowly avoiding his senior sister's quick grab. "Freshman, you're sweating. Let your senior sister help you with that," said a senior sister with a wink. An ordinary young man might have been overwhelmed, and Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow nervously. No need. My brother said I should be self-reliant," Lin Feng replied, blushing. "Your brother doesn't care about you like your senior sister does. I worry about you getting tired," the senior sister said with a hint of teasing. Lin Feng's face turned redder as he shook his head firmly. "No, I'll carry it myself." Lin Feng reluctantly tore his gaze away from the senior girl and turned to find his own dormitory. As he pushed open the door of the four-person black iron-level dorm, he saw his three roommates eagerly discussing something. "Hey, did you see the senior girl who showed me around?" One of the guys exclaimed with shining eyes. "Those long legs, that gentle demeanor, she must have a thing for me. This irresistible charm is such a burden." Uffed. Another guy scoffed. "Your senior girl was just gentle. My senior girl with those wavy locks was truly breathtaking. Plus, I've already added her on WeChat, and she said I could ask her anything anytime. You know what that means, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dorm filled with lewd laughter. It was then they noticed Lin Feng, who had just walked in with his luggage, and they all turned their eyes to him. "Hey, did no senior girl fancy you?" someone teased. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, wearing a crisp white shirt, with well-defined features that made him stand out in the dorm. "Hi everyone, I'm Lin Feng." He introduced himself briefly before starting to unpack his bed. The guy with greasy hair and glasses flicked his hair back and said smugly, "Looks like our new friend here isn't quite as handsome as me." Seniors were practically fighting to help me unpack. Lin Feng looked up and curiously asked, "Did the seniors expect anything in return for helping you?" Lin Yu hadn't mentioned anything like this, so he was genuinely interested. "Oh, that?" the greasy-haired guy said, full of himself. "I generously offered to transfer 10,000 yuan to the senior girl, but she refused." "Same here," another roommate chimed in. "The senior girl said if I felt bad, I could just transfer 100 credits. Yeah, the seniors are so kind, only asking for those freely given credits." Lin Feng was stunned, looking at them incredulously. "You gave all your 100 academy credits to the seniors?" "Yeah, why?" Lin Feng didn't respond, just looked at them with sympathy. He remembered Lin Yu mentioning that 1 credit could be exchanged for a piece of bronze-level magical beast meat, which was worth a lot outside. He felt especially grateful for his brother's advice, and was also a bit scared of how cunning these seniors were. Suddenly, the freshman group chat erupted in despair. Damn those seniors. My 100 credits are gone. That could buy 100 pieces of bronze magical beast meat. You can't even get a credit for 10,000 yuan outside. What? Does that mean I lost 1 million? This isn't about money. It's about losing at the starting line." That night, the entire freshman dormitory area was filled with wailing. Lin Feng's 3 roommates lay on their beds, as if drained of energy. One of them muttered, "Why? Why would such a beautiful senior girl deceive me? No, I don't believe it. I need to ask her." When the red exclamation mark appeared, the whole world fell silent. At the Demon City Beast Academy, there were no enthusiastic seniors to welcome the freshmen, which was a relief for them, as a more daunting challenge awaited. Yi Yujun had been appointed the new principal, and on his first day, he had transferred 300 battle-hardened silver-ranked officers from Mo Qingtian's military district to serve as instructors. The entire academy was about to enter an unprecedented militarized management mode. Meanwhile, in the student dormitories, 3,000 freshmen were happily unpacking their luggage. Suddenly, an ear-splitting announcement shattered the tranquility. Everyone, gather on the field in 5 minutes. Are classes starting already? That's too fast. I haven't even finished unpacking. Forget it. Let's go quickly, don't be late. The hallways were instantly filled with the sound of frantic footsteps as the freshmen rushed to the field. There, 300 officers in dark green uniforms were already lined up, hands clasped behind their backs, their eyes sharp as blades as they watched the hurried students. Yi Yujun stood at the back of the formation, occasionally glancing at his watch. Time's up. Yi Yujun's voice boomed like thunder. Any student not here on time, drop and give me 100 push-ups, and don't get up until you're done. As his words echoed, a powerful aura of a golden beast master enveloped the area, pressing down on the students like a mountain. Those who barely made it on time were already drenched in sweat, while the latecomers were about to explain when the 300 instructors advanced on them in unison. Yi Yujun stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. I'm Yi Yujun, a name I'm sure you've heard before. From today onward, I am the principal of the Demon City Beast Academy. Remember, you're not here to enjoy yourselves. My mission is to mold you into the backbone of DaXia, true warriors. From the moment you step through those gates, forget that you're still kids. He paused, then continued. Starting now, attendee military training begins. Seeing the students' faces turn pale, he added, endure it, and I'll personally help you bond with a spirit beast. At these words, the previously listless students' eyes lit up with excitement. Bonding with a spirit beast was the moment they had been eagerly anticipating. Meanwhile, in the office of the principal at Kunlun Beast Academy, Chen Lingfeng was busily scribbling on paper. He faced a challenging problem. The second-year students were about to advance to their third year, and according to the requirements of black iron for first year, bronze for second year, silver for third year, many second-year students had yet to reach the silver standard. After careful consideration, a glint of determination appeared in Chen Lingfeng's eyes as he swiftly drafted a plan. New student training, a push for first-year and second-year students, and anyone who doesn't meet the target will be held back. A 7-day challenge. Putting down his pen, he immediately called for Li Qin, and the 7-day plan was set into motion. The next morning, the freshmen, exhausted from a night of wailing, were abruptly awakened by the urgent sound of a bugle call. Instructors burst into the dormitories, kicking the doors open without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The violent sounds of doors being kicked echoed throughout the freshman dormitory area. In just a few minutes, 2,000 bleary-eyed freshmen were herded onto the field. A towering figure strode forward, the Wolf King, his face fierce and intimidating, exuding a powerful aura that sent shivers down the spines of all present. He surveyed the crowd and spoke coldly. Listen up, for the next 7 days, I am your chief instructor. The Wolf King stood before the newcomers, his gaze piercing and his voice firm. Our training time is short, but you must fully master combat skills. Don't let anyone say these are soldiers trained by the Wolf King. Now, give me 500 push-ups right here. This unexpected challenge caused the newcomers to groan in unison. Yet, under the stern watch of the Wolf King, all they could do was grit their teeth and silently begin their training. Meanwhile, Chen Lingfeng addressed the freshmen and sophomores, hands clasped behind his back, his expression serious. The rules from last semester remain unchanged. Juniors must reach silver, sophomores need to achieve bronze. The training rooms are fully open, and there's ample supply of spirit stones, he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. In 7 days, anyone who doesn't meet the requirements will be held back. Dismissed. Before he finished speaking, Chen Lingfeng had already turned to leave, leaving behind a group of stunned students. Held back, someone murmured incredulously. Does the Beast Academy really do that? Reaching silver in 7 days? That's insane, another exclaimed. Hey, I've already reached a bottleneck. Silver is just around the corner, someone else said confidently. Lin Yu, Fang Qingxin, and Zhao Yu, among other prodigies, appeared calm and composed. They had continued their training throughout the Tindui break, their auras noticeably deeper than their peers. 7 days flew by. Under the Wolf King's hellish training, the newcomers transformed, shedding their naivety. They grew tougher. In the training rooms, the silver aura rose and fell, accompanied by cheers. I finally broke through to silver. No longer a freshman. Haha, I made it too. Time to move into the silver dorms. Keep it up, everyone. Don't end up as my juniors. Watching the smug seniors leave, the remaining students gritted their teeth. Ultimately, the rankings at Kunlun Beast Academy were finalized. Most sophomores advanced to silver and became juniors. A few were regretfully held back. Meanwhile, all the freshmen reached the bronze standard, which was admittedly easier than silver. Next came the moment the freshmen had been eagerly anticipating, contracting a spirit beast. That night, no one could sleep, and the classroom buzzed with excitement. Finally, the day has come. I'm going to contract a cool dragon-type spirit beast. Yeah, Right, getting a snake type would be great. A little fire snake looks pretty cool after it evolves. Gather. With the command, the freshmen assembled in perfect order within 5 minutes, earning a nod of approval from the Wolf King. Everyone board the Longting number 1 destination, the Great Mountains. The Longting number 1, carrying 2,000 students, soared into the sky. That day, the secret realm of fragrant grass was anything but quiet, filled with enthusiastic shouts. It's decided, you're the one, Moo Flower. Come with me, Sharp Blade Grass. The young voices echoed in the secret realm's sky. The departure of the freshmen left the Beast Academy noticeably quieter. The only lively place now was the arena, where a group of excited third-year students gathered, their eyes fixed on the two spirit beasts on the field. Zhao Fengma is truly something else. Look at that fierce black giant wolf. Surely Fang Qingxin is the top contender for the first place in the heavenly ranking? That crimson gold giant ape looks formidable. Don't jump to conclusions. Remember when we were freshmen, Fang Qingxin was defeated by Zhao Fengma. The sophomore students watched the duel with envy. No wonder they are the top of the heavenly ranking. Both spirit beasts have reached the perfect blue-grade evolution. They whispered among themselves. We must seize this rare opportunity to observe and learn. The battle was about to erupt. The shadow blood fiend wolf's eyes glowed blood red as it opened its massive mouth and lunged at the crimson gold giant ape. Crimson gold giant ape, sword slash. Fang Qingxin's clear voice rang out. The giant ape let out a low roar, channeling its immense beast power into its giant sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura. Brute force against all techniques. Interesting, Zhao Yu sneered. Shadow blood fiend wolf. Bloodburst. Speed up. Shadow impact. The shadow blood fiend wolf howled to the sky, enveloped in a terrifying aura of blood energy. The two forces clashed violently midair, producing a deafening explosion. Ultimately, in the contest of strength, the crimson gold giant ape had the upper hand, knocking the shadow blood fiend wolf to the ground. Yet Zhao Yu remained impassive, commanding the shadow blood fiend wolf to launch wave after wave of fierce attacks. The battle reached a stalemate, the explosive energy forcing the surrounding students to retreat. Even the third-year silver-level students were stunned. As a fellow silver, I doubt I could last 2 rounds. Is this the power gap of the prodigies? The fight grew more intense, with the shadow blood fiend wolf attacking relentlessly despite its injuries, blood flowing on the arena floor. By contrast, Fang Qingxin appeared slightly hesitant. You still have a soft heart, as always. This victory is mine. Zhao Yu's eyes gleamed with madness. The shadow blood fiend wolf seized the opportunity, using its blood fiend claw to force the crimson gold giant ape off the arena. The judge gave Zhao Yu a long look and announced, first in the heavenly ranking, Zhao Yu. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? The students below looked at Zhao Yu's wild eyes and fell silent. 10 minutes passed, and no one dared to step forward. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Yu with a complicated expression, finally sighing and leaving. He wanted to face Zhao Yu honorably in a fair fight, even if it meant losing, but taking advantage of others' misfortune was not his style. In the dean's office, Chen Lingfeng looked at the air-dancing sky feather spirit cat, rubbing his throbbing temples. This silver-level sky feather spirit cat had yet to complete its evolution. Time and space series are indeed hard to find. With its power almost uncontrollable, the evolution must be prioritized. Since time and space are elusive, what about chaos? Suddenly struck by an idea, a gleam flashed in Chen Lingfeng's eyes. Li Qin, prepare Longting number 1 immediately. Destination, 10,000 mountains. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver Longting number 1 soared into the air, carrying Chen Lingfeng swiftly towards the destination. When Longting number 1 landed outside the 10,000 mountains, a major general overseeing the arrival of new recruits was left in shock. Chen, President Chen. He stared wide-eyed, hardly believing the figure descending from the cabin. Chen Lingfeng gave a slight nod. Then with a wave of his hand, the enormous Fury Flame Dragon appeared, its massive form diving straight into the secret realm of verdant grasses, leaving the soldiers around him dumbfounded. Inside the secret realm of verdant grasses, the 5-colored divine fox lay on the ground, restless. These little brats are so noisy I can't sleep, she complained to the nearby dozing blazing holy tiger, her fox eyes full of grievance. Suddenly, the blazing holy tiger sprang up, eyes wide. That aura. He's here again. Oh no, not babysitting for him again. Just as the 5-colored divine fox was about to flee, a snowy figure leaped onto her back. It was the Chaos Sky Fox, happily tugging at her fur. Resigned, the 5-colored divine fox crouched down, looking exactly like a parent watching over rowdy kids returning home. Meanwhile, a terrifying presence swept through the entire realm, flames soaring skyward. The Thunder Holy Tiger, soaking in the Thunder Holy Lake, immediately dove to the bottom. If anyone dreaded seeing Chen Lingfeng, it was him, fearing another round of plucking would leave him bald. The freshmen, in the midst of forming contracts with their spirit beasts, looked up in awe at the dragon in the sky. Run? If that huge fire dragon breathes fire, we're done for. That's the president's spirit beast, don't you recognize it? The president is here to watch us form contracts with our spirit beasts. We better put on a good show. Chen Lingfeng landed at the peak of colors, getting straight to the point. Five-colored divine fox. Do you know where I might find treasures of space and time? Huh. The five-colored divine fox rolled her eyes. Do you think I have a treasure trove? Do you even know how rare those treasures are? Seeing this, Chen Lingfeng nodded with slight disappointment, then asked, what about chaos treasures? You should know about those, right? Chaos treasures. The five-colored divine fox's expression changed dramatically, exuding a frightening aura. Kid, do you realize that anything associated with chaos means either creation or destruction? In the beginning, all was chaos. From chaos emerged all things, with space as the king and time as the emperor. The five-colored divine fox stood proudly at the mountain's peak, surrounded by a fierce aura, rushing towards Chen Lingfeng like a raging storm. However, Chen Lingfeng stood with hands clasped behind his back, unmoved, his deep eyes like black holes, calmly observing the scene before him. Just tell me the place. I know it's dangerous. The voice of the five-colored divine fox carried a hint of urgency. You, young man, have just reached the heavenly king realm and already want to challenge chaos. The divine fox shook its head with a sigh. All right, I won't try to dissuade you. I do know of a secret realm containing a chaotic treasure, but every cultivator who has entered has either died or been severely injured. Are you truly determined to go? A flicker of excitement flashed in Chen Lingfeng's eyes, and he nodded without hesitation. I'm sure. Please tell me. That secret realm is. Before the words were finished, a deep voice echoed through the fragrant grass secret realm. 1 hour limit. All students evacuate the fragrant grass secret realm. The students searching for contract spirit beasts looked up. That's the dean's voice. I haven't found my spirit beast yet. I've already succeeded, doesn't matter. I've never seen such an emergency evacuation. Discussions erupted. The instructors of the Flying Dragon Legion, led by the Wolf King, sprang into action. Move quickly, complete evacuation. Those who haven't completed contracts can continue tomorrow. In less than an hour, all students had evacuated the secret realm. The station major general at the entrance looked on in shock, as the Wolf King strode forward, saluting. General, please immediately seal off the fragrant grass secret realm. Alarms blared, heavy weaponry swiftly positioned, with tanks and rocket vehicles deployed. The fire dragons of the Flying Dragon Legion soared into the sky, enveloped in flames, roaring thunderously. The news quickly reached the purple gold pavilion, where the Grand Elder stared at the satellite images, frowning deeply. What is Chen Lingfeng planning this time? Could there be more secrets in the fragrant grass secret realm? At that moment, atop the five-colored divine mountain, the five-colored divine fox unleashed a mighty quasi-divine aura. The entire mountain shook violently, and a bottomless chasm suddenly split open at its center. In an instant, a chilling aura surged skyward, causing the temperature across the secret realm to plummet. Countless spirit beasts looked to the sky in terror, where dark clouds gathered, and deep blue lightning crackled within. Dark thunder. The Thunder Saint Tiger, resting by the Thunder Sacred Lake, abruptly raised its head, its whiskers trembling. The surrounding Thunder Tigers cowered on the ground, shivering. The Thunder Saint Tiger stepped onto a cloud, ascending into the sky. Atop the divine mountain, Chen Lingfeng watched the deep chasm with a solemn gaze, murmuring to himself, this aura. So dark, so shadowy. Is it a ghost element? The five-colored divine fox stood at the edge of the chasm, turning to Chen Lingfeng with a heavy expression, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Below this chasm lies the chaotic secret realm you've been searching for. But within, she paused. Countless ghost-type creatures and vengeful spirit foxes dwell. Vengeful spirit foxes? Chen Lingfeng's brows furrowed, his gaze sharp as he looked at the five-colored divine fox. To break through to the chaotic heavenly fox. A hint of indescribable sorrow flashed in the five-colored divine fox's eyes, her voice low. Once the forbidden area is opened, I will lose control over it. The vengeful foxes, sealed for millennia, will break free, sweeping across the skies. By then, not only will I be powerless to stop them, but even the verdant grass secret realm and the entire Great Xia might find them impossible to withstand. These words made Chen Lingfeng fall into deep thought. Although the five-colored divine fox hadn't explicitly stated it, he had guessed the gist. It seemed that the ancestors of the five-colored divine fox had discovered this chaotic secret realm and the existence of the chaotic heavenly fox, venturing one after another, only to meet their demise. Their unwilling souls, eroded by the power of chaos, transformed into mindless ghost-type beasts, driven only by madness, obsession, and an insatiable lust for slaughter. Is there a way to awaken the consciousness of these vengeful spirit foxes? Chen Lingfeng asked. If there were, I would have tried long ago. The five-colored divine fox shook her head. What about a divine-level existence? Chen Lingfeng went straight to the point. There isn't, the five-colored divine fox replied firmly. The strongest is at most quasi-divine level. If there were truly a divine level vengeful spirit fox, our seal would have long been rendered useless. All right, hold on. Chen Lingfeng's eyes sharpened as he swiftly picked up the spiritual power phone. In an instant, the purple gold pavilion shook violently, the sound of a summoning order echoing throughout Dragon City. Inside the purple gold hall, shadows moved. The crowd looked gravely at the Grand Elder, inquiring about the situation. The Grand Elder gestured for them to look at the large screen, where Chen Lingfeng's image appeared. Mobilize the Purple Gold Legion and the Southern Guard Corps, all beast tamers to move out immediately, and seal the verdant grass secret realm. His voice was firm. I am about to open the chaotic secret realm, and we will face a fierce battle. Order all light-type beast tamers to support us swiftly, within a day, and do not let a single beast escape. The screen went dark, and the tremors in the hall had only just begun. The head of the research department excitedly raised his head. Chaotic secret realm? This is a holy place nurturing chaotic power. The primordial chaotic power, truly existing within the verdant grass secret realm. The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed as he abruptly stood up. Li Jing, Imo Qingtian. Act according to Dean Chen's orders. Mobilize all light-type beast tamers from every corps. This operation must ensure absolute success. We will complete the mission. Li Jing and Imo Qingtian responded in unison, standing at attention. As night fell, the encampment outside the secret realm of Fangchao in the 10,000 mountains remained brightly lit. Soldiers stood at attention, fully armed at their posts, while flying wyverns patrolled the sky, forming a tight defensive line. In stark contrast to the tense military atmosphere, the freshmen within the encampment were relaxed and carefree. Some played with spirit beasts, while others gathered in groups, chatting and laughing, the air filled with youthful energy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the night sky. In the distance, dozens of black silhouettes streaked across like meteors, the unmistakable contours of Longting 1 fighter jets. Within 10 minutes, over 30 Longting 1s landed with a roar at the military airfield, creating a spectacular scene. The students stared in amazement, whispering among themselves. Is there going to be a war? Has something happened in Fangcao's secret realm? What will we do as rookies who just contracted spirit beasts? The lead Longting 1's hatch opened, and Generals Imo Qingtian and Li Jing, clad in crisp uniforms, strode out, exuding an aura of authority. Instinctively, the students straightened their backs. Behind them, the Beast Corps swiftly assembled in formation on the square. The Station Major General and the Wolf King quickly stepped forward to salute the generals. Before they could inquire, Imo Qingtian issued the command. First-line combat readiness. Evacuate all students. Beast Corps, take your positions. The term first-line combat readiness sent a ripple of unrest through the students. Under the orderly direction of the military, the students boarded the Longting 1s and departed. Meanwhile, tanks and armored vehicles formed a massive perimeter. The Shadow Wolves of the Northern Army and the Golden Dragons of the Purple Gold Corps soared into the sky, with the Golden Dragons illuminating the night like small suns, drawing envious glances from other soldiers. The news quickly reached Chen Lingfeng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He opened his eyes suddenly, releasing a powerful aura. It's time. Open the secret realm. Let's see how wild the ghostly vixen truly is. As his words fell, the furious dragon roared to the sky, spewing flames like a volcanic eruption. The cold voice of the five-colored fox echoed in the Fangchao secret realm. Order. All forces above gold level in Fangchao secret realm, be on high alert. Sacred tigers of flame and thunder, prepare for battle. The five-colored fox's 5 tails danced, unleashing divine power, sending 5-colored rays shooting skyward. Under this divine light, the entire 5-colored mountain trembled violently, and hidden chains in the void became visible. Break! The tails sliced like blades, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. As the chains broke, the 5 chains shattered with a resounding crash, accompanied by a deafening rupture. The 5-colored divine mountain trembled violently, and the cold aura from the chasm surged out like a flood, instantly enveloping the entire secret realm of verdant grass. The surrounding spirit beasts sensed this eerie presence and let out terrified cries, scattering in all directions to find cover. A thunderous roar pierced the sky, and the dark aura churned wildly in the air, gradually coalescing into a massive fox phantom. The overwhelming pressure of a quasi-divine level descended like a tidal wave, and dark lightning struck the ground like a torrential downpour, plunging the entire world into an apocalyptic chaos. Arg! The moment the secret realm opened, the 5-colored divine fox spat out a mouthful of blood. The dark aura materialized into countless sharp blades, frantically surging in all directions. Among the nearby spirit beasts, several had already turned bloodthirsty, their eyes turning crimson as they began to viciously attack their companions. This is bad. The resentment is spreading. Ignoring the blood at the corner of its mouth, the five-colored divine fox immediately summoned its spiritual power to form 5 new chains, attempting to seal the rampant dark aura. At that moment, Chen Lingfeng leaped onto the back of the furious flame dragon with precision. I'll leave the outside to you. Try to contain anything above the golden level, he said without looking back, as a shield formed by his beast control power enveloped him. He then charged into the depths of the secret realm. The sky-scorching sacred tiger arrived, releasing king-level spiritual energy to assist the five-colored divine fox. It glanced in the direction where Chen Lingfeng had disappeared, eyes full of concern. Divine fox, why did you open the forbidden land? Inside, the five-colored divine fox gritted its teeth, a complex expression flashing in its eyes. This might be an opportunity. Our ancestors have been in a daze for too long. It's worth taking a gamble. The impact of the chaotic secret realm's opening quickly spread to the outside world. A cold pillar of light shot into the sky, and the enormous dark fox phantom loomed over the horizon, its pressure so intense that soldiers struggled to breathe, while many spirit beasts trembled and prostrated themselves in fear. Damn, what kind of spirit beast is this? Is this the opponent we have to face today? Just meeting its gaze sends chills down my spine. It's terrifying. Mo Qingtian stood tense, releasing a silver aura, his authoritative gaze fixed on the sky. Everyone, get ready. Even if a demon god emerges today, we must take a piece of him. No one is allowed to retreat. We will not retreat, the soldiers shouted in unison, using their momentum to dispel their inner fear. Meanwhile, the residents of the mountain city, roused from their sleep, felt a piercing chill that no amount of blankets could fend off. When they got up to look out the window, the scene outside left them stunned. What is happening? My God, such a huge fox. Is it a beast invasion? That direction. Isn't that the secret realm of verdant grass? The entire city was instantly ablaze with lights, and panic-stricken voices echoed everywhere. News spread like wildfire on the internet, and soon, people across the entire Xia kingdom knew that something major was happening in the secret realm of verdant grass, possibly a beast invasion. This terrifying beast, with just a glance, sent a bone-chilling fear to everyone within a 100-mile radius. In the mystical realm of colorful mountains and the chaotic secret domain, Chen Lingfeng, riding the Fury Flame Dragon, leaped in. A gray, oppressive world enveloped them instantly, a massive pressure bearing down. Before Chen Lingfeng could examine his surroundings, a piercing screech assaulted him from all directions, seemingly striking at his very soul. Amidst the dense chaos, countless scarlet eyes flickered like stars, sending chills down his spine. Menacing ghostly foxes glared at Chen Lingfeng. These were ghost-type beasts of the golden class, skilled in abilities like Blood Fiend Soul Devour, Frenzied Ghost Bite, Blood Shadow Slash, and Ghost Blood Dance. They had only one evolutionary path, growing stronger through devouring and slaughter. Chen Lingfeng surveyed the area, frowning. Thousands of golden-level ghostly foxes were already a challenge, but even more daunting were the colossal king-level foxes looming behind them. Fury Flame Dragon, use Fury Flame Rampage to clear the path. Chen Lingfeng commanded decisively. Fire gathered in the Fury Flame Dragon's mouth, sweeping forward like a volcanic eruption. The ghostly foxes screeched, flinging themselves forward relentlessly. Even as they turned to ash upon touching the flames, they showed no fear. Damn it, truly mindless beasts. Fury Flame Dragon, don't waste energy, just charge through with a fire shield. Chen Lingfeng knew it was impossible to annihilate all the foxes alone. Capturing the leader was imperative. A fireball barreled through the foxes, quickly reaching a king-level ghostly fox. The Fury Flame Dragon unleashed the Flame Dragon Strike, fire coalescing into a massive dragon that surged out. The king-level fox, eyes blood-red, howled to the sky, summoning countless spectral figures to perform the frenzied ghost bite. Amidst the harrowing cries, the specters surrounded the flame dragon, attempting to consume its fire. No, we can't waste time. Dragon Might Fury Flame, explosive impact. The Fury Flame Dragon roared, 5 evolutionary lights circling its body, its aura sweeping the field. With a flap of its wings, a torrent of flames surged forth. Even as the ghostly foxes summoned 100 ghosts to charge, they couldn't withstand the explosive power, dissolving into wisps of gray gas. At that moment, the Chaos Sky Fox leaped from the beast's base, directly pouncing on the gray wisp. It sniffed the gas, inhaling it with a look of satisfaction. Is that chaos energy? Chen Lingfeng mused. The Chaos Sky Fox nodded excitedly, waving its little paws. Then join the battle. Keep moving forward. Chen Lingfeng had just slain a king-level ghostly fox, yet there was no time to celebrate as more enemies were closing in. Outside the secret realm, dark energy surged like a stormy tide, growing more intense by the moment. The 5-colored divine fox was in worsening condition, blood trickling from its mouth as its aura became increasingly unstable. It turned to the blazing holy tiger and the thunder holy tiger, its voice weary. I can't hold on much longer. Prepare for battle. Before it finished speaking, the two holy tigers let out earth-shaking roars, their powers of thunder and flame intertwining in the air. At that moment, the five-colored divine foxes' tails drooped weakly, finally reaching their limit. Instantly, as if a floodgate had opened, countless ghostly foxes surged out of the secret realm like a dark cloud. Their frenzied aura swept in, causing temperatures to plummet and turning the fragrant grassland's secret realm into an icy chasm. Thunder Judgment. Blazing Inferno. The blazing holy tiger and the thunder holy tiger attacked simultaneously, their shadows unleashing destructive power. Lightning and flames formed a net, reducing the leading ghostly foxes to pure chaotic energy. However, more enemies summoned a horde of ghosts, their sinister shapes blotting out the sky as they charged the defenses. The fierce battle erupted, both sides exchanging blows and suffering casualties. The weakened five-colored divine fox gritted its teeth, its colorful tails lashing out, each strike obliterating several gold-level ghostly foxes. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming, soon breaching the defenses and heading straight for the fragrant grassland's secret realm. All spirit beasts, prepare for battle. The five-colored divine fox's roar echoed throughout the secret realm. Golden-level spirit beasts responded, their skills bursting like fireworks. At that moment, Mo Qingtian heard the battle cries from within the secret realm, his eyes flashing with determination as he rushed in. Divine Fox, open the realm and let them out. We can't let the fragrant grassland secret realm become a battlefield. His silver beast taming power resonated, conveying his message to the five-colored divine fox. The five-colored divine fox hesitated for a moment, then nodded, swiping its paw to tear open a rift in space. The ghostly foxes sensed the outside aura and immediately changed direction, swarming out. Outside, soldiers and beast tamers were already prepared, eyes fixed ahead. They're here. Unleash all skills. Light-type spirit beasts, attack with full force. Artillery, prepare to fire all spirit power shells without restraint. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by countless skills, and the deafening explosions shook the entire mountain city. Some daring live streamers even began broadcasting the thrilling battle live. Folks, this is intense. It's a real monster siege. On screen, dark shadows roared as dark, light, and dragon-type spirit beasts clashed fiercely in the sky. These monsters are as fierce as mad dogs, their attacks terrifyingly powerful. Inside the purple gold hall of Dragon City, a live broadcast of the battle in the 10,000 mountains was being shown via a spiritual power satellite. Despite the late hour, the hall was packed, and the expressions of the gathered leaders were solemn as they watched the fierce combat unfold on the large screen. The spectral figure of the vengeful ghost fox loomed larger on the screen, evoking a chilling sensation akin to a parade of 100 ghosts. What kind of ghostly beast is this? Someone murmured in shock. These beasts attacked with the mindless ferocity of rabid dogs. On screen, soldiers were already suffering casualties upon first contact. The senior elder frowned deeply and turned to his secretary. Get in touch with Yi Yujun immediately. Just as the secretary dialed out, a brief response was received. Aware, on the way. In fact, Yi Yujun had been informed as soon as the vengeful ghost fox's apparition appeared. She immediately mobilized the 5 kings and 10 battle generals, even bringing along third-year students from Kunlun Academy, and set off urgently on the Dragon 1 aircraft. On the plane, the students, pulled from their sleep, were still groggy. However, upon reaching the skies above the secret realm of fragrant grass, the brutal battle below jolted them awake. Amidst the chaos of gunfire, soldiers were locked in a life-or-death struggle with the frenzied, vengeful ghost foxes. Beast invasion, a student exclaimed. Why are these beasts so insane? The instructor said, killing a silver-level beast earns you 10 credits, bronze level 1. With that, drowsiness vanished, and everyone prepared eagerly for battle. On the battlefield, soldiers' faces were flushed as they poured beast power into their spiritual beasts without regard for cost. To the left, block the vengeful ghost fox. Watch out for shadow wolves on the right. Shadow claws. The shouts rang out continuously. The soldiers' assault rifles fired relentlessly, their innate fear of insufficient firepower driving them to keep shooting despite limited damage. Whenever a breach in the line appeared, soldiers unhesitatingly commanded their spiritual beasts to fill the gap, even charging forward themselves. Blood soon stained the ground, and the grim scene deeply impacted the third-year students who had just disembarked. Yi Yujun, wielding the spirit wind sword emperor, stood with a blue wand soaring beside her, stirring up fierce gusts. She coldly surveyed the stunned students. Stunned? This is the real battlefield, and it's the reality you'll have to face in the future. You were born in a peaceful era, but peace won't last forever. Now join the fight. Remember, you represent not just yourselves, but also the Beastmaster Academy. If you're going to disgrace us, you can leave now. Compared to Chen Lingfeng, Yi Yujun's severity was even more pronounced. Her words cut like a blade, piercing straight into each person's heart. Her words left a deep impression on every student. Zhao Yu clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with a wild light as he looked up. The taste of blood is so exquisite. Let me fight to my heart's content. Shadow Blood Wolf, charge. A thunderous wolf howl pierced the sky, and his blood-red figure shot forward like an unsheathed sword, plunging straight into the midst of the phantom grudge foxes. Zhao Yu followed closely, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the spectral foxes. Lin Yu and Fang Qingxin exchanged a glance and immediately summoned their own spirit beasts to join the battle. The other students gritted their teeth and shouted encouragements to themselves. There are no cowards at the Beast Academy. Damn beasts, fall before us. Long live the great Xia. Over 500 students surged into the battlefield like a tide, quickly stabilizing the precarious situation. Yi Yujun dashed to Mo Qingtian's side, with the spirit wind sword emperor blocking the fierce attacks of the golden phantom grudge fox for him. General Mo, hold the rear. We'll take care of the front lines. Yi Yujun shouted loudly. Mo Xiaochuan descended from the sky on his ice crystal bone dragon, which beat its wings and enveloped Mo Qingtian in a protective frost. Dad, are you alright? The increasingly mature Mo Xiaochuan asked with concern. I'm fine. You handle the front. I'll manage the interception, Mo Qingtian replied, casting a proud glance at his son before turning to command the battlefield. The soldiers, who had been struggling, found renewed vigor at the sight of the Beast Academy joining the fray, launching a fierce counterattack. Bai Yunyan's performance was especially impressive. Her Thunder Tiger felled a silver-level Phantom Grudge Fox with each strike, and even the golden-level ones avoided it. Her Aurora Deer continuously healed fallen soldiers, creating one miracle after another. Han Yudong's Ice Crystal Spirit Fox unleashed a biting chill, freezing the Phantom Grudge Foxes with each movement. On the front lines, the 10 great generals were like human bulldozers, surrounded by lightning, smashing the heads of the spectral foxes with their bare hands. With the Thunder Tiger's support, they carved out a vacuum zone at the front. The leaders of the Purple Gold Hall watched in shock. These are the 10 great generals of the Great Xia. No wonder they were specifically named by Chen Lingfeng. They truly are exceptional. Meanwhile, Chen Lingfeng was in a secret realm, facing a colossal Biasta Quasidivine Phantom Grudge Fox. This monster was as large as a mountain, with a single blood-red eye as big as a house. It exuded an enigmatic aura, staring maniacally at Chen Lingfeng. The pressure of the Quasidivine being was like a tidal wave, threatening to crush anyone with the slightest misstep. In the chaos realm, negative emotions surged like a tide. The Quasidivine spirit, the resentful fox, stood in the void, its 9 tails thrashing behind it like chaotic chains, a piercing screech reverberating through the entire space. Chen Lingfeng hovered in midair, his kingly aura exerting tangible pressure around him. Staring intently at the formidable foe before him, he commanded in a deep voice, "Furious Flame Dragon, do not hold back." Firestorm Starburst. The furious flame dragon spread its wings, flames erupting from its body. In perfect harmony, both man and dragon unleashed the firestorm starburst. In an instant, the gray sky was torn asunder, 2 blazing streaks of fire plummeting down like divine retribution. The resentful fox howled towards the sky, its 9 tails converging into a dense force of darkness, enveloping itself tightly. The continuous roaring shook the entire chaos realm violently. Low-level resentful fox spirits disintegrating into pure chaotic energy amidst the turmoil. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the 5-colored mountain outside the realm, a battlefield of destruction unfolded. The bodies of the Scorching Tiger and Thunder Tiger lay scattered across the summit, spirit beasts driven to madness, unleashing their powers recklessly. The 5-colored fox's 5 tails swung relentlessly, sending waves of energy to vanquish the approaching resentful fox spirits. Suddenly, it sensed a formidable divine presence at the realm's entrance, turning its gaze with concern. Has the battle already begun? Kid, you better not disappoint me. Within the realm, the aftermath of the firestorm starburst had barely dissipated when the resentful fox burst forth from the smoke as a streak of black light, its claws sharp as blades aiming for the furious flame dragon's head. Chen Lingfeng was prepared, spreading his hands wide. I've been waiting for you. Golden Dragon Shield. A dazzling golden light coalesced above, forming a golden dragon, its aura sweeping across the surroundings. Chen Lingfeng continuously infused his beast mastery power into it, the dragon's roar momentarily stunning the resentful fox, its claw strike halted by the golden barrier. If you can withstand the firestorm starburst, can you also withstand the golden dragon annihilation? Chen Lingfeng's aura peaked as he thrust forward. The golden dragon roared with its head held high, its majestic eyes glaring down at the resentful fox. The golden light illuminated the entire realm like a miniature sun, causing all lower-tier resentful fox spirits caught in its radiance to disintegrate into dust. The Quasidivine resentful fox was forced back 2 steps, its 9 tails flailing wildly, emitting a shrill howl. It unleashed its quasi-divine power without restraint, executing the nine-tail lock, its tails transforming into screeching chains to entrap Chen Lingfeng. A chaos-type skill, is it? Can you withstand a true god-level skill? Chen Lingfeng smirked, forcefully pressing his hand downward. An immense golden dragon phantom appeared, surveying the resentful fox like a sovereign of the world, then dove down swiftly. Crack! Crack! The nine tails were shattered one by one under the golden dragon's ethereal shadow, ultimately crashing into the ghostly wraith fox. A deafening, sorrowful howl echoed all around as the massive body of the ghostly wraith fox quickly melted away like snow, transforming into wisps of green smoke rising into the air. Is it dead now? Chen Lingfeng supported himself with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. The divine-level skill he had just used had nearly drained all his beast-controlling power, and the immense exertion left him with a throbbing headache. He looked up at the dissipating ghostly wraith fox, resolving to use such powerful skills only when absolutely necessary in the future. Just then, the chaos heavenly fox suddenly darted out, swiftly rushing toward the ghostly wraith fox's head. Its sharp claws slashed through the air, tearing open a rift. Watch out! Chen Lingfeng was startled by the sudden move. Fortunately, the ghostly wraith fox was indeed dead, and the chaos heavenly fox excitedly dove into the rift, soon emerging with a grayish orb. This is the wraith fox jewel? Chen Lingfeng examined the quasi-divine all-attribute jewel closely, a gleam of delight in his eyes. This treasure, capable of aiding any spirit beast in its evolution, was the greatest reward of his journey. He carefully secured the jewel, thinking that it would finally help the Kongyu spirit cat complete its evolution. The chaos heavenly fox, seeing this, began to jump anxiously, waving its small paws. Chen Lingfeng chuckled as he patted its head. Don't worry, there must be more treasures in the chaos secret realm. The next one will be yours. Only then did the little creature reluctantly nod. However, the joy of victory was short-lived. A swarm of ghostly wraith foxes, drawn by the dense chaotic energy of the place, arrived. Despite their leader's demise, they charged even more ferociously toward the site of the battle, commencing a frenzy of mutual slaughter and devouring to seize the chaotic energy. The skills unleashed by the king-level ghostly wraith foxes even caused the very space to tremble. Chen Lingfeng initially considered retreating, but after finding a large rock for cover, he suddenly sensed something in the distant mountains calling to him. This inexplicable pull made him decide to hold his position and continue observing the unfolding events. In the Chaos Realm, Chen Lingfeng and the Chaos Sky Fox were hiding behind a large boulder, observing the battle. The Golden Dragon had been withdrawn due to its large size, while at the center of the realm, 5 king-level spectral grudge foxes were fiercely fighting, their dark power enveloping the entire sky. A glint flashed in Chen Lingfeng's eyes as he turned to the Chaos Sky Fox beside him. Chaos Sky Fox, it's time for you to evolve, he said, without hesitation, taking out the grudge fox orb. The Chaos Sky Fox let out a puzzled chirp, tilting its head and waving its paws, seemingly indicating that this was her sister's treasure. Your sister has more treasures to come. Only by evolving first can you break this deadlock, Chen Lingfeng said firmly. After a moment of silence, the Chaos Sky Fox nodded resolutely and swallowed the grudge fox orb. Instantly, a terrifying wave of chaotic energy erupted, shaking the entire realm. In the void, the chaotic energy formed a massive vortex, pouring down and eventually coalescing into a large, gray sphere that completely enveloped the Chaos Sky Fox. The 5 king-level spectral grudge foxes were drawn to the commotion, letting out roars as they charged forward. Chen Lingfeng gritted his teeth and retreated, clearing the battlefield for the Chaos Sky Fox, silently praying. Chaos Sky Fox, you must succeed this time. The spectral grudge foxes attacked the energy sphere with all their might, but the sphere absorbed every attack like a bottomless pit. As time passed, the sphere's absorption of chaotic energy accelerated. Finally, a crisp shattering sound echoed throughout the realm. The sphere shattered, and an elegant figure emerged, accompanied by a commanding voice. Filthy creatures, it's time for you to meet your end. The figure resembled a divine being of chaos, its fur shimmering with chaotic light, its eyes holding infinite mysteries, and its long tail causing the space to tremble with each sway. The Chaos Sky Fox had evolved into the Chaos Sacred Fox, its power elevated to king level, with a tenfold increase in training speed at the quasi-divine level, and had acquired 5 king-level skills. With each step, the Chaos Sacred Fox made the chaos tremble, and even the frenzied spectral grudge foxes showed fear for the first time. But they quickly regained their ferocity, the 5 kings combining to unleash a massive dark beam, intending to tear the space apart. Watch out, Chen Lingfeng exclaimed. The Chaos Sacred Fox turned to give him a reassuring glance, and with a wave of its hand, it commanded, Chaos wholly absorb. A vortex suddenly formed in front of her. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying attack swept in, plunging into the vortex. But surprisingly, the force, powerful enough to destroy everything, began to dissipate rapidly upon contact with the vortex. What shocked Chen Lingfeng even more was that he could clearly sense the aura of the Chaos Sacred Fox becoming stronger after absorbing these attacks. Full attribute absorption? A flicker of amazement crossed Chen Lingfeng's eyes. Even as someone accustomed to grand scenes, he couldn't help but be astounded by such an ability. This meant that any elemental attack not far exceeding the Chaos Sacred Fox would not only fail to harm it, but would actually become its nourishment. The Chaos Sacred Fox then launched a counterattack. Its figure in the chaos was as elusive as a ghost, appearing in front of a phantom grudge fox in an instant. Its claws, imbued with the power of chaos, easily shredded the opponent's body. Chaos Sacred Strike. Phantom grudge foxes fell one after another, and although they possessed king-level strength, they were no match for the Chaos Sacred Fox. After the last king-level phantom grudge fox dissipated, Chen Lingfeng stepped forward, barely concealing his excitement. Following the fiery dragon sovereign, the Chaos Sacred Fox would become another powerful asset for him. The only regret was that its potential had not yet reached the divine level. Let's check out the center of chaos. Perhaps there's a divine treasure to enhance its potential. Chen Lingfeng leaped onto the back of the Chaos Sacred Fox and sped forward. Soon, a massive chaotic mountain appeared before him, the source of a compelling sensation emanating from within the mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Chen Lingfeng frowned in contemplation. The attraction was strong but indescribable. He decided to investigate and soon discovered a cave halfway up the mountain. As soon as he stepped inside, a dense chaotic force surrounded him. On the cave's ceiling, the chaotic force condensed into droplet-like liquid. Is this chaos liquid? Chen Lingfeng's eyes trembled. Knowing that a single drop of chaos liquid could replace any gold-level treasure to promote a spirit beast, he was astounded to find thousands of drops here, enough to ease the worries of the Beast Academy's treasury. However, he didn't immediately collect the chaos liquid but continued deeper inside. After summoning a golden dragon for illumination, a spacious circular cave appeared before him. The cave had a radius of about 20 meters, with a 10-meter square lake at the center, surrounded by 12 gray stone pillars bound with thick chains. Upon seeing the surroundings, he couldn't help but gasp. The entire cave wall was inlaid with gold-level chaotic spirit stones, and the central lake was filled with chaos liquid. If this had been discovered in my previous life, the great Xia might not have fallen so quickly. Just as he was reflecting, he suddenly realized that the summoning sensation was not coming from the lake, but from above. He looked up abruptly. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.